I am the prestigious crown prince of Dingwa, but every night I tremble with fear. During the day, I either drink until I am drunk in the mansion, or I shout wildly that no one should bully the poor youth. The outside world thinks that there is no successor in the Dingwa mansion. Even the servants in the mansion think that I am useless. Just because I fainted suddenly not long ago and woke up to unravel the mystery of my 18 years in the womb. The world I am in now is called the Tianlan continent. My grandfather is the war god of the Bachan, the founding elder of the dynasty, and my mother is also a princess of the Bachan dynasty. The Bachan emperor, who is above all others, is my great-grandfather. My status and position seem extremely prominent, but in fact, there are hidden pitfalls in all of this. One of them, grandfather Lin Ze had 3 sons, the eldest being my father. He died in battle after giving birth to me and my brother Lin Ze. The second son followed the footsteps of the eldest and also died in battle, while the youngest died of illness at a young age. My brother Lin Ze also died in an accident, with no remains left. Thus, a prominent family now only has me, the sole survivor. Having witnessed so much power struggles in my past life, I do not believe this is a coincidence. The fact that I am still alive has brought pressure to some with ulterior motives, as once I die, Lin Ze will be completely free from restraints and become reckless and insane. But how long can this fear last? The future is unpredictable, and no one can say for sure. Perhaps one day, I will meet my ancestors and brothers. Secondly, this world is a trash novel I read in my past life. In the novel, everyone is dumbed down by the protagonist's halo. The women, regardless of anything, throw themselves at the protagonist when they see him, and afterwards console themselves, not seeking revenge for their father's deaths. The men are all wise, choosing not to kill the protagonist when they can, and instead sending their subordinates to gain experience and treasure. Occasionally, they are defeated by the protagonist, who is just playing around. You can't deny that if you were to become the protagonist, it would be as satisfying as being Huang Mao. But if you were to become a villainous supporting character, it would be like a pure love warrior falling into an NTR world, better off dead than alive. Unfortunately, I am one of those supporting villainous characters. In the original book, I fell in love with a woman named Lu Ruyan and gave her all kinds of rare resources. As a result, Lu Ruyan became interested in the protagonist and secretly gave all the resources I sent to the protagonist. After I found out, I only criticized Lu Ruyan for being unethical, asked her to repent, and then started a journey of sending treasures and experiences to the protagonist. 2 years later, with a bang, the Lin family was gone, and I, this big lick dog, was completely destroyed by Lu Ruyan. At this moment, awakening the divine level comprehension, any martial arts can be comprehended to the utmost perfection in an instant. My eyes widened suddenly. Isn't this a direct invincible takeoff? To verify the powerful effect of the cheat device, I immediately took out the core martial art 8 Desolations battle technique that only the Lin family's direct line could learn. The martial arts of the Tianlan continent are divided into 3 levels of heaven, earth, and human, corresponding to the realms of postnatal, prenatal, and sacred. These realms sound ordinary, and at first, I thought this was just an ordinary martial arts world with low martial power. However, postnatal and prenatal are not what I understood. Postnatal refers to the realm of human beings, where an extreme postnatal expert can easily destroy a mountain range with a single punch and live for 1,000 years. Prenatal reaches a level beyond the secular world, where even the most ordinary prenatal expert is already transcendent, capable of burning the sky and boiling the sea, chasing stars and moons, destroying a country with a slap, tearing apart thousands of miles, and living for tens of thousands of years. The sacred realm is too far from the secular world to speculate about. The 8 Desolate battle technique is a supreme human-grade cultivation technique. It has a total of 9 levels. Lin Ao has only cultivated it to the 8th level and has already been honored as the war god of the North Star, shaking the entire North Star Empire. As for the 9th level, looking at the ancient book in my hand, my eyes are full of anticipation. Opening the 8 wilderness battle tactics, the divine level insight is automatically loaded. The 8 extremes battle technique has been completely mastered by you, reaching the state of great perfection. You have comprehended a top-tier human-level cultivation technique, gaining a deeper understanding of the power of divine-level insight. My cultivation has been soaring continuously with the breakthrough of the 8 Desolates battle technique, and in a moment, I have already become a postnatal peak super powerhouse with a human-grade top-grade technique. In the North Star dynasty where no innate powerhouses existed, Lin Ze could already be called invincible. At this moment, an appalling aura as strong as a flooding beast spread out from Lin Ze's body. The powerful life pressure was like a flood breaking through a dike. Boom! The powerful Hotian Great Perfection pressure was like an appalling flood, breaking through the world's cage with a destructive momentum. Declare your presence to this vast land. Strength! A full sense of power filled Lin Ze's entire body. With a light clench of his fist, Lin Ze could feel the air in front of him distort with a hint of light. Peak Ho Tian. Lin Ze was ecstatic in his heart. God-level enlightenment is really powerful. In just such a moment, Lin Ze had ignored all the conditions and had comprehended the 8 Desolate warfare technique to its great completion, turning from the original Ho Tian triple to a superpower at the peak of the Ho Tian. If Grandpa Lin Ao knew about this, I'm afraid he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Lin Ao was able to climb from an ordinary person to this point. His natural talent could be considered top-notch when looking at the entire North Star dynasty. But even so, it still took Lin Ao more than 60 whole years to cultivate to the peak of Ho Tian. As for his 8 Desolate battle technique level, it had only reached the 8th layer, and he had been unable to break through to the 9th layer for a long time. However, Lin Ze had only spent a few short seconds to achieve a double perfect breakthrough in both his technique and realm. This gap, godly gnosis talent is awesome, and god-level enlightenment which is only LV1. LV1 would be able to learn all sorts of feats in an instant, ignoring all conditions. And what kind of heavenly effect does LV2 have to be? Looking at the 3/10 behind Divine Gnosis LV1 in the virtual interface, Lin Ze couldn't help but look forward to it in his heart. With this talent of god-level enlightenment in place, no matter if it was the death crisis that was secretly targeting the Lin family or that so-called protagonist plot, it was all bull ********. He ripped up the scripted child right out of the gate. Thinking, Lin Ze murmured, although the heavenly Lan technique is precious, and a single human level upper grade is already an untold secret of all the great clans, but my Lin family is so big that a few human level upper grades are still available, and let's see how it goes, even if the effect isn't as good as a human grade extreme, and I can't upgrade my talent, it can still increase my combat power. When you walk in the jungle, you have a lot of skills. The 8 Desolate warfare technique was a mental technique type of technique, which was sufficient to look out of the ordinary in terms of aura strength and offensive means, but it was lacking in body techniques and body refining. Lin Ze also took this opportunity to practice feats like stance and body refining to build himself into a hexagonal warrior with no shortcomings. Say it and do it. Lin Ze immediately pushed open the door towards the Lin family book depository. Walking through the Lin family compound, Lin Ze was already a different person. With Lin Ze's human order extreme achievement of the peak of the Ho Tian, his power was rounded and integrated, and he was able to put it away freely, just as if he had already reached the realm of returning to his true self. Between the walks, there is a will be when the top of the patriarchal temperament. The whole person becomes full of strength and hope, overflowing with the splendor of life, especially those eyes. It has shed its boyishness and become rich with absolute confidence and depth. Therein lies the beauty of power. At this moment, the world is quiet, the light is soft, the flowers are fragrant, and the wind is clear. Not many more steps, a scented breeze hit the room. A woman whose appearance could be described as stunning, with delicate features, a delicate figure, and a slightly puritanical temperament, just like a fresh and elegant woman like an orchid in an empty valley, walked head-on. The woman was tall and wore a fitted light blue dress that outlined the curves of her beautiful figure. A pair of long, slender and rounded legs were exposed under the hem of the skirt, swaying and eye-catching. The woman's name was Lu Hanyan. She was Lin Ze's nominal sister-in-law. The reason why it was nominal was because Lu Hanyan had never met Lin Ze's brother, Lin Ze, who had died in that accidental war before she had even passed away. The relationship between the two exists only as a matchmaker between the fathers of both parties, and with Lin Ze's death, this undecided marriage should have ended, and the unmarried Lu Hanyan should not have appeared in the Lin family. But Lu Hanyan's situation was a bit special. She was the equivalent of being offered and sold to the Lin family by the Lu family, so Lu Hanyan preferred to stay in the Lin family as Lin Ze's unmarried wife and remain a widow, rather than return to that pathetic family. Thus, Lin Ao let her stay in the Lin family. After so many years, he also treated Lu Hanyan as his own granddaughter. But alas, Lin Ze sighed in his heart. This so-called granddaughter is just grandpa's wishful thinking. He treats Lu Hanyan as his granddaughter, but Lu Hanyan doesn't necessarily treat Lin Ao as her grandfather. Chapter 3, The Lin Family Army. Lu Hanyan. Because after the plot of the original book develops, Lu Hanyan stays in the Lin family with an identity similar to that of an unmarried daughter-in-law. Yet she still has contact with the protagonist with ambiguous feelings. Even after knowing that the Lin family had been exterminated by the protagonist, she had been hesitant, debating whether to kill the protagonist to avenge the Lin family, or to give up her hatred and follow the protagonist. As for the final decision on whether to enroll or not, Lin Ze didn't know. He saw that the Lin family was destroyed and could not carry it, and that book was so poisonous that even he, a 10-year god farmer, broke his defense, and he still looked at a door. However, according to the stupid author's urine, Lu Hanyan finally joined the protagonist's harem, and became another classic character of the hatred of killing her father, not to be reported. This author's pen. Any pen ink description of the woman on the horse. There is no one is a normal view of the three. Of course, that's what it says. But how does it actually work? Lin Ze's heart was inexplicably a bit complicated. Because Lin Ze is not a soul wearer, but a fetus wearer. All of his emotions during those 18 years were truly his own. In Lin Ze's heart, Lu Hanyan was already a part of their family, a relationship similar to that of a sister, and similar to that of a clueless man and woman. Why would Lu Hanyan, an unmarried and non-existent marriage contract, basically a nameless and faceless woman, be left in the Lin family by Lin Ao? Because when the oldest grandson dies, there's still the youngest grandson. This was something that the Lin family was all pretending to understand, and Lin Ze certainly understood it as well. How can anyone have any feelings at all? After nearly a decade together, having a dog is emotional, let alone a living, breathing human being. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Ze's mood is so complicated when his memory awakens and he learns that he is wearing a book. He is now feeling like in his everyday beautiful life. Suddenly a divine calculator who can't calculate anything tells you that your adoptive sister cum child bride is a hopeless love brain who may backstab later. Although the plot has not yet begun, and things may be said later, are able to intervene to change, but this kind of unreasonable true protagonist through the book world, who cannot take the protagonist aura power and world correction power in the end how much? So this Lu Hanyan, got to be on guard. He mentally sighed slightly, and then put all his thoughts away. He didn't pay any attention to Lu Hanyan again. His eyes were full of indifference, all treating Lu Hanyan as a stranger. Walking quickly past Lu Hanyan, Lin Ze took a few slightly imperceptible steps to the side, avoiding the plague like a god, lest he be glued to the love brain and wisdom-reducing aura. Lu Hanyan noticed this. It's also hard not to notice. In the past, even if Lin Ze was in a bad mood, he would more or less come to talk to her and say a few words to relieve his boredom. But now, a simple greeting without a single word, just like a passing stranger, made Lu Hanyan surprised. She suspected that this was a new lustful trick Lin Ze had learned from some people. It wasn't that Lu Hanyan was self-absorbed, but in the past, she could indeed feel that Lin Ze had some meaning for her. And as the Miss Lin family, there are some things she actually understands, and who she marries isn't married anyway. It's all the same to her. Even more than that Lin Ze, whom he had never met. It was conversely this Lin Ze, who had grown up together, who was more familiar, but it was also because it was too familiar, which made it difficult for Lu Hanyan to have feelings for Lin Ze that went beyond siblings all along. Because the person of interest in her heart, although it does not require you to be rich and powerful and build a career, but at least it cannot be a coward who does not act and is not responsible, right? Look at what's become of the Lin family. Everyone says there's no one left in the Lin family, but what about Lin Ze? He is still doing nothing. He has no sense of responsibility as the successor of the Lin family, and he is always running away from that emperor grandfather of his. But will running away solve the problem? Lu Hanyan sighed in her heart. So she was ready to go along with Lin Ze's wishes and coax him. In the end, he is his own brother who has grown up and spoiled him. As she thought this, she saw the indifference in Lin Ze's eyes that looked like he was looking at a stranger. There was even a hint of wariness. It's not like faking it at all. Lu Hanyan didn't understand. What had she done to piss him off? Wasn't it fine yesterday? So she asked, Zadie, I heard from Jade that you fainted? Lin Ze fainted. Naturally, because he had suddenly awakened the memories of his past life. And there was no major problem. Otherwise Lin Ao would have been unable to sit still a long time ago. Hearing Lu Hanyan ask, Lin Ze turned his head and replied flatly, I'm sorry for your concern. Everything is fine. After saying that, Lin Ze quickly left, looking at Lin Ze's back as he left without looking back. Lu Hanyan's gaze was a little hard to speak for a moment. An illusion? How does it feel that after fainting once, he's like a different person? Lin Family Book Depository. Lin Ze walked into the magnificent book collection with great anticipation. The Lin Family Book Pavilion had 3 floors. The first level puts in first-rate and second-rate boxing and kicking kung fu that doesn't enter the grade. These first-rate and second-rate kung fu that did not enter the grade might be precious to the general martial arts school, but to the Lin family it was nothing more than a body-strengthening technique for the family's servants and maids. They were placed on the first floor, and anyone in the Lin family could just flip through them and learn. The second level was divided into 2 sections, each holding human grade lower grade and human grade middle grade techniques that had entered the grade. Among them, the lower human level items could be casually flipped through and studied as long as they passed the Lin family's approval and were loyal and faithful enough to the main family. It was evident that the Lin family was rich and powerful, and the human middle grade is a bit stricter. In addition to the requirement of being loyal enough, one must also contribute to the Lin family and become a core force of the Lin family in order to be qualified to study. The third level was the Lin family's true core secret transmission. which contained several of the Lin family's collected upper grade techniques. The level of human grade upper grade was already the strongest under the human grade extreme grade, and it was an absolute untold secret when placed in all the major clans. So even the hallowed North Star Lin family would not be wealthy enough to open it up to outsiders. On the third floor, there were and only the Lin family's true own people could enter. Lin Ze directly walked up to the third floor of the book pavilion. The ones in charge of guarding the third floor of the book pavilion were two Hotian 7th level experts. Hotian 7th level. At first glance, this realm sounded as if it was very casual and could not be considered an expert. But the fact is that Hotian is just a generalization that encompasses the realm that all Hotian beings need to go through in order to evolve towards innate beings. It included the 9 realms of refining skin, flesh, bone, blood, viscera, vessel, returning to the element, embracing the divine, and divine mystery. The 7th level of the Hotian was precisely the return to Yuan realm among them. The Hui Yuan realm cultivator had gone through the physical body quenching, tapped all the potential of the physical body, opened up the veins of the whole body, and the spiritual chi in the body circulated and nourished in an unceasing manner, and was able to catalyze infinite spiritual power in a single exhale and inhalation. Every move has great power, and can easily shatter a small mountain. With a lifespan of 300 years, such a strong person was a guest of honor in every house wherever he went. Put on the North Star Court, can be more unique, leading an army to suppress a party. However, in the Lin family, these two Hotian 7th level experts were willing to condescend to be a small book collection guard. It was only because they were Lin Ao's close friends who had been trained and brought up by Lin Ao, and had followed Lin Ao in battle for many years, and had made great achievements on the battlefield. His character and heart had long since passed the test of blood and fire, and was a Lin family member who was absolutely loyal to the Lin family and to Lin Ao. It's a member of the Lin family army. Lin Ao North Star God of War is not called these 4 words for nothing. Lin Ao for the North Star dynasty to open up the territory to fight and kill the enemy. North Star army 70% are in the hands of Lin Ao rise and development. He was extremely prestigious in the North Star army. It can even be said that Lin Ao's words are more useful than the holy decree in the North Star army. So after Lin Ao withdrew from the imperial court to stay away from the strife in the first place, most of Lin Ao's close friends in the North Star army followed him and retreated to the Lin family, changing their surname to Lin and becoming the Lin family army. The two Hotian 7th level experts in front of them were the top echelons of the Lin family army, Lin Zhong and Lin Yang. When Lin Yang saw Lin Ze, he immediately bowed respectfully and did not hold himself in the posture of a so-called expert. "See you, young master." Lin Ze smiled and nodded, saying to the duo, "Hard work." Saying that, Lin Ze walked straight into the door of the third floor. Outside the gate, Lin Zhong and Lin Yang were both confused for a moment. The two men looked at each other. "Did I hear you wrong? When has young master been so polite?" The hell with it. Chapter 4 God Level Enlightenment LV2. Inside the third floor of the book depository, Lin Ze sized up the feats inside one by one. There weren't many feats inside. Even for the North Star Lin family, there were only a mere 4 books at this level of human grade upper grade. 1 finger technique, 1 body technique, and 2 comprehensive heart techniques that favored Reiki enhancement. Lin Ze first looked at the stance and fingering techniques. Body technique, the 6 illusions of the heavenly feather. Fingering, shadowless sword finger. You've gone through the 6 illusions of heavenly feathers. The 6 illusions of heaven's feather has been completely solved by you, and you've reached the state of perfection. Tianyu 6 illusions LV6. Great perfection. You've realized a personal top grade. Divine enlightenment LV1, 4 out of 10. You've gone through the shadowless sword and finger. The shadowless sword finger has been completely broken by you, and you've reached the state of perfection. Shadowless sword finger LV9. Divine gnosis LV1, 5 out of 10. In the effort of flipping through the book, Lin Ze had already completely learned the shadowless sword fingers and the 6 illusions of the heavenly feather, both arriving at the grand completion realm. And just like the 8 desolate warfare techniques, it was as if he had practiced for decades, and there was not the slightest bit of rawness when he performed it. At this moment, all of his martial arts were rounded and integrated. Body technique, human grade upper grade great perfection. Finger technique, human level upper grade great perfection. Heart technique, human grade extreme great perfection. The great perfection of the 3 great feats. It turned Lin Ze from a white boy into a true martial arts master. At this point, looking at the entire North Star dynasty, there was no longer a single enemy of Lin Ze. Miso, terrifying sharpness spread out from Lin Ze's body, causing the air on the entire third floor of the book pavilion to take on a piercing coldness. The temperature plummeted all around. It was as if a cold ice divine sword ruled over this heaven and earth, bringing with it the deep cold of winter. Outside the main door of the book depository, Lin Zhong Lin Yang involuntarily trembled. The hairs on his body suddenly shifted. The two immediately looked around alertly. However, no abnormality was perceived. It just seemed to be a cold gust of cloudy wind blowing from nowhere. What's with this weather? Why did it turn cold all of a sudden? Squeaky. It didn't take long for the door to the third floor of the book depository to open again. Lin Ze's tall and slender figure walked out. He was in a hurry to leave, as if he had something urgent to do. Before the two had time to salute, Lin Ze's figure had disappeared in front of them in a flash like a ghost. Only a shallow phantom that dissipated in pieces like a feather was left behind. Lin Yong froze. When did young master become so fast? Lin Zhong, however, looked at the traces of Lin Ze's departure just now, and said in shocked disbelief, "It's not just as simple as being fast. The young master's stance pace that he left subconsciously just now should be the Heavenly Feather 6 illusions. As the best in the Lin family army who practiced the Heavenly Feather 6 illusions, how could Lin Zhong not recognize the pace of the Heavenly Feather 6 illusion stance? It was because of that knowledge that Lin Zhong was even more uncertain, because the phantoms that were scattered like feathers needed at least a fourth phantom to do so. Fourth illusion. As the Lin family's treasured human-grade superior grade technique, the subtlety and profundity of the Heavenly Feather 6 illusions was not low, and there were only a handful of people in the entire Lin family who could cultivate the Heavenly Feather 6 illusions to the fourth illusion. None of them were strong Hotian 6 or above who had been immersed in the Sky Feather 6 illusions for more than 10 years, but his young master, Lin Ze, is only 18 this year, and the realm was only the third Hotian. How could an 18-year-old Hotian third grader cultivate the Heavenly Feather 6 illusions to such a profound realm? Lin Zhong was in deep thought. The second floor of the book depository. Lin Ze went straight to the area where the human-grade medium-grade feats were placed. After experiencing the sweep of the third tier of human-level upper-grade feats, Lin Ze's talented divine gnosis had come to 7 out of 10, with the last 3 points still missing. Lin Ze then thought about coming to the second level to sweep the area. The second tier of the middle-grade techniques. Although the quality was not as good as the top-grade techniques, but the lack of quality could be made up by quantity. The Lin family's middle-grade feats weren't exactly scarce. Even if he only gave 0.2 progress per book, Lin Ze could use the quantity to push his talent level up. Thus, Lin Ze didn't even look at what kind of gongfu it was. As long as it was a human-grade medium grade, he just flipped it over, striving to quickly raise his talent to the second level and unlock the abilities of the second-level talent. Flipping through a book called Barbarian Bull Body Refining Technique of Human Grade Medium Grade. You've gone through the Barbarian Bull Alchemy. Divine Enlightenment LV1, 7 out of 10. The progress of Divine Gnosis did not increase in the slightest. Lin Ze picked up another mid-grade grade Fiery Flame Demon Suppression Technique. You looked through. Divine Enlightenment LV1, 7 out of 10. Lin Ze was not discouraged and continued to flip. You've looked through. Divine Enlightenment LV1, 7 out of 10. Divine Enlightenment LV1, 8 out of 10. After flipping through 4 books in a row, the upgrade progress of Divine Gnosis finally increased a little. 1 point of progress on 4 feats. Lin Ze joyfully glanced at the entire mid-grade merit area. There are at least 40 books here. Totally enough talent to move up to level 2. Lin Ze immersed himself in the feats again. Divine Gnosis LV1, 9 out of 10. Divine Enlightenment LV1, 10 out of 10. You've read all the books and finally realized something, and have a more essential understanding of the gift of Divine Enlightenment. You have developed a new ability of Divine Enlightenment. Divine Gnosis upgraded to LV2, 0 out of 100. From now on, you will gain a breakthrough understanding of any feat laws you practice, elevating the feat deduction to a new realm, making the feat comprehension level +1. Next moment, a mysterious sense of divine splendor instantly surfaced in Lin Ze's mind, causing him to swim in the void. For a moment, it was as if Lin Ze had entered the cosmic stars and viewed all the mysteries of the entire universe since its birth. He had an epiphany. You have comprehended the 8 desolate warfare techniques and have an idea of the realm above the 9th level of the 8 desolate warfare techniques. You try to deduce the 10th level of the 8 wastelands warfare method. You have realized the 10th level of the 8 desolate warfare technique, 8 wastes warfare LV10. You have comprehended the 6 illusions of the heavenly feather and have an idea of the realm above the 7th level of the 6 illusions of the heavenly feather. You try. Tianyu 6 Phantoms LV7. Shadowless Sword Finger LV10. Chapter 5, the silly plot is about to begin. After an epiphany, all of the techniques that Lin Ze had learned all broke through the realm, adding a layer to the original base layer and gaining a huge boost. And there was no greater enhancement than the 8 desolate warfare, as a merit law that was infinitely close to the earth level, close to the innate being level of the very best of the human level. The 8 desolate warfare techniques grade base was placed here, and its one realm deduction boost was far greater than that of other grades. The 10th layer of this realm projection had even vaguely allowed Lin Ze to touch that mysterious innate being shackle. He already had half a foot in it. and was a half-step innate. Lin Ze had the feeling that if the 8 Desolate warfare techniques could be deduced to the 11th layer, then he would certainly be able to break through the shackles of the Hotian in one fell swoop, completely stepping through the gate of the innate, and becoming a great innate being. Thus, Lin Ze's eyes were glowing as he immersed himself in the sea of books once again. Since LV2 Divine Level Comprehension was able to break through the shackles of feats to push through a layer of realms, does that LV3 add another layer? Or maybe it opens up other counterintuitive effects, allowing him to step directly into the innate? After seeing the powerful abilities of LV1 and LV2, Lin Ze was even more excited about the abilities of LV3. You looked through. Divine Gnosis LV2, 1 out of 100. Divine Enlightenment, 8 out of 100. After rummaging through all the human-grade mid-grade feats in the Lin family's collection, the progress of Divine Gnosis finally stopped at 8 points, but it was still a full 92 points short of being upgraded again. At 92 points, it takes 92 books to convert to an adult-level top grade, and a full 368 books to convert to an adult-level middle grade. Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a headache. The Heavenly Lan continent's merit laws were precious. Even his titular North Star Lin family, the largest powerful family in the entire North Star Imperial dynasty, only had 4 copies of the top grade and 40 or so copies of the middle grade. Where is he going to get such a large amount for upgrade needs? With that in mind, Lin Ze turned his gaze towards the human grade inferior area. Quality is not enough. Quantity comes to make up for it. Although the human grade lower grade is low, but if so many go down, it can still increase by more or less 5 points, right? With this in mind, Lin Ze continued to soak in the lower human grade area. All turned over after the sweep. Divine Enlightenment LV2, 13 out of 100. 100 or so of my leveled lowers really only added 5 points. It's better than nothing. However, although the progress of Divine Level Gnosis had not increased, the progress Lin Ze had made from so many feats accrued to him was enormous. Sweeping through the entire Lin family book depository, all sorts of heart techniques, body refining methods, body techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques. Lin Ze had thoroughly grasped them all and was able to integrate them, especially those body refining methods. The efficacy they reacted to was the most direct, although there was a certain amount of repetition between the various types of body refining. With such a huge amount of accumulation, Lin Ze's fleshly body had long since gone through an all-encompassing 1,000 hammer refining. At this moment, Lin Ze's fleshly body chi and blood were incomparably strong and radiant. Under full exertion, the chi and blood of this physical body alone could be described with the words essence wolf smoke. Relying only on pure physical strength, Lin Ze was already able to keep all evils at bay and break the law with his strength, not to mention all the other enhancements. All of the feats in the Lin family's bookstore directly made Lin Ze a top hexagonal warrior. Right now, he only needed to make a slight move, and he was already at the pinnacle of what the North Star Imperial dynasty could not reach. Thus, all the crises surrounding the Lin family were solved. Whether it was certain people who wanted to make the Lin family extinct, or the protagonist plot afterward, if they dared to come, Lin Ze would be able to tell them to come back with no return. Lin Ze was sad again. Upgrading his talent required so many feats. Where was he going to get them? Lin Ze stepped out of the book depository and was thinking about which one to visit. At this point, a maid came rushing to meet her. Young master. Who? I finally found you. Lin Ze nodded. Don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly. Lin Ze's gentle tone caused the maid to be slightly surprised. She gave Lin Ze a flabbergasted look. Today's young master seems to be a little different. Where exactly was the difference? The maid's realm wasn't enough to see it, but at least, the young master seems to look better and more confident than before. That kind of gentle elegance from the inside out, and the temperament that precipitates like an abyss. It's really enjoyable to watch. The maid blushed slightly. Young master, it's the master who has urgent matters for you. The slave girl looked as if she was in quite a hurry. Grandpa wants to see me? Is he in a hurry? Lin Ze carefully recalled the plot of the book. He was approached by something important at this time of day. Could it be? Lin Ze's eyes flashed with precision. The silly lack of drama in the book is going to start. Lin Ze stepped into the Lin family's main residence with large strides. At a glance, I saw the imposing, majestic figure. Even though he has been retired for many years, Lin Ao's demeanor as a marshal who has been in charge of life and death for a long time still remains unabated, revealing a sharp edge all over his body. Especially that pair of shining eyes brilliant as bright fire. Can straight call people's hearts to be scared. The whole person stands proudly in the world, like an immortal god of war, although no robe in the body, but the solemn death of the autumn wind. But what was rather incongruous was that Lin Ao had a string of Buddha beads cupped in his hand. Lin Ze knew that Lin Ao had fought all his life, never believed in gods and goddesses, nor did he respect ghosts and gods. He only believed in his ancestors. Lin Ao had always scoffed at the idea of divine and Buddhist karma and killing retribution, but right after all the second generation of the Lin family passed away and Lin Ze unexpectedly died in the war. This man who was as tall as a god of war and who had been strong all his life finally succumbed. You wanted to see me, Grandpa? Lin Ao didn't say anything, he just kept staring at Lin Ze. With Lin Ao's realm, as early as the moment Lin Ze entered the door, he had noticed that something was wrong. This kid, how come he's changed so much since he fainted once? In the past, I was not very confident in what I was doing. I was gloomy, and I always had a sense of cowardice. Talking to myself is dead boring. Which would be like today. Full of vigor, exuding a dazzling light full of vitality from the inside out. If he hadn't been keeping an eye on him, Lin Ao would have suspected that his grandson had been dropped. Chapter 6 The Golden Autumn Banquet. Did you get this kid out of his mind by fainting once? After staring carefully at Lin Ze for a while, Lin Ao then spoke. The autumn exams of the North Star Academy have ended, and in a few days His Majesty will convene the Golden Autumn Banquet to personally inspect the Academy's children. You'll be there then. At those words, Lin Ze's heart was clear. Sure enough, it's a golden banquet, the Golden Autumn Feast. This was the beginning of all the tragedies for the Lin family. It was at this Golden Autumn Banquet that Lin Ze met Xia Qinghe of the North Star Academy, and began the treasure-giving boy hot chicken plot without any downside. It was from this Golden Autumn Feast that North Star war god Lin Ao's body became worse by the day, gradually going into decline, and finally blowing himself up in order to protect Lin Ze, bringing down the curtain on the legend. Although Lin Ao was a Hotian 9th level divine marvelous powerhouse with a lifespan of 1,000 years, his lifetime of conquest, opening up the frontiers for the North Star and stopping the war with the war, leaving too many laborious and dark injuries all over his body. The wounds all over his body were called a big scar over a small scar over a big scar, and the scar was fatal. This caused him to lose too many roots. His foundation was damaged, and his body aged extremely quickly. Originally, at over 100 years old, an age that could only be considered youth for a peak Hotian powerhouse was already on the verge of twilight, and this also meant that Lin Ao's peak period was about to pass, and the dark injury strain that he had forced down by virtue of his youthful vigor was about to be suppressed. Once the dark injury and labor damage erupted, his body's chi and blood would be defeated, causing him to fall into the abyss of defeat in a very short period of time. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Ao is worried that Lin Ze will not be able to protect himself after he leaves in the future. So he lets Lin Ze go to the Golden Autumn Banquet as a way to enter the civil service career, borrowing the prestige of the Lin family's operation in the dynasty all the way to the top. In this way, even if he were to die in the future, Lin Ze would have an official body in place, and with the Lin family army and his own residual power in the North Star Army, he would be able to at least save a small life and live out the rest of his life in peace. Thinking of this, Lin Ze immediately secretly operated his half-step innate spiritual power to check up on Lin Ao's physical condition. This glance, what a touch! On Lin Ao's body, it was all bruises, all dark wound bruises. With this kind of injury, even with his half-step innate ability he felt a pang of trouble. What are you looking at? Lin Ao detected the glint in Lin Ze's eyes. Lin Ze withdrew his gaze and directly gave Lin Ao an affirmative reply. I will go to the Golden Autumn Feast. Lin Ze remembered that the North Star Imperial family had a human-grade upper-grade healing technique called the 9 Extreme Life Xian Needle. This method over the years to save a lot of life hanging in the line of the court officials and the Sandfield generals, making this method reputation, became the North Star Dynasty Imperial Medical Department of the senior must study the means of healing. However, the healing efficacy of this set of Gongfu and the cultivation realm is hanging equal. Even the dynasty of the Imperial Doctor Order is only the 7th level of cultivation of the Hotian. The needle method is only up to the 8th needle. Naturally cannot be used to save Lin Ao, but Lin Ze was different. The 9 Extreme Fateful Shen needle had automatically reached great perfection in his hands, and it could be pushed up one more needle. At that time, with his half-step innate cultivation, coupled with the 10 needles of the Kung Fu realm, saving Lin Ao would be nothing more than a piece of cake. Therefore, Lin Ze had to make a trip to the Imperial Palace to get his hands on the 9 Extreme Life Xian needle. Of course, if you can take the opportunity to rub the royal collection, to say who has the richest inventory of feats in the entire North Star Imperial dynasty, it would inevitably have to be the royal family. If he could rub up against the royal family's bookstore, even if his talent couldn't rise to the 3rd level, he could at least increase his progress by half, right? Lin Ze thought like this. Lin Ao was the odd one out, the Lin Ze of the past. As soon as he talked about wanting him to enter the palace all twisted and turned, but now he actually agreed to be so dry? Just go and behave well and try to get in front of His Majesty. After a pause, Lin Ao again looked at Lin Ze with a complicated expression and said, I know that you've been grumbling about him after hearing the rumors out there. but he's your own grandfather after all, and he won't treat you badly when you go to the palace. The so-called windy rumors in Lin Ao's mouth were nothing more than a high meritocracy. With Lin Ao's prestige of speaking more than holy orders in the North Star Army, it was inevitable that there would be discordant voices up and down the imperial dynasty. The second generation of the Lin family and the death of Lin Ze. No one dared to say it, but everyone knew it in their hearts. If you were the emperor, would you stand by and watch the Lin family grow stronger and stronger and stay entrenched in the North Star Army? As a result, there were so-called rumors that reached Lin Ze's ears. It is for this reason that both the Lin Ze in the book and Lin Ze himself are so resistant to the palace and have always been deathly afraid of hiding a cowardice. What considerations Lin Ze in the book is motivated by, Lin Ze doesn't know, but he himself knew it in his heart. If he hadn't pretended to be mediocre in the first place, I'm afraid he would have died in another accident as well. Lin Ao added, Grandpa doesn't expect too much from you. Protecting yourself is enough. The Buddha beads coiled in Lin Ao's hands quickened their plucking. This string of Buddha beads had been coiled by Lin Ao to the point of being oily. After that, Lin Ao waved his hand. Go down and get ready. The Golden Autumn Feast will begin, and Old Mo will go with you. The old mare in Lin Ao's mouth was the butler of the Lin family, Lin Mo, a great master of the Hotian 8th level. He was the commander of the Lin family's army, the vice-marshal who had followed Lin Ao from the very beginning to fight in the south and north, an absolute Lin family member. Even after the Lin family suffered a great disaster in the original book and Lin Ao blew himself up, he never betrayed, but resolutely led the Lin family army in revolt, threw his head into the blood for the Lin family, and burned out the last ounce of his heroic soul. With such a Lin family army, such a Lin family member, it's totally a heavenly card in one hand and a king bomb in the other. But Lin Ze, the son of the Lin family in the original book, had managed to lose so much. Just tell me if this bad review should be given or not. Lin Ze bid farewell to his grandfather Lin Ao and left the main residence. After leaving the main house, Lin Ze walked on the forest path of the Lin family compound. Where should I look for high-quality feats? Lin Ze's mind was now filled with the 3 words of engaging in feats. After experiencing the great power that comes with the gift, Lin Ze now only wanted to learn from Zhao Gao. Step by step to the top, head bowed in contemplation. Lin Ze didn't notice Lu Hanyan practicing her sword in the gazebo in front of him. Lu Hanyan, however, noticed Lin Ze. The current Lin Ze was quite different from the previous one, whether it was in terms of temperament, mental outlook, or the inner and outer substance he exuded. It's pretty hard not to notice him. Lu Hanyan stopped the longsword dancing in her hand. She looked at Lin Ze quietly. The midday sun casts dappled shadows through the rustling leaves of the forest. A sliver of broken sunlight shone golden on Lin Ze, illuminating the brooding musings of his bowed head and elongating his tall, slender figure. The youth in the sunshine, handsome and full of sunshine vigor, like the son of the sun. That look of serious concentration. The whole thing shone with a dazzling light. So splendid. Lu Hanyan didn't understand why the gap between a person's before and after would be so big after just one day of absence. Chapter 7 Lin Ze's true face. Or is this the true face of his Lin Ze? Lu Hanyan closed her sword and stood, her pavilion-like appearance falling into the brilliant golden sunlight. A pair of long, round legs looked so tight and full in the light. She looked at Lin Ze silently, as if she wanted to see through Lin Ze's facade to the reality of his heart. Lin Ze noticed Lu Hanyan's gaze. He looked up. It's Lu Hanyan. He subconsciously frowned before nodding lightly to Lu Hanyan, and he was considered to have met her. After that he left the garden at a quick pace and returned to his room. Lu Hanyan watched speechlessly as Lin Ze left. She was silent for a long time and continued practicing her sword. This time, her sword was extraordinarily powerful, and her sword slashed at the air with an ear-piercing whine. How could I forget this thing? Having been subbed into Lin Ze's supporting perspective, Lin Ze almost forgot that there was such a thing as a protagonist. When he met Lu Hanyan, Lin Ze instantly remembered a classic episode from the original book, a canon within a canon, with the protagonist picking up advanced feats. And the origin of that advanced technique was not simple. It was the remnants of the first half of an Earth-grade medium-grade technique. Although it was only a remnant, it had reached the realm of innate divine beings in its exact grade, possessing a subtlety that could not be attained at the Hotian level. It is with this remnant that the protagonist can rise quickly. Well, there is also the original book Lin Ze, the child who delivers the treasure. Earth-grade middle grade. Even if it's just the remnants of the first half, it's at least worth 5 progress points, right? With this thought, Lin Ze directly left the door and headed to Chonghua Street. If he remembered correctly, that merit law should be at a stall on Chonghua Street, and it hadn't been obtained by the protagonist at this time of the year. When Lin Ze left the door, 2 Hotian 6th level experts from the Lin family army immediately stepped out from the shadows and followed behind Lin Ze. Hotian 6, This is enough to hold a key position in the North Star dynasty, managing a side of the city. Many of the patriarchs of medium-sized family powers in the North Star imperial capital were only at this realm. 2 Hotian 6th heavenly bodyguards were enough to keep Lin Ze safe and sound within the imperial capital. Besides, in the entire imperial city, whoever was on a higher level did not recognize Lin Ze, the only heir of the Lin family. The two of them followed behind Lin Ze, their expressions serious as they alerted their surroundings. Seeing that the fall day was still slightly summery, he thoughtfully gave Lin Ze another folding fan that he commonly used. Lin Ze wasn't surprised, he just had to do this every time he went out. Opening his folding fan, Lin Ze habitually fanned himself. The breeze is light, a white dress like snow, hair swirls slightly in the wind. The stranger is like jade, and the gentleman is unmatched in the world. Along the way, Lin Ze attracted the gazes of many wistful young girls. Traveled to Joan of Arc Street. Lin Ze walked around the various stalls seemingly aimlessly, picking one up every now and then to see and ask the price. Eventually, Lin Ze stopped in front of a stall. He picked up an old, tattered book and flipped through it casually. You've gone through the book of the 7 stars of the phantom moon. You have discovered that the record of the 7 stars of the illusory moon is a remnant of the first half of a middle-ranked Earth-level technique. You try to make it up by extrapolating. Too much mutilation. It is predicted that after 30 days, the illusory moon 7-star record can be made complete and restored to a full Earth-grade medium. The movement in Lin Ze's hand stalled. Divine Gnosis actually has this function? Even the crippled ones can be filled in. Wouldn't this mean that Lin Ze would be able to possess a middle-grade Earth-level technique in 30 days, officially stepping into the innate level? Great Hall. So, Lin Ze immediately asked, how much is this? The stall owner saw that Lin Ze looked like a man of the world, so he thought that he shouldn't be short of money. He thought carefully and boldly offered a high price. One price. 1 spirit crystal. Spirit crystals often circulated among cultivators above the 6th level of the Hotian, and were a high-level currency. In the North Star Imperial Dynasty, the exchange rate between a spirit crystal and a gold coin was often at 1,000. 1 spirit crystal is also 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins in this pile of god-awful looking rags was indeed considered a high price. But that's the thing about buying and selling. You make an offer, I make a counteroffer. The stall owner didn't expect the price of 1 spirit crystal to sell. I'm a lion's share of the money, and I'm okay with you cutting the aorta down to 10 gold coins. However, the stallholder thinks freely about the occasion. A dry reply made him giggle. Deal. Pay up. Saying that, Lin Ze directly took away the broken book that contained the record of the 7 stars of the illusory moon. 1 spirit crystal was only a few dollars. To a top family heir like Lin Ze, 1 spirit crystal and 1 gold coin was just the difference between 10 cents or 20 cents. He didn't bother to go through the extra trouble for a dime. The stallholder tugged breathlessly at the corner of his mouth. Sloppy. This male is most likely the son of a top powerhouse family in the imperial capital. The kind that has a lot of spirit crystals to eat for dinner. If I had known, I would have offered 100 spirit crystals. It's a big loss. The stallholder is secretly chagrined. Suddenly, a pink-clad girl hurriedly appeared in front of the stall owner. She glanced at the stalls and noticed at once that the worn and ancient book she had previously favored was missing. She hurriedly asked, "This stallholder, where is that broken book you put here?" The stall owner shrugged. "You're one step too late. Just now a prince bought it away for 1 spirit crystal." "What?" The pink-clad girl froze, and then hurriedly asked, "Which way did he go?" "Nah, that way." The stallholder pointed in a direction. The pink-clad girl immediately chased after him. So many people are going to. Seeing this, the stall owner touched his head. Mud, did he look away? That thing is a good thing? On the other hand, Lin Ze had hit the road after getting his stuff. The pink-clad girl chased after him all the way but didn't see a rich boy with a broken book. She couldn't help but stop and stomp her foot with remorse. Obviously I was here first. I should have known to carry a little more money on me. Damn it, that broken book is definitely a human-grade extreme or even an Earth-grade absolute remnant. If only I could buy it back again. The pink-clothed girl's stunning face was filled with disappointment and bereavement. She mumbled her way back to the North Star Academy. Chapter 8, The North Star Emperor. Time rushes. It didn't take long for the Golden Autumn Feast to convene. Lin Mo, the old butler of the Lin Mansion, acted as a carriage driver and led Lin Ze into the palace. When the palace guards saw Lin Mo in front of the carriage, they gave him a reverent salute. It wasn't just because he represented the North Star War God. As the deputy marshal of the North Star War God Lin Ao, a Hotian 8th level powerhouse, Lin Mo had an equally high prestige in the North Star Army. Even though Lin Ao and Lin Mo had both retired for many years, the old men in the North Star Army still all remembered the era that was filled with blood and fire. Remember these two spiritual leaders of the North Star Army, General Lin. As the carriage pulled in, The Imperial City Guard commander subconsciously blurted out a General Lin, but he quickly reacted again. Butler Lin. His Majesty knew that His Excellency was coming, and ordered us to wait specially early in the morning to receive the two of you to the Fenghua Palace for a chat. His Majesty has not seen His Excellency for a long time, and his heart misses him. Lin Mo responded indifferently. Thank you, don't dare. The guard commander even said that he didn't dare to, and then quickly led the carriage to the Fenghua Hall. Lin Mo held back the curtain and invited Lin Ze out of the car. Young master, it's here. Inside the palace of Fenghua, a dragon robe, majestic and heavy North Star Emperor sat on the dragon chair, his dragon chi overflowing, not angry and authoritative. Your Majesty, Lin Ze of the Lin family has arrived. Shen. His Majesty has decreed that the Lin family's Lin Ze be summoned for an audience. The door to the Windward Palace opened. Lin Ze walked into the Great Hall, and Lin Mo waited outside the hall as a butler's vassal. I, Lin Ze. See Your Majesty. Baichen Emperor slightly squared himself. Level off. Thank you, Your Majesty. Emperor Baichen pressed his hand downward. Calling His Majesty would be too out of the ordinary. Family, no such mundane rituals. Emperor Baichen looked at Lin Ze with a smile on his face. Speaking of which, Zaire, you haven't been to the palace for several years, have you? You've grown so much in a few years. Still, I recognized you at once, for you are so much like me when I was young that you are practically carved out of the same mold. I'm sure there are quite a few girls who have their hearts set on you, right? Baichen Emperor got up and walked down the dragon chair. Tell me, is there a girl you like? Grandpa will do this life event for you. Lin Ze laughed and responded. Grandpa is joking. Grandchildren are still young. It's the time to be young and frivolous. Upon hearing this, the North Chen Emperor laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, good when you were young and wild and flirtatious. You kid Ha ha ha, that's just it. Let's go and have a good time. And if you see a girl you're too shy to mention, just tell Grandpa. Thanks, Grandpa. Emperor Baichen walked up to Lin Ze and took his hand. You child, what's the point of being polite to your grandpa? After saying that, Emperor Baichen pulled Lin Ze to the Imperial Garden in a cordial and amiable manner. Come on, we haven't seen each other for so long. Let's have a good drink between the two of us and let Grandpa take a good look. Turning his head, Emperor Baichen commanded a group of eunuchs and palace maids again. Prepare a banquet. And the palace maids and eunuchs had been dumbfounded. When had they ever seen the hallowed North Star Emperor, the wise and mighty founding father of the North Star Imperial dynasty, look so gracious? And he even took the hand himself for a couple drinks. Even the major royals and princesses don't get this treatment, do they? Not to mention a grandson who was already an outsider? The palace maids and eunuchs were dumbfounded, and it wasn't until Emperor Baichen's cry of preparing a feast that they were brought back from their stupor. Yes, sir. After that, Emperor Baichen brought Lin Ze to the Imperial Garden and set up a private banquet. Lin Ze said, Grandpa, you'll have the Golden Autumn banquet later. Baichen Emperor waved his hand. A few small drinks won't delay it. Not to mention that Golden Autumn feast. TSK. Don't talk about it. Come, don't mention that. Haven't seen you for so long. Let's have a good drink today. Raise your glass and drink. Lin Ze talked to the North Star Emperor. Chatting about that, talking about family. It was like an ordinary family conversation. As they chatted, Emperor Baichen chatted about the battle that had left the Lin family's two best men shipwrecked back then. Your father and second uncle are the best young generals in my North Star. They could have been another spiritual leader of the North Star military community. Unfortunately, Emperor Baichen sighed. That damned Wolfdu kingdom even took advantage of the night to launch a large army attack. Alas, I hate the fact that the intelligence scouts of my North Star dynasty were not perfect at that time. Otherwise how would I have let that wolf capital kingdom have its way? Emperor Baichen said this like he was explaining something to Lin Ze. Lin Ze listened quietly. Was the death of the second generation of the Lin family deliberately contrived or simply a battle in the sand? The Lin family in the original book was just a supporting character. Not much was written about them, and they were destroyed before they lasted long enough for the answers to be revealed later in the book. So Lin Ze wasn't sure. However, it doesn't matter if it's clear or not. The important thing was that Lin Ze already had the strength to be fearless of everything. The wind that brings the seeds of the story. Time to germinate. He just waited to lighten up and eventually the sweet fruit would come to him with all the answers. Emperor Baichen said. And Lin Ze quietly listened. Long time. It was getting late. The palace was lit with lamps that illuminated the night. Your Majesty, the university students from the North Star Academy who won the fall exam have arrived at the banquet. An old eunuch who had prepared the Golden Autumn feast came to the side of Emperor Baichen and spoke softly. Oh, it's already so late. Baichen Emperor got up. In that case, Zaire, follow me into the banquet, and you can also take a good look at what's available to these scholars. In the future, if you work in the court, these people will be good helpers for you. Emperor Baichen's words implied that he was already planning to arrange an official body for Lin Ze. After saying that, the North Star Emperor faced another spot of darkness. The color of the god became cold. All set? In the darkness, a team of heavily armed forbidden guards were already poised. A murderous look. By the looks of it, tonight's Golden Autumn banquet wasn't peaceful. Grandpa this? Emperor Baichen said. That's the spoiler I didn't want to talk about just now. In recent years, the Wolf Capital Kingdom has been ambitious, and has stuffed a number of internal traitors and mortal ministers into my North Star dynasty, and has even promised to turn back some of the nationals with high-paying officials. Tonight at this Golden Autumn banquet, there are as many as 2 hands of traitors that I have found out about alone. Can't find out. Defense. Damn Wolf Capital Kingdom. I will level his Wolf Capital one day sooner or later. Chapter 9, Special People. Say it. Emperor Baichen gave the forbidden guards a wink. The crowd of forbidden guards hid into the darkness and disappeared. Let's go Zaire. Accompany me to see just how much this topmost academy that sends talents to my North Star dynasty has been corrupted. Lin Ze followed behind Emperor Baichen without comment. In a profession like the Emperor, just listen to half of what he says. The Wolf Capital Kingdom sends traitors to North Star. Hasn't North Star ever done anything like this? With the power of the North Star, there will only be more rats over in the Wolf Capital State. The Golden Autumn Feast is located at the Wenyuan Pond. Inside the Wenyuan Pond, the lights were on. A seat case was staggered in the wide Wenyuan Pond, and a sumptuous dinner was set out to reward the scholars who had won the autumn examination. One by one, the North Star scholars sat on the ground, chatting with the surrounding scholars, waiting for the arrival of the Lord of the Banquet, the North Star Emperor. Brother Ma, that one is the 6th prince, right? Nice. Oh, I heard that the 6th prince is generous and makes good use of the virtuous, and is the one who is the best to get along with among the 13 princes, and now that I have seen it, I think the rumors are not false. Oh, Xian Di Zhang intends to join the 6th prince's command? Ha ha, a good bird chooses a tree. Nowadays, among these 13 imperial sons, the only ones who stand out the most are the Grand Prince, the 2nd prince and the 6th prince. Among the 3 emperors and with the 6th prince being the most benevolent, the only talent is the talent. My humble brother is not talented and would like to go to the 6th prince to try on. In that case, I wish that Zhang Xiandi will get what he wants this time and make a great success of it. And don't forget about my humble brother when he's developed. Brother Ma said this, you are the 11th in our academy's fall examination. And Zhang still has to look up to Brother Ma. Yes extremely. Brother Ma is going to level the playing field. Don't forget about us fellow students. A crowd of schoolchildren blew each other off. At this time, someone suddenly asked, I see that all the princes have already entered the banquet. How come there's still a recently vacant seat beside His Majesty? The crowd followed the sound and saw that there was still a seat vacant from the North Star Emperor's dragon chair. The crowd of scholars could not help but be alarmed. It is important to know that the seating at the Golden Autumn banquet at the Wenyuan Pond is traditionally regimented. The Emperor's dragon chair is the main one in order. The imperial prince and royal relatives are inside. The invited dignitaries are in the middle, and the students of the fall exam are outside. The closer the position to the emperor, the higher the status of the person. And now that the 13 imperial princes had all arrived and taken their seats, there was still an empty seat beside the emperor, which had to make the crowd's heart startled. How dare someone have a higher status than the princes? That position I heard through the grapevine that it belongs to the Lin family's son. The son of the Lin family? Is that the male from the North Star War God's family? So it's him, then. This little brother has just come from outside the imperial capital to participate in the autumn exams, and does not quite understand the rules of the imperial capital. This Lin family's son in the end is only a courtier. His status can still override the imperial princes? You don't understand. The Lin family's son has a special status. Not only is he His Majesty's grandson, he's also the only heir to the North Star War God. You know the North Star War God, right? 70% of our North Star army are the elites brought up by this man himself, and half of the top generals who are now serving in major organizations are his students. To put it mildly, a word from the North Star War God on the battlefield is more effective than an imperial decree. So there are rumors out there that it's a shoo, you don't want to die. Cough. In short, the identity of this Lin family's son is not simple. No one in the entire imperial capital dares to offend him, and the 13 imperial princes all hate to befriend him as a way to gain the Lin family's support. That's why no one dares to say anything when he sits in that position. Not to mention that the arrangement of this Wenyuan Ji position was approved by His Majesty at the beginning. So that's how it is. Then I wonder how this Lin family gentleman is in person. The man himself. When it came to Lin Ze himself, the crowd was hesitant for a long time. Not good. Not good enough to say? Well, I'd have to say poo-poo. This, the only heir to the North Star War God's poo-poo. Who says it isn't? But it is what it is. This Lin family male son is always gloomy and depressed, without the kind of underlying confidence of the children of the big families, and without that kind of petulant and domineering. If I have to say it, it is without characteristics, without sharpness, and the whole person is flat and uninteresting. In terms of talent, he inherited the bloodline of the North Star War God and His Majesty. His talent isn't that bad, and now he's said to be at the Hotian Triple Realm, but it can't be said to be particularly remarkable. Anyway, it just gives the impression that can work, but it's not good enough. Such a pity. Pity? I don't see it. Oh, what makes you say that? Ha, don't you guys think that only someone like the Lin family's son can be reassuring? Otherwise why did all the other talents of the Lin family die, but this mediocre one survived instead? Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Deliberate. Be careful what you say. The crowd of scholars pressed their voices to a minimum, lest these treacherous remarks be heard. A crowd of schoolchildren at the forefront. A white-skirted girl with a lovely appearance, with the look of a sunken fish and wild goose, heard the words of the crowd in her ears. A trace of pity and lamentability appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Unfortunately, the legend of the God of War has no successor. Sadly, the Lin family has labored so hard but ended up in this situation. At this moment, she also couldn't help but carefully consider whether or not she wanted to enter this crisscrossing imperial officialdom. It's not too late for her to quit. His Majesty has arrived. A sharp siren rang out in the Wenyuan pool. Everyone immediately stopped their hand movements and stood up, watching that honorable Emperor's Majesty enter the Golden Autumn Banquet. Looking out, a divine martial figure with a noble aura, containing a strong imperial heavenly might, and a heroic appearance walked slowly from the Dragon Road of the Wenyuan Pond. Beside him, there was also a handsome-looking white-clothed male with a bland and generous temperament. The two walked into the Wenyuan pool and took their seats. My son, Minister, to your Majesty. No need to be polite. All rise. Tonight is the annual Golden Autumn Banquet. There are no rulers or ministers at the banquet, so all feel free. Chapter 10, Stop it. Saying that, Emperor Baichen's gaze fell on the crowd of scholars. The eyes were deep, as if they were already examining and estimating what the scholars could do. Feeling Emperor Baichen's gaze, the crowd hurriedly straightened their backs and held their heads high, striving to show their best style in front of Emperor Baichen. As Emperor Baichen sized up the scholars, Lin Ze was also sizing up the white-skirted girl at the forefront of the scholars, as the most beautiful woman in the entire Golden Autumn Banquet, and also the top 10 among the scholars. It was no surprise that this white-skirted girl was Xia Qinghe. It had to be said that Xia Qinghe's appearance was indeed in good condition. Her temperament is clear and cold, with a unique unyielding self-improvement. Her appearance is beautiful and does not appear to be bewitching. The whole person is like a snowy and cold plum, fresh and elegant, prevailing in the austere cold wind. Unfortunately, it's just not a good eye. In terms of status, Lin Ze was the only heir of the Lin family, the future Duke of Dinghua, destined to be powerful. In terms of wealth, the Lin family is sitting on 2 spirit veins, 8 gold mines, and there are also gifts from major officials in the dynasty and Lin Ao's disciples in the past years, which is a huge amount of wealth enough for the Lin family to pass on for dozens of generations. In terms of talent, Lin Ze is a combination of the North Star Emperor and North Star War God's talent. At a young age he is a Hotian Triple, and is about to step into the Hotian Quadruple. This talent is definitely not bad, at least definitely stronger than the protagonist at this stage. In terms of looks, Lin Ze's mother was a famous beauty princess of the royal family, and his father was also a beautiful man, so naturally Lin Ze's looks couldn't be bad, and he was the first of the 4 dukes of the imperial capital. On the subject of meeting at first sight again, Lin Ze and Xia Qinghe's meeting also happened before with the protagonist. For that to be cast as the main character, what exactly did Lin Ze lose in the original book? Probably lost in not having a protagonist aura that made Xia Qinghe force her eyes to go blind, right? Or is it that the favored are always emboldened? TSK. After taking a glance, Lin Ze withdrew his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Qinghe had also been sizing up Lin Ze out of the corner of her eye. As the son of the Lin family with a special status, Lin Ze was inherently destined to be the center of everyone's attention. And the first time Xia Qinghe saw Lin Ze, there was only one thought in her mind. Is this really Lin Ze, the son of the Lin family? What happened to the promised gloomy and mediocre son of the Lin family? What is this man in front of me, who has a good appearance and exudes an aristocratic temperament and deep connotation from the inside out, just like a wisp of fresh wind from the Tian Shan mountain? And he sat with the emperor, all still able to talk and laugh freely, without the constraints of facing the supreme power. This kind of person, you tell me that he's mediocre and can't be used? Xia Qinghe only felt that the rumors were wrong. As she thought this, Xia Qinghe noticed Lin Ze's gaze fall on her. Xia Qinghe wasn't surprised. As a famous beauty of the North Star Academy, she was already used to this kind of gaze. But what makes Xia Qinghe unexpected, and even feel angry and fiery is, why don't you just look at it? What's the point of looking at it like it's retarded and pathetic? What did I do to you? At this time, the North Star Emperor's voice came again. Alright, without further ado, I'm sure all of you must have waited impatiently for the rest of the day. Recite poetry or express your political views. The night belongs to you. Make sure you have fun. Feast. As Emperor Baichen's cry of opening the banquet fell, everyone present raised their wine cups on the table. First cup, to the opening of the feast and to the king of the country. Thank you, Your Majesty. The crowd drained their cups in one gulp. Emperor Baichen also raised his wineglass in response. After that, the Wen Yuan Pond Golden Autumn Banquet officially began. A procession of beautiful ladies entered the Wen Yuan pool and served behind each seat, pouring wine and serving food, and bringing new wine and food. The scholars also gathered together, either to drink and throw pots or to wax poetic. All the major emperors also walked down to the high platform of the abyssal pool and began to get close to know each of the North Star students, listening to their tall tales and searching for their future right-hand men. For a while, the Golden Autumn Feast began to take on a hearty and lively atmosphere. On the other hand, on the high platform, Emperor Baichen had been happily looking at everyone, drinking freely from time to time and speaking with Lin Ze, seeming to have already forgotten the matter of the wolf capital's mole in the back of his mind. Until the center of the Wen Yuan Pond, the Grand Prince, who had just brushed shoulders with a dancer, noticed something unusual. He glanced back at the courtesan who had withdrawn her drink and left. Stop. The courtesan's figure lurched and slowly turned around, bowing her head with the wine vessel. Your Highness. The Grand Prince walked over. Where was this wineglass removed from? As he spoke, the Grand Prince had already picked up his wineglass and shook it from side to side. Seeing this, the maid's body trembled. Back to Your Highness. The slave girl doesn't know. The slave girl is only responsible for changing the drinking utensils, and the slave girl also took over from someone else. Yes? The Grand Emperor sneered and took out a tiny silver needle from the crack of his wineglass. The silver needle flickered with a cold aura, and a bit of green shone on its tip. This palace will give you one more chance. Say, where did this poison needle come from? The maid fell to her knees in fear. Your Highness, the slave girl really doesn't know. The reaction of the maid and the Grand Prince quickly alarmed the others. Someone's face changed. Someone was panicking. Some people are wary of their surroundings. Someone kills darkly. Who? Bold hairy thieves. How dare you make trouble at my North Star Golden Autumn Banquet? At this time, the second prince also noticed the abnormality of the maid behind him and swung out with a palm. Clunk! The dagger in the maid's robe slipped to the ground with a crisp clang. Seeing this, everyone present was immediately on alert. Bold men, take down all the maids and dancers for this prince. The traitorous insiders lurking in the shadows could no longer hold back. Kill, one by one, the dancers and beauty queens, as well as the traitors hidden among the North Star's scholars all gave up their disguises and exposed their true selves, drawing up their concealed ferocious weapons and violently storming up. The various emperors and scholars rushed to counterattack. The rebels and traitors, all die for me. Protect His Majesty. For a while, there was a chaos of swords and shadows. The entire Golden Autumn Feast was suddenly a mess. Wonderful. 10 out of 10 or even 12 out of 10 is wonderful. On top of the high platform, Lin Ze quietly watched the farcical performance with a strange light in his eyes. On the other hand, not far from Lin Ze's side, the North Star Emperor was calm. A pair of dragon eyes seemed to be pressuring the whole scene, but also seemed to be traveling outside the sky, unable to see the depths of 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 the depths, until, that is, the maid serving behind Lin Ze began to slowly approach Lin Ze. The corner of Lin Ze's mouth was slightly hooked. Ha! It's wonderful. How dare the bold assassin dare to cause trouble? Take them all. Just then, a team of well-qualified forbidden guards appeared from the darkness and rushed into the Wen Yuan pool. They attracted everyone's attention and suppressed the assassin's riot with a powerful gesture. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the farce would just end without a fuss. However, a cold female voice filled with killing intent suddenly spread throughout the Wen Yuan pool. Stop it all, or I'll kill him. Chapter 11. Terrifying Lin Ze. With one word, there was silence in all directions. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound. This look is killing me. Only to see that the maid who had originally served behind Lin Ze was pressing the sharp blade in her hand against Lin Ze's neck with a ferocious and murderous face. Everyone's faces changed and tensed. In this great hall, anyone could die. Even the emperor could die a few times. But in favor of this Lin family's son, Lin Ze, absolutely nothing could happen. He was the last heir of the Lin family. Once he died, Lin Ao would lose his last shackle and go completely crazy. By the time the North Star is up and down, the chickens and dogs will be restless. Countless people, countless families would have to follow Lin Ze to the funeral. Bold, unbridled thieves, don't let go of Mr. Lin yet. Put down your weapon. If Mr. Lin is hurt, I'll have your 9 clans exterminated. Everyone present stopped moving and cast their eyes at Lin Ze, who was being held hostage by the maids. The maid smiled coldly. Let go? If I really let go, will I have a life? Saying that, the maid pressed the sharp blade deeper, the sharp blade already touching Lin Ze's skin. If you don't want anything to happen to this Mr. Lin, you'd all better be honest. Especially you, Dog Emperor. I know that your cultivation is so deep that you can easily manage to take my life without hurting Lin Ze, but my knife is on Lin Ze's neck. If you dare to make a move, I dare to exchange one life for another. I don't care, a cheap life, but Mr. Lin well. Emperor Baichen looked at the maid with a deep gaze. Let go of Zaire. I can spare. The maid scolded. Don't play tricks. Get back. And all of you, back off. All of you. Everyone's spirits were highly concentrated, like birds of prey, lest this maid's knife would cut off the future of the entire North Star dynasty. But just at this tense moment, Lin Ze, who was the person in question, was unusually calm as he picked up his wineglass and took a sip for himself. It was as if the person who was going through the shock of life and death was not himself, but someone else. Its clouds are light and breezy, creating a landscape of its own, a stark contrast to the others on the Wen Yuan pool. Everyone looked frozen. Seeing this, the maid smiled. It seems that Mr. Lin isn't as mediocre as the rumors from the outside world. At least this calmness in the face of events is impressive. Lin Ze put down his wineglass and finally spoke. Didn't go down to walk and still catch me. My lord doesn't even know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky. The storyline of Lin Ze being held hostage was also in the original book. Only that was because he had gone to accost Xia Qinghe, only to be caught by the assassin. And now he's not going down. Yet he's still being held hostage. Still being held hostage beside the emperor. Gee, Lin Ze still has that comment. Wonderful. As she spoke, the maid keenly noticed an imperceptible shimmering light flickering on the Lin Ze in front of her. And then, even Lin Ze's entire body became somewhat illusory. The maid's face changed, and her intuition made her feel a strong sense of unease. She hastily gripped the sharp blade in her hand as if it was the only way to give herself confidence. What do you mean? Meaning, the maid's pupils snapped, because Lin Ze's voice suddenly appeared behind her, and the Lin Ze in front of us. A piece of illusory feathers fell from his body and eventually turned into bubbles and disappeared. This seems to be the Lin family's Sky Feather 6 illusions. Body like a feather, shadow like an illusion. This is at least the 4th illusion realm. The 4th illusion. Doesn't that mean? That's right. In order to practice the 4th illusion, Mr. Lin's realm must be at least at the 6th level of the Hotian. Didn't this say that Mr. Lin was only at the 3rd Hotian level? This Hotian 6th wait. Everyone stared at Lin Ze, dumbfounded. Baichen Emperor also seemed as if he was recognizing this grandson of his own for the first time, and his eyes were filled with an inexplicable light of surprise. Just as everyone was stunned, something even more shocking to their eyes happened. Only to see Lin Ze, who had apparat behind the maid, extend his hand. The maid subconsciously sensed the danger and hastily drew back to flee. However, next life, pay attention. Whoosh! A powerful suction force instantly surfaced from the center of Lin Ze's palm. Boom! Flat Earth is alive. It was as if the center of Lin Ze's palm had transformed into a giant eye of the wind, pulling everything in the heavens and the earth into the eye of the wind, to be viciously torn apart by the relentless storm. A violent hurricane blew in the Wen Yuan pool all of a sudden. It's like the waves of the sea, one after the other, one over the other. A storm ripple stirred up the entire Wen Yuan pool, and in the midst of this storm, Lin Ze was like a demon god who ruled the storm, riding it. Its powerful pressure like a god like a devil raged along with the storm in the Wen Yuan pool. A huge boulder was immediately pressed on everyone's heart, making their hearts heavy and their breathing difficult. I felt as if I were deeply powerless in the face of an apocalyptic natural disaster. As for the maid who was facing the storm directly, her entire body had long since flown uncontrollably towards the eye of the wind, twisting and shrinking in the storm, until, snap, Lin Ze's palms clenched. A large pool of blood clattered down his hand. Opening his hand again, a tiny grain of powder drifted down from the air and dispersed in the pool of blood, and then his eyes flashed as he casually flicked out an invisible sword chi. Miso, the sword chi divided into 10,000 images, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 10,000. Countless sword chi whistled in the Wen Yuan pool, hitting all the outlaws in the pool with all sorts of tricky angles and bizarre traces, piercing through their hearts or heads and penetrating their bodies. I don't spare. Swords were flying and heads were tumbling. One by one, the rebels died under the invisible sword chi. The whole scene can be completely described as a harvest. In less than a moment, all the rebellious thieves in the Wenyuan pond were left with only a few survivors who were subdued by the forbidden guards. The rest, all of them, were executed. A body sprawled in a pool of blood. A red color to the eyes. Scarlet. Crimson. The pungent scent of blood wafted throughout the Wenyuan pool. The entire Wenyuan pool was silent. Ravenous. At this moment, everyone was silent. They only stared flabbergasted at Lin Ze. The mind had gone blank. Chapter 12, The Greatest Heavenly Pride. Quiet. It was quiet. The wind stops between the pools and the trees rest in the forest. Even the air around them seemed to have stopped flowing. The entire Wenyuan pond looked like it was dead. Plunged into the 9 abysses. A dead silence. Only the pool outside the spring quiet sound flow deep, rattling water gurgling, but also indicates that this place is not extinct vitality. I don't know how much time has passed. Hiss. It took a hiss of horror to break the dull, dead silence. Everyone looked at Lin Ze in horror. Did they just see it right? Lin Ze crushed that assassins made into a ball of crumbs? This kind of means, seems to be the supreme realm of the old war goddess 8 Wastelands battle technique. Imperial 8 Wastelands. No. It seems to be even more superior than just the Gohachi. Hiss. The 8 Wastes is the 8th layer of the 8 Wastes battle method, which is even more superior than the 8 Wastes. So wouldn't that be the 9th layer of the 8 Desolate warfare technique? The great perfection. Hotian Peak. Realize this. The hearts of the crowd trembled wildly. They opened their mouths to say something, but for a moment there were 10,000 languages in his heart, complicated to the core, and he didn't know where to start. Thousands of thoughts eventually turned into nothing more than a shocked gasp and hiss. The crowd looked at the tall figure that was wiping his hands with a calm face, as if he had only done a trivial and insignificant thing for a long time. How dazzling and radiant was this figure in front of him? What a look out of the corner of your eye. Was this still the Hotian triple heavy, mediocre Lin Ze that they had perceived? Was this still the same Lin Ze who had a timid character and feared the palace? Was this still the same Lin Ze who was unsupportable and left the Lin family with no successor? Everyone looked at me. I looked at you. A heart had been shaken to its core. Their minds were dazed, and they looked at each other without words. And it was at this moment, after wiping his hands, that Lin Ze slowly turned around to salute Emperor Bachan and said. Lin Ze was unaware and struck too late, causing Grandpa to be frightened. Lin Ze's tone was flat, and he still looked like the joking and laughing Jade Prince. But after seeing Lin Ze's true colors, no one could ever treat him as an ordinary son of a worldly family again. Although the North Star Emperor was expressionless, he did not say a word in the face of this shocking change. However, the flickering inexplicable color in his eyes also exposed the ripples in his heart. He looked at Lin Ze steadily for a long time, no longer able to find the shadow of the once timid grandson. Thus, Lin Ze laughed and Emperor Bachan was silent. A weird and depressing atmosphere spread in the Wenyuan pool all of a sudden. Noticing the arrival of this oppressive aura, everyone present also changed their faces and trembled. Anyone invited to the Wenyuan pool today is no cutie pie. The skyrocketing changes before and after Lin Ze caused them to immediately recall a horrifying fact. That is, Lin Ze was never a mediocre person. Nor was he cowardly. He was a genius. No, 18 years old at the pinnacle of the Hare Krishna. It's the Jedi, the innate seed of future transcendence. This absolute heavenly pride had always been clear about what he was doing and understood the situation he and the Lin family were in. Cowardice, weakness, and mediocrity are all illusions he puts on for outsiders. All of them, I'm afraid that all of them, including the old god of war Lin Ao, had been tricked by Lin Ze. And why would he, who is so supremely gifted, disguise himself? Why would he lie? The answer is self-evident. The crowd stole a glance at the silent North Star Emperor. At this moment, this supreme founding king of North Star was expressionless, with an inexplicable color flickering in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Heaven's will is unpredictable. Don't ever guess what's in a king's mind. You can't guess it either. A low and depressing atmosphere slowly spread. Everyone shrunk their heads. They had a premonition that the next North Star would never be peaceful. However, just as everyone was anticipating a big change, the North Star Emperor, however, laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, good. You kid gave me a big surprise. Bachan Emperor's tone was filled with feelings of relief. I have long said that the bloodline shared by my Li and Lin families. How could it be a mediocre person? Good, good, yes. Emperor Bachan said 3 good words in a row in an excited tone. Zaire, if you have such achievements today, your daughter and virtuous son-in-law would be pleased if they knew in heaven. Lin Ze confessed. I hope Grandpa is not offended for not being able to inform him in advance. How could I blame you? Emperor Bachan sighed as he said. The Lin family is the township godpillar of my Bachan dynasty. How many ambitious thieves who want my Bachin to crumble and disintegrate will aim their spearheads at your Lin family? The descendants of the Lin family have this calamity. Alas, it's all because of my North Star dynasty's incompetence. I can't do right by you. Zaire, I understand your situation. It's good for you to take more careful precautions. Grandpa understands just fine. Emperor Bachin smiled and nodded, about to speak again. Suddenly, one of the thieves who had been subdued by the forbidden guards suddenly pooh-poohed. Pooh, dog Emperor. False sympathy. The word hypocritical has not yet come out of his mouth. Emperor Bachin's eyes then snapped cold. He turned his head, and his cold gaze was like an extremely cold ice spike cold to the bone. Snap! The forbidden guard hastened to slap the thief violently in the face, knocking out his teeth. Bold! How dare you insult His Majesty? Snap! Another slap on the other side, bloodying his entire face and rendering his entire being unconscious. The forbidden guards were going to keep flapping. Emperor Bachin's majestic voice arrived with a cold dragon's might. Drag them all down and keep them under close guard. Yes, sir. A few forbidden guards immediately escorted the survivors left behind to the heavenly prison. The rest of the forbidden guards dragged the bodies of the assassin rebels out of the Wenyuan pond. After the forbidden guards retreated, Emperor Bachin's icy gaze swept over everyone in the room again. Something like this can happen tonight at the Bunyan Pool. Imperial City Guards, Mirror Division, Internal Affairs, what are you all doing? With so many assassins and traitors mixed in, are you all blind or deaf? Emperor Bachin's cold and piercing voice fell. Those who were named to the organization all fell to their knees in fear. Your Majesty, we don't know anything about it. I beg your Majesty for mercy. Be merciful. Emperor Bachin was so angry that he slammed his wineglass. It made a crisp ringing sound that tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Bang! Uninformed? So many assassins and traitors have infiltrated the Golden Autumn Banquet. My North Star is almost a sieve. And you say you don't know? Could it be that my North Star dynasty is full of fools? Emperor Bachin slammed the table, breaking the thick gold and iron dragon case in half. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Forgive me. We will investigate strictly. To the end. Humph. Listen up. I don't care if you know or don't know. I will only give you 1 day. If you can't find out in a day, you'll all have to bring your heads to me. Yes, sir. Chapter 13, Lin Ze and Other People's Eyes. The man from the tripartite organization wiped a cold sweat from his head in fear. After that, the three parties looked at me and I looked at you, already thinking of checking each other out and getting rid of the pot. After finishing talking about the tripartite institutions of the imperial court, Emperor Bachin's gaze fell back on the group of students of the Bachin Academy. The crowd of scholars were all of a sudden terrified, lest they be implicated. They could have seen it just now. Among those thieves, many of them went out from those of them who won the fall exam. If they were to really pursue it, they could not leave it clean if they had one in the North Star Academy. North Star Academy. Just as he was on tenterhooks, Emperor Bachin spoke. The hallowed North Star's #1 academy. My North Star's talent delivery center. Even hides dirt. It really pains me. Husbandman Lu had a jolt. Tired. More words, I don't want to say. On account of the fact that your North Star Academy has labored for many years, and has contributed and transported a lot of talents for my North Star dynasty, I will give you a chance. Investigate the North Star Academy thoroughly. Clean it up inside and out. Something like today will never be allowed to happen a second time. Husband Lu sighed in relief. Obey the decree. We will definitely go back and thoroughly investigate and clean the entire academy. And we will never fail to live up to the holy grace. The North Star Emperor hummed. In the end, he landed his gaze on Lin Ze, who had made a big splash. Zaire, you have merit for killing the rebels today. I have always been unstinting in rewarding those who have merited. Tell me, what do you want? Whether it's a high official position or you want to marry that princess, I can fulfill you. At those words, Lin Ze's heart stirred. A sleepy head comes with a pillow. He was worried about how to ask to rub the royal family's hideout. The son of a rebellious official. Everyone can be punished. Lin Ze is only doing his part. Not worth the high rank and salary. If Grandpa really wants a reward, how about, just let me enter the royal collection for half a day? Emperor Bachin raised an eyebrow. He wasn't really surprised that Lin Ze had made this request. Judging from Lin Ze's strike just now, Emperor Bachin saw the shadows of at least 5 techniques in it. 8 Wastelands Battle Technique, Heavenly Feather 6 Illusions, Shadowless Swordfinger, Wanxiang Dragon Tackling Technique, Blistering Wind True Chi, and each of them had reached an extremely profound level. For Lin Ze to be able to practice these 5 techniques to such a level and integrate them at such a young age, in addition to being a supreme talent himself, he was bound to be a martial arts nerd who was obsessed with martial arts. The reason he raised an eyebrow, it wasn't that he thought Lin Ze's request was too difficult or too harsh. Instead, he thought that the request was too simple. Half a day in the royal collection? In half a day's time. Even if you have an unparalleled talent to forcefully memorize the contents of the feats, how many feats can you remember? The specific meridians and acupoints of the high-level Gong method line of work is a difference of 1 millimeter fallacy of 1,000 miles. Once the error, the light is the meridians are wrong. The heavier is to go into the devil. Half a day's time. Even if the top of the sky can only at most completely memorize a middle-grade gongfu. Thus, the North Star Emperor shook his head. If I were to agree to this request, I would instead appear to be too petty for my royal family. However, Emperor Bachan could never have imagined that there would be such an unreasonable plug-in as divine gnosis in this world. Half a day? Half the day was spent talking too much about Lin Ze. In just half an hour, your entire royal book depository would be swept clean by Lin Ze. Bachan Emperor turned and said, Zaire is gifted and likes martial arts. I am naturally happy to fulfill this as a grandfather. Grandpa is still counting on a transcendent innate divine being to come out of my Li family's bloodline descendants. But half a day is too short. The cultivation of the road when there are chi have degrees. Not too eager, lest the heart demon breeding. Here's the deal. 3 days. Will 3 days be enough? Enough. Bachan Emperor unwrapped the token from his waist and handed it to Lin Ze. Hold this token and the 3 floors of the book pavilion will be at your disposal. Seeing the token that was being handed towards him, it was as if Lin Ze saw 50 points of talent progress beckoning to him. He took it in a hurry. Thanks, Grandpa. If grandfather has no other important matters, Lin Ze will leave first. Bachan Emperor waved his hand. When something like this happens, I'm not in the mood to continue this golden autumn banquet. Go go go. Lin Ze excuses himself. After saying that, Lin Ze's figure gradually faded and dissipated into an illusory feather. Emperor Bachan had been happily watching Lin Ze leave. No one knew what kind of mind was hiding under his imperial mask at this moment. After Lin Ze left, Emperor Bachan's expression gradually returned to calm. He glanced at the crowd in the Wen Yuan pool. With a flutter of his sleeve robes, he left. I respectfully submit to your majesty. The North Star Emperor also left. With the departure of the two of them, the atmosphere in the Wen Yuan pool suddenly changed from cloudy to sunny. Many people have breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, alas. It's unthinkable that there's such a true dragon hiding in our North Star Imperial dynasty. He's hiding really deep. All of us have been fooled by him. This is the age of youthful madness. The age of juvenile recklessness. He has managed to achieve 10 years of camouflage restraint. This kind of heart, I can't imagine. He's only 18 years old. According to the inference of the events of that year, doesn't it mean that when he was only 8 years old and still a child, he had already realized the end of the Lin family? And since then he has been hiding his fronts and hiding his light? Hiss. Is there really a demonic talent in this world that is as precocious as Lin Ze? TSK. It's his natural talent that's even more terrifying than his heart. He's only 18 years old. At the age of 18, he has already caught up with the decades of hard cultivation of countless great heroes to achieve the peak of Hotian. This kind of qualification and root bone, not to mention our North Star, even if we look at the previous dynasty, Wuan, we can't find a supreme demon that can rival Lin Ze. Not only is his cultivation, but his Gongfu realm isn't the least bit worse than his cultivation. The 9th layer of the 8 Desolate warfare technique, as well as that profound shadowless sword finger. Even if he started practicing in his mother's womb, he wouldn't be able to reach this point, right? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that there would be such a supreme talent like Lin Ze in the world. Everyone spoke of Lin Ze, starting a discussion with Lin Ze at the center. As for the Emperor's fury and the tripartite bodies, no one cared anymore. Early on, from the moment Lin Ze made his move, the very protagonist and nature of the feast had changed. The crowd talked about Lin Ze, a white dress as proud snow-cold plum Xia Qingha alone in the Wen Yuan poolside, leaning stopped to listen to the wind, spring water play shadow, since a piece of beautiful scenery. As she listened to the crowd's discussion of Lin Ze and looked at the direction Lin Ze had taken when he left, ripples of color rose in her beautiful eyes. Lin Ze, the son of the Lin family, had a terrifying heart and unparalleled qualifications, and was indeed the most dazzling heavenly pride she had ever seen in her life. But, she still couldn't figure it out. What the hell did that look Lin Ze gave her mean? Chapter 14, halfway to talent progress. And at this moment, Lin Ze, who was being read by everyone, had walked brightly into the largest inventory of feats in the North Star dynasty, the Imperial Book Depository. Walking into the book depository, Lin Ze directly started sweeping. It didn't matter if it was a good gongfu or not, what type of gongfu it was. He got a book and started flipping through it. You looked through Divine Enlightenment LV2, 13 out of 100. After flipping through 2 pages, the talent was already loaded. So Lin Ze put down this one and picked up the other one. You looked through. This cycle repeated itself, and Lin Ze quickly flipped through the entire first floor of the book depository. It had to be said that the royal family was a royal family in the end, and there were more than 300 human-level lower-grade techniques in here alone. Although the lower human level was more common, there were quite a few feats that duplicated the Lin family's collection, but even so, the progress of Lin Ze's talent still increased by a full 13 points as well. Divine Gnosis LV2, 26 out of 100. The progress of Divine Gnosis came to 26. Progress is encouraging. At that rate, an increase of 50 points of progress is definitely not out of the question. Thus, Lin Ze decisively ran up to the second floor again, and continued flipping through one book after another. You've gone through Divine Enlightenment LV2, 54 out of 100. Continue. Lin Ze ran up to the third level, just like the Lin family's book pavilion. The third floor of the Imperial family was similarly filled with the most precious human-grade upper-grade merit techniques. Outside the main door, 2 Imperial Guardians were responsible for guarding the third floor of the book pavilion in case anyone stole it. However, Lin Ze had the North Star Emperor's token in his possession, and the 2 of them just took a glance before opening the door and letting him through. Your Excellency, the human-grade upper-grade feats are precious and only allowed to be practiced inside, not borrowed and taken out. By His Majesty's decree, you have 3 days of enlightenment. We'll remind you on time in 3 days. Lin Ze nodded, and then walked into the third floor of the Imperial Book Pavilion. Click here. The gate closed slowly. Inside the third floor of the Imperial Book Pavilion, 8 high platforms were placed parallel to each other. Each of the high platforms held a precious human-grade upper-grade technique. Each book is a famous masterpiece of the royal family. The royal family had relied on them to enlist many experts over the years. The 9 extreme Lifeshian needle that Lin Ze wanted the most was clearly among them. You've gone through the 9 extreme fateful metaphysical needles. With your horrific understanding, you've completely broken the 9 extreme fate needles and deduced it to the 10th stitch. 9 extremes of Fate Xian needle LV10. Great perfection. You have comprehended an upper level of human level Kung Fu. Your power over divine level enlightenment. Divine Enlightenment LV2, 55 out of 100. A stream of subtle raw power surged into Lin Ze's body, and a cryptic secret about the mysteries of the human body drilled into Lin Ze's mind. Lin Ze's eyes lit up all of a sudden. Great stuff! After comprehending the 10th realm of the 9 extreme Lifeshian needle, Lin Ze realized that he had underestimated this technique. The 9 extreme Lifeshian needle, which could save lives, could likewise kill. This healing technique combines pointing points, sealing veins, measuring chi, and many other means that matter to the mysteries of the human body. It allowed Lin Ze to become more aware of the strengths and weaknesses of every acupuncture point, every meridian, and every breath in the human body. While treating with precision and rightness, it can also turn life into death and kill. Sure enough, no matter what world, it's always the doctors who know how to kill the most. After sighing, Lin Ze turned his gaze to the remaining 7 books. Of the 7 remaining feats, a book of punches, the fist of the fiery-hearted king, a palm technique, the heart-destroying divine palm, a book of body refining methods, small thunderflame true body. The remaining 4 books were not of much use to Lin Ze, and were used to increase the progress of his talent and provide him with more tools. You've gone through. After a bit of flipping, the talent progress came to 62 out of 100, the last 38 points short of upgrading LV3, and as the talent progression pulls up, after absorbing and strengthening so many feats, Lin Ze's life breath made another breakthrough. Boom! The majestic pressure instantly erupted as if a flood had broken through the dike. Powerful essence chi emanated and converged into essence chi wolf smoke, vaguely condensing the prototype of a prehistoric beast. Berserk barbaric primitive and ancient breath instantly broke the space-time barrier. This horrible flood beast seems to cross the time and space from the distant ancient times to descend. Buzz. Devastating fluctuations spread throughout the palace. Everyone's hearts were tightened at this moment. They only felt as if they were being stared at by some horrible prehistoric beast. Their bones were creeped out, and a sense of trembling spread all over their body all of a sudden. The 2 Imperial Guardians who were closest to the fluctuations even paled instantly. The beastly spit that seemed to be close at hand caused their bodies to tremble uncontrollably, completely losing control of their lives. In a trance, the duo thought that a natural disaster had befallen them and that they were going to lose their little lives. But this wild fluctuation came and went quickly, so fast that it seems like an illusion created by everyone. A flash of light. The duo breathed a heartfelt sigh of relief. Again, they looked at each other in disbelief. Just now, you felt it too? Not quite sure. It just felt like something was staring me in the face, and a cool air ran uncontrollably through my heart, running through my body and creeping me out. That feeling is 100 times more terrifying than facing an angry sire. I'm pretty much like you, so it doesn't seem to be an illusion. So says. The 2 of them exchanged glances and said in horror, could it be that a legendary ascendant godman passed by our North Star Imperial dynasty just now? Unbeknownst to the 2 men, their off-the-cuff guesses were infinitely closer to the truth. Lin Ze wasn't an innate at the moment, but he wasn't far off either. Those who enter the innate need to condense their essence, chi and spirit, and transform the three flowers of essence, chi and spirit, into a single element. It is the 9 weights of the later heaven that first refines the body and builds the essence, and refines the essence and transforms the gas, to the point of practicing the chi and containing the God. Ultimately, God is clear. The spirit is used to control the essence is used to nourish the chi, and the chi is used to contain the spirit, casting a cycle of the 3 flowers and returning to the innate unity. When Lin Ze's half-step innate was taken, it was through the accumulation of countless mental techniques and feats that he had bypassed the 3 flowers cycle in a cheat-like manner, and was the first to coalesce the flower of chi. And now, after some sweeping within the royal collection, various advanced body refining techniques were deduced and elevated, and the flower of essence was forced to coalesce. Right now, Lin Ze was only one last step away from being an innate God man, the flower of God. This couldn't help but make Lin Ze have a new idea about advancing to innate. Collects mental consciousness enhancing feats. By piling up mental feats, perhaps he didn't need to wait for the complementary guidelines of the illusory Moon 7 Stars record in 20 days or so to directly ascend to the innate. However, spirit-type feats were not easy to find, and there were only a few of them in the inventory of the entire royal family's bookstore. It's back to the original starting point. He had to keep looking for the next merit inventory. The 2 largest in Northstar have gleaned. So whose turn is it to be next? Chapter 15, Hexagonal Warriors. Half a day later, Lin Ze came out of the gate. Click here. The door to the 3rd floor of the book depository slowly opened. The 2 Imperial Guardians were confused. Duke, you're looking good here? How long has it been? It's only been, like, half a day, right? A slight gain is enough. After saying that, Lin Ze returned the North Star Emperor token to the 2 Imperial Guardians. After that, he dissipated into a piece of illusory feathers in place. The 2 took the token and froze in place for a long time. That's it? 3 days only took half a day. This Mr. Lin, after all, he's the only heir of the Lin family, and it's normal for people to look down on our royal family's human grade top grade when they have a human grade extreme grade 8 Desolate battle technique. The 2 of them didn't believe that Lin Ze had only used half a day to memorize all 8 of the upper human level items inside. One would be tops. Human level top grade is not some small roll of a cat or a dog. The world's rare human level extreme does not come out. Human level top grade is the most top level gongfa that the Hotian realm can access. Each and every one of these gong methods was profoundly profound, and the line of action was also extremely complex. To memorize one in half a day is considered a gift. Therefore, the 2 of them hadn't even thought about the fact that Lin Ze had already memorized all of the feats, much less that Lin Ze had already comprehended all of the feats. They only thought that Lin Ze had a human grade extreme inheritance and couldn't look at a human grade upper grade. But one of the guards suddenly reacted. Did you notice Lin Ze leaving just now? The 2 of them were working as clerks on the 3rd floor of the book depository, and for a long time they did not contact the outside world, and in this half day, the 2 of them did not yet know what had happened in the Wen Yuan pool. When they received the Emperor's decree, it only said that they should open the 3rd level for 3 days and not neglect Lin Ze. Another guard's face sank. No, the Lin family's Heavenly Feather's 6 illusions, he has cultivated to an extremely high level. And just now when he came out he always gave me a feeling of being unbeatable and having nowhere to start. As if this person was omnipotent and evil. The guard's perception wasn't wrong. Nowadays, Lin Ze's heart technique was the human grade extreme 8 Desolate battle technique. His body technique was the human grade top grade Heavenly Feather 6 illusions. His body refinement was the human grade top grade Lesser Thunderflame true body. And his fingering fist and palm techniques were all human grade top grade martial arts as well. Properly perfect zoner hexagonal fighters. The only beautiful thing was that the Imperial clan also had a human grade extreme sword technique, and if Lin Ze could learn it, it would surely be an absolute killer. It's a shame it can't be replaced. That sword technique, like the Lin family's 8 Desolate battle technique, was a direct line secret, and only the Li family's direct line in the entire Imperial clan could cultivate it, and it was never passed on to outsiders. Lin Ze a foreigner is out of the question. Then in that case, this Lin Ze is afraid. Don't think about it. Lin Ze can come to the book depository and not hide his cultivation. I'm afraid that a big change has already happened outside. Just that the 2 of us are guarding here and don't know it. Then we're just a bunch of bookkeepers. Why do we have to worry so much? It's not like this Lin family thing has been going on for a day or 2. Let's just wait and see what happens. Also, the Lin family. Lin Ao was closing his eyes and exercising his energy, meditating on his breath and smoothing out those agitated old wounds. At this point, sharp footsteps sounded. Lin Ao snapped his eyes open and ended his mediation. He sat calmly on the eunuch's chair, jade Buddha beads coiled in his hands, still the same swashbuckling immortal god of war. Not long after, the maid Xiao Chui ran in panting. Master, the palace. Something happened in the palace. The words just fell. Click. Boom. One of the Buddha beads in Lin Ao's hand had a deep crack. His eyes immediately fixed on Xiao Chui. And if anything, a murderous and sadistic aura settled and brewed in Lin Ao's eyes. What happened? Isn't old silence in the palace too? Lin Ao asked as calmly as possible. However, Xiao Chui could still hear the crazy killing intent lurking behind Lin Ao's words. Xiao Chui shivered. In order to prevent Lin Ao from misunderstanding, she quickly and briefly explained. It was the Golden Autumn Feast that was haunted by an assassin, stirring up the Golden Autumn Feast. But then the young master stepped in and killed all of the assassins. And for that, His Majesty the Emperor rewarded the young master with 3 days of enlightenment in the book depository. Hearing this, Lin Ao's murderous aura disappeared in an instant and was replaced by deep doubt. Young master killed all the assassins? Family members know their own business. His own little grandson, Lin Ze, was somewhat talented, but he was far from the assassins who were able to sneak into the Golden Autumn Feast. Are you sure it was the young master who struck? Lin Ao's words were filled with deep doubt. Who says it isn't? At the very beginning when she got this news, Xiao Chui was confused in her heart. Obviously, the young master is only a Hotian third-level cultivator. How could he kill the assassin at the Golden Autumn Banquet? And how did it change into a great talent that everyone praised for having a great heart and hiding for years to bide his time? Was this still the young master Lin Ze that Xiao Chui recognized? But the person who came to report it was reconfirmed. Young master Lin Ze's shocking change had been witnessed by everyone at the Golden Autumn Banquet, and absolutely could not be faked. So Xiao Chui, who knew the seriousness of the matter, rushed to find Lin Ao to report it. Xiao Chui hurriedly said, yes, all the people who came back from the Golden Autumn Banquet saw it, and it was the young master who struck. Our people also verified the veracity of the message. Lin Ao was silent for a moment. Run me through the whole thing from beginning to end and make it clear, without dropping a word. Yes. Xiao Chui deliberated and organized her words, explaining the news that came back one by one. The thing is, in the beginning, the young master and His Majesty entered the Golden Autumn Feast together, and after that, it wasn't until that assassin disguised as a maid suddenly struck out and held the young master hostage that the young master finally made his move. According to them, the young master directly utilized the divine power of the 8 Desolate warfare technique to suck that assassin in. Speaking of which, Xiao Chui even mimicked Lin Ze's movements. Her right hand clenched. Just like that, pinched right in the palm of your hand into a puddle of blood. Lin Ao narrowed his eyes. Xiao Chui was talking about exactly one way of utilizing his Lin family's secret 8 Desolate battle method, Imperial 8 Desolate, which was the only one in the entire North Star. And nowadays, there were only 2 people in the entire North Star who knew the 8 Desolate warfare techniques. One was him, Lin Ao, and the other was naturally Lin Ze, the only descendant of the Lin family. However, the use of the Imperial 8 Wastelands had to reach at least the 8th level of the Hotian, and the Gongfu realm had to be at the 8th level in order to be able to execute it. That little grandson of his own is only at the 2nd level, Xiao Chui added. By the way, they also said that the young master used the 6 illusions of the heavenly feather and likewise reached a very profound realm. Lin Ao thought it was ridiculous. Suddenly, the world seems to have changed. He was silent for a moment. Where is the young master now? His Majesty the Emperor rewarded him with 3 days of enlightenment in the book depository, and he is now in the book depository. Go, call Lin Wei back. I want to personally ask what really happened at the Golden Autumn Banquet. Yes. Chapter 16, Masters and Grandchildren. Dawn. The morning light breaks the silence of the night. A soft few rays of light spread at the palace gate, illuminating the figure that came slowly in the darkness. Lin Mo inclined his head, his gaze extremely complicated as he looked at Lin Ze, who was slowly walking towards him. During this half-day period, Lin Mo, who had been guarding the palace gate, had long known the causes and consequences of the Golden Autumn Banquet. At this moment, looking at the familiar figure that he had grown up staring at with one eye, Lin Mo only felt a burst of strangeness. The heart is horrified, puzzled, exclaiming, and admiring. To name a few. Welcome step forward. He had a lot to say to Lin Ze after holding it in all night. Young master. Lin Ze smiled at him. Master Mare, go back and talk. You haven't returned all night. I'm sure Grandpa, his old man, is waiting impatiently. Lin Mo looked around as the Imperial city guards threw pairs of probing gazes towards the two. In the darkness where the morning light fails to reach, there are also teams of scouts from all sides always keeping an eye on the palace gates. Yes. He forced himself to hold back the doubts in his heart and guided Lin Ze to the car. Afterward, a gorgeous carriage greeted the early morning's dim light, clad in the morning dew that had settled overnight, and returned fully loaded under the watchful eyes of a pair of eyes. Lin House. Ha! You're back, young master? The maid, Xiao Chui, was surprised. What? You don't want me back? Xiao Chui shook her head repeatedly. No, what the slave girl means is, aren't you in the Imperial Book Depository, young master? It's only been half a day. Watch it and come back. Jade beamed. Oh, she, Xiao Chui, was of low cultivation and not knowledgeable enough, but she wasn't a little cutie who didn't know anything, trying to read the royal collection in half a day. Bad young master. Lying to me again. If you don't want to talk about it, don't talk about it. Where's Grandpa? Oh yes, his lordship is waiting for you at the main residence. Lin Ze nodded, and then he and Lin Mo walked towards the main residence. Before leaving, Lin Ze suddenly turned back again and said, go fetch a set of silver needles. Send it to the main house later. Yes, Lin family's main residence. Lin Ao had been waiting for a long time. After learning about what happened at the Golden Autumn Banquet from Lin Wei, Lin Ao didn't close his eyes for a night, and couldn't even be bothered to recuperate his injuries. Just waiting for Lin Ze to come back to ask a good question. Grandson Lin Ze, greetings to grandfather. Lin Ao raised his eyes and looked Lin Ze up and down carefully. The powerful pressure of a peak Hotian was instantly released. Boom! Inside the Lord's mansion, a flat earth and a storm rose up. A strong burst of spiritual pressure blew across the earth, bending the ancient trees in the courtyard. In the middle of this storm, Jingo! Swords and spears and swords. Sobering fall winds. The terrifying aura of generalship killing spread across the sky, violently filling the entire Lin family. Above the sky, the wind rose. A dark cloud converged. The entire sky where the Lin family was located became dark and lightless. Rumble. Thunder brews in it. A palpitating depression rose in everyone's hearts. In a trance, it is only as if the apocalyptic apocalypse is about to come and roll up the earth. In the midst of this horrifyingly terrifying might, even Lin Mo, who was at the 8th level of the Hotian, couldn't help but have his chi and blood surge and use his energy to resist. Yet Lin Ze still talked and laughed without changing his face. A folding fan was in his hand, and the breeze was soothing. Lin Ao let out a long sigh and collected his overwhelming spiritual pressure. This grandson of his, even with his full strength, he couldn't see through it. Ah, you kid, ah. Lin Ao sighed and was about to say something. Suddenly, Lin Ao stormed up. Whoosh! His figure turned into a feather and disappeared in place. In its place, a blood-colored baleful aura that ruled over the 8 wastelands lunged towards Lin Ze. Kill! For a moment, it was like 1,000 horses whistling, but Lin Ze just casually danced the folding fan in his hand, either blocking, sweeping, or fanning. It then blocked all of Lin Ao's attacks. Lin Ao's eyes flashed with brilliance when he saw this. The realm of the 8 desolate warfare techniques was mentioned again and again. The power rises and rises. Its attacks were becoming more and more severe and ferocious. The silhouettes of the two of them kept flickering and changing within the Lin family's main residence. The speed was so fast that Lin Mo, a great expert of the 8th level of the Hotian, couldn't even see it at all. Lin Mo could only tisk and tsk 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 and keep sighing. My Lin family has a successor. A few moments later, Lin Ao and Lin Ze stopped at the same time. Lin Ao stroked his beard, sighing and relieved. Good boy. The Heavenly Feather 6 Illusions, the 8 Desolate Battle Technique, and the Invisible Sword Finger. You actually practiced them all to the great perfection realm without saying a word. No wonder you were able to hide for so many years without being discovered. Even old me, a peak Hotian who has been watching you grow up, was fooled by you. Lin Ze laughed and said, the Lin family has a big tree and enemies on all sides. If my grandson doesn't put on an act, certain people won't feel at ease. The grandchildren wouldn't have had the chance to wait until today again. Hearing Lin Ze talk about this matter of the Lin family, Lin Ao's complexion darkened. He looked deeply at Lin Ze and sighed. It's good to be careful. After just saying so, Lin Ao stopped continuing the topic. Grandpa is deeply gratified that you are where you are today. In the future, who dares to say that my Lin family has no successors? Who dares to say that my Lin Ao's grandson is not worthy of use? He continued. Originally, the old man was worried that your brat wouldn't be able to take care of himself in the future. Let's get you to the Golden Autumn Feast to claim an official position. Now it seems that the reason why you suddenly agreed to go to the Golden Autumn Banquet this time is that you have long been prepared to strongly declare yourself. Lin Ze smiled. Not really. Oh, I went to the palace this time. More. She came. As he was talking, Xiao Chui had already arrived inside the main residence with a set of silver needles. Young master, this is the silver needle you asked for. Aha. Lin Ze received the silver needle and said to Lin Ao, this is the main reason why my grandson went to the palace this time. When these words came out, Lin Ao and Lin Mo both froze for a moment. They gave the set of silver needles a fixed look, plain and ordinary. not some extraordinary artifact. Lin Ze went to the palace just for such a set of silver needles? No way. The two were silent, thinking for a long time. It took a moment to think of a possibility that slowed their hearts by half a beat. Palace, silver needle. And you're a healer? Meeting the slightly surprised gazes of the duo, Lin Ze said, when you walk in the jungle, you have more skills than you can handle. Grandson is still young. Learn a little bit of everything, dabble in everything, and it will always come in handy later. Not to mention grandpa's injuries have always been a concern of mine. Over the years, I've been studying the ways of the healer, in case one day your old injuries accumulate and explode. Grandfather, and my grandchildren are powerless to return the favor. And right now, Grandpa, you don't need to hide it. These eyes of mine have practiced the green jade spirit pupil. Your injuries have obviously reached the point where you can't hold them down. At those words, Lin Ao's hand stroking his beard suddenly stopped. The green jade spirit pupil was a human-grade mid-grade pupil art technique treasured by the Lin family. This technique required high qualifications and was extremely easy to injure the eyes, making it very difficult to cultivate. However, once practiced to a great extent, it will have the divine effect of observing the subtle insight as if it were a bright fire, seeing the enemy's breath towards the meridians and acupoints, and anticipating the enemy's first opportunity to preemptively strike. If Lin Ze had really practiced the green jade spirit pupil, then I'm afraid that he would have known about his injuries from the very beginning. Chapter 17, A True Demon. I would have thought that old Silence was the only one who knew about this. Lin Ao sighed deeply. Lin Mo. On the other hand, asked Lin Ze with a sullen face, since young master knows about it, is there a way to save the old master? His tone was slightly urgent. Lin Mo had to be in a hurry. Ever since Lin Ao brought him out of the war orphans and onto the battlefield, he had been following Lin Ao's conquests in the north and south, and had followed him until he retired. The two have been together for nearly 100 years. Lin Ao was to him the honorable war god Grand Marshal, the lord he served, the mentor who taught him to be an adult, the strict elder brother, and the closest family member. Lin Ao's dark injury had always been a piece of his mind. Of course, Lin Ze gave an affirmative answer. All these years of studying the art of healing, grandfather's injuries, I already have a clue. Right now the lack of but a profound means of applying needles. And this time I'm going to the Imperial Palace. Precisely because I want to get my hands on that book of 9 Extreme Life Shin needles from the Imperial Doctor's Department. With the means in the 9 Extreme Life Shin needle and my cultivation, it's enough to cure the dark wound bruises in Grandpa's body. Hearing this, Lin Ao Lin Mo both froze for a long time. Xiao Chui at the side also understood why her young master had returned in half a day. This half day, the young master wasn't there to learn the Imperial feats. He merely went for the method of administering needles in the 9 Extreme Life Shin needle. Young master. Xiao Chui suddenly felt a little heartbroken. It was clear that the young master was a supreme genius, and it was clear that he had been concerned about everyone in the Lin family in his heart. It was clear that he had been aware of his lordship's injuries and knew the situation where the Lin family was. But on the contrary, he had to restrain himself and pretend to be mediocre, and could only keep working in the dark. Clearly he was at the age of youthful recklessness. That's so unfair to a teenage genius. Lin Ao and Lin Mo froze for a long time before they were also moved by this. In their minds, the image of a teenage genius who endured humiliation for the sake of his family and his loved ones, and forged ahead, became more and more full, leaping onto the paper. All these years, it's been hard on you. Seeing this brainstorming look on the faces of several people, Lin Ze was helpless in his heart. He couldn't say that he had just learned the 9 Extreme Life Shin needle. Could he? Learning the 9 Extreme Life Shin needle in half a day and reaching a point where it was enough to treat Lin Ao was no longer something that could be explained by the word genius. The power of God-level enlightenment was beyond the scope of what a human being could comprehend, and belonged to the level of being anti-human and anti-rules. Lin Ze could only say, as long as Grandpa is safe and sound. After that, without saying much, Lin Ze directly took out the silver needle and began to apply the needle. Any more and Lindsay would be so embarrassed he'd have to snap out of his 2-room apartment. Then I'll start healing. Throughout the entire process, you should not resist and empty your mind, or else you will be prone to unexpected situations. After saying that, Lin Ze held the silver needle and entered his state. The entire person's aura became as deep as an abyss, unfathomable. At the same time, Lin Ze's pupils turned the color of crystal clear green jade. The glittering green light seemed to be able to pierce through everything, seeing the essence through appearances. The green jade spirit pupil opens. Lin Ao was old and pleased to be able to see you as you are now. The old man has no regrets. Just try it boldly and without fear. After saying that, Lin Ao closed his eyes and emptied his entire body and mind. Seeing this, Lin Ze's 9 Extreme Life Shin needle was activated. A silver needle was as if it had come to life at this moment. flexibly moving around Lin Ao's body, sending out a wisp of white gas full of vitality and vigor. This white qi was pervasive, constantly nourishing Lin Ao's body with decaying qi and blood, repairing the dark wounds and broken meridians that had accumulated in his body. Under Lin Ze's powerful cultivation that was infinitely close to innate, the redness on Lin Ao's face surfaced at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterward, a silver needle was stabbed in accordance with a specific acupuncture point. A drop of dark brown bruised blood instantly seeped out along the end of the silver needle. Giggle. The black-brown blood seemed to contain some kind of strong corrosive poison, and as soon as a drop fell to the ground, it immediately emitted the sound of giggling and boiling. DDT. Giggling. As the dark brown blood flowed out, Lin Ao's face gradually looked pale. Lin Ze struck out several more auras one after another and poured them into Lin Ao's meridians, guiding the circulation of auras in Lin Ao's body with the special technique of the 9 extreme life Xian needle. After a few cycles, Lin Ao's face gradually turned from pale to red again. The dark wound bruises in the body were being slowly eliminated and repaired. His qi and blood had regained their former strength. Whoosh! Lin Ze closed the needle. Okay. Lin Ao's secret injury was indeed very serious. However, with Lin Ze's current cultivation level that was infinitely close to innate and the realm of the 10th needle of the 9 extreme faithful Shen needle, he was able to cope with it with ease. Not even a quarter of an hour later, Lin Ao's dark wound bruises were cured by Lin Ze. Next, all that was needed was to recuperate for a while on his own, meditate and recuperate, and he would be safe and sound. Lin Ao opened his eyes and carefully perceived his current physical condition. The aura operated smoothly, the meridians were stretched, and the whole person felt like a heavy burden had been lifted, and his body was loosened and revitalized. Lin Ao was dumbfounded. He said, rather incredulously, "That's good to know. These dark wounds' cumulative labor has been accumulated from the battlefield, dragged him for many years. Even with his Hotian 9 cultivation also sometimes feel weak heart anxiety, often a night to adjust, cannot sleep at night. He has also been to the palace to find the current Imperial Doctor Order secretly tried, but this kind of injury, even the Imperial Doctor Order cannot be helped. Over the years, Lin Ao had long since lost all hope of curing these dark injuries and strain injuries, and had never thought that Lin Ze could completely cure them with his hand. After all, Lin Ze was only 18 years old in the end. At the age of 18, being able to practice martial arts such as the 8 Desolate battle techniques to the great perfection was already rare. And how could he have too much energy to delve into the medical arts to the point where he surpassed the Imperial Doctor's Order of the Dynasty? When Lin Ao said that he would let Lin Ze let go and give it a try, he was really just letting him try. But he never expected that Lin Ze would actually cure him without any effort at all with this one try. Doesn't this mean that in addition to Lin Ze's profound cultivation and amazing martial arts, even his attainments in the field of medicine had already surpassed that old Imperial Doctor Order who had been practicing medicine for more than 100 years? Thinking like this, even with Lin Ao's so many years of qi nourishment, he could not help but trigger a tsunami in his heart. The world said that he, Lin Ao, was exceptionally gifted and unrivaled in the world, and was expected to impact the transcendental saintly innate godman realm within 200 years of age. But compared to this little grandson of his own, he, the gifted North Star Wizard, was like a true mediocrity. People are 18 years old and at the peak of Hotian. When he himself was 18 years old, he was still fumbling around at the 4th level of the Hotian. People are 18 years old, and they are proficient in all martial arts and medicine, and they have all reached the realm of the great perfection. When he himself was 18 years old, even the 8 Desolate warfare technique was only just at the 3rd layer, and naturally, there was no need to mention the other techniques. People are 18 years old, endure insults, bide their time, and hone their immortal hearts and minds. On 18 years old. Hi, don't mention it. Just by that comparison, it seems like he's even apologizing for the word wizards. This little grandson of my own, TSK, a real demon. Chapter 18, Don't Fall Too Fast. Lin Ao was convinced in his heart, and while being convinced, Lin Ao's heart also rose with infinite feelings of pride and relief, because such a demon was his Lin Ao's bloodline. It's the heir to his Lin family. He has a successor in the Lin family. When one reaches old age, there is not much one can ask for. It is nothing more than that future generations will have a family and the family base will prosper. An old man like Lin Ao, whose aging was accelerated by his injuries and whose family was about to come to an end, asked for even less. All he wanted was for Lin Ze to protect himself, nothing more. And now Lin Ze was directly pulling up his expectations and doubling them thousands and thousands of times. How could this not make Lin Ao proud and pleased? At this time, Lin Mo, who was on the side, saw that Lin Ao was looking good, so he hurriedly asked, "Master, how do you feel now?" Lin Ao laughed out loud, a laugh that was mid-sentence. The old man is now feeling unprecedentedly good, as if a few 100 pounds of burden had been removed at once, and the whole person is light and airy, with a soothing energy all over. Good boy, you've given old me another big surprise, Lin Ze said. It's not completely healed yet, and it will take some time of quiet recuperation to fully recover. Okay, the old man listens to you. Cured Lin Ao. Lin Ze added. Also, there is another thing. I remember that there were many disabled soldiers among those who retired from the battlefield with you back then, right? The battlefield is ever changing, and everything is from the rush. Therefore, many of Lin Ao's soldiers had fallen into incurable diseases, resulting in a body of strength that could not be properly utilized. Therefore, after these personal soldiers retired in the first place, they consciously left the imperial capital after spending a few days in the Lin family army, so as not to bring shame to the Lin family army, and also drag down the brothers of the Lin family army. However, Lin Ao never treats his brothers who have fought with him on the battlefield and put their lives on the line. Although these personal soldiers insisted on leaving the imperial capital and refused to stay, Lin Ao would give them subsidies during the New Year's festivals to make their lives a little better. Therefore, the soldiers were mindful of the goodness of the Lin family and always kept in touch with Lin Ao, and as long as Lin Ao had a call, they would insist on running to contribute their small contribution even if they could no longer hold a sword. And it is true, when the Lin family was in trouble in the original book, these wounded soldiers had already traveled overnight to the Lin family to support them without being summoned by Lin Ao after hearing the news. One voice of the liners, one life of the liners. They were all hardcore pillars of the Lin family. So now that Lin Ze had the power, he had to activate this hidden force of raw power. On the one hand, this would naturally strengthen the Lin family even more. On the other hand, with the gift of divine enlightenment, Lin Ze was destined to take the path of collecting and netting all the world's feats in the future to fill this huge gap in feats. Thus, he needed more loyal helpers to collect feats for him. After Lin Ao heard Lin Ze suddenly mention those wounded soldiers, his first thought was also that Lin Ze was now a highly skilled healer and might be able to cure those wounded soldiers. These soldiers who had fallen ill while fighting with him had always been a regret in Lin Ao's heart. If they could be cured, it would be a great pity for Lin Ao. But, Lin Ao looked deeply at Lin Ze. A flash of color flickered in his eyes, but only for a moment. He followed up as if nothing had happened. Most of their injuries were old and stale ones that had missed the time to save them. Are you sure you can save them? Lin Ze said conservatively. I don't dare to say for sure, but at least 80%. With Lin Ze's current cultivation plus the realm of the 9 extreme life Shin needle, within the day after tomorrow, as long as it wasn't some kind of terminal disease that was hard to see in the world, Lin Ze was sure that he could cure him. Upon hearing this, the normally unsmiling Lin Ao's face was overwhelmed with joy. What a day! The smile on Lin Ao's face had been almost unbroken since Lin Ze's return. Good, good, good. Lin Ao said 3 good words in a row, showing the leap of joy in his heart. Old Mo. Go and recall them quickly. Yes, master. The matter is about disabled proctors, and Limmer is very active. The words had already transformed into a wind and left the main residence before the words had even fallen. Lin Ao added, Xiao Chui. Go and make some arrangements and order the residents to prepare food for 2,000 more people. Yes. Jade left too. Only Lin Ze and Lin Ao's grandparents and grandchildren were left in the main residence. The joy on Lin Ao's face then instantly dissipated. After supporting Lin Mo and Xiao Chui, he looked at Lin Ze with a serious expression. Gathering the old wounded soldiers and healing them all. You should understand what that means. Each of the personal soldiers who went with Lin Ao on his conquests were elites who had been through hundreds of battles and were highly skilled in martial arts. Plus, after so many years, there was hardly a single one of them whose cultivation level was lower than the 5th Hotian nowadays. If so many elite powerhouses were cured, it would mean that the Lin family would have at least 2,000 more powerful private armies. This, in turn, would inevitably cause turmoil in the entire North Star Court. As the North Star war god, Lin Ao was powerful not only in his military capabilities, but his political sense was equally sharp. Otherwise, they wouldn't have retreated in a hurry after the founding of the country, giving the opportunity to more people as a way to spread the weight of the Lin family. As early as when Lin Ze opened his mouth about treating the wounded soldiers, Lin Ao sensed that something was wrong. This little grandson of his had bided his time for so many years, but today he suddenly used the assassin's chess move to show his cards to everyone, and even offered to treat the wounded soldiers. His purpose was definitely more than simply treating wounded soldiers. Lin Ao's reaction was not a surprise to Lin Ze. Lin Ao has lived a life of integrity, loyalty to the king and love of the country, abiding by the etiquette of the king and his ministers. He was extraordinarily sensitive to this aspect of military politics. Lin Ze replied decisively. I know. Lin Ao was silent for a moment. The old man doesn't know what you're trying to do, but the old man is old. and you have proved to the old man your ability and your heart. This Lin family, sooner or later, will be handed over to you. Lin Ao recoiled the string of green jade Buddha beads that had developed cracks. Whatever you want to do it boldly. Grandpa will always support you. But there's one thing you have to remember. My Lin family walks the walk. Something done is done. Something not done is not done. Lin Ze nodded. Grandson's heart is in the right place. That's good. Lin Ze, however, added meaningfully, but I'm only afraid that some people don't have the numbers in their hearts. In the past, the Lin family's western mountain was dwindling, with no one to follow in its footsteps, and sooner or later, it was heading for the end of the road. But now Lin Ze has risen strongly. Some people, naturally, can't be seen. Lin Ze was sure that the next few days were bound to be lively. If they don't care, it would be abnormal. Hearing Lin Ze's words, the jade Buddha beads in Lin Ao's hand stopped. A hint of coldness flared slightly. My Lin family is a big tree. Within, North Star is jealous. Outside, the wolves all hate to eradicate my Lin family. After recovering from his dark wounds, the war god's fury contained in Lin Ao's pair of eyes became more and more intense. A blood color flashed from his eyes, reflecting a sea of corpses and blood. You, be more careful yourself. Lin Ze gently waved the folding fan in his hand. I just hope they don't go down too fast. After practicing this skill that could be called the Invincible hexagon, Lin Ze had long wanted to be still and wanted to try out the colors. If they are too unbeatable. Instead, it ran out of fun. Looking at the distant sky, Lin Ze couldn't help but have a trace of anticipation swept across his eyes. Chapter 19, The Storm in the City. After the Golden Autumn Feast, it has been some days since the beginning of fall. The weather in the North Star Imperial capital was getting cooler and more pleasant in recent days. Thinking that winter will come a little earlier than usual this year. Within the Imperial capital, the merchants and travelers coming and going all quickened their pace, wanting to take advantage of the golden fall harvest season to quickly get their goods out and prepare for the winter. The bustling Imperial capital is filled with traffic. Outside the Imperial capital, there were swordsmen carrying heavy swords running from thousands of miles away. When this swordsman arrived at the Imperial capital, he found an inn, ascended to the second floor, and ordered a table of good food. And don't move your chopsticks, as if waiting for someone to arrive. In the inn, the diners were feverishly discussing the great events that had occurred in recent days. The swordsmen listened as they discussed what had happened at the Golden Autumn Banquet, and the center of the conversation was also all about that Lin family's latent dragon, Lin Ze, who had been holding back for many years and was now making a splash. He had become the unchanging topic of conversation in the Imperial capital these past few days, becoming a hot big shot. He had ascended the most golden divine martial ranking in the entire North Star Imperial dynasty. The divine martial ranking, the ranking of the top experts of the North Star Imperial dynasty, gathered the top combatants of the entire North Star Imperial dynasty. Every expert who could make it onto this list was not a strong person above the 8th level of the Hotian, and none of them were super masters who had made a name for themselves. For example, number 1 on the divine martial ranking, the founding king of North Star, Emperor North Star. Second on the divine martial ranking, North Star's immortal war god, Lin Ao. Of course, there had always been a debate among the folk about the first and second in this divine martial ranking. Some people thought that Lin Ao was a peerless god of war and was expected to impact the innate divine beings, and that he should be the true number 1 on the divine martial ranking. Some people thought that Emperor Baichen's swordsmanship was unique in the world, and he was the first, and that as the emperor, he should also be ranked first to show his respect for the majesty of the royal family. The two claims have been at odds. But no matter who actually came first, the fact that Lin Ao and the North Star Emperor, the two topmost magnates of North Star, were on the list was enough to prove the gold content of this list. Every North Star cultivator also viewed being on the divine martial ranking as a supreme honor. If you can be honored to be in the top 10, then you will be able to be famous in the world and glorify your ancestors. And now, Lin Ze ascends. At the age of 18, he was honored as the 7th in the divine martial ranking, squeezing the once 7th on the divine martial ranking to 8th. It is for this reason that the swordsman has come. It was him that Lin Ze squeezed down. You're early. Outside the inn, a green-shirted scribe walked in and sat down right in front of the swordsman. Not early, just right. The green-shirted scribe laughed and said, after sitting for so long, you should have heard them as well, right? The swordsman was silent, quietly listening to the diners' discussion. The diners on the first floor were gushing about Lin Ze's demonic talent. If you ask me, this divine martial ranking still ranks the Lin family's son lower. Look, according to the Lin family's son's performance at the Golden Autumn Banquet, the 9th level's 8 Desolate battle technique can compete for the top 5 anymore, right? That being said, but how can the battle power of our generation of cultivators be compared purely according to the level of their feats? experience, awareness, cultivation, and means. You can't have one without the other. Although that Lin Ze is gifted and has a great heart, he's ultimately too young. At the age of 18, how many battles can he experience? And how many means can he cultivate? And even if they're at the same Hotian peak, which of the top 10 existences on the divine martial ranking haven't been traveling in this realm for decades? Compared to Lin Ze, they're all on the verge of touching that transcendent barrier of the innate divine beings. This is also true. Age is Lin Ershao's advantage, but it is also the gap between him and the old generation of strong people. Today's Lin Ershao is indeed younger, but after a few more years that cannot be said. The crowd murmured. At that moment, a discordant voice rang out. TSK, TSK, I say you people you're still too shallow-eyed, only seeing the surface, not the deeper essence. Yo, oh, what do you mean by that? The man sipped his tipple and smashed his mouth. I don't think you guys have forgotten what kind of person Ershao Lin is, right? Lin Ershao experienced the death of his relatives one after another at a young age, had enough of being coerced by various conspiracy crises, and hid his true self, showing weakness to get to where he is today. With this 10-year-old heart of second young Master Lin, do you really think that a single assassin's accident at the Golden Autumn Banquet will make second young Master Lin voluntarily expose himself? No way. Think carefully. How many experts are there in that imperial palace? The Mirror Division Master, the Chief of the Inner House, the Commander of the Forbidden Guards, and His Majesty the Emperor, the number one on the divine martial ranking. With the special nature of second young Master Lin's identity, which one of them would dare to let second young Master Lin lose half a hair? The assassins can commit murder, but at that time the incident was sudden only. Wait until they reacted to seize the opportunity to a move to control the crane to capture the dragon. You say, and how should it be? This is something that even I can think of. So with second young Master Lin's mindfulness of the city, how could he not know? If that's the case, then why did second young Master Lin take the initiative to expose himself? At these words, everyone in the room thought carefully. Gee, that seems to be the truth. With so many masters in the palace, there's always one who knows the means to ingest it from across the room, right? There's always a master who's fast enough to splatter that assassin's blood, too, right? For a small assassin in the district to want to hold a hostage in front of the major experts was completely delusional. So then, the crowd quickly thought of a very scary possibility. Could it be? In the next moment, that person spoke the speculation in everyone's mind. Apparently, this is actually an encounter between Lin Ershao and that one. TCH, someone who has shown weakness for years by not coming to the palace has suddenly come to the palace. If I were that one, I would more or less have a little idea of testing Lin Ershao's true colors, let alone that founding king. Thinking about it like this, TSK, sitting beside His Majesty the Emperor, how can Lin Ershao still be held hostage by a mere little assassin? Hey guys, tell me, what kind of expert could make a top existence that is number one on the hallowed divine martial ranking not be able to react? Make the assassins put their knives all over second young Lin's neck? And Lin Ershao himself is also a dang peak Hotian expert. How would he not be able to detect the assassin's arrival? These two. Savor them. Hiss. Oh my god. The Emperor is testing. Lin Ershao is declaring a counterattack. Both of these people have horrible minds. Terrible? The man added. It's still early. And what comes next is the real horror. What do you mean by that? You guys, haven't you heard that the Lin family just issued a summoning order for the old troops of their own army yesterday, urgently calling back all the Lin family troops who have returned outside? Chapter 20, The Lin family is plotting a rebellion? The moment this news came out, the atmosphere in the inn froze. Everyone looks at me and I look at you, each trying to find a hint of stability in the other's eyes. The Lin family summons. It's not like we're going to war. What's the point of issuing a call to arms all of a sudden? There was a moment of silence from everyone. At this moment, no matter how retarded people usually were, they could see that something was wrong. Seeing a silence in the inn, the man poured himself a glass of wine and drank it. TSK. The next few days are going to be a blast. Second floor. The swordsman and the green-shirt scribe heard everyone's words in their ears. What do you think of such a character? The swordsman glanced at the green-shirt scribe. I have already refined my heavy sword way, and I originally came to the imperial capital this time to challenge you. The sixth. But since this happened on the way, you and I will postpone our battle for now. I'll go and meet this Lin Ershao first, to see if he's as powerful as they say he is. With that, the swordsman turned to leave. I'll come back to you after I take back the 7th position on the divine martial ranking. The green-shirt scribe laughed. If you can really beat him, then there's no need to come to me. The swordsman stopped and looked back. You went up against him? The green-shirt scribe shook his head. Intuition. The swordsman looked deeply at the green-shirt scribe, then turned to leave. Imperial capital. Some shady alley. A man in black stopped in front of Yi Xiaoran, the 28th on the divine martial ranking. Something? I heard that Mr. Yi has never missed a beat since he took over Shura Villa. It's the most prestigious king of assassins in North Star, claiming that there's no one you can't kill. Yi Xiaoran glanced faintly at the man in black. So, my master would like to ask you to kill someone. Who? The son of the Lin family, Lin Ze. Yi Xiaoran raised his eyebrows. You dare to kill him? Right now there are too many people who want him dead. He. Yi Xiaoran laughed coldly. Please go back. This mission, we, Shura Villa, do not take it. There are still missions that the king of slayers of Shura Villa wouldn't dare to take? We're not obligated to die for you hiding rats. It seems the so-called king of killers is nothing more than that. Yi Xiaoran narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! With an instantaneous step, Yi Xiaoran had already arrived behind the black-clothed man, and his icy palms deadlocked the black-clothed man's neck. It seems that your master is an uneducated thing, to the extent that he doesn't even teach a wild dog like you how to respect a divine martial ranking powerhouse. The man in black writhed in pain. While doing so, he pulled a package out of his arms and lifted a corner. Yi Xiaoran looked away. Which do you think is more important, life or money? The Lin family's son is a strong Hotian 9. I'm a Hotian 8 to assassinate him. Looking for death? The man in black pulled another package out of his arms. Yi Xiaoran let go of his hand. Killing Lin Ze is out of the question. I can only promise to try my best. The man in black took out a jade bottle. This bottle of strange poison is colorless and tasteless. Seeing blood seals the throat. Even if a Hotian 9th level powerhouse touches it, he will surely die. It can help you kill Lin Ze. Yi Xiaoran thought carefully for a long time. Eventually, he shook his head. It's too risky. This Lin Ze is a super strong person who is at the 9th level of the Hotian and has reached the 9th level of the 8 Desolate warfare technique. The man in black sighed. In that case, we'll have to find another way. Has to add money. Deal. The Imperial Palace. The Hall of Counselors. The civil and military ministers were all listed in the hall. A middle-aged man was agitated and righteously indignant. Your Majesty, I have this to present. I want to attend the Duke of Dinghua, Lin Ao, and his grandson, Lin Ze. The person who spoke was the current head of the North Star's military department, Wei Pingyuan, head of the Wei family. The Wei family was another super family that had risen rapidly since the retreat of the Lin family, deeply favored by the North Star Emperor, holding the major military hubs of the North Star dynasty, and possessing a very high voice in the military. After all these years of development, their power in the military was already second only to the Lin family, and had a hidden tendency to rival the Lin family. Moreover, the Wei family and the Lin family had always been tit for tat, and as long as there was something about the Lin family, the Wei family would always run in the front line when it came to adding to the problem. The reason for this is, everyone understands. What makes the Wei family so favored by the emperor? That's what he relies on. Wei Pingyuan himself was well aware of the reason he was pushed out by the emperor. The emperor needs balance, and the Wei family needs opportunity. As early as the moment the Wei family was pushed out, their Wei family had been tied to the emperor's interests. From then on, you can't go back. You can only go in. Not only do you have to go in, but you have to go in high, calling white black and small big. Emperor Baichen glanced at Wei Pingyuan. Aiqing Wei is going to join Duke Lin and his grandson? Could it be that your two families have created some kind of conflict again? Wei Pingyuan shook his head. Very emotional. It's not my Wei family that has a conflict with his Lin family. Rather, it's the Lin family that wants to cross our entire North Star Imperial dynasty. They want to subvert my entire North Star Imperial dynasty. Your Majesty has to be on guard. Baichen Emperor's eyelids lifted slightly as he sat slightly straighter. What does Wei Aiqing mean by this? Duke Lin has always been loyal to his country and scrupulously abides by the ways of kings and ministers. This is known to all of North Star. Wei Pingyuan sneered. Loyalty and love for the country? If old Lin Ao was really loyal to the king and loved his country, would he have done this deceiving thing? Look at that Lin family Lin Ze. At such a young age, his mind is so deep. Without saying a word, he even hid from everyone to achieve the peak Hotian realm. And you, Your Majesty, know nothing about it. Then isn't it true that Lin Ze didn't dare to come to the palace some years ago because he was afraid that you, Your Majesty, would find out? He's actually defending you? What is this? This is deception. For a minister to do such a thing. I was sure at the time that the Lin family was bound to harbor evil intentions. I was sure that the Lin family must be harboring evil intentions and plotting a rebellion. Now that the Lin family's summoning order has been issued, this further confirms my suspicions. It's not like we're at war now, and it's not like there's been a natural disaster. And he, the Lin family, has gone so far as to activate the summoning order without consulting you, recalling the old troops of his own soldiers, and gathering a private army for no reason at all. What is this if not an intent to rebel? They don't give a damn about you. Your Majesty, will you no longer tolerate his Lin family? I implore your Majesty to seize the entire Lin family and kill all of this treacherous family harboring evil intentions. When this statement was made, the whole court was filled with. The expression was calm and unruffled. Although it was a bit of a mobility issue for the Lin family to issue a summoning order, as a Duke of Dingwa licensed by the Emperor, these private armies were originally the exclusive power of Lin Ao, topped with the big backstage of Beichen Emperor. Wei Pingyuan had taken the matter of the private army not once or twice. They're used to it. If one day Wei Pingyuan stopped barking at the Lin family's dogs, they would instead still think that there was going to be a change in the sky. So the crowd just watched and listened in silence. See the nose with your eyes and the heart with your nose, very calmly watching them perform. Chapter 21, The Return of the Private Soldiers. It's none of their business anyway, the Emperor's side or the Lin family's side. They were all behemoths that they couldn't afford to offend. But the courtiers of the Lin family line were not fond of spoiling Wei Pingyuan. They can't hear this. As soon as Wei Pingyuan finished speaking, someone immediately refuted with a sneer. It's Wei Sima's words that are absurdly funny. You're saying that the Lin family is deceiving their superiors, aren't you? Okay, you're noble. You're great. Then I would like to ask Wei Sima, how many dogs does your whole family have? How many times a day does that dog bark? Does it scream more in the morning or at night? Does he prefer to bark at or at Wessex? Also, how many times a day do Wei Sima and your wife have sex? Is it during the day or at night? Or only in the middle of the night when everyone is asleep? Do you guys like to stand? Or do you like to sit? Has Wei Sifa reported all these things to His Majesty? If not, are you defending yourself against His Majesty as well? Your Majesty, I'd like to take Wei Sima to task as well. Wei Sima is harboring evil intentions and dares to deceive the king. I implore your Majesty to seize Wei Sima's entire family. How dare you? How dare you fool around in front of His Majesty and tell right from wrong? Wei Pingyuan's face was grim as he said, Commander Lu, what exactly did that Lin family give you that you're speaking for the Lin family so much? I speak for the Lin family? Could it be that you're not making something out of nothing? Wessex? You what you? My North Star dynasty has always ruled by loyalty and filial piety. Wei Sima moving right and wrong to blind the holy hearing. Lu Mao stood up to stop it is for loyalty. Wei Sima humiliated my benefactor, Duke Lin. Lu Mao refuted it is for filial piety. Otherwise wouldn't you become an unfaithful and unfilial dog thief like some people? Wei Pingyuan became furious and was about to open his mouth to angrily reprimand Lu Capital. At that moment, Emperor Beichen stopped the duo. There, rest in peace, Lu Tongtong. Yes, Emperor Beichen looked at Wei Pingyuan. I Ching Wei. I've already said that Duke Lin is my North Star dynasty's brachycephalic minister, the divine pillar of the Xinhua. I'll never believe that the Lin family will be born with a rebellious heart. The Lin family's private army is also a power that the hereditary position of the Duke of State rightfully possesses. Let this matter rest and never speak of it again. As for the Lin Ze cover-up, Emperor Beichen sighed. The Lin family has suffered a change of heart. It is indeed my Beichen dynasty that has wronged them. It's only right that Zell bides his time. What's more, I am deeply gratified to have such a grandson in my heart. In the coming year, my North Star dynasty will surely produce a transcendent ascended divine man to protect my North Star dynasty's inheritance for 10,000 generations. The ministers respectfully bowed down. Your Majesty is wise. We congratulate your Majesty. Congratulations to your Majesty. Emperor Beichen raised his hand to stop the crowd. However, the Lin family has gathered a private army, which will indeed have some impact on the order of the imperial capital. Let's put it this way, it just so happens that the case of the assassins at the Golden Autumn Feast has come to an end, and those scholars who have won the autumn examination are about to enter the court. I have also arranged an official position for Zaire. Little Guangzi, it's up to you to run to the Lin family to announce the decree, and by the way, tell Zaire to be aware of the implications. Yes, sir. Xiao Guangzi received the imperial decree prepared in advance and immediately went to the Lin family to announce the decree. The Lin family. The various proctors were recalled one after another. They arrived at the Lin family one by one. On the way here, they had all heard about their young master Lin Ze. Naturally, they thought the same as those people outside, thinking that it was their young master who had been holding back for years and was finally going to strike back. This caused one of the proctors to hold his heart. You have to know that their allegiance was never to the North Star dynasty, but to the Lin family. It's Lin Ao's bloodline. When the Lin family's two Jia and many of the Lin family army's brothers were in trouble by the Wolf Capital Kingdom's sneak attack, the Lin family army was enraged. He hated that he couldn't make a big fuss and stir up the entire North Star, so as to find out the black hand behind the scenes and sacrifice him to the flag, while stepping on the Wolf Capital afterwards. And now that the young master finally had the idea and the ability to do so, Then no matter what they had to rush back to the Lin family to avenge the tragic deaths of the Lin family brothers and the Lin family's two masters. With this, the personal soldiers majestically rushed back to the Lin family, waiting for an audience with the third generation of their Lin family's lord. However, when they waited until they reached the Lin family, the soldiers realized that the young master had summoned them back not to cause trouble, but to treat them. It is said that the young master not only has a high level of cultivation, but also has equally high level of medical skills, and that his hands are even more skillful than those of the imperial doctor's order of the current dynasty. This caused the proctors to freeze for a long moment, but after a moment of dumbfoundedness, an overwhelming excitement rose up again in everyone's hearts. The root of their illness has always been a sharp thorn in the hearts of the pro-soldiers. Over the years, they have suffered from the roots of their illnesses and have been through the ringer. They didn't want to erase it all the time and resume their normal lives to rejoin the Lin family and be with their brothers in the Lin family army. How can they not be excited when they finally have a chance to erase their illness? The pro-soldiers didn't doubt Lin Ze's strength. They all knew that their own master, Lin Ao, was a very strict person, and if there wasn't really a hope for a cure, Lin Ao would never have recalled them so urgently, making them make a trip for nothing. Thus, in the Lin family compound, a long, hot line went from the yard to the outside. One by one, the soldiers were watching with anticipation as the young master, who was as dazzling as the peerless Prince Jade, performed the art of miraculous hands to heal the age-old ailments of each wounded soldier. Every time one was cured, the long line became a little more eager. Well, the next thing you know it's just some minor recuperation issues. Go over there. Thank you, young master. After the healed soldier made a deep bow towards Lin Ze, he quickly went to Lu Hanyan's side so as not to delay the treatment of the other brothers. The Lu family had practiced medicine for generations, and Lu Hanyan, who was the daughter of the Lu family, was naturally proficient in the art of medicine. Upon learning that the wounded soldiers were returning to treatment, she, as a child of the Lin family, volunteered to help. Of course, her medical skills were not even comparable to the imperial doctor's order, so naturally she could not deal with these wounded soldiers. Mostly, Lin Ze took care of the big healing, and she took care of the rest of the small problems and subsequent recuperation. Sitting on the edge of the gazebo, Lu Hanyan was looking at Lin Ze, who was fully focused on treating the wounded soldiers, with a complicated expression. She thought she knew Lin Ze. As a result, after all these years, she never actually saw through it. He is not a mediocrity, nor is he unaware of resistance. Underneath the seemingly mediocre exterior has always been hidden an extremely bright soul. Lu Hanyan couldn't imagine what kind of power had been supporting Lin Ze's disguise for 10 years as one day, this decade, he's going to restrain the glow of his teenage talent, to restrain the youthful vigor and sharpness and recklessness that teenagers are supposed to have, to endure the humiliation, to endure others time and time again, to say that he cannot be used, to say that he is not as Lin Ze, to say that his Lin family has no successor, and to act like he hated himself to reassure all the people who were secretly watching the Lin family. He must be very tired. Miss? Ha? The wounded soldier's voice brought Lu Hanyan back to her senses. With some embarrassment, she withdrew her gaze, and with a glance at the wounded soldier, she prescribed a series of tonics. There's nothing wrong with it. It just needs a lot of rest and will heal in 2 days at the most. Chapter 22, He doesn't believe me. The wounded soldier nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Miss. Miss has worked hard. Lu Hanyan shook her head and glanced again at Lin Ze, who was fully focused on treating the wounded soldiers. Compared to him, I've done nothing more than a trifle. Lu Hanyan really wanted to know just how Lin Ze's brain grew. How can a person be so genius and erudite? As the daughter of the Lu family who has been practicing medicine for generations, Lu Hanyan has studied various medical books and texts since she was a child, familiarizing herself with various medical classics by ear. Her family also praised her for her talent and that she would surely become a famous doctor in the future. Later on, he was nurtured by the resources of the Lin family, and his medical skills progressed by leaps and bounds. But even so, Lu Hanyan is now only barely able to reach the level of the second level of medical officer of the Imperial Medical Department. There are still 2 levels away from the order of the Imperial Medical Doctor, not to mention Lin Ze such a saintly level, not to mention the gap in cultivation and martial arts. She, on the other hand, was still 2 years older than Lin Ze. Young master is indeed a heavenly being coming down to earth. Hearing this, Xiao Chui also spoke of Lin Ze's goodness. For a moment, Xiao Chui looked back at Lu Hanyan again. But young miss doesn't need to be presumptuous. Young miss is already a rare genius for having such achievements at such a young age. The wounded soldier chimed in. Yes, young master and young miss are both true dragons and true phoenixes of my Lin family. Lu Hanyan cried and laughed a little. She hadn't thought about competing with Lin Ze either. It was just a slight sigh of relief that she was on the side of healing. After dealing with this wounded soldier, Lu Hanyan was idle again. She dealt with minor aftermath issues and spent little time on any of them. On the contrary, on Lin Ze's side, it took quite a bit of time to deal with each one. She then waited patiently again, watching the way Lin Ze treated the wounded soldiers. Very focused. Lu Hanyan was out of her mind again. At this moment, a bizarre and inexplicable gaze was cast towards Lu Hanyan. It's Jade. Xiao Chui was looking at Lu Hanyan with an astonished and somewhat snarky gaze. Lu Hanyan's heart was shocked. She hastily withdrew her gaze and smoothed her hair around her ears, pretending that she was just giving it a casual glance as she smoothed her hair. The other side, Lin Ao and Lin Mo, who had been paying attention to the situation over here, looked at each other and smiled heartily. Oh young man. He picked up his tea, snapped it gently, and took a small sip. All of a sudden the tea smells and tastes good. This tea today, it smells so good. Busy times are always rushed. Soon the sun set and the stars slanted. Lin Ze was finally busy. After a whole day of consuming healing, Lin Ze was also a bit tired. Under the bright moonlight, Lin Ze ran his energy and tuned his breath. The soft moonlight scattered on him, his hair shining with a hazy light, like a layer of moon-colored gauze, as clear as the moon, as quiet as the moon. Lu Hanyan gently stroked her hair and glanced at Lin Ze, who was in the process of regulating his breathing. She walked over slowly and took out a silk to try and wipe the sweat from Lin Ze's forehead. At that moment, however, Lin Ze suddenly opened his eyes. There was a hint of wariness in a pair of eyes as brilliant as a river of stars and as quiet as a deep pool. It was the same as the unfamiliar wary look that Lu Hanyan had seen that day. That time, Lu Hanyan didn't understand why that was. Now she understands. Lin Ze was defending her. It's the same as defending against the emperor and all those who secretly work against the Lin family. He doesn't trust himself. So, sure enough, all that pretending to be interested in her in the past was also a deliberate disguise to paralyze yourself. Right? What do you want to do? Lu Hanyan was silent for a moment, bit her lip, and handed out the silk. Wipe the sweat. Don't worry about using it. It's not poisonous. No need. Just wash up after toning. Lu Hanyan didn't say anything, retrieved the silk and turned to leave. Halfway through the line, she turned her head again and spoke heavily to Lin Ze. I'm also a member of the Lin family. We grew up together. Who says it isn't? As Lin Ze's adopted sister and child bride, before his memories awakened in his last life, he had talked to Lu Hanyan and strolled around the imperial capital together. It wasn't even surprising that in a few days, they would get married and start a family for the Lin family. The relationship between the two is really not bad at all. Lin Ze didn't want to target her if he could. But yeah, in a world of books where a true protagonist aura exists, where some things are not about feelings or logic, his protagonist aura can even give you a graveyard bounce and yell resurrect my love. This is the kind of outrageous world that Lin Ze has to defend against. Although Lin Ze has now changed the Xia Qinghe Golden Autumn Banquet episode, there is no more point of conflict with the protagonist. But the protagonist of this book is a conflict maker with a self-degraded wisdom aura. And everywhere he goes, he triggers the spicy chicken plot of the dragon set supporting characters looking down on him and giving away treasure and gold to his entire family. Even if Lin Ze changes the point of conflict in the Golden Autumn Feast, there are always other points that can force a conflict with the protagonist. Lin Ze had no doubt about this, because the protagonist of this book had never disappointed when it came to forcing conflicts. How could Lin Ze spoil him? So to be sure, before the protagonist died or before determining the strength of the corrective power of the protagonist's aura, Lin Ze still had to continue to guard against her. This thought, Xiao Chui suddenly came to Lin Ze's side. Young master, Yunat Guang from the palace has an imperial decree to announce. He saw that you've been busy and didn't dare to disturb, so he's been waiting in the parlor until now. A royal decree? Lin Ze's eyes gazed slightly. I know. After saying that, Lin Ze's figure disappeared into an illusory plume of light. Parlor. An illusory plume of light flew in. They spiral and intertwine, one piece stacked on top of the other. A familiar figure coalesced before Eunuch Guang's eyes. Eunuch Guang. It's been a long time. Seeing Lin Ze's unique and peculiar way of showing up, Eunuch Guang's expression stared. Is this incredible magical means really something that the peak of the Hotian can master? Dare not. Dare not. Young Master Lin is busy with his official duties and his day-to-day work, so it's not a good time for a slave to come. As the emperor's close minister, Eunuch Guang put himself in a very low posture. He was able to step by step from a small eunuch to this position now, naturally clear the big king and small king. To others, it would be just as well for him to engage in cadences and take out the posture of the emperor's close ministers. But Lin Ze, not to mention that this young master's own feats were enough to slap him to death. Lin Ze's special and honorable status alone was unique to the entire North Star imperial dynasty. If the royal family, the Li family, was the big king, Then the Lin family was that little king. And who was really in charge of the big king and the little king? It wasn't up to him. A little chamberlain. Anyway, Eunuch Guang is welcome. What is grandfather's decree to deliver on this visit? Eunuch Guang said with a smile. It's a happy event. His Majesty is going to give you a high promotion. Oh, Eunuch Guang took out the imperial decree. Young Master Lin. Then we'll announce the decree? Your Excellency. Please. Ahem. Lin family Lin Ze listen to the seal. Emperor Shengwu's edict says, Lin Ze. Lin family's Lin son. Killed the assassins of the Golden Autumn Banquet. Set things right. And saved the emperor's life. So he shall be rewarded by the Lord. I hereby appoint Lin Ze as the chief minister of the Mirror Division, with the power to inspect all officials and purge the imperial capital of traitors and murderers. On the other hand, the chief ambassador of the Special Mirror Division, Lin Ze, is a picket for the North Star Academy, responsible for inspecting the students who have won the list in this fall examination, inspecting both inside and outside the academy, so as not to make treacherous and evil people steal the sky and mix fish eyes with pearls. Chin up. Chapter 23, the Chief Envoy of the Mirror Sealing Department. I, Lin Ze, accept the decree. Eunuch Guang respectfully presented the imperial decree to Lin Ze. Chief Envoy Lin, congratulations. The Chief Minister of the Mirror Division is a powerful man, with the power of life and death to inspect all the officials and purge the imperial capital. This great seat, His Majesty has never been able to give it to outsiders, and has reserved it for our own people. Eunuch Guang spoke words of flattery and took a bite out of his own family. Lin Ze also smiled seemingly politely. Grandpa honors Lin Ze. Lin Ze will not let his old man down. Eunuch Guang added, Your Majesty can rest assured that you are working with your own family. With Generalissimo Lin's ability, I believe that he will definitely not let go of any of the treachery in the court. After saying that, Eunuch Guang made a turn of phrase. In addition, there is another thing. Eunuch hero, but there is no harm in saying so. It's like this. There's some disagreement in the court about the matter of the Lin family issuing a private summoning order. Someone is making an issue out of this, trying to impeach the Lin family. Of course, the Lin family is the founding fathers of the country, loyal aspirants who are loyal to the king and the country. And naturally, His Majesty will not listen to those slanderous words and hurt the family's feelings. However, the arrival of so many private armies in the imperial capital will have some destabilizing effects on the order of the imperial capital. His Majesty hopes that Chief Minister Lin will pay attention to the influence and discipline the Lin family army. Lin Ze suddenly realized. So that's what this is about. Blame me. I was in such a hurry that I forgot to let Grandpa know in advance. The cause of this matter is that Lin Mao had an epiphany after seeing the world-famous 9 Extremes of Life Xin needle of the Imperial Doctor's Department in the book depository that day, and his medical skills improved greatly. Then I remembered the veterans who once followed my Lin family to fight in the north and south, expanding the territory for the North Star Imperial Dynasty and leaving behind a body of sicknesses to suffer from them all their lives, without being able to get clean. As heroes of the North Star, they didn't deserve to end up like this. That's why Mr. Lin gathered the old veterans from all sides and wanted to try to save them a bit. By the way, I also want them to find and collect more martial arts techniques for Mr. Lin. I'm sure Eunuch Guang also knows that Mr. Lin doesn't have any great hobbies in his life, except for his love for martial arts, and he likes to collect all sorts of rare tomes from all over the world. I didn't expect it to cause a misunderstanding. It's because Lin was not well thought out. Eunuch Guang complimented. Chief Envoy Lin was able to become proficient in such profound martial arts as the 8 Desolate warfare techniques, the 6 illusions of the Heavenly Feather and the Invisible Sword Finger at this age. Your love and talent in martial arts is naturally beyond the comprehension of ordinary people like me. It's a shame to say that at such a young age. General Ambassador Lin has already surpassed North Star in martial arts, but we're over half 100 years old and we can't even comprehend 2 ancient books and journals that we got by accident. I think our family is not related to those 2 ancient books. Eunuch Guang sighed and added, This ancient sword is given to heroes. It just so happens that General Ambassador Lin is interested in martial arts texts, so we will have someone send them to you in a few days. At that time, if you have realized something, please tell us about it, and we will be able to fulfill a wish of ours. With these words, Eunuch Guang was throwing Lin Ze a gift, a supreme heavenly pride like Lin Ze, who had ascended to the peak of the Hotian at the age of 18 and had become a climate. Little cutie. It's only that they don't make friends. Eunuch Guang was certain that Lin Ze would inevitably achieve the status of an innate divine being in the future as long as no accidents happened. It's going to be a lot more than just throwing in the towel when that happens. At least a basket of plums. Good point. Well, then we won't bother Chief Envoy Lin. It's getting late, and we're in a hurry to get back to our orders. Eunuch Guang takes his time. After a few words of politeness, Eunuch Guang returned to the palace. Lin Ze watched Eunuch Guang leave, then dropped his gaze to a patch of darkness. listening for so long. Do you still want this gentleman to invite you out? A moment of silence followed. In the darkness, Yi Xiaoran, whose temperament was cold like a shadowed lone wolf, slowly walked out, exposing himself to the soft moonlight. Under the moon, Yi Xiaoran's entire body was like a murderous weapon, with sharp edges lurking all over his body and killing opportunities. Even the clear moonlight became oozingly cold, as if it had turned into a single ice splinter, filling the air with chilling cold. Hotian 8th level. Hotian 8th level immanent god realm, the strongest under the peak of Hotian. Those who were able to achieve the 8th level of the Hotian were all famous and powerful. Thinking about his hallowed Lin family, there was only one Hotian 8th level powerhouse like his butler Lin Mo. A Hotian 8th way personally strikes. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow and commented with slight relief. Not bad, didn't use low-grade water goods to fool my lord. Quite sincere. These days, there just aren't many villains who know how to zoom in right off the bat. If everyone was like him, wouldn't the protagonist of the original book have survived this long? If this world had an assassin rating or something, Lin Ze would have to give him an award. Make your move. For this sincerity of yours, my lord will give you 3 chances to make a move. After saying that, Lin Ze stood with his hands behind his back and waited motionlessly for Yi Xiaoran to make a move. At this moment, his movements were casual and his posture was idle. In Yi Xiaoran's eyes, they were all fatal flaws. According to past experience, if he made a move at this moment, his chances of winning would increase by at least half. Yi Xiaoran's eyes flickered brightly. He slowly stepped in and placed his hands in front of him, as if he was about to strike a thunderous blow the next moment. However, Shura Villa Yi Xiaoran has no intention of being an enemy to second young Master Lin. This time he has come to report something important to second young Master Lin. Yi Xiaoran clasped his hands and bowed towards Lin Ze. Lin Ershao, someone hired me to kill you. Lin Ze was speechless. He was silent for a few moments before he said with mixed emotions, so you sold him? Yi Xiaoran laughed. To be your enemy is like riding in a mantis and asking for death. Lin Ze of the Lin family, an 18-year-old Hotian peak, and a profound martial arts realm, proficient in everything. The talent was so overwhelming that it was outrageous. It was simply the reincarnation of a martial saint. In the future, he would definitely rise up the green clouds and become a transcendent innate divine being. Such a character, even there want to mess with? Your mom left the placenta behind when she gave birth to you, right? And to hire him, Yi Xiaoran, to kill Lin Ze. TSK, Yi Xiaoran, am an assassin, not a brainiac like you. As early as the moment the man in black approached Yi Xiaoran had already said honestly with professional ethics that he would not take on this mission for Shura Villa. But the great ingrate refused to listen, and insisted that he take it, and taunted him. There was no way around it. Yi Xiaoran could only whore out a huge paycheck for nothing. And by the way, come back to Lin Ze's place to get some credit and mix things up. Yi Xiaoran offered the bottle of strange poison that the man in black had given him. This is the strange poison that the person behind the curtain gave to Mr. Yi. It is said to be able to see blood and seal the throat. Even if the Hotian 9th level is dabbed with it, it will surely die. Lin Ze was suddenly a bit disinterested. Honestly, after practicing so much kung fu he actually wanted to fight. Unfortunately, who is the buyer? Chapter 24. Lin Ze took the poison in Yi Xiaoran's hand and asked casually after a few glances. Yi Xiaoran returned. The buyer intentionally hid his identity. It's unclear who exactly it is. But, Yi Xiaoran pointed to the northwest of the North Star Imperial capital. That's the direction of the North Star Academy. Although he intends to hide his identity, go back in 7 turns, change clothing deliberately detour. But Shura Villa is originally to intelligence trading started to do the killer line. In front of Mr. Yi, how can his little bit of Taoist skill be used to show off? Mr. Yi secretly sneaked behind the buyer and tailed him all the way. It was finally discovered that he had entered the North Star Academy. North Star Academy? Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. Speaking of the North Star Academy, this couldn't help but remind him of an episode in the original book. In the original book, after the protagonist began to rise to prominence in the North Star Academy and displayed amazing talent, he had also been attacked from within the North Star Academy, and more than once. Later, according to the protagonist's investigation, it was confirmed that there were spies from the Wolf Capital Kingdom in the higher echelons of the North Star Academy. That spy lurked in the North Star Academy and had been secretly observing all the students of the North Star Academy. And once a student appeared that was enough to become a great danger to the heart of the Wolf Metropolis, he would immediately notify the Wolf Metropolis and carry out the assassination. Thinking about it this way, I'm afraid that my own strong rise has advanced the episode and put the wolves on the spot. In Lin Ze's slightly narrowed eyes, a wisp of morose killing intent flickered out. Good for you, Wolfie. I didn't ask you for trouble, but you came to my door first. Regardless of whether or not there was another black hand behind the deaths of the Lin family's two Jia and Lin Ze, Wolf-Du, the direct enemy, would definitely not be able to escape. Wolf-Du was on Lin Ze's must-kill list from the start. It was just that Lin Ze had been busy strengthening himself and building the Lin family for the first few days, and had no time to take care of anything else. But now, Lin Ze could have time to pull out. North Star Academy? As it happened, he was also the picket for this autumn examination, responsible for purging the North Star Academy. Tomorrow, we'll take this opportunity to turn the North Star Academy upside down and uncover that Wolf Capital spy. By the way, he also went to see the main character of this world. If you have the chance, get rid of this biggest destabilizing factor altogether. Thinking of this, Lin Ze glanced at Yi Xiaoran again. Yi Xiaoran, right? Yes. Say, what do you want? Yi Xiaoran said. If the remuneration is, someone has already given it. Mr. Yi came here just to make friends and good karma with young Lin. If there is an opportunity in the future, I hope that Xiao Lin will reward me with a meal. Lin Ze smiled. Why wait for later? There's an opportunity now. Please speak. Young Lin. This Gongzi has no special hobbies as a person. He dislikes all kinds of Gongfu books and collects the 100 schools of thought under the world. You have many disciples in the Shura Mountain Villa, so I think this task is not difficult for you. Understood. Shura Villa. Accept this mission, and every 7 days thereafter, Mr. Yi will send the collected secret books of merit laws to the Lin family. Lin Ze nodded. Yi Xiaoran then prepared to leave. Before he left, Lin Ze called out to him again. Wait, does young Lin have any more orders? You just said that your Shura Villa started out as an intelligence business? Exactly. Then do you know that more than 10 years ago the Wolf Capital Kingdom attacked the North Star Army at night? Yi Xiaoran shook his head. Mr. Yi understands what Xiao Lin means, but Shura Hills, never touch military-related information. That thing is prone to causing murder. Whether it's the North Star Army or the Wolf Capital Army, they can easily step on my Shura Villa. I've let Xiao Lin down. No harm done. I was just asking. Lin Ze didn't expect Yi Xiaoran to know much. If it was really that easy to find out, Lin Ao would have found out long ago in these 10 years. Go on. Yi Xiaoran turned away and disappeared into the shadows. Day 2. There were also wounded soldiers arriving one after another. All of them were too far away from the imperial capital. And even though they traveled all night, they only arrived one after another the next day. Lin Ze told Xiao Chui to settle them down first, and wait until the evening when everyone had almost arrived to unify the treatment. Lin Ze himself had gotten on a carriage and headed to the North Star Academy. When Lin Ze went out, as usual, the two Hotian 6th Gravity Lin family army brothers followed to protect him, although all of them already knew Lin Ze's true strength. Years of traveling had made it a subconscious habit for them. Besides, even if Lin Ze didn't need protection, as the young master of the Lin family, how could he travel without a few attentive attendants? North Star Academy. Lin Ze's carriage steadily stopped in front of the imposing gates of the academy. A group of senior members of the academy who had received the news early in the morning had been waiting patiently for a long time. Lin Ze's visit this time was no longer purely as the young master of the Lin family. He is the new chief minister of the Mirror Division, picketing this autumn examination, and behind him, he represents the royal family, the Li family. It was even a legendary heavenly pride at the peak of the Hotian. Therefore, the senior management of the school all waited quietly in front of the school early in the morning, waiting for Lin Ze to come to picket the parade. In order to show their respect to Lin Ze, the proud son of heaven, Lin Ze got out of the car, a white dress like snow, holding a folding fan, black long hair with a green jade hairpin pulled a half bun, waist wearing a piece of goat fat ancient jade, a modest gentleman gentle as jade appearance. At first glance, it appeared to be just a handsome male, with no particular strength of character. However, in the center of the crowd, a green-shirt scribe's heart snapped after seeing Lin Ze's first glance, because, as the master of the North Star Academy, a Hotian 9, ranked 6th on the Divine Martial ranking, at first glance he couldn't feel the slightest hint of Lin Ze's breath at all. Obviously, Lin Ze's cultivation realm hadn't just arrived at the peak of the Hotian 9th level. He had already traveled on this path for a while and had arrived at the realm of returning to the basics. It was more frightening than his intuition had anticipated. The green-shirt scribe forced down the emotions in his heart and led everyone in the academy to salute Lin Ze. Zhang Tong of the North Star Academy. Meet Chief Envoy Lin. We have met Chief Envoy Lin. Is Tom Chang here today? Seeing the green-shirt scribe, Zhang Tong, Lin Ze's eyes lit up furiously. He remembered correctly that Zhang Tong seemed to be the 6th on the Divine Martial ranking? No need to be polite. After saying that, Lin Ze flicked the folding fan in his hand. The void is rippling, with a breeze coming in. An irresistible and overbearing soft force then forced everyone's bodies to hold themselves upright, unable to move. Under an unpreparedness, even a peak Hotian expert like Zhang Tong was righted a bit. Moreover, that power did not weaken in the slightest. It coalesced and stood ready to strike, as if it had deliberately left Zhang Tong time to react. Is that a warning? Being provoked so obviously, Zhang Tong, who was a strong member of the divine martial ranking, subconsciously wanted to use his energy to resist and force this salute down. However, when he turned his head, Lin Ze was here today to inspect the North Star Academy on behalf of the royal family. This will, he should establish. So, without resisting, Zhang Tong allowed that soft force to operate and said, "It's said that Chief Envoy Lin has a heavenly talent and deep cultivation. It's really extraordinary to see today." Lin Ze laughed, his skin smiling. "Sixth on the Shenwu list. Ah, sixth on the Shenwu list. You've got to get your ass in gear. Chapter 25 now. Do you hear me? I'm purposely trying to pick on you. Can't you feel it? Where's your majesty as a peak Hotian powerhouse?" Lin Ze was helpless. How on earth did the protagonist of the original book manage to trigger a battle plot wherever he went? Mistress Zhang overpraised me. After saying something painlessly, Lin Ze walked into the North Star Academy. "Mistress Zhang, you know the purpose of my lord's visit today. What happened at the Golden Autumn banquet the other day? But it made Grandpa, his old man, very unhappy." Zhang Tong hurriedly said, "My North Star Academy has always been loyal to the king and the country. All of them are of pure character. And there has never been this kind of treasonous behavior of deceiving the king and ignoring his superiors. This time there is even a traitorous traitor mixed into the students, destroying the reputation of my North Star Academy. I really didn't expect Zhang. That thief is really detestable. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Lin isn't here to listen to your complaints." Zhang Tong added, "Understood. Please rest assured, Chief Minister. Zhang Mao has already thoroughly checked inside and outside the academy in the past few days, rechecking all the files of all the academics and taking evidence to check them again. However, any of the scholars who have any of the suspicions have been recorded and temporarily dispatched to the branch academy outside the imperial capital to remain under observation for the next examination. The scholars who remain within the imperial capital today are absolutely all North Star people with clean families and clear origins. The absurdity of the Golden Autumn banquet will never happen again after this." After saying that, the various great doctors around Zhang Tong hurriedly took out the long-prepared scholars' dossiers for Lin Ze to look through and check. But there has always been a hand in making things like the dossier up. Lin Ze didn't care. He just casually flipped through it indifferently. He didn't really want to come to investigate the case for the royal family anyway. What the royal family does is none of his business. The Lin family and his own affairs have not yet been dismantled. He's only here to uncover the traitor in Wolf's capital. And in the meantime, find a chance to get rid of the unstable element that is the protagonist of the original book. Casually flipping through the pages, Lin Ze said, "The scholar may be clean, but what about the husband?" Everyone in the room froze when these words came out, only to hear Lin Ze continue. "This group of Wolf-Do insiders can be really skillful, actually able to blend into North Star's #1 academy unknowingly without arousing the suspicion of any of the husband's instructors. Mr. Lin remembers that the cultivation level of the husband's instructor of the North Star Academy must be at least at the 6th level of the Hotian, right? An expert of at least the 6th level of the Hotian. Plus you, Mistress Zhang, a famous peak Hotian expert of the divine martial ranking, couldn't even look at a few tiny spies." Snap! Lin Ze gently closed the folding fan in his hand, making a crisp ringing sound. His tone also became slightly more chilling. "So, is it because the level of your North Star Academy husband's teaching is limited? Or are some of you deliberately harboring them?" As soon as Lin Ze's words left his mouth, the crowd of husband instructors present had their faces change. "Chief Minister Lin, we have been teaching and educating at the North Star Academy and have been working diligently. Ergo we have been here for at least 20 years. How could we possibly be spies of the Wolf capital?" "Yeah, the North Star Academy hasn't been in trouble for so many years. If we were spies, wouldn't we have been in trouble long ago? And how could our North Star Academy have the guts to dare to plot against the Imperial Court? To be an enemy of the Imperial Court? Wouldn't that be striking a stone with an egg and taking our own lives?" Chief Ambassador Lin is not joking about this. Lin Ze laughed. "Don't have the guts? I see you guys have some nerve. If you don't dare to plot against the court, you dare to plot against my Lin family? Ha! What does Chief Envoy Lin mean by that?" Everyone was confused. When did the North Star Academy dare to plot against the Lin family? "What do you mean?" With a movement of Lin Ze's mind, an invisible and imperceptible fluctuation spread across the entire field. Immediately afterward, an exquisite bottle appeared in front of everyone. "This bottle should look familiar to some of you, right?" At those words, all eyes pointed to the bottle. "Is that in this bottle?" the House Advocate asked in disbelief. Lin Ze didn't answer. He stopped, turned his head, and looked straight at a middle-aged man hiding at the back of the crowd. Your heart. It's beating fast. That middle-aged man changed his face. He steeled himself and said, my heart rate has always been higher than. Lin Ze didn't listen to his sophistry. Everything is invisible under his mind-phase force field. As soon as the jade bottle appeared, his heart pounded, but Lin Ze could hear it clearly. The person who hired Yi Xiaoran was definitely not involved even if it wasn't him. And so, Lin Ze's right palm stretched out, and a terrifying suction force instantly swept up the extermination storm. Buzz! The powerful suction caused the middle-aged man to fly towards Lin Ze uncontrollably. Ta-da! Lin Ze's large hand pressed down on the middle-aged man's head, lifting his entire body and hanging it in mid-air. The powerful force squeezed the middle-aged man's entire head out of shape. You! What are you doing? This is the North Star Academy. Ah! Mansion Master, help me. Sensing Lin Ze's terrifying killing intent, the middle-aged man hurriedly begged for help and brought out the North Star Academy. The sudden shocking change caused the crowd to look aghast, and their faces were all a bit unsightly. Their North Star Academy was at least one of the top forces in North Star, possessing a peak Hotian-level powerhouse such as Fu Xiaodong in attendance. Peak Hotian? Do you really think that this being who can stop a country with 100,000 troops in one person is just for show? You do not see the Golden Autumn Banquet on the incident. The court 3 divisions were trained like a dog. Only their North Star Academy was taken lightly. Let them clean up their own given account of it can be? In their North Star Academy, even behemoths such as the royal family would not just take liberties without a word. This was because it represented the face and prestige of the Hotian Peak, the strongest class of powerhouses under the ascended divine beings. Lin Ershao, what are you doing? To strike at random without asking questions. You are too licentious. The House Advocate Tone's face sank as well. Chief Minister Lin, husbandman Zhang joined my North Star Academy 10 years ago. He has been dedicated for 10 years and has never had any second thoughts. He wouldn't dare to plot against North Star, much less harm the Lin family. Please also investigate before you say anything. Lin Ze calmly said. Alright, this Gongzi will be polite first, lest you say that this Gongzi is an unreasonable barbarian. Last night, my lord was attacked by assassins, and the mastermind behind it is your North Star Academy people. This bottle of strange poison was given to the assassin by the man behind the curtain. And this what's his name Zhang Fuzi of yours? He alone had his heartbeat suddenly accelerated after seeing this bottle. Lin Ze glanced at everyone. Now, is that clear? Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone present changed. Assassinate Lin Ze. Assassinate a peak Hotian powerhouse? You've been kicked in the head by a donkey. Very well, it seems there is no need to be reasonable. Saying this, the force on Lin Ze's hand increased a bit. Zhang Fuzi cried out in pain. Say, who sent you to assassinate me? Chapter 26, The Death of Zhang Fuzi. Zhang Fuzi's face twisted, but his mouth remained hard. I don't know what you are talking about. You are clearly deliberately provoking. Want to that my academy to open the sword to establish authority? You, Lin Ze's force increased again. Zhang Fuzi's head had been slightly deformed, and 5 deep fingerprints had sunk into his head. Ah, House Lord save me. Zhang Tong and the other people in the academy showed signs of intolerance. At least they were friends who had worked together for many years, and they couldn't bear to see Zhang Fuzi in such a miserable state. But on the contrary, Zhang Fuzi was caught in the storm of the assassination of Lin Ze. They can't do anything about it even if they can't stand it. The North Star Academy wanted to save face, but Lin Ze, a peerless heavenly pride at the peak of the Hotian and the son of the Lin family, didn't want to save face? The dignity of the Hotian pinnacle must not be insulted. When it came to this kind of thing, Lin Ze was just going to kill him on the spot, and they wouldn't be able to say anything. The fact that he was able to speak out to dissuade Lin Ze before was already based on years of love. Zhang Tong and the others did not speak. Husbandman Zhang was anxious. Prefect, you can't listen to Lin Ze's side of the story. He's making something out of nothing. I never even left the academy. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. Do you think that if you don't say anything, there's nothing this Gongzi can do? Zhang Fuzi's heart jumped. What did it mean? The thought had just flashed. Boom! Bear. In the next moment, an agonizing burning sensation that was terrifying enough to turn the soul into ashes instantly spread throughout Zhang Fuzi's entire body. The sharp pain that pierced his bones suddenly hurt Zhang Fuzi's entire body into a spasmodic state, and his body ached as if it was pierced by a million arrows. It was like a red-hot iron rod sticking into the body, pulling the bones of the whole body. Again, it was like tens of thousands of poisonous snakes biting at the same time. The wound burned, and it hurt like hell. Ah, aha. On Zhang Fuzi's body, an orange-red flame was wrapping around him and burning. But the flames are not deadly. It just kept irritating and searing Zhang Fuzi, causing him pain. Lin Ze had swept through the imperial family and the Lin family's collection of books and had learned several hundred martial arts. There is no shortage of painfully torturous tactics. Lin Ze only needed to add a little of each to create enough torture to make life worse than death. Say, who are you working for? This gentleman can give you a hard time. I. Zhang Fuzi clenched his teeth shivering in pain, and several times he wanted to speak. Seeing this, Lin Ze's hand had another morose white cold chi pouring all the way down his arm into Zhang Fuzi's body. For a while, Zhang Fuzi had blazing flames on the outside and extremely cold ice on the inside, and suffered the purgatorial torture of ice and fire at the same time. His face was sometimes frozen white, sometimes hot. The whole man was twisted and cold sweat was pouring down as if it were a stream of water. When the people of the North Star Academy saw this miserable state of Zhang Fuzi, a cold air suddenly rose up in their hearts and traveled all over their bodies. A cold air penetrated deep into his bones and was chilling. At this moment, they had a common perception of Lin Ze. You can't offend Lin Ze by messing with anyone in the future. In the double torture of fire and cold, Zhang Fuzi finally could not carry the agony of soul and body. Say, me, I say. The cold ice and flames in Lin Ze's hands were temporarily suppressed. Zhang Fuzi let out a long sigh of relief and took a few big breaths. It's the wolves that make me. As soon as these words left his mouth, Mr. Zhang immediately paused again. A strange blood color filled his eyes, quickly filling them. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. Senjifu writhed in agony. Bang. Zhang Fuzi didn't manage to utter a complete sentence. His head then exploded with a strange force. Blood splatters. Red and white splattered all over the place. The pungent and unpleasant odor of special blood instantly filled the scene. This, Mr. Zhang actually really. How? The people of the academy looked at husbandman Zhang, who had suddenly burst into flames after uttering the words wolf do, and each of their faces turned ashen. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you for a long time. Instead, Lin Ze took the handkerchief from the guard behind him and wiped his hands as if nothing had happened. Kind of. Zhang Fuzi wasn't killed by Lin Ze. Apparently, it was someone who didn't want him to continue. He glanced at the senior members of the academy. Your North Star Academy is really a crouching tiger with hidden dragons. Snap. Lin Ze smiled and casually opened his folding fan, gently shaking it up as he walked towards the depths of the academy. For his part, Mr. Fu asserted that Tong glanced at the corpse of Mr. Zhang, and then took a deep look at everyone present, greeting the slightly meaningful eyes of the prefectural advocate Tong. The hearts of the people present were a bit terrified, but it was good that Zhang Tong just looked at it and followed Lin Ze. Go, House Lord. That Xingfu. This traitor's corpse found someone to dispose of? Zhang Tong glanced back at everyone. At this time, I'm afraid second young Master Lin doesn't want any of you to fall behind. These words made everyone's hearts flinch, and they hurriedly said yes, no longer caring about Zhang Fuzi's corpse, and quickly followed. Lin House. A swordsman carrying a heavy Xian iron sword arrived in front of the Lin mansion, the Lin family's important land. Stop anyone who comes. The few Lin clan soldiers guarding the door sensed the terrifying aura of the man in front of them and hurriedly blocked the swordsman from the door. The swordsman raised his eyelids and spoke. This seat is the 8th on the divine martial ranking. Xianchong Sword King. Xianchong Sword King. Xianchong Sword King. A peak-level existence at the 9th level of the Hotian. He is famous for his heavy sword, and is the king of swords. A heavy sword makes a god, especially good at a force to break all the laws. A sword to determine the victory. It's 5 years ago experienced a great war. The heavy swordway again have realized, so announced closed door meditation. 5 years do not ask the world. And now that he's out of the gate, he's only stronger than before. A few people from the Lin family army looked at each other. So it is the Xianchong Sword King who has arrived. I don't know what the Sword King's instructions are for traveling to my Lin mansion. The Xian Heavy Sword King's back shook, and the powerful force lifted the huge heavy sword into the air, landing heavily in front of the Lin mansion's door. Knock! The heavy sword landed like a star falling from the sky, and the ground trembled. I'm here to discuss the methods of Lin Ze, the son of the Lin family, to reclaim the 7th position on the divine martial ranking. After saying that, the Xianchong Sword King glanced at the Lin family soldiers who had difficult expressions on their faces again. There's no need to worry. It's just a sparring match between normal martial artists. Point blank. Go inform the second prince quickly. The Lin family army guarding the gate said. Young master is not in the mansion at this time. Young master has been appointed as the chief envoy of the Mirror Division, and has departed early in the morning for the North Star Schoolhouse to purge the inside and outside of the schoolhouse. The Xianchong Sword King frowned. Are you guys worried that this seat will be unfavorable to the second duke? Deliberately lying about his absence? A few people shook their heads. Young master's inspection of the North Star Academy is a major event. The Sword King will know once he casually asks a few passers-by. How would we dare to deceive? The Xin Heavy Sword King slapped on his heavy sword with a snap. The heavy sword trembled the earth and flew up, and was again steadily carried on the Xian Chong Sword King's back. North Star Academy? Both opponents are there. Very good. In that case, this seat will make a trip to the North Star Academy. Carrying a heavy sword on his back, the Xian Heavy Sword King's speed was not slow at all. In one stride, he was gone, towards the North Star Academy. Chapter 27, The Girl in Pink. North Star Academy. A white-clothed scholar hurriedly ran into the Evergreen Hall. A group of students who had won the fall exam had already been waiting in Evergreen Hall for a long time. After experiencing the change of the Golden Autumn Feast and witnessing Lin Ze's true colors, many of them had developed a deep admiration and respect for Lin Ze. A peer-to-peer heavenly pride. No! After hearing that Lin Ze had become the chief ambassador of the Mirror Division and was going to personally come to inspect them, and that they would have the opportunity to work under Lin Ze, all of them acted exceptionally excited, and were ready to wait for Lin Ze's arrival early on. As soon as they saw the white-clothed scholar running in, they immediately asked, "How is it? The second prince has arrived?" The white-clothed scholar gasped, "Don't ask. Hurry up and get ready. Something big has happened. Husbandman Zhang was just shot down by the second prince himself there at the academy gate." "What? Zhang Fu Zi he? What's going on?" The white-robed scholar glanced at all the scholars present and said in a grave and terrifying tone, "Our academy is not clean. Aside from us academics, even the higher-ups have been eroded. Husbandman Zhang is the one who was outed by the second prince himself." "What did you say? Even the top brass? What's so surprising? It was expected. The traitor and rebel can hide among the academy students for so long, hiding from the eyes of many teachers. It would be strange to say that no one in the higher echelons is harboring them. The decay of a tree often begins at the roots. But how did the second prince find out?" The white-clothed scholar said, "I heard from afar that someone from our academy hired assassins to assassinate the second prince. That's what made the second prince so furious that he used some kind of special means to sense the abnormal heartbeat of husband Zhang and pulled him out. So that's how it is. The second prince's methods are really unpredictable." While the crowd was talking, Xia Qinghe, who was sitting at the front, calmly flipped through a few books of curricula, seemingly studying the knowledge of the sages seriously. But the mind was long gone, and the curricula turned over and over, always the same pages. "Stop flipping through the book." Besides Xia Qinghe, a pink-clothed girl looked at Xia Qinghe with a smile or not, thinking about that second son? So mesmerized. Xia Qinghe returned to her senses and glared at the pink-clothed girl. "What are you babbling about?" The pink-clothed girl skimmed her mouth. "I don't know who's talking nonsense. Someone nah. Ever since the Golden Autumn Feast came back he's been soulful all day. I'd like to see what kind of magic the second son of the Lin family has to make you so mesmerized." As she said this, the pink-clothed girl's eyes were flashing with an inexplicable strange light. Xia Qinghe shyly and angrily cha a pink-clothed girl's waist. "I'll let you talk nonsense again." "Ouch. You, ta-da-da-da-da. The second prince and the others are here. Get ready." Everyone immediately sat down, stopped moving their hands, and sat upright. It was accompanied by a light footstep. Lin Ze, Zhang Tong and the others walked into the Evergreen Hall. "Greetings, Chief Envoy Lin. Greetings, Master of the House. Husbandman." No need to be polite. Lin Ze walked into the Evergreen Hall and glanced at all the scholars. At the sight of Xia Qinghe, Lin Ze froze. It was because he saw another pink-clothed girl besides Xia Qinghe. The pink-clothed girl was delicate and lovely, and her entire body exuded an air of youthful vigor as if it were spring. Just like a spunky, cute little neighbor girl. Its posture was no worse than Xia Qinghe's, and it was likewise the appearance of the country. A pair of big moist eyes on a pair of showy curved moon eyebrow lying horizontally. Powder makeup jade face. Cherry lips embellished agar nose is quite arched. 5 features exquisite and just right. Long, dark hair with a slight hint of an inconspicuous reddish color shone with a different kind of enthusiasm. It's hard to say who is more beautiful than the other when the two stand together. Let's just say that each has its own favorites. This couldn't help but make Lin Ze a little surprised, because he remembered that in the original novel, the only famous beautiful character in the North Star Academy was Xia Qinghe. Otherwise, with the characteristics of the protagonist's aura, it would have been a tiger that unfolded its pen and ink to be included in the harem. And most crucially, it looks as if the two are on good terms. Oddly enough, in the original book, did Xia Qinghe ever have a female friend with such distinctive physical features? Lin Ze condensed his eyebrows. Seeing Lin Ze frowning, the people of the academy were startled, thinking that it was another one of the academy students who was the mole caught out by Lin Ze. Xia Qinghe, on the other hand, was confused. "Last time at the Golden Autumn Banquet you gave me a pitying look, but this time you're just frowning? Am I unattractive or oddly shaped?" Xia Qinghe didn't understand, couldn't figure it out at all. The pink-clothed girl, on the other hand, looked at Lin Ze with a strange light in her eyes and glanced at the senior members of the academy from time to time, her gaze going back and forth between Lin Ze and the senior members, as if she was sizing something up. The atmosphere was a little bit unpleasant for a moment, but it was a good thing that Lin Ze only glanced at it, after which he averted his gaze. He casually said, I remember that the North Star Academy has traditionally only had 50 people on the list of winners in each fall exam, subtracting those rebels who died at the Golden Autumn Feast. This seems to be more than enough people left, doesn't it? A husband hurriedly explained, reporting to Chief Minister Lin. Because this Golden Autumn Banquet assassin case is so implicated, many high officials in the Imperial Court have fallen from grace, and quite a few positions within the Imperial Court have been left vacant. So His Majesty the Emperor specially instructed us to increase the quota of students entering the dynasty, and to temporarily and urgently adjust the changes in the positions of the major machineries. We then reran the big test and took 38 out of the 6-year-olds, 17 out of the 5-year-olds, and 8 more out of the 4-year-olds. The total is 63. The man handed over a roster of 63 scholars. Lin Ze nodded casually, flipping through the roster for appearances and calling it quits. How many people the court wants has nothing to do with him. And how the North Star Academy wants to take the test has nothing to do with him. He has only 2 goals now. Lin Ze glanced at the crowd in the hall. 2 things. The first thing, Mr. Zhang, you should all know each other, right? The crowd nodded. Lin Ze then asked, last night, did any of you see husbandman Zhang return? Did you see Mr. Zhang come back? The crowd of scholars froze. Did Mr. Zhang go out last night? Mr. Zhang's skills were not high, and he was not a famous person in the academy. So not many people paid attention to him. No one answered for a while. No one? Then let me rephrase my question. With whom does husband Zhang have the most relationship on a regular basis? At this moment, the pink-clothed girl beside Xiaoqing has suddenly stood up. Master Zhang, I saw it. Seeing that it was the pink-clothed girl who spoke, Lin Ze came to a few moments of interest. Very well, you speak. The pink-clothed girl, however, suddenly smiled inexplicably. Chief Minister Lin. Not only do I know about husbandman Zhang, but I also know about a major event that could pierce the North Star Academy. I just don't know if you dare to listen? Snap. Lin Ze closed the folding fan. The entire person's aura instantly became as deep as an abyss. Unfathomable. Its voice filled with power and absolute confidence reached the young girl's ears, and the mysterious figure enlarged infinitely in the pink-clothed girl's eyes. May it be heard. Chapter 28, The Government Master is a Spy. Lin Ze's calm and unperturbed voice seemed to have given the pink-clothed girl a pill of confidence, with which she had great confidence. Good. Since General Ambassador Lin is willing to listen, then I will speak boldly. The pink-clothed girl glanced at the senior members of the academy, eyes locked on someone. Immediately afterward, the pink-clothed girl's next sentence was a stone-cold shock that shattered everyone's eyeballs. The House Advocate is a spy for the Wardu. When these words came out, the scholars and husband instructors present shook. They were like a pot of boiling hot water that instantly exploded. What did you say? Ridiculous. Ridiculous in the extreme. Daring. How can you defame the master of the palace? No respect for your elders. No respect for the mansion master. Where have you lost all the etiquette my academy taught you? The mistress of the house has been dedicated to teaching and educating people since the opening of North Star, sending countless pillars to the court and making indelible contributions to the development of my North Star. Such a great hero and a great hero. And you're saying that he's a traitor of the wolf capital? If he's a wolf capital mole, then what are we? Come on people, drag this deceiving asshole out of here. The crowd was shocked and angry. Who is Mr. Fu Advocate Tong? The Lord of the North Star Academy, one of the founding fathers of North Star. His contribution and status in the North Star literary world was just like Lin Ao's in the North Star Army. He is the patriarch of the North Star literary world. It's the spiritual pillar of the reading public. Nowadays, at least 1/3 of the civil officials in the court are from the North Star Academy that he set up, and a small half of the civil officials of the court are sent in by his hand. Such a great man with great contributions to North Star, and you call him a spy? Ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. The crowd was furious. The pink-clothed girl, however, kept her face unchanged and just kept looking at Lin Ze. Lin Ze glanced at everyone. Quiet. Deceitful masters. Abominable. Arresting her and slandering the house master. I think she's the real traitor of the wolf capital, trying to stir up civil unrest in my North Star. The crowd was still so angry that their livers ached, cursing the pink-clad girl. This gentleman says, boom! A lurid wave of air spread with Lin Ze at the center. The powerful icy spirit pressure instantly struck as if it were a cold stream on an icy day, spreading over the entire evergreen hall. Quiet. A word of silence fell. The window is frozen with fall sunlight. Bright hues are dispersed and darker tones take their place. An ice flower condensed on the floor of Evergreen Hall. A grain of frost covered the entire wall. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. Cold deep into the soul. It was clearly the high season of fall, but in a few moments, it moved into the deep cold of winter. Phew. With a light breath of exhalation, you could see the eerie white smoke. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in horror, and they were all silenced. At this moment, Lin Ze's body was filled with an icy low air pressure all around him. Like a supreme ice monarch that ruled over the entire ice sky world, 10,000 years of metaphysical ice condensed in his eyes, and his eyes revealed a deep chill that was enough to freeze people into ice. They had every reason to believe that anyone who dared to speak any more nonsense would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Everyone was silenced, not daring to utter another word. Even Fu Zhangtong, who was also at the peak of the Hotian and ranked 6th on the divine martial ranking, was startled at the moment. This scent, has he already taken that step? No, it doesn't seem like it. Zhang Tong's eyes were bright and uncertain. Only then did Lin Ze say, "If you want to listen to someone, listen well. The body is not afraid of the shadow. Whether it is right or wrong, listen and my lord will decide. What's your hurry here?" What? Lin Ze's cold gaze swept over each of the husbandman instructors. Was it her words that made you guys feel a crisis and want to cover her mouth in advance? No, don't dare. It's best if you don't dare. Lin Ze found a chair and sat down, snapping open the folding fan, fanning a burst of icy wind that was intentionally cold and god-chilling. From now on, if anyone interrupts her again, my lord will treat him as a traitor to the wolf capital and execute him on the spot. Mistress Zhang, what do you think? Zhang Tong glanced at the pink-clothed girl with a calm face, as if he was certain that this was just a misunderstanding or a farce. What Chief Envoy Lin said is very true. Zhang's body is not afraid of shadows. Lin Ze nodded and looked towards the stupefied pink-clothed girl. The current direction of the plot was a bit confusing to Lin Ze. The fact that there is a mole in the upper echelons of the academy is clearly not fully confirmed until almost a year after the protagonist begins to come into his own and gradually pursues the matter. Now it's a good thing that the step of seeking evidence was skipped. Not to mention that the final answer was reached directly. Where the hell did this pink girl come from? Giving the young girl a strange look, Lin Ze said, "Well, go ahead." The pink-clothed girl stared blankly at Lin Ze for a second or two, and opened her pink lips, wanting to say something, but she wanted to say something. Xia Qinghe touched her twice. For a moment, she swallowed what she wanted to say and resumed. "Well, here's how it all started. Not long ago I was practicing in the back of the academy, and I overheard the plotting of those few rebel traitors at the Golden Autumn Feast." In his words, he has mentioned many times that there are their backstage insiders in the higher echelons of the academy, with extremely high status and great power. And the words were spoken as if that inner circle would never be suspected. And the North Star Academy is not a special institution of power. Its hierarchy of power is not complicated. The husbandmen are basically of the same level. There are occasionally a few special ones, but it can't be said to be overwhelmingly powerful. The same is true of the superintendents of the academic grades above the husbandry, who have changed over the years. The only ones who have never been replaced are the heads of the two courtyards of literature and martial arts, as well as the head of the North Star Academy, Mr. Tong, who have existed since the opening of the North Star Academy. When the pink-clothed girl said this, Zhang Tong hadn't had much to say. Instead, the two heads of the civil and martial courts changed their faces and subconsciously couldn't help but want to reprimand her. But as soon as they turned their eyes to see Lin Ze's unkind, icy look, the two forced themselves to hold back again and could only listen to her continue. The pink-clad girl added, "So ever since then, I've suspected these three have been secretly observing the connection between those few rebels at the Golden Autumn Banquet and these three people coming and going. This observation has indeed led me to discover a multitude of suspicions. As normal as these points of suspicion may seem to some of you, they are very suspicious when you are preoccupied with the process of backtracking from the answers. For example, if I thought that Zhang Tong was that mole early on, then the details of anything Zhang Tong did could be infinitely amplified. He goes out from time to time, and I'd wonder if he's secretly gone to see a mole in the wolf capital. From time to time he would receive schoolchildren late at night to answer their questions, and I would suspect that they were secretly exchanging plans." The girl in pink spoke a litany of dubious points. Chapter 29 gives you 3 chances to strike. The crowd of the North Star Academy gradually went deeper and deeper into careful thought as the pink-clothed girl told them. At first glance, it seems to make a bit of sense. Countering evidence with established facts does allow for quite a bit of detail to be amplified to arrive at an answer. This in the end is only a speculation based on the words spoken by the traitor to backtrack, all of which is just the pink-clothed girl's side of the story alone, without any definite evidence. There's no excuse for wanting to do that. It would be too childish to think of convicting a peak Hotian expert, the patriarch of the North Star cultural realm, to the prefecture's advocate Tongtang like this. The people present were listening to the pink-clothed girl's words with a burst of desire to speak. Xia Qinghe also gave the pink-clothed girl a worried look. Instead, the pink-clothed girl gave Xia Qinghe a reassuring look with an air of calmness. She turned her head to Zhang Tong, a wry smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. I know that all of the above is my side of the story, and it's hard to characterize House Master Zhang's status as a mole, but it doesn't matter. I have one more piece of decisive evidence you'll never get away with. Looking at the hint of an eerie smile at the corner of the pink-clothed girl's mouth, Zhang Tong narrowed his eyes slightly and tightened his fingers slightly unnaturally. This student is not right. The others were also deeply moved by the pink-clad girl's words. She has decisive evidence that would characterize the house master as a traitor? No way. Could it be that the prefect he really? All the people in doubt. Only to hear the pink-clothed girl said word by word. Sleeping book building, 3rd floor, Tianzi number 2 bookshelf, 1st row, 9th book from the left. As she ventured out one word after another, Zhang Tong's face gradually became unreadable. An inexplicable dark light flickered in his eyes. If the previous Zhang Tong was all righteousness and serenity, then now he was all obscurity, like a deep, ancient well. How about this evidence? Mistress Zhang, do you want me to continue? Or do you want Chief Envoy Lin to see it for himself before you'll recognize it? Zhang Tong was silent. For a long time. In the North Star Academy, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence for a moment. When the crowd saw Zhang Tong in this state, their hearts suddenly seized up. Why didn't Master Zhang say anything? Could he really be a spy for Wolford? No, it can't be. He's the spiritual leader of the North Star Literati, the founding father of North Star. How could he be a Wolf Capital spy? The head of the Wenwu courts was even more anxious to directly pursue the silent Zhang Tong. House Master, she must be talking nonsense. You're certainly not a Woldu spy, are you? Zhang Tong glanced at the two and finally sighed. After glancing at the two, he turned his gaze to the pink-clothed girl without a word. The sleeping book building is my private pavilion. No one is allowed to enter. And the 3rd floor even has a forbidden system that I laid down. How on earth did you sneak in? The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Zhang Tong's words were tantamount to admitting in plain sight that his secret had been crashed by the pink-clothed girl, admitting his identity as the Wolf Capital's mole. This, House Master, how could you? You are the spiritual faith of our North Star Literati. Why did you defect to Wolf Capital? Wolf Capital has an undying enmity with my North Star. The people present only felt that the sky had fallen. The Lord of the House, whom they had always respected and had always regarded as the embodiment of the perfect man of letters, had actually admitted to himself that he was a spy of the Wolf's capital. At this moment, the faith in their hearts was caught in a violent tremor, on the verge of breaking. Why? Your position in North Star is already almost one person under 10,000 people. With your strength at the peak of Hotian, even the Emperor has to give you 3 times the respect. Why do you want to defect to Wolf Capital? Zhang Tong didn't reply and just waited for the pink-clothed girl's reply. The pink girl, however, skimmed her mouth and said softly, that thing of yours is really not called a prohibition, and it will be laughed at when it is put on the table. What? Anyway, I have my own means. How exactly I found out is not for the house master to bother about. It's better for the prefect to think about what to tell Chief Envoy Lin. Saying that, the pink-clothed girl had a look of watching the show on her face. Peak Hotian can't be considered weak, especially in a place like North Star. Great battles between Hotian peaks were rare for 10 years, and one of them was still a heavenly pride-level existence. She had to watch and observe. Hearing the young girl's words, Zhang Tong sighed deeply. There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. I can't imagine, after hiding my whole life, I would be seen through by a mere little girl. After that, Zhang Tong's gaze fell on Lin Ze. Lin Ze laughed. I said that you, the 6th expert on the divine martial ranking, is so polite today, so it's because you have a weak heart. Zhang Tong said in a deep voice. You and I are both at the peak of the Hotian. If we ever do a fight, it's inevitable that we'll both lose. If this continues, it will only allow the North Star royal family to reap the benefits. And the Lin family's current situation is something you should know after all these years of stoicism. We are, in fact, in the same boat. Zhang Tong said meaningfully. How about you just pretend you don't know about it and turn a blind eye? Snap. Lin Ze put away the folding fan with a snap and played with the traces of the texture of the folding fan's jade carving. That's a good point. And on some level we are indeed on the same page. My lord doesn't like to mind his own business either. Lin Ze is not a nosy person. The North Star schoolhouse is going to be how the North Star, how the House Lord is not a rebel or not. Sorry, this has nothing to do with Lindsay. As for the duties of the Chief Minister of the Mirror Division, Hotian 9 peak powerhouses are high up in the North Star dynasty, always listening to declarations and not listening to the tune. If I'm happy, I'm the Chief Ambassador of the Mirror Division. If I'm not, Who cares who you are? And Lin Ze that the emperor grandfather is a friend or foe is still hard to say it. Lin Ze does not give him deliberately add to the rebellion are considered in their own bloodline of the Li family on the part of the. Therefore, Lin Ze really didn't care if the North Star Mansion master was a mole. Zhang Tong's expression was slightly pleased at his words, and he thought that Lin Ze was moved by his words. But, Lin Ze slowly raised his head, and although there was still some snickering smile on his face, that smile was cold and piercing. Chilling. You should never, ever hit on my lord. Lin Ze took out the jade bottle containing the specially formulated strange poison again. Finding assassins to kill me and spreading poison. You're pretty good at this, grandson. Zhang Tong's face sank slightly. This is the meaning from Wolf Capital's side. Your natural talent has threatened Wolf Capital. They won't allow you to live. And even though I've helped you many times to persuade them that your Lin family can be used for us, the Wolf Capital side refuses to give up. The assassination program is really not what I wanted. Lin Ze shook his head and lost his smile. It's true that the older a person gets, the smaller his heart becomes. That's just it. 3 moves. My lord will give you 3 chances to strike. Count on this mail to honor the old-timer. Chapter 30, the 9th level of the day after heaven. Divine Myriad Realm. Ha, the yellow-mouthed child is really arrogant. Give him 3 moves? Even if he, Lin Ze, was a godly powerhouse, at the same Hotian peak, who could be more transcendent than anyone else? In front of him, Zhang Tong, a veteran Hotian peak. Even Emperor Baichen and Lin Ao would not dare to be so arrogant. Zhang Tong laughed in exasperation. And hearing this from Lin Ze, the people of the academy who were still immersed in the fact that Zhang Tong was a rebel and could not recover for a long time froze. Give Zhang Tong 3 chances to strike. Zhang Tong was a veteran Hotian peak powerhouse who had been famous for many years. He had already reached the peak of Hotian 30 years ago, and he used the gentleman's righteousness technique in an extraordinary manner. His strength was unfathomable. It was the 6th existence on the divine martial ranking. Moreover, this ranking was earned by Zhang Tong's low profile and dislike of fighting. If you fight with all your might, then in the entire North Star dynasty, I'm afraid that the only ones who dared to say that they had steadily overpowered Zhang Tong were Lin Ao and the North Star Emperor. Facing such a powerful man of such strength, Lin Ze dared to let him have 3 moves. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Did they hear wrong or what? Or are they crazy? Ambassador Lin must not. The old thief Zhang Tong has been lurking in the academy for many years. His heart is deep and his strength is definitely more than just as simple as he has shown. Although you are a juvenile heavenly pride, you have to be on guard in the face of this kind of enemy. Not bad. Zhang Tong dog thief is sinister. He has been plotting with Wolf Du for many years. He must have hidden a lot of means. Generalissimo Lin must not take the enemy lightly. General Envoy, please make sure you behead Zhang Tong. This damned dog thief. People are always like that. How much they once hoped for, then how much they were disappointed after their hopes were dashed. They used to regard Zhang Tong as a spiritual belief and a goal to chase. But now that Zhang Tong's true colors were revealed, faith fell off the altar. All their reverence and longing was shattered. In its place, there is boundless hatred. It is the strange shame of having suffered betrayal and deception. Many of the radical academy members strongly scolded and condemned Zhang Tong, fearing that Lin Ze was being backstabbed by the old thief. Of course, there are some who are still in a fantasy and don't want to wake up. They felt that Zhang Tong had just taken the wrong path on impulse, or that Zhang Tong had some sort of unavoidable suffering. House Master, you must be suffering from something, right? You have often taught us to be loyal to the king and love the country, and to remain steadfast in the way of a gentleman throughout our lives. I don't believe that you are a traitor within the Wolf Capital. You must have gone astray for a moment. How could you possibly betray the North Star? The North Star Academy was bustling with activity. Only the 2 women, Xia Qinghe and the pink-clothed girl, watched and listened quietly, not saying a word. People are not connected in their grief and joy. As far as they are concerned, the North Star or the Academy is just a temporary place to study. If you go in, you go out, and if you go out, you go back, and there is no one who is inseparable from anyone, much less who is taken as a matter of faith. So the 2 women watched and listened quietly. It was only occasionally when he looked at Lin Ze that a strange color would burst out of his eyes. As Zhang Tong listened to the condemnation and sighs of the people in the academy, he looked slightly complicated. The North Star Academy, after all, was his heart and soul that he had operated for a lifetime and poured a lot of feelings into. But this strand of complicated sighing dissolved into nothingness in just a moment, and he said with a cold face, betraying the North Star? Perhaps you've all forgotten that once upon a time, the place where both North Star and Wolf Capital were located was called Wuan. The North Star Li family, a chaotic son of the following who has violated his superiors, is nothing more than that. After saying that, Zhang Tong stopped talking to the people of the academy. He turned his head to look at Lin Ze. There's no point in talking more. Let's do it. After saying that, Zhang Tong's aura surged. A vast and powerful righteousness of a gentleman spread out from him. Boom! All of a sudden, the vast and unrivaled righteousness of a gentleman spread over the entire heaven and earth. Over the North Star, the wind rose. A clear chi symbolizing the most holy and righteousness swept across the entire imperial capital. Its ups and downs are like waves beating the shore and rolling up 1,000 piles of snow. The endless qing chi flooded the entirety of the imperial capital. For a while, the imperial capital was caught in a wave of hoary clarity. The evil and darkness within all people were all suppressed by this vast and supreme chi. All those who were deeply sinful were struck by lightning at this moment, as if the God of heaven had descended to the world to give them the final judgment. What's going on here? It's the divine myriad realm. The Hotian Nine Heavens body is born with divine mysteries, and already possesses the ability to sense heaven and earth. And when it erupts at full strength, a single call will cause the wind and clouds to rise, and a single breath will flatten 100 miles. This kind of vision is precisely when an existence of the divine myriad realm is about to go all out. At this moment, the entire imperial capital was shocked. The existence of the entire North Star Hotian Nine Divine Mysteries realm was only a handful of people, most of which were in seclusion to impact the realm of the innate divine beings. It was difficult for an ordinary person to see a divine mysterious realm existence, let alone see a divine mysterious realm existence go all out. And with this kind of existence, one strike could overthrow a mountain range, and one person could stop a country. There was no way an ordinary person could have pushed him to such a point. If the divine myriad realm was at full strength, it meant that his opponent was also an existence of the divine myriad realm. Two gods' wonderful realm. That's a real fight between gods and mortals. One bad move, and this piece of empire under their feet would never be complete. So everyone's heart screwed up. The entrance to the North Star Academy. The Xianchong Sword King looked at the vision in the sky and muttered under his breath. Good Zhang Tong, hiding really deep na. Sixth in the divine martial ranking has even condescended to you. But, saying that, the Xianchong Sword King stopped his steps into the door. To be able to make you go all out. It seems like that newly promoted 7th in the divine martial ranking, second Prince Lin, isn't a good person either. He lowered his heavy sword and sat down on it. He didn't care how these two were at each other's throats. He only cared about just how far these two had traveled along the path of the divine mysterious realm. The Xianchong Sword King clasped his hands to his chest and stared at the world, waiting for a shocking battle to come. Inside the North Star Academy, clear air fills the sky. Zhang Tong's body chi was poised and ready to be released, as if he was possessed by the Sage of One, and he had already displayed the might of the peak Hotian divine mystery realm. However, Lin Ze was still playing with the folding fan in his hand, without any gesture of response. He stood like this, like an ancient pine standing proudly between heaven and earth, waiting for Zhang Tong's attack to arrive. Apparently, Lin Ze was indeed going to let him make the first 3 moves. Zhang Tong was shocked and furious. The vertical sun is arrogant. This house will discipline Lin Ao for him today. After saying that, Zhang Tong gathered all his essence. Whoosh! A huge sage when silhouette violently rushed out. It's like an out-of-body experience. He presents all things in mid-air. At times it transformed into a fierce tiger, at times into a huge dragon, and at times into 1,000 armies. Kill! All the elephants were breeding, and all of them rushed in front of Lin Ze. It came with a fury, swallowing the air like a tiger, and hated that it could not tear Lin Ze into pieces. However, this MO in the middle of a formation. Lin Ze, however, was on cloud 9 and didn't avoid it. In the midst of everyone's horror, Lin Ze raised his fan and swung it lightly. A breeze whipped by, and Zhang Tong's blow that had condensed his Hao Ran Zhangqi went up in smoke in a matter of moments. Chapter 31, any last words? Endless waves that return to calm. Lin Ze stood in the breeze. Don't bring out this kind of petty tactics of testing to shame people. My lord's patience is short. There are 2 more times. Seeing this, Zhang Tong's complexion sank violently. Very well. Since you are bent on seeking death, then this house will fulfill you today. Saying that, Zhang Tong moved to use his real strength. The gentleman's righteousness tip. 1 word to town the mountains and rivers. Shun. Zhang Tong spat out the word town. A big hand. In a flash, a drop of black ink fell from the void. The ink stains spread and soon infested the entire void. In the North Star Academy, the void was turbulent and flatulent. That drop of black ink nurtures the metaphysical in the waves and evolves the great mountains and rivers. As a result, the shadow of a rolling mountain range like a giant dragon lying on its back emerged in the void. Its presence was like an ancient divine mountain coming across the space-time barrier, completely subduing the entire world. Town, town, town. A powerful suppressive force emanated from that mountain range, ruthlessly pressing down on everyone. The crowd only felt that every hair of sweat, every pore, and every inch of skin on their bodies were being ravaged by a great and immense force. It was as heavy as a mountain, constantly pressing down hard, forcing them to bow their heads, forcing them to kneel and submit. At the same time, that mountain range was rendered with drops of ink of literary chi, from which evolved an infinite amount of vast and righteous chi, such as a gentleman of literary saint painting the mountains and rivers in between, and determining the rivers and mountains with a single word. He seemed to be the embodiment of the most righteous, clean and pure of heaven and earth, and everything he did was righteous, representing the right way of the world. It was able to break the nasty darkness within all people, making them not dare to look directly at it and be ashamed of themselves. Under the vast righteousness of this literary sage, everyone's mind and soul suffered a tremendous pressure, and all the previous anger and betrayal were all ruthlessly suppressed, no longer able to rise one iota. They even had the idea that what Zhang Tong did was righteous and that the North Star Imperial dynasty was the scumbag. Once this idea arises, that when Shang gentleman's words and deeds seem to contain the most righteous reason of heaven and earth, making them more and more cowardly, consciously assisted the rebels and feel guilty. This is said to be a gentleman's righteousness, which can subdue mountains and rivers. Rumble. In the picture of the mountains and rivers, the thunder was at first startling. Vast and majestic righteousness descended into the world carrying rolling thunder, bringing forth boundless and mighty judgment. The rolling mountain ranges also seemed to have revitalized, and the shadow of a huge dragon of a mountain range spanning the North Star was faintly visible. They resonate with each other, creating a great judgment that rides on the righteousness of heaven and earth. Little Lin Ze, pay for your arrogance. Zhang Tong incarnated between the ink stains of the vast mountains and rivers and launched a general attack on Lin Ze. The vast brocade mountains and rivers were suddenly like a mountain of ancient gods pressing towards Lin Ze, constantly squeezing and constantly suppressing the entire void. However, Lin Ze did not see the slightest bit of fear on his face. Instead, they jumped at the chance. He said, "Finally, it's a bit of a Hotian 9. After saying that, a deep purple flame burned on Lin Ze's body surface. Bear, giggle, giggle, giggle. As the flames burned, a thread of thunder leapt through the flames again. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Deep purple thunder wrapped around the flames, encircling Lin Ze's entirety. They intertwined, forming the unique power of Thunderflame. Small Thunderflame true body. LV10. Breaking. Boom. The powerful Thunderflame power erupted. A purple thunderbolt burning with blazing flames violently cut through the sky, tearing apart all of Zhang Tong's brocade mountains and rivers. It then broke through the boundary barrier of the mountains and rivers and violently rushed towards Zhang Tong at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Electricity. Stonebreaker. Bang. But. Wah aha. Ahem. Everyone is still reacting. The deep purple thunder then resembled a rushing flying dragon, smashing Zhang Tong's entire body out and rolling up a cloud of smoke and dust. Knock. Zhang Tong smashed heavily on the verdant stone floor of the North Star Academy, smashing the masonry on the ground into a deep gully, and the passing area was a mess, full of cracks that were as dense as a spider's web. It wasn't until it hit the southern wall of the North Star schoolhouse, which was poured with gold, iron, and solid stone, that it finally stopped. Ahem. Wah aha. Zhang Tong looked at Lin Ze with disbelief and tried to say something, but his chi and blood surged and he violently spat out another large mouthful of blood. Ahem. Inside the North Star Academy, there was silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at Lin Ze for a moment, and Zhang Tong for a moment. At this moment, Zhang Tong was dyed in blood and in a sorry state, no longer seeing the elegant and virtuous appearance of the green-shirt scribe. On the other hand, Lin Ze's body was burning with deep purple thunderflame, and he was palming the thunderflame, as if he was a god. Between the two, the highs and the lows. Gulp. Everyone couldn't believe it and swallowed hard. Tom Zhang. Defeated. House Advocate Tong. A veteran Hotian 9 divine mysterious realm powerhouse. Just like that? And that was even after Lin Ze had allowed him to strike first, giving him plenty of time. The North Star Academy's crowd of teachers and instructors as well as a group of students did not understand. Very much so. They're afraid they're not dreaming. The same divine myriad realm powerhouse at the peak of the Hotian. The senior veteran Zhang Tong unexpectedly lost so bodily. One move. Just one move. Defeated in one move. Even if Emperor Baichen and Lin Ao had attacked together, it was impossible for Zhang Tong to be defeated so dryly and so defenseless, right? The crowd looked at me. I looked at you. And for a while they were actually at a loss for words, shocked and disoriented. Even Xia Qinghe, who had been more reserved and calm, and the mysterious pink-clothed girl froze for a long time. They froze, and so did Lin Ze. He had just casually made a small thunderflame true body chi outburst. It's not even an attack. Zhang Tong actually couldn't catch it? Is he that weak? Lin Ze was silent for a while, then shook his head helplessly. Is Zhang Tong weak? As a veteran peak Hotian powerhouse who was 6th on the North Star Divine Martial ranking, Zhang Tong was certainly not weak. He couldn't catch Lin Ze's moves. It wasn't that he was weak, but Lin Ze was too strong. Divine level enlightenment had eaten up all of the inventory of merit laws of the Lin family and the Imperial Li family, and had extrapolated them all one level further upwards. The changes brought about by these hundreds of merit laws were astonishing, and had long since reached the point where quantitative changes caused qualitative changes. This made Lin Ze's battle power no longer measurable by the standards of ordinary people. What he perceived as an ordinary strike was likely a heavenly collapse that no one else could even withstand. No energy. Forget it. With a slight sigh, Lin Ze dispersed the thunderflame. The original excitement that filled his heart was now scattered. So naturally, he was not in the mood to continue playing with Zhang Tong. Through this battle with Zhang Tong, Lin Ze sort of understood. Within the Hotian level, it was simply impossible for him to find another 1-2 punch. His opponent would have to be found among the innate gods. Thus, Lin Ze walked slowly to Zhang Tong with disinterest. Looks like you don't stand a chance with that last move. Lin Ze held out his hand. The power of the Imperial 8 Wastelands slowly brewed in his hands, issuing a deadly threat of death. Any last words? Chapter 32, Where's my big protagonist? Zhang Tong tremblingly stretched out his hand and pointed at Lin Ze. You've taken that step? Lin Ze glanced at Zhang Tong. Your last words are really chic. Say it. The 8 Wastes technique from the Golden Autumn Feast is reproduced. Phew. The wind is blowing. Terrifying suction forces coalesced in Lin Ze's hands, converging into a huge eye of the storm. Zhang Tong's entire body was sucked into the storm in Lin Ze's palm, and his body was quickly twisted and rubbed apart. In a matter of moments, Zhang Tong's entire body had twisted into a small ball, which was crushed by Lin Ze's palm and turned into a grain of dust. All of its blood, on the other hand, was instantly vaporized by the terrifyingly high temperatures into smoke, dissipating into the dust and smoke. A peak existence of the Hotian 9 Divine Mysteries realm fell in this way. Seeing this, the people of the North Star Academy could not help but be in a trance. House Advocate Tong. Such a heavyweight died just like that? That's a little too clean. Especially the heads of the 2 courtyards of the civil and military. They had followed Zhang Tong for many years and had always regarded him in their hearts as a mentor, a friend, and a role model for the literati. But now something like this has happened, burying his life. This could not help but make the two of them sigh in their hearts. But then again, as a peak Hotian expert, and having operated in the North Star Academy for many years, Zhang Tong was bound to be a heavyweight on the Wolf Capital side, and must have held quite a lot of Wolf Capital's important information in his hands. If he could pull out all of this top-secret information, he believed that North Star's side would definitely be able to deal a devastating blow to Wolf Capital. Unfortunately, he died before this information could be pulled out. Pity. Thinking of this, the two hurriedly straightened their coats again and gave a wink to everyone around them. The crowd came back to their senses and hurriedly congratulated towards Lin Ze. Congratulations to General Envoy Lin for killing the bandits and protecting the peace of my North Star. Many thanks to Chief Minister Lin for ridding my academy of this great evil. Otherwise, we don't know how much longer we'll be able to be fooled by the old thief. General Envoy Lin has performed a marvelous feat. We will definitely report. Lin Ze took the handkerchief handed by the guard behind him and wiped his hands. He just happened to run into my gun. You have to thank that. Lin Ze glanced at the pink-clothed girl. The excitement that had originally dissipated due to Zhang Tong's lack of fighting had recovered a bit. By the way, what's your name? The girl in pink. That's a variable that didn't exist in the original plot. As soon as she arrived, she tore up the North Star Academy's plot and ripped the script to shreds. Where the hell did this guy come from? The pink-clothed girl returned to her senses, her gaze strangely complicated as she glanced at Lin Ze. My name is Wu Tong. Lin Ze nodded. Wu Tong, right? Lin Ze carefully sized up Wu Tong. With only a cultivation of the 3rd Hotian, you were able to recognize Zhang Tong, an existence of the 9th Hotian Divine Mysterious Realm. You are quite capable. Very well, my lord will remember you. Sycamore looked puzzled. But don't remember me. I just don't want North Star, a place of purity, to be ruined and make a mess that will end up costing me the trouble of moving again. So she hurriedly said resentfully, it was just a fluke. A fluke. Well, let's hope your fluke keeps going. Lin Ze laughed and said before pulling away from the conversation. He hadn't forgotten that he had come to North Star for a total of 2 things. Zhang Tong, the mole who plotted against him, was solved, and there was an even bigger trouble. Thus, Lin Ze brought up the second matter. When this Gongzi came here, he said there were 2 things, and the first one has already been resolved. Secondly, this gentleman has heard that your academy has Wait. Lin Ze suddenly realized something. Wu Tong. He turned his head incredulously, locking his gaze dead center on the pink-clad girl. Wu Tong? Female? P.S. Not the original protagonist's sex change. It's a major ambush. Something's gone terribly wrong. The pink-clad girl, Sycamore, was puzzled by the look. What's that supposed to mean? She hastened to look at herself unnaturally. She wasn't disheveled, and there was no dirt on her. What did you say your name was? Wu Tong. Sycamore reconfirmed. Yes, Sycamore. For fear that Lin Ze might not hear him clearly or recognize the wrong person, Wu Tong also made a point of explaining. It's the Wu Tong of the Phoenix Wu Tong. What's wrong with Ambassador Lin? Lin Ze was silent for a moment. He waved his hand and summoned the heads of the civil and military courts. The two of them hurriedly walked over to Lin Ze and marched in front of him. What are the instructions of General Ambassador Lin? Lin Ze asked softly. Is there another one in your academy with the name Wu Tong? Similar ones count. The two men thought for a moment, and then determined. No, the name Sycamore is the only one. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes and asked again. Is this Wu Tong one of your fifth-year students? I haven't seen it at the Golden Autumn Banquet. Exactly. Nima. Something's gone terribly wrong. The world is not right. Where's my main character? What about a lead character my size? Where's my hero who has an aura of intellectual degradation that triggers the hot chick plot? How did you become a Sycamore? Lin Ze felt a headache. Can't go wrong. The only Sycamore that is still a fifth-year faculty member. This is the original book protagonist Wu Tong. Ah. I said this mysterious pink girl came out from where? Feelings you girl is the original book protagonist. Ah. Numb. Seeing Lin Ze's expression cloudy, the Second Academy of Arts and Martial Arts thought that there was a problem with Wu Tong's identity. So the two of them glanced at Wu Tong and came together beside Lin Ze and asked softly, Chief Minister Lin, could it be that there's something wrong with this Wu Tong's identity? Lin Ze shook his head. It's fine. It's just that this gentleman used to have a friend he knew who was also called by this name. So on the spur of the moment, he asked a few more questions. The duo naturally didn't believe Lin Ze's words, but if Lin Ze didn't say it, they couldn't possibly force him to say it. One had to know that this high-powered Lin family prince had just killed Zhang Tong in front of all of them in a strong manner with an absolute crushing stance. The kind that doesn't even have a speck of ash left. Right now at this time of the day want them to mess with Lin Ze. They'd rather go and play Tai Chi with the North Star Emperor. And at this moment, outside the North Star Academy, the Xinchong Sword King, who had watched the peak duel between the two with his own eyes, glanced at the gate of the North Star Academy and sighed slightly. Man's plans are not as good as God's plans. Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong. The Xinchong Sword King, who had witnessed all the facts that had passed, naturally understood why Zhang Tong had asked for the meeting place to be at the restaurant that day, and had also said that he wouldn't have to go looking for Lin Ze if he had bested him. That dog Zhang Tong was counting him, the Xinchong Sword King, as a pawn to test Lin Ze, against Lin Ze. If the Xinchong Sword King won, then Lin Ze was nothing more than that. If Lin Ze were to win, then a battle would more or less weaken Lin Ze's strength and prepare for everything. Zhang Tong's idea is good. Unfortunately, heaven forbid, Lin Ze got to him early. Violent breakdown. The Xin Heavy Sword King reloaded his heavy sword on his back. Count on your quick death, you dog. With one last glance at the North Star Academy, the Xinchong Sword King turned around and left. As for coming to challenge Lin Ze, stop it. He wants to live a few more years. Stepping into the biting autumn wind, the Xinchong Sword King walked up the road he came from the mountains, back to the mountains. Chapter 33, The Mysterious Sycamore. And at this time, inside the North Star Academy, the traitor Zhang Tong was executed. All the husbandmen instructors and scholars either broke their hearts or clapped their hands and said so and so. They were sometimes righteously indignant, sometimes gloomy, sometimes sentimental, and so lively. The head of the Second Academy of Arts and Martial Arts glanced at everyone thoughtfully. Then he came back to Lin Ze's side and said, Chief Minister Lin, Zhang Tong must have secretly cultivated quite a few secret sons after so many years of lurking in the North Star Academy. I guess that Xingfu was definitely not the only one. I'm afraid there are still spies from the Wolf Capital present among these people. That's a question for Sycamore, who revealed Zhang Tong's true colors. Lin Ze was now curious about this Sycamore. The good Wu Tong becomes Sycamore, which goes straight to the root of the protagonist's problems. This sudden change couldn't help but make Lin Ze feel an empty pang. After all, the protagonist of the original book, Wu Tong, was in the end the son of this world's Qi, and the entire world favored him, so if Lin Ze really wanted to kill him, he would probably have a hard time doing so. Even if he kills it, there might be some inexplicable encounter that brings Wu Tong back to life and continues to grow bigger and stronger to create another glory. Lin Ze has no doubt about this. If you don't drive a little bit of hanging that can be called a protagonist, and also this kind of unreasonable and brainless protagonist. That's why Lin Ze is also prepared to fight the Wu Tong offense for a long time. But now, Wu Tong is gone. Lin Ze's heart was empty, and he only felt that all his previous precautions had been in vain. And while empty and falling, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a hint of strangeness towards this world. Wutong turns sycamore. The plotline has also changed. This world he had traveled through. I'm afraid it wasn't even the fictional world Lin Ze had once been familiar with. With a slight sigh in his heart, Lin Ze reached Sycamore in a flash. Sycamore's body instantly tightened up as she looked at Lin Ze warily. It was the first time since she arrived at the North Star Imperial Dynasty that she was so unable to see through someone. It was also the first time that someone could bring her such horrible pressure. Prior to this, even that so-called divine martial ranking number 1 Bachan Emperor was nothing more than a glance in her eyes. But in front of me this Lin's second son Lin Ze. Its entirety was like a dragon hidden in the abyss. Misty and unfathomable. Chilling. Sycamore didn't understand. How could such a terrifying fellow exist in the secular world? Are you not the noble bloodline of some ancient hidden family that has strayed into the secular world? As Wutong thought this, Lin Ze said, "Don't be nervous, my lord just wants to ask. Since you can tell that Zhang Tong is the mole, then I'm sure the others can't escape your detection, right?" Wutong's skin smiled without smiling. Chief Ambassador Lin thinks too highly of the little woman. How can I have that ability to control the entire academy? It's just a fluke, as I said. Otherwise I would have dominated the North Star a long time ago. Wouldn't I still be in obscurity until now? Sycamore regretted it. She should have stayed out of this. If North Star is destroyed, then it's destroyed. The world is so big, and North Star is not the only place of purity. The big deal is that she moved her nest and found another one is that the Crescent Moon Dynasty next door to the North Star is not bad, although it is close to the control range of the Hidden Sword Mountain. As long as it is more careful, the same will not be discovered. Now it's good. She's being targeted by a monster. Really? Are the people at Hidden Sword Mountain blind? You all can miss such an amazingly gifted monster with godlike battle prowess? You deserve to have Hidden Sword Mountain bullied by the transported sect. Thinking, Sycamore pulled the conversation away from herself. However, those evidences left behind by Zhang Tong should contain the answers that Chief Minister Lin wants. Chief Ambassador Lin might as well go and see for himself. Lin Ze nodded. Speaking of those evidences, this Gongzi is a bit curious. What the hell is in there? Zhang Tong even confessed directly after being exposed. It's reasonable to say that someone as cautious as Zhang Tong wouldn't be able to leave any secret letters of correspondence or account books as evidence. How can you keep something like a secret letter when a normal person would burn it after reading it? Unless it was intended to be a 250 from early on. But with Zhang Tong's status as a second 5, it's almost impossible, and it doesn't need to be. Although Zhang Tong did not go into detail about the reason for his defection, Lin Ze could probably guess it based on those previous words of Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong, he is not a defector, but from the very beginning, he is not a North Star. Just like what Zhang Tong said, Wolf Capital and North Star were once both territories of the Wuan dynasty. It was only later when the Wuan dynasty fell into disrepair that the Li family took advantage of the situation and stole the royal power, slaughtering the Wuan clansmen and establishing the North Star. And the Wuan royal bloodline that escaped death then escaped all the way to Wolf Capital under the escort of the loyalists, establishing the Wolf Capital regime that resisted North Star's protection of the clan. Therefore, Zhang Tong, who had always been loyal to the king and the country, had been a loyal aspirant of the Wolf Capital since then. So how could there be any talk of mutiny? Naturally, there is no such thing as the unnecessary brain-dead behavior of keeping secret letters. In that case, what else could there be in the sleeping book building that Zhang Tong could not escape from? In the face of Lin Ze's question, Sycamore was shaking her head. That I don't know. Don't know? Sycamore denied it. Didn't know. And anyone who asked would be in the dark. I don't know. I just saw Zhang Tong keeping an eye on that book because of a coincidence, and I took the opportunity to swindle him. Who knew that by chance the swindle was right? Coincidence again? Sycamore laughed. Someone as beautiful as me has never had bad luck. Lin Ze was speechless. Never mind. Take me to that sleepy book building or whatever it is. Sleeping book house, which Tom Chang says is his private collection. It was thought that there should be quite a few feats inside that were hard to see in the world. While he went looking for evidence, Lin Ze could sweep the sleeping book building as well. Although it was not as good as the collection of the Lin family and the royal Li family, it could more or less add a little progress and continue to strengthen Lin Ze. Me? It's not good. A lone man and a woman. It's not good for the second prince's reputation if it gets out. Sycamore doesn't go. She didn't want to come into contact with this monster Lin Ze. With his strength, who knows if he will see something? You're the only one who knows exactly where it is, and you're asking me to find it on my own? Wutong froze, then glanced at Xia Qinghe. Then Xiuhe will go with me. Xia Qinghe blankly glanced at Wutong and didn't object. It didn't matter to Lin Ze. Xia Qinghe. Right now the protagonist is gone. Who cares if this Xia Qinghe is a human or a ghost? Go. Before he left, Lin Ze also handed over to the head of the two houses of literature and martial arts, Blockade the entire North Star Academy. No one is allowed to be missing until the matter is resolved. Understood. After saying that, Lin Ze then looked at a Lin family army guard behind him. You go to the palace and find the Mirror Division's people to clean up the mess. Yes. After delivering the matter, Lin Ze then went to the sleeping book building under the leadership of the Wutong duo. Chapter 34, Immortal Gate. Innate. North Star Academy. Sleeping book building. This place is in the deepest part of the North Star Academy. Backed by high mountains, surrounded by bamboo. The environment is quiet, leisurely and elegant. Few idlers to disturb. Is a good place to enjoy yourself at leisure. The two of them, Wutong, led Lin Ze through a bamboo path. And then they arrived in front of the main gate of the sleeping book building. This is it. Sycamore pushed open the door of the sleeping book building with one hand. And that action was as casual as if she had returned to her own home. Lin Ze nodded and stepped into the sleeping book building. There were shelves full of neatly arranged bookshelves filled with all kinds of books. He came to a bookshelf and first casually flipped through the books on it. It's all random jottings, not feats. Seeing this, Sycamore said casually, this first floor is all about some ancient sage's writings and miscellaneous handwritten notes by famous writers collected by Zhang Tong. It's not pretty, and it's too wordy even to relieve boredom. Apparently, Sycamore had already patronized Sleeping Book House more than once. Xia Qinghe glanced slyly at Wutong. I've been in the academy for 6 years, and I haven't come here once. Sycamore looked stagnant and hastily snorted. Ha ha, I also took the wrong way that day and happened to come here once. Just that one time, I discovered Zhang Tong's secret. Shua, do you think it's a coincidence? Sycamore looks like she's so lucky. You're going to compliment me. While she was saying that, her eyes were still seemingly glancing over at Lin Ze's side. Xia Qinghe was speechless. Lin Ze casually flipped through a few books, and after realizing that they were indeed all just ordinary miscellaneous journals, he went straight up to the second floor. The second floor bookshelves were similarly stuffed to the brim, neatly arranged in front of Lin Ze. Needless to say, look at this neat and a large number of with no money like the appearance of cabbage. This second floor is most likely all the collection of some readers. As expected, Lin Ze casually flipped through a few books, all of which were poems and songs, occasionally interspersed with a few volumes of ancient paintings. Lin Ze then went straight to the third floor. At the door of the third floor, Zhang Tong laid down a mysterious forbidding system, preventing others from entering. Anyone who dared to force their way through the door of the third floor, even in existence of the same Hotian 9 divine mysterious realm, would surely suffer the backlash of the prohibition. Of course, Lin Ze wasn't included. Only Lin Ze casually waved his hand. A mysterious and extreme power then broke through the forbidden shackles and annihilated them into nothingness. This caused the corners of Wutong's mouth, who had been watching Lin Ze since he arrived on the third floor, wanting to see how he would break the prohibition, to twitch. Although she had laughed at the fact that Zhang Tong's prohibition wasn't a prohibition at all, this was at least a transcendent means that had flowed out of the immortal sect. Transcendent means. How can worldly mortals break them? How about you respect the basic laws that separate the immortals from the mortals? Sycamore was helpless in her heart. She now seriously suspected that Lin Ze was an honored bloodline that had been exiled from some ancient family. How else could you be so powerful at such a young age? Where's that book you were talking about? Muttering in his heart, Lin Ze had already walked over to the Tianzi No. 2 bookshelf, searching for the book that Sycamore had mentioned. Sycamore walked over to Lin Ze and found the 9th book counting to the left from the first row of bookshelves. Here. Finding the book, Sycamore turned twice to the left, moved twice to the right, and finally pushed in. Clunk, clank, with a sound of gold and iron clashing. A box of fine iron emerged from a hidden compartment beneath the bookshelf in the second bookcase of the sky. Open the fine iron box. Lin Ze's eyes narrowed slightly in a split second. Good lord. The surface was full of jade bottles that looked exactly like the bottle of strange poison in Lin Ze's hand. The portion sizes are manageable. Lin Ze picked up a bottle and carefully compared it to the one he was holding. Pour some more powder from it. Exactly the same. Lin Ze wondered. What is Zhang Tong doing with so much poison? Does he have that many people who must be poisoned in order to assassinate them? Sycamore and Xia Qinghe were also puzzled. Lin Ze removed the poison bottle. Underneath the poison bottle on the surface, there was also an ancient book that looked like it was made of extraordinary materials. Pick up that ancient book. There were 4 big words written on the ancient book. The first solution to the prohibition. Lin Ze's eyes lit up. From the word forbidden he could tell that this book in his hand must have been passed down to the secular world from the world of the ascended gods. It is packed with cherished knowledge not found in the secular world. How did this Zhang Tong guy get his hands on such a rare and good thing? Turn over the first solution to the ban. A stream of information crossed instantly. You've gone through the first explanation of prohibition. You've realized. Divine Gnosis LV2, 63 out of 100. The initial explanation of prohibition was not considered a merit law, nor did it define a grade. It only contained detailed information on various commonly used primary prohibitions, but its value was actually on the same level as a human grade upper grade merit technique. It's also all 1 point. It was worthy of being a means from the innate realm. This is Pang Yong. Just as Lin Ze was sighing at the transcendence of the innate realm, Xiaoqing has suddenly pointed to the pen note on the book's cover page in surprise. On the first page of this first explanation of the prohibition was clearly written 2 lines of vigorous and powerful words in blood that exuded horrifying hatred. I, Pang Yong, hereby swear that in this life I will kill all the Li family's rebellious sons and restore my Wuan's name. This method is passed on to you all. I hope that you will share my encouragement, and on the day of my return, it will be necessary for him to have no peace up and down the Li family. See those 2 lines. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. If I remember correctly, that Wuan third prince who fled North Star for Wolf Capital back then was named Pang Yong, right? Xia Qinghe nodded. As a student of the North Star Academy, reading history was a compulsory course for her. She said, that's right, Pang Yong fled North Star back then and established the Wolf Capital Kingdom regime under the auspices of the King Protector Party, making himself the first Wolf Emperor. However, it wasn't long before news came from the Wolf Capital side that Pang Yong had died a violent death, and his son Pang Jie, the current Wolf Capital State Lord, inherited the throne. When this news came out, many people at the time thought that Pang Yong had been seriously injured on his way to escape, which led to his violent death. But I didn't expect that Pang Yong didn't die at all. He quietly worshipped the immortal sect. According to the most conservative projection of the time back then, Pang Yong has been worshipping the immortal sect for at least 20 years. Immortal sect for 20 years. With Pang Yong's talent, I am afraid that he has. Xia Qinghe frowned. No wonder the Wolf Capital Kingdom's moves in recent years have been increasingly arrogant and emboldened. This is big trouble. Saying that, Xia Qinghe subconsciously looked at Lin Ze. Wanted to see how this absolute talent reacted. Who knows? Lin Ze had a calm expression on his face. Not even the slightest bit of self-consciousness that North Star was about to usher in an innate divine being. That's an innate godman. Even the most ordinary innate deity could slap thousands of miles around and destroy the entire North Star with a single slap. Seeing how calm Lin Ze was, Xia Qinghe didn't know what to say for a moment. And look at Sycamore. Sycamore also had a face full of concern. Xia Qinghe was silent. When did the transcendent ascended divine become so classless? Chapter 35, Poisoning People All Over the City? Sycamore stretched out, her delicate and moving, dimpled body on display. Without a care in the world, she said, trouble with what? If Pang Yong really achieves innate and comes back, that would be a good thing instead. Xia Qinghe first froze, then her heart was clear. Indeed, if Pang Yong had really achieved the return of the innate, then on the contrary, there would be no need to bother or trouble. The realm of the innate. It sounded like it was only that much of a step away from the Hotian 9, and seemed to be within reach. However, going from Hotian to innate is an evolution of life. It's a carp-like metamorphosis. The word Godman is enough to explain the honor and transcendence of this class of beings, who are the absolute authority above the world, in front of an innate divine. Even if North Star had more armies and more Hotian 9, it would just be a slap in the face. If he sided with the Wolf Capital Kingdom, then the Wolf Capital Kingdom was tantamount to a divine right of kingship, recognized by the greatest orthodoxy. At that time, either all the people of the entire imperial dynasty will die together, or they will surrender and not be killed. Smart people know what to choose. Trouble that doesn't exist. From the moment the innate divine appeared in the fray, the battle had been locked up with deadly precision. Wu Tong then said indifferently, when the time comes, the only people who will die will be his Li family. For us ordinary people it's just a change of emperor and a change of court. Wu Tong's words sounded a bit treasonous to onlookers, especially in front of Lin Ze, the emperor's own grandson. If it is put in the usual, how the Wutong also have to be sentenced to a copy of the family to exterminate the 9 families of the great crime. But Sycamore could see clearly. Obviously, this second Prince Lin was not in the same league as the emperor at all. As for Xia Qinghe, this little sister of hers, she also has little confidence in the character of the North Star Court, and is still hesitant to serve for the North Star. So when he heard Sycamore's words, Lin Ze didn't have any reaction. Xia Qinghe also just blankly glanced at Sycamore. Wu Tong added, but I'm afraid that Pang Yong did not achieve innate, cannot go up, and cannot come down, so that the North Star and the Wolf are not up and cannot come down, can only be a small action friction constantly, a mess in a few years. It'll be a real pain in the ass when we don't even have a clean day. Xia Qinghe nodded as she turned to Lin Ze. I wonder what Mr. Lin thinks of this matter. Lin Ze faintly returned. I'll sit and watch. Lin Ze didn't have an opinion. Lin Ze didn't have the leisure to bother with the royal crap. As for Pen Yan and Wolf R, Lin Ze also always has only one attitude. Those who have revenge. Those who don't have revenge go to the side. After saying that, Lin Ze also didn't care what the two women's reactions were, and directly turned the forbidden initial solution to one of the pages. After the disintegrated comprehension of God-level enlightenment, Lin Ze had already fully grasped the knowledge on it. And in this knowledge, Lin Ze discovered a very bizarre prohibition. Devil's Heart Prohibition. A special prohibition that can be used in conjunction with special poisons to control the hearts and minds of people. This made Lin Ze subconsciously think of the bottles of poison that were all over the fine iron box. Perhaps, this demon heartband was Zhang Tong's true purpose for preparing so many poisons. Quickly turned to the page of the magic heartband. Lin Ze's eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, there were a few cryptic war do secret phrases written on the page of the demon heartband. Lin Ze handed the book to the Xia Qinghe and Wutong duo. Can you decipher it? Xia Qinghe looked away. Give me some time. Receiving the first explanation of the prohibition, Xia Qinghe carefully pondered over it, reorganizing and deciphering the secret text arrangement one by one. A few breaths later, Xia Qinghe wrinkled a pair of plain, frost-like moth brows, and her face became slightly ugly. Seeing this, Lin Ze also frowned. It's tricky? Xia Qinghe shook her head and said, the general meaning of these secret phrases is that Peng Yong has gotten help from a friend of the immortal sect and found a special kind of compulsion that is difficult for people to detect. If this kind of compulsion is combined with the immortal sect's forbidden means, it will be able to invade without a sound and without a sound, controlling a person's life and death at will, and even the Hotian 9 Divine Mysteries realm will not be able to detect it. Peng Yong hopes that Wolf Capital's people will utilize this tactic to infiltrate all of North Star and control all of North Star's key hubs, thus destroying North Star without bloodshed and restoring Wuhan. After saying that, Xia Qinghe looked at Lin Ze, wanting to get a confirmation from him. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze immediately took another close look at the jade bottle in his hand. Pouring out some powder from it, he used the immortal sect means of the magic heartband to observe it. Sure enough, under the means of the immortal sect, these poisonous powders greatly changed their appearance and showed a new stance. A weak reaction was actively responding to Lin Ze's demon heartband in the poisonous powder. Where is this still a poisonous powder? It is clearly a parasite egg. What a Zhang Tong! The old fox! Not a word of truth came out of his mouth until he died. When he sent Yi Shao ran out, he wasn't running towards assassination at all. His purpose was simply to spill the vial of poison. He wanted to use the poison of the parasites to control Lin Ze, to control Lin Ze's life and death. Thinking about it this way, the Zhang Fuzi who had suddenly died violently was also bound to have died under the means of the demon heart prohibition. And seeing Lin Ze like this, Xia Qinghe was sure of the contents of the secret message. She subconsciously looked at herself, then blushed slightly. It's broken. From the moment she learned of the contents of the secret message, Xia Qinghe thought of a very frightening fact. That's, these poisons, when exactly did Zhang Tong start using them? Was it 10 years ago? 5 years ago? Or a year ago? Xia Qinghe didn't know. But what she could be certain of was that Zhang Tong's compulsion definitely wouldn't have started just now. Right now throughout the North Star Imperial Capital, everyone, at least those within these important institutions of the North Star Academy could be hidden poisonous people. Seeing that the always calm and self-contained Xia Qinghe couldn't help but feel a little worried at this moment. Wutong's eyes flickered slightly, her slightly reddish hair glowing with a faint light, as if she wanted to say something, but seeing Lin Ze on the side out of the corner of his eye, Sycamore fell silent again. At that moment, Lin Ze held out his hand. Let me see. Xia Qinghe nodded. At this moment is the critical moment. She can't care what men and women have different daughter reserve. Straight away, he took 2 steps forward to get in front of Lin Ze. But when she came to the front, Xia Qinghe seemed to think of something and blushed slightly again. It shouldn't have to be all off, should it? Xia Qinghe had seen in an ancient book, the whole body of the parasites in the skin dark. Parasites wandering under the skin often need to needles to seal the points in order to judge the parasites and remove the parasites. And that, naturally, led to some necessary skinship. Lin Ze was speechless. Right hand. Xia Qinghe's face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. She bowed her head and without a word extended her white right hand. Lin Ze pressed 2 fingers on Xia Qinghe's wrist. 2 radiant soft lights instantly erupted from between Lin Ze's 2 fingers and traveled along Xia Qinghe's hand deep into his body, traveling throughout his entire body. A moment. The radiant soft light found an obscurity in one of Xia Qinghe's acupuncture points. Chapter 36, Stronger Again. The obscurity blurred in a cloud of shadows. Motionless. No matter how much Lin Ze's aura stimulated it, it remained clumped together, unresponsive to the arrival of the aura. Seeing this, Lin Ze glanced at Xia Qinghe. Bear with it. After saying that, the 2 blood-colored lightings on Lin Ze's fingers suddenly surged into Xia Qinghe's body, pointing directly at the obscure place. The magic heartband. Swish! As soon as the demonic heartband was turned on, the shadowy obscurity was activated as if it had been summoned, and the entire shadow unfolded and came to life fully, revealing its twisted true form in the reclining cave. It began to agitate, sucking the life out of Xia Qinghe and releasing some kind of special power to swim around its entire body. And when Xia Qinghe saw Lin Ze the solemn, her heart was startled, and she was just about to speak and ask if it was tricky. Suddenly, a sharp pain then instantly came, causing Xia Qinghe's entire face to turn white with pain. A drop of cold sweat also seeped out from his bare forehead, and the entire person suffered great pain. But the pain comes and goes quickly. After Lin Ze activated that parasite, he used the power of the demon heartband to control it to his wrist. A double finger pick. Whoosh! A twisted, tiny black insect then appeared between Lin Ze's fingers, pinned down by Lin Ze. It seemed to sense a horrifying danger and was twisting and struggling in a deadly manner, opening all its sharp claws and teeth to break through Lin Ze's confinement. Its hideous and horrifying appearance made Xia Qinghe look at her heart. It was inconceivable that such horrors had been hiding inside her all this time, and her life has always suffered from the threat of this horrible thing. If not this time it happened to have Lin Ze and Wu Tongyin, crashed through Zhang Tong latent secret, took out the compulsion. Then the consequences. Xia Qinghe couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Woardu, you guys are really playing with flowers. After sizing up the parasite for a moment, Lin Ze could ascertain that it was the power of this thing that had caused Mr. Zhang to suddenly die a violent death at the entrance to the North Star Academy earlier. A Zhang Fuzi, a Xia Qinghe. How many other people in North Star have been hit? Bang! Lin Ze crushed the compulsion with one hand, and then turned his head to look at Wu Tong. Sycamore quickly shook her head and took 2 quiet steps back. I won't need it. I've been defending myself against Zhang Tong and the others, so I'm sure I didn't get hit. It didn't matter to Lin Ze. Just forget about it if Sycamore didn't want it. He took a look at the compulsion of Xia Qinghe's 2 daughters, mainly because he wanted to determine the form of the compulsion's existence and just practiced first. Zhang Tong was able to sneak around Beichen for so many years and secretly prepare so many parasites. It was not unlikely that their Lin family had people who had been trapped. Lin Ze had to plan and take precautions earlier. In that case, Lin Ze glanced at the various treasured inventories on the 3rd level of Zhang Tong. The situation is urgent. You two go back first and inform that Lin family guard of mine of the news here. He knows what to do. My lord will have to look again to see if there are any other clues here. Saying that, Lin Ze grabbed the time to look through the inventory of the feats of Zhang Tong, a top Hotian Peak expert. Seeing this, Wu Tong and Xia Qinghe didn't doubt it and left the sleeping book building to go forward to find Lin Ze's guards and inform them of the situation on the 3rd floor of the sleeping book building. The two left, and Lin Ze entered a state of comprehension. You've looked through Divine Enlightenment LV2, 65 out of 100. A book of martial arts techniques was loaded quickly, and all the knowledge was crushed and poured into Lin Ze's mind, making him as deeply engraved as a great master who had been immersed in this path for decades. 1 breath, 2 breaths, Divine Enlightenment LV2, 70 out of 100. Zhang Tong was worthy of being North Star's veteran peak Hotian powerhouse, the head of a party's academy. His collection was a selection of treasures from many feats. Among them, there were even 2 top-grade martial arts, a soundwave-type feat, Autumn Wind Breaking Formation Song, a copy of his Watchdog technique, the Gentleman's Righteousness technique. Under the comprehension load of these many precious techniques, Lin Ze's aura became more and more ethereal. He is like a wisp of wind floating on the earth. Seems to be in but not in. Seems to be illusory but not illusory. At any time can step through the red dust. Floating away. Divine Gnosis LV2, 74 out of 100. Snap. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Ze closed all the books. After sweeping through all of Zhang Tong's treasures, Lin Ze's talent progress came to 74 points. Only the last 26 points to upgrade to LV3. LV3. It's not far. Closing all the feats. Lin Ze's eyes were brighter than ever at the moment. The luster of its eyes seemed like brilliant stars, glowing in the dim candlelight of the sleeping book building. Apparently, Lin Ze's entire essence had received another huge boost. But how big is that boost? Lin Ze wasn't sure. Driven by the fully comprehended and penetrated power of hundreds of feats, he seemed to have embarked on a different path of cultivation, and his combat power could no longer be measured by normal human standards at all. If I had to have a visual description, that uses Zhang Tong as the unit of measurement for combat power. Before the boost, Lin Ze could probably flick his fingers and kill Zhang Tong. After the boost, it's probably just a matter of blowing on it, right? Snap. Lin Ze casually opened his folding fan and took a step out of the sleeping book building, his entire body transforming into an illusory feather of light blowing away in the wind. And at this moment, in front of the gate of the North Star Academy, the people in the Mirror Division who had been notified of the emergency had already arrived. Mirror Division will be the entire North Star schoolhouse wrapped up. Inside and outside are surrounded by people. Will be surrounded by the schoolhouse. Do not let go of a fly. Naturally, it also included the Lin family guards who received the report from Xiaqing Sycamore. The Mirror Division officer leading the group blocked the gate. Are the Lin family so unruly? After such a big incident at the academy, everyone present is now a suspect. Until the matter is cleared up, no one is allowed to take half a step out of the academy. Anyone who violates the order will be punished for treason and beheaded, including your Lin family. Those who dared to call out the Lin family like this. The entire North Star, in addition to the Wei family, who was single-handedly supported by the North Star Emperor to fight with the Lin family, when not to be the second person to think. The Mirror Division official leading the group was none other than the Mirror Division's left Shuling, the second in command under the Mirror Division's chief envoy, Wei Jinghai. At this moment, Wei Jinghai is exercising his power as the second in command of the Mirror Division, letting the most suspected people in the North Star Academy go without questioning them, but instead is here to make things difficult for the two Lin family guards. The Lin family duo looked cold. Their powerful aura of Hotian 6th level was hidden. Several times they couldn't burst up to stomp this annoying Wei family dog in front of them. When Wei Jinghai saw this, a mocking look appeared on his face. What? Still want to make a move? Trying to assault a court official and slap His Majesty's face? What? Your Lin family is going to rebel, isn't it? Come on. Try moving one of me. Wei Jinghai was very arrogant. When it came to facing the Lin family, the Wei family had always been so unbridled and left no mercy. The Lin family duo looked at Wei Jinghai's arrogant face. Their fists pinched white and their knuckles clicked, hating that they couldn't punch him to death. But Wei Jinghai is the left book order of the Mirror Division, a powerful position, representing the prestige of the court. Once they move their hands, then the meaning can be different. The two could only hold back. At this point, snap, a crisp slap rang out. Chapter 37. That's what I call insulting you. Everyone looked around at the sound, only to see that Wei Jinghai, who had been screaming just a moment ago, already had a very conspicuous bright red five-finger palm print on his face. Wei Jinghai froze. He glanced dully at the two indifferent-looking Lin family members. Again, he touched the hot, painful spot on his face. A moment. An unquenchable rage rose violently in his heart. He's been hit. As a member of the Wei family, he was actually beaten, and in front of two liners. This caused him to become enraged, and the flames of anger directly broke through all of his reasoning, consuming all of his calmness. Wei Jinghai is not unable to accept humiliation. The power of the courtroom is complicated. Wei Jinghai was disliked and humiliated not once or twice, but what he can't accept is, this humiliation came from the Lin family, because it had never been only their Wei family that bullied the Lin family, and it had been like that for more than a decade. When was it his turn for the Lin family to ride over the Wei family? If this were to be told, he, Wei Jinghai, could be ridiculed to death by the entire North Star? The entire Wei family. Asshole. Fierce killing intent instantly filled Wei Jinghai's eyes, causing them to turn red. He did not hide his killing intent towards the two Lin family members. Consumed by shame and anger, he couldn't be bothered to think about why two Hotian 6th level Lin family guards were able to slap him. A Hotian 7th level expert from Wei Jinghai Tang. Without any warning, he was up to his head now and just wanted to vent his anger and wash away the shame. Lin family son of a... Wei Jinghai's eyes were bloodshot and furious. His hands condensed an appalling amount of energy, wanting to kill the two Lin family guards on the spot with one strike. How dare you talk to the court? However, one sentence was not yet finished. My lord hit it. Do you have a problem with that? An icy voice from the depths of the nine hells chilled through Wei Jinghai's bone marrow. The extreme icy cold dispelled the fire of anger in Wei Jinghai's mind slightly. His pupils snapped together as he realized something. When he turned his head, he saw the figure of a worldly son who stood proudly and long like an ancient pine. Next moment, snap, a crash that was even more violent than the slap just now then landed heavily on Wei Jinghai's face. Bang! Wei Jinghai's entire body was slammed onto the ground by a huge force like a D-board cannonball. The head pierced through the lapis lazuli of the academy and punched out a large crater. The academy was silent. For a while, the talents in the Mirror Division looked at each other and bowed to the figure from the heart. See the chief envoy. Of course, there are those that don't follow. A few people jumped out. They're all Wei family members. Chief Envoy Lin, what do you mean by that? Even if you are the Chief Envoy's superior officer, how can you humiliate Wei Shuling at will? There is only a half-level difference between the book order and the chief minister, and the book order is even your elder. What qualifications do you, Lin Ze's little child, have? Lin Ze just glanced at them, and his icy expression caused all their words to take a break, like a lump in their throats. Qualifications? As he spoke, Lin Ze's figure fluttered about, transforming into an illusory shadow, one step at a time. His voice also came from a distance. reaching a few of the Wei family members. Ta! His hand went on the shoulder of one of them, gently pressed down. In a flash, a huge force surged and violently crushed the man's shoulder. At the same time, the crushing force forced him to kneel downward. Bang! He fell to the ground on shattered knees, bleeding a puddle of blood mixed with flesh and broken bones. The entire person's face twisted in pain, and his body bent into an arch, as if he was performing a 5-body pilgrimage to Lin Ze. Ah! Lin Ze, you! Lin Ze pinched his cheeks again, rendering him speechless. The eyes that were as cold as sharp blades, as if they could deprive him of his life at any time, made his heart tremble even more. Didn't you ask what qualifications this gentleman has? Now, do you understand? The Wei clan man's eyes were terrified, and his entire body trembled and shook. It seems that you still don't understand. The words fell. Lin Ze let go of his hand. The man from the Wei family sighed in relief, thinking that Lin Ze had spared him. The breath was not quite out of my mouth, though. Bang! His consciousness then completely stayed in the moment with a violent explosion. Blood and light filled the sky. See the bloody scene. The rest of the few people suddenly felt as if they were being doused with cool water, soaking their entire body, and a cold aura emanated from their bodies, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The whole man was shivering and unsteady. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin Ze again. What Wei family's dignity and hegemony were all left behind by them. At this moment, they only wished to save their own little lives in Lin Ze's hands. I only hoped that Lin Ze wouldn't bother with them. The little people. However, that icy voice still rang in their ears as if it were the devil's whisper. What about you guys? Do you understand? The coldness of the sound slowed the heartbeats of several people by half. What he saw out of the corner of his eye, that proud and icy white figure had already descended. Several people's pupils trembled chaotically as they nodded their heads repeatedly. Understood. Understood. We understand. Understand? Lin Ze's tone was flat, and the folding fan in his hand gently fanned. Kick up the breeze. This wind is not cold or strong, but for a few it was like a tornado storm at sea, enough to engulf everything. So tell me, what do you guys understand? A few people's hearts trembled. What's this going to say? Just for a moment. It seems that you guys don't get it either. Bang! Another blood flower bloomed in the academy, unfolding in a blood-colored misty splendor. Bang! Then came the second one. Bang! The third flower. They bloomed, coloring the entire space a blood red. The fishy, sweet and pungent scent continued to pour in, reaching the last Wei family member's mouth and nose, causing his entire body to be on the verge of collapsing. Seeing that he was down to his last man, he was about to take his turn. He hastily shouted, I know. I understand. You are the chief. You are the chief envoy. Your word we must obey unconditionally. You are a peak Hotian 9th level powerhouse. Your words, your presence is the greatest qualification. You are. Enough. Seeing how spineless this Wei family member was, Wei Jinghai on the side recovered from the confusion. He got up and looked at Lin Ze fiercely. Lin Ershao, killing is only a headache. You humiliate me like this. Do you really think that our Wei family and His Majesty the Emperor don't have any fire in them? Lin Ze turned his head and frowned slightly. Insult you? Ugh. Lin Ze sighed. In the next moment, a feather of light coalesced beside Wei Jinghai. A large hand lifted Wei Jinghai's entire body high in the air, locking all of his lifelines. Ta! Wei Jinghai was held down against the wall. The head squeezes and the whole face is in constant intimate contact with the rough verdigris. Watch it. That's what I call insulting you. Chapter 38, just kneel like this. Lin Ze's ice-cold voice accompanied by his white-clad figure fell into everyone's hearts. At this moment, everyone in the mirror division was subdued. They looked at Wei Jinghai, who was restrained like a dog and was powerless. The Wei Jinghai at the moment was a far cry from the arrogant and domineering, no one else like appearance he had when he first arrived. They looked at Lin Ze again. Lin Ze's expression was flat and his eyes were clear and cold, as if he was just doing a trivial and insignificant thing, all without ever caring about Wei Jinghai's identity or the meaning behind Wei Jinghai's identity. He, of all people, has no inhibitions. Goo-doo. The mirror division crowd swallowed hard. They had a premonition that North Star was really going to change the sky. As a result, the mirror division crowd grew more cautious and silent. As for the North Star Academy side, they hadn't been surprised or curious from the start, and were eating their way through a good show. Kidding aside, even a veteran powerhouse like Zhang Tong had lost to Lin Ze in a single move. Your district Wei Jinghai still dare to be arrogant in front of Lin Ze to make things difficult for the Lin family. TSK, really think that the current Lin family is still the same Lin family as before? And let alone you Wei Jinghai, even if Wei Pingyuan, the Wei family head, came, he would have to do it with his tail between his legs. TCH, nice words damn ghosts. I told Wei Jinghai long ago that it's official business to thoroughly investigate our academy first, but I didn't listen. The Wei family thinks that they are arrogant and domineering with the North Star Emperor behind them, and they haven't targeted the Lin family much over the years, and right now, I'll see how the Wei family ends up. The crowd of the North Star Academy waited for a good show. In a whisper, Wei Jinghai was shocked and furious. Lin Ze, are you really so reckless that you're not afraid that His Majesty and my clan's family head will pursue the matter? Lin Ze glanced at the last Wei family member standing there and said in a calm tone, it seems that you, the left Shu Zhang, are not as smart as an ordinary pawn. He turned his head to the last pawn of the Wei family and asked, according to the court's laws and orders, what is the offense for a subordinate to contradict his superiors and disrespect instructions? Wei family pawn body trembled. Said, according to the law, should be heavily responsible for 50 lashes. The circumstances are serious delay in official business delayed the war. The higher officials have the power to according to the law on the wrong officials. The pawn dared not continue. How about for errant officials? The pawn clenched his teeth. First things first, then this gentleman has called you here to deal with official business? Yes. Lin Ze nodded and glanced at Wei Jinghai again. Did you hear that? My lord can execute you. Wei Jinghai looked gloomy. But, what about this gentleman, who has always been generous? See no blood. So, Wei Jinghai narrowed his eyes. Which means, Lin Ze won't kill him? What the hell is he doing? Wei Jinghai had a hidden uneasiness in his heart. I only heard Lin Ze say, you just kneel like this. With that, Lin Ze sealed all of Wei Jinghai's spiritual energy and shattered Wei Jinghai's knee with a slap, turning Wei Jinghai against the wall. He made him kneel heavily on the floor. A large character, Lin, appeared on the stone wall in front of Wei Jinghai. This Lin character fell into Wei Jinghai's eyes. How piercing! What a pain! Wei Jinghai was enraged. Ask him to kneel like this. Kneeling to the Lin family? The word Lin. It was worse than if he had killed him. Life is worse than death. Lin Ze, kill me if you dare. Kill me. Lin Ze turned to leave. He handed over to the Mirror Division crowd. What has happened here is cleaned up quickly and without delay. Yes. All of the Mirror Division answered with an unusually dry and respectful response. Lin Ze nodded with satisfaction, and left the North Star Academy with 2 Lin family guards. On his way out, Lin Ze took another look at the impotent and furious Wei Jinghai. Right. That who? Kneel for 10 days first. Within 10 days, no one is allowed to let him up without the permission of my lord. Of course. Lin Ze laughed. You can also let the Wei family come to your rescue. Ha! You better pray they come. In that case, my lord even saves the reason. After saying that, Lin Ze turned around and left. Only Wei Jinghai was left behind to continuously let out a heart-rending fury. Leaving the North Star Academy, the smile on Lin Ze's face gradually dissipated. When the 2 Lin family guards saw this, they hurriedly asked, young master, what's wrong? Xia Qinghe and the others should have told you about the compulsion, right? Yes, the 2 of us are incompetent and have disappointed young master. Lin Ze shook his head. I don't blame you guys. Hurry back. I'm afraid this North Star Imperial capital, including my Lin family, is already full of poisonous people. The 2 were shocked. That bad? Lin Ze said, because it's not just the North Star Academy. Even those people from the Wei family have been hit. That's right. Lin Ze had just killed those Wei family members by the very means of the demon heartban. This meant that those few Wei family members had also been planted with parasites in their bodies without a sound. And even a family like the Wei family, which was rooted in the military and rarely dealt with the North Star Academy, had been hit. Then the entire North Star can be imagined. Thus, the 3 of them immediately rushed back to the Lin family. The Lin family. The old wounded soldiers have all arrived. They were waiting eagerly for young master Lin Ze to return. Young master is back. Back. Young master. We refer to the young master. Lin Ze nodded at everyone and left 2 guards behind to explain to the crowd what had happened at the academy, and then walked towards the Lin family's main residence. What's wrong with young master? Something happened? Brothers, something big has happened. You guys listen to me first. Today the academy side. Lin family's main residence. Lin Ze came quickly. He found Lin Ao. Lin Ao raised his eyebrows when he saw Lin Ze's windy run. What? Something happened? Lin Ze nodded and briefly recounted to Lin Ao what had happened in the academy today. Lin Ao's complexion changed after hearing this, and his brows tightened. It actually happened. A tiny little parasite has plagued our entire North Star, leaving all of us unaware. Lin Ze said, it's normal for the secular world to be unable to do anything about the immortal sex methods. Without further ado, reach out and let me see. Lin Ao extended his hand. Lin Ze's aura probed in, and the powerful force of life traveled around Lin Ao's body. 1 circle left, 1 circle right. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. After checking all over Lin Ao's body and using the immortal sex prohibitions, Lin Ze couldn't find the existence of the parasites. How? Lin Ze shook his head and released his hand. There are no parasites in your body. Then, in that case, this parasite is unable to invade the bodies of those with high cultivation? Lin Ze shook his head. Not sure yet. I'll take another look at Master Mare. Chapter 39 Lin Family's Ancestral Special Physique? On the side, Rimmer also extended his hand. Lin Ze did some checking. A few moments later, Lin Ze found the latent shadow in one of Lin Mo's meridian points. Lin Ze frowned. Seeing this, Lin Mo's expression sank. I'm hit? Lin Ze gave an affirmative reply. That's right. Hearing Lin Ze's words, Lin Mo's expression completely sank. Even he, a battle-hardened Hotian 8th level, was hit? This compo. Lin Ao and Lin Mo glanced at each other, both seeing the deep gravity in the other's eyes. I'm afraid that a large portion of the North Star Imperial Capital range has already fallen. At the thought of this, Lin Ao two people and hastened to ask, look at you this way. Could it be that this compulsion is very tricky to solve? Lin Ze shook his head. He frowned not because the parasites were difficult to solve, but because he was thinking about something. That is, Lin Mo was hit while Lin Ao was not. It was important to realize that Lin Mo and Lin Ao spent most of their time together, almost inseparable. Wherever there was Lin Ao, there was basically Lin Mo. Both have almost the same access to the source of the compulsion. And according to what was stated in the Wolf Do secret text, this kind of compulsion from the immortal sect could not even be detected by a strong person at the peak of the Hotian 9th level, and it would be difficult to be spared. This is a true thought. After all, Lin Mo as an infinitely close to the Hotian 9 divine mystic realm and experienced in hundreds of battles could be hit in a silent way. So even if a real Hotian 9 were to be replaced, the result would not be too far off. Coupled with Lin Ao's decline in chi and blood over the years, the old injuries are bruised and one day is not as good as the other. Thinking about it like that, it was a bit unbelievable that Lin Ao didn't get hit, but this is not the time to think about it in detail. So let's keep an eye on it for now. Lin Ze said, it's not troublesome, it's just an accident that even you, Master Mo, have been hit. Lin Mo looked grave. It was the old immortal who was negligent and careless, allowing the vermin to take advantage of the situation. I'll go and order the entire Lin family to be on alert. Lin Ze waved his hand. There's no need to be in no hurry. He took out the bottle of poison and placed it in front of Lin Mo. This is the poison that contains the parasites. Master Mare, take a look first. Does it look familiar? Lin Mo took the poison bottle and carefully examined it, and then he poured out some powder from it, grinding it on his fingertips and sniffing it. For a moment, Lin Mo seemed to remember something. His face changed. This thing, could it be? Incredulous, Rimmer squeezed out some more powder and prepared to put it in his mouth for further confirmation. Old Mare, what are you doing? Lin Ao drank him down. Lin Mo said, Master, I'd like to take it a step further to confirm whether it's that thing or not. This, Lin Ze nodded his head in a gesture. There's no harm in it. Master Mo confirms it. Lin Ze has his own way to take out the parasites. Only after receiving Lin Ze's confirmation did Lin Ao nod his head in approval with relief. Lin Mo swallowed the poisonous powder and tasted it carefully in his mouth. There's no flavor, but that touch. Rimmer confirmed. That's right. These things are the heart-nourishing powder and pure elemental Dan that were sent from the palace 7 days ago. Upon hearing these words, Lin Ao's figure shook, and then the first thing he did was to look at Lin Ze. Pure Yuan Dan. Lin Ze was confused. What happened to the pure Yuan Dan? What are you looking at me for? At this time, Lin Mo anxiously explained. Young master, you don't know. The other day you suddenly fell into a coma, and his lordship was so anxious that he didn't sleep a wink. When His Majesty the Emperor heard about this, he had the palace send the royal secret medicine Pure Yuan Dan, which repels poison and awakens the mind, to you, young master, as well as a cup of nourishing heart powder for his lordship. These two things old man personally threw the hands, but also tested the poison. Absolutely will not remember wrong. That's why young master you hurry to check it yourself first, and then give the old master a closer look. At those words, Lin Ze froze. That means he should have been poisoned from the beginning, right? But the problem was that Lin Ze hadn't been poisoned by the parasites at all. With Lin Ze's cultivation nowadays, he had already known his own physical condition like the back of his hand, so he wouldn't be able to tell if he had been poisoned by the parasites or not. Gee, odd. Of the three people, Lin Ze and Lin Mo had eaten essence pills, and Lin Ao and Lin Mo had eaten heart-nourishing powder. But in the end, the only one who was poisoned was Lin Mo. Their grandparents and grandchildren were assholes instead. Could it be that their Lin family bloodline still had the ability to be invulnerable to all poisons? Is there such a thing? Lin Ze wondered. But then again, Since the poisonous powder was sent long ago, why did Zhang Tong? Oh yes, in their impression, I, Lin Ze, have always been wary of the Imperial clan and have held back so far, not accepting anything from the Imperial clan. Therefore, Zhang Tong was not sure if he had eaten the pure Yuan Dan, which led to this assassination scene. Young master? Lin Ze came back to his senses. Don't worry, I haven't been bewitched, and neither has Grandpa. This parasite hasn't escaped me yet. Of that, I can be quite sure. Lin Mo was speechless for a moment. That means he's the only one out of the three who's been poisoned, right? Lin Ze asked Lin Ao again. So, does our family have some kind of ancestral 100 poison invulnerable physique? This question stumped Lin Ao. It can't be. Your great-grandfather was just an ordinary Hotian 6th level cultivator, and your great-grandmother was just a small family Qianjina. It shouldn't be possible. Not to mention that if there really was such a physique, how could the old man have been poisoned by arrows on the battlefield back then? Okay, maybe Lin Ze was overthinking it. Then maybe it's a coincidence. Master Mo, I'll get rid of the parasites for you first, so bear with me. Lin Mo nodded with a sullen face. Lin Ze opened the devil's heartband and did as he was told. The whole thing didn't have the slightest ripple. In just a few short breaths, the parasites were removed from Lin Mo's body. Bear. Lin Ze's fingers burned with purple lightning flames, charring the parasites into specimens, which were then placed on the table for Lin Ao and the two of them to examine in detail. That's the stuff. Lin Mo picked up the parasite corpse. Take out those poisonous powders again. Look at it carefully for a long time. Eventually an exclamation was made. TSK, just such a tiny thing. It unexpectedly drilled in at some point and became so big that the old man didn't notice it in the slightest. This immortal sect stuff is really evil. If that Peng Yong really returns with all the skills of the immortal sect and achieves the innate, then I'm afraid that I, North Star, will have to. Lin Mo looked at Lin Ao. What do you think, Master? Lin Ao shook his head. In my opinion, Peng Yong is still far from that step of the innate na. That step is not so easy to take. With Lin Ao's qualifications, he hadn't even touched the innate stage after so many years of achieving the peak of Hotian. There was no one in the entire North Star who knew better than him how difficult it was to take that step. Not to mention that if Peng Yang could really achieve innate, why would he need to use such a tactic as parasites? Letting Zhang Tong hide in the dark? The Ascended One doesn't give a damn. But, Lin Ao added with a twist of words, based on Wolf Capital's increasingly rampant behavior in recent years, it's true that Peng Yang is coming back. Chapter 40, Immortal Fate Order. Lin Mo nodded. Not bad. These days, the Wolf Capital side is getting more and more arrogant and rampant, stirring up the event at the Golden Autumn Banquet, secretly replacing His Majesty's Imperial pills, and sneaking into the North Star Academy to steal the dragon and replace the pillar. Every single thing is this crazy and unabashed. Not the least bit worried about my North Star raising troops south again. I think it must be that Peng Yong is about to return from his studies, so that the wolves have a bottom line? Meh. Lin Ao smiled disdainfully. Words and smiles, reproducing that waving the shadow of the god of war in the sands. If you don't become an innate, you'll end up as an ant. Even if he has all the skills of an immortal sect, how can he defeat my North Star's thousands of troops? Coiling the Buddha beads in his hand, Lin Ao was calm and relaxed, not the slightest bit anxious. It was as if there was nothing in this world that could move this old god of war except for things related to Lin Ze. His Majesty already knows about this, doesn't he? Lin Ze spread his hands. Maybe he knew about it early on? Otherwise, why did he send me to inspect the North Star Academy in particular? Lin Ze waved the folding fan in his hand with a smirk. Maybe, he's waiting for me and Zhang Tong to fight to the death and get into a lose-lose situation. The Buddha beads in Lin Ao's hand stuttered. He was silent for a moment before he sighed quietly. Perhaps, old mare. Master, you first go check on the Lin family ministries and ask them if they have been exposed to such a poisonous powder. Yes. After Rimmer left, the atmosphere in the main residence was a little low for a moment. Lin Ze shook his folding fan and glanced at Lin Ao. Grandpa, you're not going to tell me about loyalty and love for the country again this time when you've sidetracked Master Mare, are you? Lin Ao gently shook his head. I want to buy osmanthus flowers to carry wine with me, but in the end, it's not like that. A young man's tour. The old man is no longer the hot-blooded teenager he once was. He's also no longer the man the old man once knew. He has his monarchical stance, and the old man has the old man's bloodline heritage. Let's be good, and look, and walk. Debunking the topic, Lin Ao said. The old man is going to talk to you this time about an important matter concerning your destiny. This is something that the old man wanted to talk to you about last time. It was only then that the old man felt there was still time, so he was in no hurry. But right now, since you've already been exposed to it, Then the old man will talk to you about it, so that you can be prepared. Lin Ze understood. You're talking about the immortal sect? The existence of immortal sect and innate divine beings had never been a secret to the secular world. They've always been there. It's just that ordinary people don't have access to their layers for the rest of their lives. Lin Ao nodded. He turned his head and looked at Lin Ze seriously. Zaire, your talent is rare in the world. Far beyond that of old me. Even, there isn't anyone in the entire North Star in 100 years whose natural talent can match yours. Not even that third Prince Peng Yong of Wuhan who had the honor of joining the immortal sect. Lin Ao coiled the Buddha beads in his hand. The secular world to you is a shackle. A poison. It is a dye that cannot raise a true dragon. You have to join the immortal sect and go after the world that should be yours. Lin Ze was speechless. That's indeed a bit too early. There's still a whole 20 years until the next recruitment of disciples from Hidden Sword Mountain. The immortal sect that overrode the North Star Imperial Dynasty as well as the Crescent Moon Dynasty and dozens of other nearby countries and regions was called the Hidden Sword Mountain. Every 50 years, Hidden Sword Mountain would open an immortal sect promotion assembly towards this area of control that belonged to him to recruit new disciples. And the last time, it was 30 years ago. Next time, it'll be another full 20 years. It's too early to tell. Well, of course, aside from the disciple recruitment every 50 years, there is actually a hidden way. This hidden pathway was only known by the Lin family's high position of power, equivalent to the second emperor of North Star. Its name is Naga, as the name suggests. As long as a secular royal dynasty pays tribute to the immortal sect and fulfills certain requirements, they can directly waive the recruitment conditions to enter the immortal sect for cultivation. But this share of the tribute is extremely demanding. A strong secular imperial dynasty would need decades of national savings to complete a tribute. Although the Lin family was rich, it was still far from the kind of money that the country had accumulated for decades. So, the tribute approach is basically impossible as well. As for getting the royal Li family to pay for it, don't even think about it. Even if Lin Ze was more talented and had the bloodline of the Li family, he wasn't surnamed Li, always an outsider. The imperial clan would rather let a poorly talented Li clan member go than Lin Ze. What's more, the Li family had only just rebelled and stabilized the country, and didn't have the capital to pay tribute. Hearing Lin Ze's words, Lin Ao but smiled mysteriously. Hidden Sword Mountain is indeed a bit early, but what if it's not Hidden Sword Mountain? Not Hidden Sword Mountain? Then you are talking about the one. Asking what Taoist sect? Lin Ze thought about it. Outside of the Hidden Sword Mountain, the closest one seemed to be called the Questioning Heavenly Tao sect or the Questioning Heart Tao sect. Come to mind? Lin Ze doesn't remember much. This world is full of 10,000 races and vast. It's too big. The average person couldn't even walk out of North Star or Wolf. So how could they be concerned about such a large concept outside of Hidden Sword Mountain? Naturally, Lin Ze hadn't paid too much attention and wasn't clear about the time of the recruitment of disciples for that what's-his-name Tao sect outside of Hidden Sword Mountain. Lin Ao shook his head. It's not the Questioning Heart Tao sect. Then you'd better not sell it. Lin Ao got up and went to the inner hall of the main mansion where he rested day and night. He opened a mechanism under the bed and took out a box made of arcane gold throughout from a hidden compartment. There was also an arcane gold chain wrapped around it. Its preciousness is obvious. Lin Ze had never seen this old master of his family treasure an item like this. Look at this degree of protection. The Lin family's directly transmitted 8 Wastelands battle technique is no more than that. Just open it and see. After removing the shackles, Lin Ao placed the Xianjin box in front of Lin Ze. Lin Ze picked open the lid of the box. In the arcane gold box, a small and delicate green jade tablet was lying quietly in the center of the box, emitting a mysterious and unspeakable glittering light. A channel of light from the jade plate rising clear gas, turned into a small dragon, gently spit in mid-air dents, so that people are relaxed. Inexplicably felt a burst of peace of mind. Lin Ze picked up this green-colored jade tablet. The densities on it dissipate. A dragon and phoenix flying immortal character plucked through the clouds and was engraved in the center of the jade plate. A mysterious and inexplicable great Tao mystery suddenly came to the surface. It is Immortal Fate Order. Lin Ao said. Those who hold the Immortal Edge Order can go to Daojia Mountain to participate in the Green Domain 9 sect trials, but regardless of the outcome of the trial, the bearer of the order can join any one of the 9 clans of the Green Domain. None of the 9 sects can refuse. Really? This stuff is so overbearing? Then why didn't your old man use it in the first place? Me? Old me was already past that hot-blooded age when I obtained this Immortal Edge Order. Chapter 41, The 9 Sects of the Green Realm. And at that time, your grandmother was also in poor health. So how could the old man leave her behind? Especially since your grandmother is gone. Speaking of Lin Ze's grandmother, Lin Ao's face rarely showed a color full of nostalgia, and his tone became sighing and soft. She's gone this ugh. The old man is even less inclined to seek immortality. Innate or not, let it be. That's why the old man sealed this immortal edge order and left it for the talented descendants of the Lin family to pursue their own innate path. Lin Ao coiled the Buddha beads in his hand. This first candidate is your father. Your father was gifted and intelligent since childhood, and at a young age he was familiar with all sorts of strange military books, and his martial arts cultivation was also the best of the young generation of North Star, the perfect candidate to receive the immortal fate order. Unfortunately, Lin Ao sighed long and hard, and his ancient eyes were filled with a strong color of regret, and underneath that regret, a flash of submerged dragon's fury that was enough to overthrow the North Star. The Lin family's two best men died on the battlefield, and Lin Ze died in an accidental war, leaving the large Lin family with only Lin Ze as the only child. How could this make Lin Ao not have fire in his heart? If it wasn't for Lin Ze's only bloodline supporting Lin Ao's last sanity all these years, he would have risen up and gone crazy to smash both Wolf and North Star to pieces. Lin Ze sensed Lin Ao's mood swings. He said, "Grandpa, don't worry. I won't spare any of those who have plotted against my Lin family. I'll make them all pay." Lin Ao adjusted his mind and collected the anger in his heart. He gave Lin Ze a pleased look. "Since the day you returned from the Golden Autumn Feast, my old husband has never doubted this, but more than revenge, the most important thing right now is your future." Saying that, Lin Ao pointed at the Immortal Edge Order. You can know the mysteries of the Immortal Edge Order by injecting spiritual energy into it and then sticking it to your forehead. Lin Ze did as he was told. The moment the Immortal Edge Order was affixed to Lin Ze's forehead, buzz, the mysterious fluctuations brought Lin Ze into the spacetime flood. Countless images from the ancient times, filled with the heavy aura of history, flooded into Lin Ze's mind. Eventually, an ancient, sky-high peak peeked into the clouds, overlooking the multitudes. Boom! The temporal flood dissipated. Lin Ze's consciousness returned, and all the mysteries of the Immortal Edge Order had been fully understood by Lin Ze. It turned out that this immortal fate order could actually be traced back to the ancient times of the Green Domain. It was born in accordance with the time and fortune, in order to take one of the destinies of heaven and earth. The 9 clans of the Green Domain in the ancient times believed in the word karma. All things are possible for those who have a destiny. For those who have a destiny, the path leads to heaven. This karma is wonderful. Well, in layman's terms, it's also known as chi-chi, strange encounters, and indeed it does. Every strong person who could stand at the top of the Green Domain never lacked an element of luck in their lives in addition to hard work. The mighty ones never deny this either, for to deny the importance of luck is itself a denial and an insult to their own existence. Therefore, in order to seek this one word of destiny, in order to find the person who picks the Green Domain, a vast expanse of greatness, who possesses enough chi, at that time, 9 mighty men from the 9 clans of the Green Domain joined forces to create 1,000 immortal edge orders, and let them flow out into the vast sea of the Green Domain. And the Green Domain is huge. Vastness, as far as Lin Ze knew, the size of the Hidden Sword Mountain covered dozens of countries. In this area alone, to which Hidden Sword Mountain belonged, there were tens of billions of people. The Hidden Sword Mountain is just a drop in the ocean in terms of the entire Green region. The entire Green Domain was so large and populous that it had to be counted at least in megabytes as a base unit. Those who can get those 1,000 immortal destiny orders in such a vast and horrible sea of people, undoubtedly, they were bound to be the most fortunate people in that generation of the entire Green Domain, enough to reign over the wind and clouds. It was also for this reason that no matter if the person who obtained the immortal fate order could ultimately pass the trial on Daojia Mountain, even if they were eliminated just after entering and performed poorly to the point of being unable to do so, they were also able to unconditionally join any of the 9 clans of the Green Domain. Karma, after all, is wonderful. For the sake of this destiny, the 9 clans of the Green Domain recognized it. In other words, whoever is holding the Immortal Edge Order, then from this moment onwards, he was already an internalized disciple of the 9 sect of the Green Domain. And what level are the 9 clans of the Green Domain? The 9 sect of the Green Domain, the absolute hegemon over the entire Green Domain. Any one of them was an ancient Dao lineage that had been passed down for more than 10 million years and had existed since the ancient times. Even if Lin Ze no longer paid attention to the outside world, the names of the 9 sect of the Green Domain were as clear as day. In front of the 9 clans of the Green Domain, Hidden Sword Mountain is it seems a bit disrespectful to say that about Hidden Sword Mountain, but that's just the way it is. Any random elder that walked out within the 9 sect of the Green Domain would be able to exterminate the entire dozens of country territories where the Hidden Sword Mountain was located in a single breath. The 9 sects of the Green Domain are just so overbearing. And right now, in Lin Ze's hands, he was holding such a heavenly key that could directly enter the 9 sects of the Green Domain. Looking at this Immortal Edge Order in his hand, Lin Ze was out of his mind. So, if the Lin family had this kind of treasure, how could they still lose like that in the original novel? You look down on the disciples of the 9 sect of the Green Realm? Just outrageous. Well, the ghost of the original. Wutong all turned sycamore. This was not at all the fictional world that Lin Ze was familiar with, but Lin Ze also does not matter. Anyway, he did not read much of the original, just to the Lin family extinction there. This little change to him with or without, are not too much impact. How? Subdued? Seeing Lin Ze out of his mind, Lin Ao asked with a slightly inscrutable smile. That expression seemed to say, there's a time when you kids are shocked? The unconditional right to join the 9 sects of the green domain will indeed startle people to the point of being overwhelmed. Ha ha ha, you kids still have to practice. Old me wouldn't have been like you when I first got the Immortal Edge Order. I believe. Lin Ze was helpless. As long as your old man is happy. Yes, yes, yes. Otherwise how could you be the mighty North Star war god of North Star? The grandparents and grandchildren smiled at each other. After laughing, Lin Ao added, there should still be 2 months left in this Daojia mountain trial, right? Lin Ze nodded. Pretty much. Well, then prepare yourself well within these 2 months. The North Star side of things. 2 months. It's still early, Lin Ze said very firmly. North Star side. I'll finish taking care of it. Otherwise, I'm not comfortable with it. Lin Ao nodded. The matter of the compulsion has become so big. I think those hiding in the shadows shouldn't be able to resist jumping out. This time, in Lin Ao's eyes, a scarlet murderous aura flickered. The old man must catch them out. North Star Palace. Bang! Snap! Emperor Bachan was losing his temper and breaking a precious treasure. Harpies! Traitor! How dare you bully me? And dare to bully me now? Chapter 42, he may be able to break the compulsion. I trust you like this and have high hopes for you by allowing you to take charge of the North Star Academy. I can't believe you. Traitor! Traitor! Even if I break you into pieces, it will be hard for me to fulfill the hatred in my heart. Emperor Bachan drew his heavenly sun sword and slashed at the dragon pillars in the court. When the court officials saw this, they all shrank their heads and kept quiet, not daring to touch the North Star Emperor's brows at this time. There was a cacophony of smashing. The ministers were silent. Long time. It was only when the Bachan Emperor seemed to have finished venting that he sat down again on the dragon chair with his buttocks, a pair of dragon eyes containing residual anger sweeping at every courtier present. Its gaze was sharp, as if it wanted to see through the barrier of flesh to their deeply hidden hearts. Only then did the ministers run out and shout in unison. Rest in peace. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Calm your anger. Humph. Rest your anger? Bachan Emperor knocked down another wine glass. You guys tell me, how am I going to calm my anger? Ha! Zhang Tong has been hiding for so many years, planted so many spies in my North Star dynasty, and even used compulsion. And you, the usual elites, the pillars of the North Star, are oblivious. Is my North Star dynasty so unbeatable? So easily infiltrated? Imbeciles! They're all fools! The ministers began to cry foul. Your Majesty, the traitor Zhang Tong is one of the few Pico Tian experts in our dynasty, and he is backed by Peng Yong, a member of the Immortal Sect. If he has the intention to hide, we can't really do anything about it. Your Majesty, I thought that the most urgent thing to do is to quickly and thoroughly investigate the officials coming out of the entire North Star Academy, as well as those important court officials who have a good personal relationship with Zhang Tong, and pull out all the spies that were planted by Wolverine Capital. Otherwise, the North Star Dynasty, fear that I will be in plain sight in front of the Wolf Capital, with no secrets to speak of. If something happens in the future, I'm afraid, not bad, but please Your Majesty to investigate clearly, thoroughly investigate the North Star Academy lineage, pull out all the traitors and rebels, and clean up the center of my court, or else chaos is bound to occur sooner or later. When these words came out, all the officials present who came from the North Star Academy changed their faces drastically and endangered themselves. Your Majesty, since I joined the court, I have been working diligently, not daring to slack off in the slightest, and not daring to have second thoughts, but please be clear about it. Your Majesty, I and Zhang Tong are nothing more than the relationship between the head of the house and a student. Zhang Tong's case, I have no knowledge of it, not to mention half participation. The officials of the North Chen lineage had sought to prove their own innocence, trying to get Emperor North Chen's butcher knife off their heads. But the furious Bachan Emperor would not listen to the sophistry of the Bachan line of officials. He was now angry when he saw the officials of the North Star lineage. He bellowed, "Somebody, escort all officials, large and small, of the North Star lineage to the heavenly prison to await trial. No one is to be touched privately until the matter is cleared up." "Yes, sir." The black armored guards rushed into the great hall, controlling all the officials of the North Star lineage and escorting them down. For a moment, the entire hall was vacant by a quarter. The courtiers became more and more self-conscious. No one can say for sure when it comes to things like involving a mole and a spy. The previous one was the North Star lineage, and it might be their turn next. Above the dragon chair, seeing that the pandemonium of the court was cleaned up a bit, Bachan Emperor's anger finally calmed down a bit. Finally clean. He said, "Well, ministers, speak your respective views. Don't say anything about useless bull *********. What I want to hear is the solution." When Emperor Bachan's words fell, a military official immediately said, "Your Majesty, I have a word." "Speak, Your Majesty." "I thought that since things have come to this point, then instead of sitting on our hands, we, North Star, should take the initiative to attack Wolf Capital and take him by surprise." North Star, and Wolverine Capital were originally an undying feud, and now that it's even come to this, then regardless of whether Pyongyang can achieve the innate or not, we should annihilate Wolverine Capital. And even if it means death, we should rip off a piece of meat from Wolverine Capital's body. Not bad. Some years ago I let him loose on Wolf Capital, but I was just afraid of laboring for the sake of strengthening my North Star's national strength. Now that my North Star's wings are full and my country is strong, it's the right time to strike the Wolf Capital to put an end to the trouble. Your Majesty, I ask for battle. I am willing to go. Your Majesty, I am also willing to take command of the army and will take off his Peng Jie's head and present it to Your Majesty. All the military officials of North Star have invited to fight. Some of the civil officials, on the other hand, raised their eyebrows and said, "It must not be. Must not. Your Majesty, at the moment, my North Star compulsion is not yet solved, and the scourge of the traitor and rebel has not yet been investigated. So how can I hastily send out troops? Generals, just imagine. Right now, the North Star's enemy is not yet clear. We can't even be sure which officials are North Star people and which ones are Wardu's thieves. If we rush out and put the military power in the hands of the thieves, and the thieves immediately turn around and hit my North Star, won't that add to the problem? Even if you hand over the right person, dare I ask the generals, do you dare to guarantee that you are not suffering from parasites? Guarantee that there are no officers under your command who have been poisoned by the parasites? In that instantaneous battlefield, if Wolf Do suddenly activated the compulsion, then wouldn't my North Star army be leaderless and buried in vain?" With those words, the military officials at the top sobered up a bit. Lord Wang has a point. It's true that we can't rush out. But, by the time this scourge of compulsion and the trouble of the traitor is resolved, I'm afraid that the Wolf Capital side has already made preparations. Emperor Bachan rubbed his brows. "Alright, all shut up. Pass the Imperial Doctor's order." "Yes, sir." It didn't take long for the Imperial Doctor's order to appear in the main hall. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Ai-chan excuses himself. Seeing the Imperial Doctor's order, Bachan Emperor slightly straightened himself and asked, "How is that compulsion research going?" "Back to Your Majesty. The existence of that parasite is really unbelievable. Rare in the world. I have never seen such a strange disease before, and there is no half record of it in all kinds of medical books. I've tried all kinds of medicinal stones but I can't find where the parasites are, nor can I draw them out. This immortal sect compulsion is in my secular world, and I'm afraid there's no cure for it. For today's solution, only by comprehending the Devil's Heart Forbidden in that book of the first explanation of the forbidden system left behind by Zhang Tong can we solve the parasite's problem." At those words, Emperor Bachan's face sank. The Devil's Heart Forbidden kind of immortal sex means, even if they were experts at the peak of the Hotian to comprehend it, it would still take some time, and right now it's a race to the bottom. By the time they came to enlightenment, I was afraid that the yellow flowers would be cold. "Keep looking for me. Make sure you find a way to break the compulsion." "Yes, go down." The Imperial Doctor's order didn't move. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid I'm incompetent. I'm afraid I can't break this compulsion. In full view of the public. How dare you tell me that it can't be cracked?" Emperor Bachan had a bad look on his face and was about to get angry. The order of the Imperial Physician then said, "But the old minister has a recommendation for a candidate. He might be able to break the compulsion." Chapter 43, Divine Martial Marquis, Lin Ze. "Who? Your grandson, the second son of the Lin family, Lin Ze." The Imperial Doctor's order said. According to the North Star scholar, he was the first to unearth a case of parasites, and as early as before, the old minister had heard that the second prince had recalled those wounded soldiers who had fallen ill and could not be saved back then because they had missed the best time to save them, and had successfully cured them. There is no doubt that the second prince's knowledge and skill in the medical path is far above that of the old minister. If there's another person in the entire North Star who can break the compulsion, it's bound to be the second duke. The old minister implores His Majesty to summon the second son, Lin Ze, to the palace. Hearing the Imperial Doctor's order mention Lin Ze's name, the faces of everyone present changed. Lin Ze, the other protagonist of this Zhang Tong incident. His great name and his deeds are known to no one at the moment. However, nowadays, The most important thing that cannot be mentioned in this courtroom is the word Lin Ze, because those two words are so sensitive right now. According to the intelligence of the Mirror Division and the North Star scholars, the traitor Zhang Tong, an expert who was the 6th in the Divine Martial ranking, hadn't managed to get out of Lin Ze's hands for a single move. Just one move. Even if Emperor Baichen himself had taken action, it would be impossible to subdue Zhang Tong within a single move. What does that mean? The answer is self-evident. The ministers present all raised their breaths and carefully observed Emperor Baichen's face. But to everyone's surprise, the North Star Emperor didn't have any fluctuations after hearing Lin Ze's name. Instead, he sighed. Zaire, I, Baichen, am fortunate to have this kind of Liner to be spared. Even if you don't say so, I am going to summon him. But Zaire has just killed the rebels inspecting the North Star Academy. It is the laborious rest, if I urgently call him into the palace, but it seems that I, the grandfather, does not know how to sympathize. Emperor Baichen pondered for a moment. Here's the deal. Little Hiroko, prepare a decree. My slave obeys the decree. Eunuch Guang immediately put up his pen and waited for the decree. The North Star Emperor said. This time Zaire uncovered Zhang Tong's true face, killed the traitor to save the day, prevented my North Star from being destroyed by the hands of traitors. In my North Star would have had a great merit of the world. This time, no matter whether it can crack the immortal sect compulsion, all the work over the civil and military benefit 1,000 years. Such a great work, I shall not begrudge the reward. After a pause, Emperor Baichen promised a heavy reward that shocked everyone. I have decided to reward Lin Ze with the title of Marquis. Seal, Shun Wu, for my North Star Divine Martial Marquis. Marquis. Once this reward came out, the eyes of all the ministers present flickered and flickered. It's amazing that His Majesty is going to make a vassal. You should know that the Baichen dynasty itself started as a rebellion in the person of a prince and nobleman. Therefore, in order to prevent people from following the example of their own rebellious behavior, the Emperor of the North Star dynasty for the reward of the title is extremely important. In the decades since Baichen started the dynasty, he had never appointed a king. Even the feudal dukes had and only had such a special Jingguo as Lin Ao to be named Duke of Dingwa. In this situation where neither king nor duke could hardly be crowned, a marquis was basically the highest pinnacle of the North Star's knighthood bounty. And the number of feudal lords in the entire North Star imperial dynasty since the founding of the country can be counted on one hand, in addition to the 3 great families that opened up the territory for North Star in the first place. In the decades since the founding of the country, only Wei Pingyuan has been awarded the title of Marquis by virtue of being the only one who has been favored by the Holy Spirit. Lin Ze is the 5th. Sure, Lin Ze himself is the heir to the Duke of Dingwa. The vassalage is not a heavy reward for him. At best, it is considered to be an additional title for the descendants of the Lin family descendants. The ministers also didn't care much about the actual significance of Lin Ze's vassalage. What they cared about was the attitude revealed by the emperor behind the move of sealing the marquis. And the emperor's attitude. Just look at the title he gave Lin Ze. Shen Mu. North Star's Divine Martial list was named after Divine Martial. The emperor named Lin Ze as the Divine Martial Marquis. So the significance of that. The courtiers all looked at each other. You looked at me. I looked at you. Everything was in the air. However, a powerful and gnarled man in the ranks of the Wei family was unconvinced. Lin Ze is a child with no war record. What makes him a vassal? Why is he in the same league as the Wei family? Previously, Lin Ze had humiliated their Wei family and made Wei Jinghai kneel in public to face the wall at the North Star Academy, and he had long held a belly full of fire in his heart. Right now when this sealing came out, the fire in his heart grew even hotter. He was immediately going to jump in and object. And in accordance with past practice, His Majesty's appointment of Lin Ze as Marquis of Divine Martial Arts must also have been forced upon him in order to shut up the long list of people. It was just what they needed for the Wei family to come out against the relief. He objected at the right time. As the gnarled bearded man thought this, a large powerful hand was pulling him down, making him unable to move. Turning his head, he only saw Wei Pingyuan shaking his head imperceptibly at him. Although the gnarled bearded man was puzzled, he did not dare to refute Wei Pingyuan, so he had to call it quits. Your Majesty is wise. Emperor Baichen nodded in satisfaction. Little Guangzi, go to the Lin family at once to announce the decree. Then inform Zell about the compulsion and ask his opinion. If Zaire has any requests during this period, you must fulfill them. Everything. My slave obeys the decree. Eunuch Guang left with the holy decree. At this time, the officials of the Lin family line suddenly mentioned the conquest of Wolf Capital again. Your Majesty, speaking of the second prince, I have a sudden idea. Speak, Your Majesty. For this campaign against Wolf Capital, why not make Lin Ze the commander? This official was gushing and impassioned. Lin Ze is the direct grandson of the old Marshal Lin Guogong. He has nothing to do with those internal traitors and rebels. and is a North Star person who is absolutely loyal to our dynasty. Plus Lin Ze has been learning from the ear of the Duke since he was a child, learning the art of maneuvering and arranging armies. He must have extraordinary attainments in the art of war, and in terms of martial arts cultivation. Lin Ze is also in the peak Hotian realm that can thwart the Zhengtong rebels. If he serves as the commander-in-chief, he will surely be able to break through Wolf Capital in the south, take off the heads of Peng Jia and Peng Yan's dogs, and unify the world of the North Star. This statement led to all the major officials close to the Lin family to agree. Once these people chimed in, others followed with a few words. Not a single dissenting voice. Even Wei Pingyuan, who usually always sang against the Lin family and didn't deal with them at all, uncharacteristically didn't make any noise and remained silent. The dragon chair. Beichen Emperor thought for a moment. What the ministers said is reasonable, but the compulsion affliction is not a child's play. If this compulsion is not solved for one day, my North Star army will be in crisis for one more day. Moreover, Zair's execution of Zhang Tong has consumed a lot of his mind. I really don't want him to be overworked, and take some time off. During this period, the North Star territory is blocked to all key passes, especially within the imperial capital. Only in, not out. All news can only be smothered in the imperial capital. No leaks allowed. Even a fly must be kept for me. Yes, I will obey the decree. Alright, all the divisions of the court immediately begin to severely investigate the spies hidden up and down the court. Within 3 days, I want to see a clean North Star imperial court. Otherwise, all of you bring me your heads. Retreat. Yes, I will obey the decree. Greetings, Your Majesty. Chapter 44, The Sky of North Star, changed. After retiring from the court, officials at all levels were talking about the matter of Lin Ze's vassalization and the war to rebels. Say this, say this. The Wei family members on the sidelines finally couldn't help themselves. Their Wei family has always had the wind at their back in the imperial court. When everyone else was afraid of the Lin family, they directly disliked the Lin family. How could they be so godlike? I've never been so angry as I am today. Even family members who had been punished and humiliated by Lin Ze could not even mention half of it in the hall. Suffocating, suffocating. Uncle, why didn't you let me talk just now? Lin Ze's little child, he bullied people too much. Brother Jinghai is still kneeling right now. Since my Wei family has been the sole recipient of the holy favor, when have I ever been subjected to this kind of birdish anger? Father, Wei Pingyuan glanced angrily at the Wei family's crowd. My ass. Shut up, all of you. Bunch of idiots. You guys say Lin Ze bullies people too much? Who exactly is bullying people too much? You guys know it in your own hearts. Do you really think that after gaining a few years of power, you are the kings of North Star? What virtue? I used to be too spoiled for you guys. I've spoiled you all. Wei Pingyuan split his head and cursed at a group of Wei family members. The Wei family members were scolded to the point of confusion and cowardice. It was the first time they had seen Wei Pingyuan in such a violent rage. Wessex, what are you doing? Some officials heard Wei Pingyuan's angry shout and came over to inquire. Wei Pingyuan immediately changed to a smiling face. No problem. The young people at home don't know any better. This seat reprimanded a few sentences. I've made Brother Lu laugh. After saying that, Wei Pingyuan glared at the Wei family's crowd again. Disgraceful things. All of you get back to me. Wei Pingyuan coldly flung his sleeve robe and walked at the front. The crowd rushed to follow, all the way out of the palace grounds. It was only then that Wei Pingyuan stopped. Father, you just... Wei Pingyuan sighed deeply. You guys nah. After a moment of silence, Wei Pingyuan said in a serious tone. You boys, you don't really think that after bullying the Lin family for a few years, you can break bread with a behemoth like the Lin family, do you? Or do you think that the North Star war god who killed until the North Star skies were stained with blood and killed the remaining Wuan elements in a river of blood didn't have half a temper in the first place? The last time Lin Ze fainted, how many people had trouble sleeping and eating? How many people kept an eye on the movements of the military ministry, fearing that Lin Ao would go crazy and slaughter the North Star clans, including my Wei family? Wei Pingyuan said sternly. Do you guys really think that the statement that the Lin family is the second emperor of North Star is a joke? The Wei family's expression changed. But aren't we standing behind His Majesty the Emperor? The Emperor? The Emperor has given him a marquee, can't you see? Said the Emperor. Wei Pingyuan let out a long sigh, then looked at the distant sky for a long time. Father? Uncle? Wei Pingyuan looked back at everyone. Go home. From today onwards, everyone in the Wei family is forbidden to mess with anyone in the Lin family. All of them will keep their tails between their legs and behave. Whoever dares to commit this offense, get out of here on your own initiative. Don't drag my Wei clan into this, and ruin the foundation that my clan has fought so hard to build. The crowd of defenders looked at each other. Then Jinghai brother let him kneel. and whenever that divine martial marquis is pleased, let him roll back. Also, old third, go prepare another congratulatory gift, and tomorrow I will personally go to the Lin family to congratulate them. With Wei Pingyuan's words, the Wei family crowd finally understood. The sky of the North Star has completely changed. The time of the Wei family, past. For one. Understand. Lin family residence. Eunuch Guang had already finished issuing the imperial decree. I'm sorry to bother Eunuch Guang. I don't dare. It's an honor for the slave to witness this moment for the Marquis decree. With that, Eunuch Guang pulled out 2 ancient handwritten books from his arms. By the way, this is the ancient book that was previously promised to be gifted to the Marquis. The slave was going to send someone to deliver it, but I didn't think that this plan could not catch up with the changes. Lin Ze took the 2 ancient books. Thank you, Eunuch. It's good that you like it, Marquis. Eunuch Guang was all smiles. This was followed by some flattery, and the matter of the compulsion was explained in passing. And then there's this compulsion. In dealing with this compulsion, if the Marquis has any need, just tell the lackey directly. Lin Ze nodded. I am grateful to Grandpa for looking up to Lin Ze, but this compulsion, Lin Ze does not have complete certainty, and can only say that he will try his best. Lin Ze's words weren't meant to be perfunctory to anyone. While he could cure compulsion, it was limited to one-on-one, and the whole empire. Doesn't say the whole empire. He'd be lucky to run the Lin family. So many people up and down the Lin family. The Lin family army, the Lin family servants, the Lin family's various industries. Lin Ze didn't even know which ones were poisoned without checking them out. And how much of a project would that be to check out plus heal down? I'm not even done treating the old wounded soldiers from the other day. Hearing Lin Ze's words, Eunuch Guang immediately said, the scourge of the immortal sect, the Marquis will do his best. Time is urgent, so the slave will leave the Marquis alone. Minion excuses himself. Eunuch Guang left the Lin family and rushed back to the palace to resume his duties. As soon as Eunuch Guang left, the Lin family crowd boiled over. Xiao Chui was so excited that she couldn't stop herself from dancing. Young master. No. Marquis. You've been made a Marquis by His Majesty. Seal the Marquis. This was the greatest honor and power that the North Star Imperial Dynasty could bestow. Together with Lin Ze, there were only 5 people in the entire North Star who had been granted the title of Marquis, and Lin Ze's seal was still Divine Marshal. Divine Marshal Marquis. Look at that. How bossy. All of the people in the Lin family could hardly hide the agitation in their hearts at this moment. As members of the Lin family, they were also honored by the fact that Lin Ze, the sovereign, had been named a Divine Marshal Marquis. All of them made great salutes towards Lin Ze. We greet Marquis Divine Marshal. Lin Ze waved his hand and helped everyone up. Alright, it's better to think about whether or not you guys have been poisoned by the parasites. Lin Ze was unperturbed. It's just a Marquis. How rare. With his strength it's just a matter of sealing the king. But there's one thing to be said for it. Marquis, it does sound better than young master. Marquis, we are happy for you. Xiao Chui pulled Lu Hanyan beside her. Miss, don't you think so? Lu Hanyan was still immersed in Lin Ze's surprise at being sealed as a Marquis. Seal the Marquis. Once upon a time, she had thought that her future husband would build a career, be a vassal in the sand, and become famous in the North Star. He would return triumphantly in the sunset, riding towards her on a fiery blood pony, stained with the blood of his enemies. A young girl's mind is always filled with some romantic fantasies. Xiao Chui touched Lu Hanyan again. Only then did Lu Hanyan come back to her senses. Ha! Xiao Chui was speechless. Lin Ze waved his hand, signaling the crowd to all go down first. Go down for now. I will summon you when I have news. Yes. Chapter 45, The Lu Family. The Medical Family. Dispersed the Lin family crowd. Lin Ze summoned 2 Lin clan army executives of the 7th Hotian realm. Lin Ying and Lin Wu. Less. Marquis. Lin Ze confided. This time when Zhang Tong is exposed and the court is in turmoil, it is bound to involve some rats that are lurking to the depths. You guys keep a tighter eye on all the major gates of the North Star Imperial capital in these few days, and report back immediately once there's any wind or grass blowing. Yes, go on. Just as Lin Ying and Lin Wu had left, another Lin family army senior brushed past the 2 of them and hurried over. Young master, the investigation and organization of the parasites in the various departments of the Lin family has been completed, and the situation is not optimistic. While only 10% of the Lin family are quite sure that they have been exposed to the poisonous powder of the parasites, a whopping full 40% say they are not sure. In the entire Lin family, there are only so many 50% who dare to be completely sure that they have not come into contact with the poisonous powder of the parasites. And the ones who are certain that they've been bewitched are the high-level core personnel of our Lin family's ministries. The visitor looked anxious. This is still the range based on only one clue like the poison powder. not including other unknown ways. The real poisoning situation is feared to be more serious than this. At those words, Lin Ze frowned. How could half of the Lin family possibly be poisoned? With such a high percentage, it's a lot of work if you really want to cure them one by one. At this time, Lu Hanyan suddenly asked, in addition to the poisonous powder does this parasite have any other special manifestations of being bewitched? For example, high fever, cold, diarrhea, headache, etc. Lin Ze shook his head. This kind of compulsion doesn't have any reaction to being compelled, and it can't even be detected at all if you don't use special means to activate it. Hearing Lin Ze's words, Lu Hanyan pondered. No symptoms? This is an important clue. I vaguely remember that Tai grandfather's secret book of their medical practice mentioned several types of parasites that did not show any symptoms after being parasitized. If I can have a live compulsion present, I might be able to find out where this compulsion came from against the records of my ancestors at home. Oh, Lin Ze glanced at Lu Hanyan. He had forgotten that the Lu family was a big family of healers. Their family has been practicing medicine for generations, covering the 7 eastern countries of the Hidden Sword Mountain. And their history of practicing medicine is longer than the existence of the Wuan dynasty. There were countless medical books and medical dictionaries in the family. Lu Hanyan has been learning by ear since childhood, and although her skills are not good for the time being, she reads a lot and has extremely high attainments in this aspect of medical knowledge. The rest of the North Star didn't recognize this immortal sect compass, but Lu Hanyan couldn't say the same. Thinking of this, Lin Ze straightened up a bit. In that case, give me your hand. Ha! Lu Hanyan froze. How did this? Suddenly, compulsion. Even Lin Ze Lin Ao has become the target of the rat's parasites, and Lu Hanyan, as the daughter of the Lin family, there is no reason for the rats to let go. It was only then that Lu Hanyan reacted. Her pretty face slightly reddened as she gave Lin Ze a blank look. Then he stretched out his right hand, which was as white as jade. Lin Ze put 2 fingers on Lu Hanyan's wrist. After a bit of checking, Lin Ze raised an eyebrow and withdrew his finger. No. Lu Hanyan nodded. She wasn't surprised. I grew up in the Willow family since I was a child, soaking in various medicinal baths and familiarizing myself with the medical books of all parties, so my body has stronger medicinal properties than normal people. Lindsay's eyes lit up. So, at least one of those medicinal baths of yours is able to ward off this parasite, right? It's hard to say. Still, you can't be sure until you've seen the compulsion alive. Lin Ze hummed and turned to Xiao Chui again. 2A. Jade would understand. She nodded crisply. Less. Marquis, you have to be gentle. Oh, I'm afraid of pain. Don't worry. Soon. As she spoke, Xiao Chui felt just a short burst of sharp pain. There was no time to yell out yet. Lin Ze had then taken out the compulsion with a light hand. Lin Ze placed the black parasite in his hand in front of Lu Hanyan. Take a look. Lu Hanyan looked along with Lin Ze's hand. At the first glance, Lu Hanyan's brows stretched. At the second glance, her moon brow furrowed again. At the third glance, she began to meditate. This parasite. How? Lu Hanyan carefully recalled for a long time, and finally said, I seem to have seen this similar thing in the secret records of Taizu's medical practice, but it's been so long that I don't remember some of the details very well. One needs to go back and look through the ancient books left behind by the great ancestor to be sure. Speaking of going back, Lu Hanyan's face became a little more sullen with the speed visible to the naked eye. Her family, the Ryu family that sold her and offered her as goods to the Lin family. After coming to the Lin family for so many years, Lu Hanyan could no longer remember what it looked like, but she would never forget. Never forget the heartless coldness that had bought and sold her as if she were a random piece of cargo. If she could, Lu Hanyan would never want to go back in her life. Lin Ze glanced at Lu Hanyan. He remembered that when Lu Hanyan was sold to the Lin family, she had just turned 12, right? Gee, feudal 12. Xiao Chui, go prepare the car. Lin Ze said. The Lu family residence is not far outside of the imperial capital at the Peerless Slope. And if you're fast, you'll only need an hour to make a round trip. Go early and come back early. Upon hearing these words, a look of unspeakable sadness and uncertainty surfaced on Lu Hanyan's face. It was as if the fire in his heart was faint at this moment, and his heart was cold. Familiar words, familiar tone. It was so familiar that it had no temperature. You guys always have a free hand in deciding whether a person stays or goes, pointing me around like a deadweight. Today to the Lin family, tomorrow to the Ryu family. No one ever asks me what I mean. Why are you? I'll be there. Before Lu Hanyan could finish her sad words, a single sentence from Lin Ze rekindled a warm flame in her dark and cold heart. The imperial capital is not at peace these days. Without this marquis leading the way, you probably won't even be able to leave the city. Of course, the main thing was that he wanted to check out the Lu family's collection. The Lu family being a medical family, they had come into contact with so many cultivator patients. so I'm sure that their collection wouldn't disappoint Lin Ze. Lu Hanyan looked at Lin Ze fixedly and was silent for a long time. For a long time. She spread her face and smiled, a smile of 1,000 flavors. Better than countless things on earth. You're not afraid I'm going to hurt you anymore? That said. Well, Lin Ze did have a problem with Lu Hanyan before, and had been defending himself against her. But that was a precaution based on the protagonist of the original book's plot. But now restore the book my ass. The main characters are gone. Wutong has all turned into Sycamore. And the plot is all different. After all this, Lin Ze didn't believe that Lu Hanyan could still be in contact with Wutong and go and engage in lesbianism with Wutong. And after putting aside this point of precaution, Lu Hanyan was still the same woman who had spent nearly 10 years with Lin Ze. Growing up together, their relationship was not something that could be summarized by an ice. Wutong is gone, it's good. So, Lin Ze laughed and said, if you can harm this marquis, count on it. Lu Hanyan blankly glanced at Lin Ze. How could my little daughter have the ability to harm the titular North Star Divine Martial Marquis? After saying that, Lu Hanyan got up and left. The gate is over there. Lu Hanyan didn't return her head. I know. Xiao Chui pursed her lips and smiled. Marquis Yu. It's the first time for Miss to return to her mother's home, so of course she has to dress up. Between words and laughter, it was as if they had returned to the cordial times they once spent together. Lin Ze got up and casually opened his folding fan and fanned himself. Go help her. I'll meet you guys outside. Yes. Chapter 46. Yes. Outside the gate of the Lin family. The wagon for the trip is ready. Lin Ze sat in front of the car driver and waited. It wasn't long before Xiao Chui finally came out with Lu Hanyan. Marquis, it's time to go. Lin Ze turned his head. Lu Hanyan's proud figure flooded into his eyes. Lu Hanyan's figure and appearance can be described as a perfect color on earth. Without the need for powder and beauty. It has already fallen into the country. And now carefully dressed slightly after the powder. The whole person more and more bright and colorful. Looking at the posture. Under the sunlight, it looks like a delicate flower. Fragrant and pleasant. Standing proudly in the group. Especially the pair of long, slender and rounded legs. Constituting a stunning scenery under the pale blue skirt. Fascinating between walks. Lin Ze took one look and then withdrew his gaze. Beauty is indeed always pleasant and refreshing. But it's not polite to read too much. Get in the car. Yes. Xiao Chui helped Lu Hanyan into the car. The originally spacious carriage was crowded due to the arrival of Lu Hanyan and Xiao Chui. Between Lin Ze's nostrils, the special scent of Lu Hanyan's body that he didn't know if it was a flower or something else soon permeated his lungs. The pair of tight and slender jade legs vaguely exposed between the fringes of its skirt also fell in front of Lin Ze's knee in a position less than 3 centimeters. Lin Ze slightly unnaturally skimmed his head to look out of the carriage, surveying the imperial capital scenery. As Lin Ze's sister or sister-in-law, Lu Hanyan had always had something to talk about with Lin Ze, but at that moment, she also kept her head down and didn't say a word, only blushing slightly. The previous Lin Ze made it hard for her to have feelings beyond sibling, but now after experiencing so much and learning about Lin Ze's stoicism and seeing his true colors, her inner emotions had some subtle changes. It seems like the atmosphere was somewhat unspeakably awkward. Seeing this, Xiao Chui's heart smiled darkly. She suddenly said, "Gee, it's kind of boring. I'm going outside to get some air." After saying that, Xiao Chui went directly to the front of the frame, leaving the space inside the carriage entirely to the two of them, Lin Ze and Lu Hanyan. This added to the awkwardness. Lin Ze didn't say anything. Lu Hanyan lowered her head and didn't say anything. The two were silent for a long time, each in their own way. They really don't know what to say. After the previous estrangement and now the sudden rebound, certain emotions that were still relatively pure seemed to have soured. Silence. I don't know how much time has passed. It was Lu Hanyan who couldn't stand this inexplicable embarrassment and took the lead in breaking the silence. It's been a hard life for you all these years. Lin Ze retracted his gaze. I can't say it's bitter. As long as the ending is good, then it's all worth it. Oh. Lu Hanyan let out an oh. After that there were no words between the two, and the two lapsed into silence again. In front of the frame, Jade, who had been listening with her ears open, was secretly anxious. Hiya. These two. Really? Jade was in a hurry, thinking about what topics the two had in common that they could use as an entry point to deepen their relationship and liaison. At this point in the carriage, Lu Hanyan suddenly said, "Then, in that case, when I used to lecture you, you were secretly watching me laugh, right?" Lin Ze laughed. "How dare you? You're also afraid that I won't make it. You must be laughing at me." Lu Hanyan bristled. At such a young age, there isn't a word of truth in his mouth. Lin Ze spread his hands. Not without a word of truth. There's truth in it? Thinking about Lin Ze's attitude towards himself in the past, could it be? Lu Hanyan blushed slightly. She asked softly, "Which line?" "You guess." Lu Hanyan froze. Then she saw Lin Ze's smirking expression. She was startled at first in her mind for a moment. His face instantly flushed, and then he bowed his head and kept quiet again. Outside the wagon, the wheels grumbled. Time to be still. The carriage drove all the way to the Lu family. During this time, although the people at the entrance of the imperial city stopped the road and did not allow the release, but when it was known that this was the second son of the Lin family, the current North Star Divine Marshal Marquis traveling in search of parasites, the people guarding the city immediately didn't dare to stop, and directly let them through. Soon, the carriage drove into the peerless slope where the Lu family's compound was located. Over the years, the Lu family had risen through the ranks since hitching a ride on the Lin family's high branch. This Wushuang slope has just become the world of the Lu family. As soon as he entered the Wushuang slope, he could see the large Lu character everywhere, and all around were the Lu family's properties. The blinding willow signs were seen through the carriage windows. Lu Hanyan was slightly disoriented. At this moment she does not know whether it is close to the country, or the heart of the resentment, or a long time to see the once and feel nostalgic. The feelings in his heart were very complicated, and he didn't know exactly how he felt. The Willow family. LOL. The carriage drove into the Lu family's compound. "Marquis, Miss, we're here," Xiao Chui shouted. Lin Ze and Lu Hanyan exited the carriage. At a glance, I saw the opulent and magnificent, looking very stylish, such as the residence of the imperial relatives of the Lu family residence. "It's kinda grand." Lu Hanyan didn't answer. Xiao Chui, however, had a small mouth. "It's still not as good as our Lin family." Having said that, Xiao Chui didn't know if it was on purpose or if she had forgotten. She didn't follow the etiquette to help Lu Hanyan get off the bus, but instead walked to the Lu family's gatekeeper houseguards to ask them to go and inform them quickly. This caused Lu Hanyan's hand, which had just been extended, to awkwardly stop in midair. Lin Ze was speechless. "Come on." He stretched out his hand and picked up Lu Hanyan in a very gentlemanly manner. Lu Hanyan's face was drunkenly red as she half leaned against Lin Ze. It looked like a young newlywed couple returning to their home for the first time. This caused Xiao Chui, who had been secretly watching the two, to curl her mouth. Hey, it's still me, Jade." But how could Xiao Chui's small movements be hidden from Lin Ze's eyes? He glared at Jade. Xiao Chui skimmed her lips without saying anything and obediently hid behind Lu Hanyan. But a white jade hand reached over again and gently pinched Xiao Chui. "Humph, you two just bully me." "Miss, it's Miss who has returned with the second prince." Where is it?" "Oops. Yenner, my daughter." A beautiful woman rushed out, but the middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes beside her pulled her back. "There are no rules. Can't you see the second prince?" The middle-aged man straightened his clothes. The Lu family's Lucian sees the second prince. Chapter 47. No one knows the book depository better than me. After meeting Lin Ze, Lucian piled on another smile and started a set of flattering words. "I was telling the lady this morning that something good must have happened today when a magpie jumped over the branch. I didn't expect it to be you, second prince, personally visiting my humble abode. Ryujin is not honored. I'm honored. After you." Lucian bent down and reached out with a false salute. "Second prince, please quickly enter the door for a moment." After saying that, Lucian hurriedly greeted the people in the mansion again. "Come on people, quickly go to prepare a banquet. Food and drink all for the master I use the best. Also, the 300-year-old snow ginseng sent by City Lord Fong a few years ago." Lin Ze stopped Ryujin. "There's no need to get so worked up. This Gongzi came here this time to check a big thing, and will be leaving soon. You don't need to care. Do what you should do, and go about your business." "Checking out something big? What big deal could involve the Lu family?" Lucian's heart thumped. Don't be the Lu family has an unintelligent doggy to commit a crime. Thinking of this, Lucian's face changed slightly. He said anxiously, "This, second prince, our Lu family to the Lin family to the North Star has always been loyal from the heart. You led us to the north. We absolutely do not dare to go south. I still ask the second prince to be clear about this." After saying that, Lucian glanced at Lu Hanyan beside Lin Ze. "Yenner, you understand my father. There is no way that my father would ever do those things that are eating out of the palm of his hand." Lu Hanyan did not utter a single word, nor did she bother to look at Lucian, because from just now until now, Lucian did not have her, the daughter she had not seen for many years, in her eyes. What he has in his eyes is simply power and desire. Time is running out. Let's go. Lu Hanyan ignored Lucian and directly dragged Lin Ze to the Lu clan book depository. She was completely disillusioned with this cold place. Lu Hanyan pulled Lin Ze away as if no one else was there, leaving Lucian and the other members of the Lu family awkwardly where they were, until they were out of sight. Lucian Sai said with an unfriendly expression, "This unfilial daughter." After spending a few years in the Lin family, She's really hardened her wings. Mrs. Lu patted Lu Xun's back. Alright, you talk less. Her daughter only came back this once after so many years. How could Mrs. Lu not understand Lu Hanyan's mind? But there are some things that she can't do anything about, even if she understands them. Looking in the direction of her daughter's departure, Mrs. Lu let out a long sigh. At this time, someone from the Lu family's descendants said, Father, Mother, isn't Sister Han Yan the unmarried wife of Grand Duke Lin Ze? Why is she so close to the second prince? And holding hands. It was only then that Lu Xun remembered that Lu Hanyan had just directly pulled Lin Ze away. This discovery did not help Yanagi Jin. Joyful. After all, Grand Duke Lin Ze is dead. And since there was neither a formal marriage contract nor any form of passing between Lu Hanyan and Lin Ze, strictly speaking, Lu Hanyan was not considered a member of the Lin family. It's not guaranteed that the Lin family will send Lu Hanyan back at some point. At that time, would their Lu family still be able to climb the Lin family's high branch? Over the years, Ryujin had been worried about this. But now, Lu Hanyan was actually having another moment with Lin Ze. Boy, second Duke Lin Ze, that's a supreme genius that's even better than first Duke Lin Ze. Looking at the entire North Star, it was unique. If Lu Hanyan could follow Lin Ze, then who else could shake the status of their Lu family in the future? Lu Xun's eyes fiercely shone brightly, and in his mind, he had already begun to think about the smug scene of the Lu family's future calling the wind and the rain. It's not good, is it? Uncle and sister-in-law happened. This is not good for our Lu family and Lin family if it spreads out. The descendants of the Ryu family spoke badly. Lu Xun heard a burst of fire in his ears. He glared at everyone. What are you guys babbling about? Yenner and the Grand Duke have never been married, and they don't even have a formal marriage contract. So what kind of sister-in-law is she? Ryujin emphasized. I'm telling you all, in the future, no one can ever mention Lin Ze again outside. Anyone who dares to mention it and still lets the second prince hear about it. Lu Xun squinted, cold light erupting in his eyes. Then don't blame me for scraping off all your skins. Do you hear me? Yes, father. Well, that's good. Ryujin then nodded in satisfaction. After thinking about it, he summoned a few more Ryu family members. Master, you guys, instruct the Lu family to pay more attention to Yenner and the second prince. Figure it out. You guys should know what I mean, right? Understood. Don't worry, master. Well, go ahead. Be quick. Grab and move. Yes, right away. Lin Ze and his group walked through the Lu mansion. Lu Hanyan walked at the front. She walks fast. He didn't slow down until he was far enough away from the main entrance of the Ryu family to be completely out of earshot and out of sight of Ryujin and the others. Made you laugh. Indeed, I am amused. Lu Hanyan slowly turned her head. Lin Ze shrugged and pointed his left hand at Xiao Chui. Only Xiao Chui was surveying the place where their palms met in amazement. Miss, you're holding on too tight, aren't you? The gloom on Lu Hanyan's face instantly turned scarlet. Like an electric shock, she quickly let go of Lin Ze's hand, turned around and pulled away, her stride speeding up again to walk at the front. Xiao Chui hemmed and hawed and quickly followed Lu Hanyan. Tell me, miss, what does it feel like to hold the marquee hand? I haven't even touched it until now. Lu Hanyan even reddened her ears. 2A, oops, there it is. Arrived. That's the Lu family book depository up ahead, isn't it? Jade digressed. Her tone exaggerated. Lu Hanyan glanced at Xiao Chui without a good look. She walked straight into the cache, into the eye of the arrangement. It had changed a lot from what she remembered, especially the people in the stash. When did the Lu family have so many studious juniors? At a glance, there were people in front of almost every bookshelf. Miss, second prince. Upon seeing Lin Ze and the others come in, everyone in the book pavilion immediately saluted Lin Ze and the two of them, with a very enthusiastic attitude, as if they had rehearsed in advance. Lu Hanyan froze for a long time before saying, it's changed so much here that it might take some time. Lin Ze nodded. No harm done. You find it. I'll just take a look. The book depository. Lin Ze understands too well. There was no one who knew the three words book depository better than Lin Ze. Half of his visit to the Lu clan this time was directed towards the Lu clan's book pavilion. Lin Ze didn't say much. One word. Flip. Walking over to one of the bookshelves, Lu Hanyan looked for hers and Lin Ze looked at his. Soon, the sound of rapid book flipping resounded throughout the entire bookstore. One book. Two. Lin Ze flipped through the book quickly, ridiculously fast, looking at the crowd inside the book depository with strange thoughts. He was dumbfounded. Can the second prince really read the words in the book when he flips through it like that? Chapter 48, The Compassion of Extinction. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. After staying for a long time, they didn't care how Lin Ze actually flipped the book. His lordship's account is more important. Acknowledging each other's eyes, they began to look for opportunities in the cache. waiting for a chance to make a move. Although Lin Ze had noticed, he had only glanced at it. He didn't have the time to pay attention to these guys right now. The Lu family, as a great family of healers, had been passed down much earlier than the Yuan dynasty. Years of practicing medicine traveling around listening to the four directions, so that their library cabinet stored a large number of ancient book remnants of the pages of the insights of the essay, including some valuable remnants of the essentials. Although in terms of complete system and cultivation value, it was completely inferior to any of the upper-class families in North Star. However, in terms of the breadth of its involvement and the number of elements, perhaps even the North Star Imperial clan could not compare to it. For example, Lin Ze is now holding this book, Travels in Willow Bell Town. It was a handwritten journal of notes left behind by a certain distant ancestor of the Lu family, on which was recorded what Lu Zhongzhen had seen and heard throughout his life of practicing medicine, and it covered quite a few insights on cultivation that Lu Zhongzhen had heard from experts of various families. These idle insights are not systematic or systematic. This wasn't worth much to the average person, let alone a super realm level expert like Lin Ze. But on the contrary, Lin Ze possessed an unconscionable talent called divine gnosis. Possessing this talent, Lin Ze was able to distill and supplement it into a relatively complete one based on these mere words. For example, if there was a passage from the 8th layer of a human-level uppergrade technique in Lu Zhongzhen's travelogue, then Lin Ze would be able to deduce and fill out the complete 8th layer based on that passage. It's like this. You flip through Travels in Willow Bell Town. You have discovered the miscellaneous notes of the 3rd step of the human grade inferior Moon Immortal Steps, the idle moves of the 4th sword of the human grade inferior Moonwatching Sword, and the essentials of the 4th level of the human grade intermediate Drunken Immortal Fist. You have comprehended the remnants of the Moon Immortal Steps, the remnants of the Moon Watching Sword, and the remnants of the Drunken Immortal Fist. Divine Enlightenment LV2, 74 out of 100. Although they were all distilled remnants, they were a very substantial progress income when all added together. And how many travelogues? How many handwritten notes are there in the entire Lu family collection? Lin Ze estimated how it could increase by more than 10 points. Right? This was the right trip for him. Thus, Lin Ze's mind completely sank into the Lu clan's book depository to reap the rewards. You've gone through the handbook of Lu Filon. Time passes in minutes. I don't know how much time has passed. Lu Hanyan finally found the clue she was looking for in a pile of ancient books. Found it. Lu Hanyan's heart rejoiced. Was about to tell Lin Ze, but in one turn, one of the maids was unable to avoid it, and the clear water she was carrying in her hands crashed into Lu Hanyan. Wow! Clear water poured down from Lu Hanyan's shoulders, soaking the upper half of her body. Through the wet dress, its pink shoulders, clean as grease snowskin, are infiltrated in the haze of watercolor. Blue with red with white, half-covered, hazy, vague and mysterious. The most difficult to endure the wonderful place. Ah! Miss! Slave girl damned. Beg for punishment. Miss! After bumping into Lu Hanyan, the maid hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Lu Hanyan felt slightly helpless. Forget it, I don't blame you. Go find a clean shirt. Yes, the slave girl will go now. At that moment, Lin Ze walked over. What's wrong? Lu Hanyan shook her head. It's not important. Just accidentally bumped into it. Saying that, Lu Hanyan forgot about this matter as she raised the book in her hand and said joyfully, what's important is that I've found where the parasites came from. Lu Hanyan walked over to Lin Ze, flipped open the ancient book in her hand, and pointed to one of the pages. Look, that's it. Jedi compulsion. Lin Ze looked over, only to see a familiar black parasite drawn on the ancient book in Lu Hanyan's hand. Its hideous and twisted appearance was the same as the one Lin Ze had taken out from Lin Mo and the others. Look more closely at the transcript above. Extinction compulsion. A strange compulsion accidentally discovered by the old man during his travels in his later years. The person who has been hit by this compulsion has no abnormalities in his body and is no different from a normal person. And even the doctor who probes his pulse can't diagnose where the compulsion is at all. However, once the person who has been parasitized becomes ill, this parasite will awaken in a very short period of time, devouring the host's flesh and blood essence and rapidly traveling to the 8 veins of the Shen Guan, reversing the charge of the heavenly officials with its qi and blood. He eventually died with his head bursting open, and his death was extremely horrifying and bloody. I've seen a lot of parasites in my life, but I've never seen a parasite as bizarre as the extinction parasite. So I'm excited to see it, and I'm determined to break it. So the old man traveled around the land of Chinese parasites, inquired about the source of the parasites, poked around for information, and tried 100 kinds of remedies. The pawn may have heard of it. It turns out that this Jedi compass is not something from my secular world, but from the immortal sect, and it's also the hand of a great immortal sect figure, the blood poison old devil. I don't know who the blood poison old devil is, but according to the information that I have probed, This blood poison old devil is bound to be ferociously famous in the immortal sect, so much so that every time the blood poison old devil is mentioned, the people of the time avoid talking about it, and keep it a secret. In short, it is said that this extinction compulsion is still just a low-grade compulsion used by the blood poison old devil to target low-ranked cultivators. Hearing this news, the old man's heart is very surprised. Surprised that the heavenly beings, and since then every time I think of also marveled at the extraordinary immortal door. But all the same, this also stimulates the old man's competitive spirit even more. If the old man can break this jiesheng compulsion, then on some level, wouldn't the old man have also outwitted the immortal sex people for once? Thus, the old man intensified his research on the Jedi life compulsion, dissecting its origin and digging into its roots step by step. In the end, I discovered that there are two medicines that have a miraculous effect on the extinction parasites, one for the stone river ground into powder, punch, drink and take, but 2 days will be able to jiesheng compulsion into pus and blood discharge. The second is in grass root bubble water, 3 bowls a day. Bubble until the grass root white and tasteless is stopped. Within 3 days of taking this medicine, it can make the extinct life parasites powerless to attach. At this time, only need to apply the knife and needle, lead to the spiritual chi can be taken out. Lin Ze read the book very quickly, and in a few moments, he had already finished reading the detailed account of the Jedi life compass, and make a note of the 2 remedies, stone river powder and persimmon root. This thing, Shijiang, the North Star imperial capital, didn't seem to produce much. Instead, perspex roots are everywhere. Just as Lin Ze was pondering in his mind, an ethereal scent that grew stronger as it was inspired by the water entered Lin Ze's nostrils. Lin Ze subconsciously sought the source of the ethereal fragrance and glanced at it. The color of the water is hazy. Wakey. He quickly averted his gaze. Look, it should be the Jedi compass, right? Lu Hanyan said joyfully. When he looked up, he saw Lin Ze's gaze looking at him. Chapter 49, Don't Make the Stone River. Its movements were odd, rather like a constrained embarrassment of nonchalance. Lu Hanyan realized something and subconsciously glanced at her wet intimate apparel. In a flash, Lu Hanyan's entire face along with her ears turned red. She also averted her gaze and held the ancient book in her hand down on her chest to cover it slightly. The two were speechless for a moment, a subtle atmosphere brewing and spreading in front of the small bookshelf. It was a long time before that previous maid finally arrived with new clothes to ease the awkwardness. Miss, the slave girl serves you to change your clothes. Then I'll look elsewhere. Without waiting for Lu Hanyan to speak, Lin Ze wisely walked aside to continue flipping through his own book. He hadn't even finished going through the Willow family's collection of books yet, and he had only just added 3 points to his talent progress. 23 points short of upgrading LV3. Keep the liver. You looked through. Divine Enlightenment LV2, 77 out of 100. A stream of information cut through. Lin Ze continued to immerse himself in the sea of books, greedily drawing in martial arts knowledge like a sponge. But not a moment later, Lu Hanyan's mortified voice came back to his ears. What is this wearing? Is this what the Willow girls usually wear? The slave girl deserves to die. It was the slave who took the wrong one. Lin Ze subconsciously glanced at it, only to see that Lu Hanyan had hugged herself into a ball at that moment, and was wearing a relatively bold tulle long dress, gossamer and thin, with an unobstructed view, and then associating it with the strange behavior of this group of people in the book depository. Lin Ze understood. Sheesh, the Ryu family, you know the vibe. But alas, nothing works well here at the book depository. No one loved the book depository more than Lin Ze. In front of the cache, a woman would only affect the speed at which he could read. Lin Ze took off the jacket he was wearing and handed it to Xiao Chui. Give it to Miss to put on first. After saying that, Lin Ze continued to flip through his own book. At this point, this is... Thump. Sharp footsteps came. Lu Hanyan walked quickly with Lin Ze's white long coat draped over her, her face filled with anxiety. She handed the ancient book she had just read to Lin Ze. Check it out. Lin Ze turned his head to look. To the eye, a blood red. It was probably because Lu Hanyan had just used the book to cover it up and it was stained with water. After the page with the Jedi life compass was soaked with water, hidden blood characters actually surfaced. 4 large, blood-red letters were deeply inscribed on the page. Do not make a stone river. Lin Ze froze, then narrowed his eyes. The page that contained the solution to the Jedi life compass was surprisingly hiding this kind of blood lettering message. Do not make a stone river. What a great do not make ishi. Xiao Chui, go bring a basin of water. Yes, soon. Xiao Chui brought a basin of fresh water. Lin Ze tried slowly dipping the ancient book into the water page by page. In the next moment, the entire pages of the book became eerily blood red. A small, densely packed, blood-colored character surfaced on the ancient book. Moreover, these small blood-colored characters had strange fonts and strokes, and did not belong to any kind of writing that Lu Hanyan recognized. However, These small blood-colored characters were constantly transmitting an unsettling demonic aura, causing Lu Hanyan to feel a burst of bizarre inexplicability. Seeing this, Lu Hanyan's heart was shocked. How could there be something so bizarre in the handwritten journal of my Ryu family ancestors' medical practice? Lin Ze ignored her because he was now frozen as well. The very moment these small, blood-colored characters surfaced, Lin Ze's divine enlightenment talent was once again unleashed. You have discovered a bizarre and unknown technique. This Gong law text evil inexplicable, but its line of work origin method but let you feel a burst of familiarity. You were surprised to find that this Gong method is eerily similar to the mutilated illusory Moon 7 Stars record you got from the stall on Xianghua Street the other day. You suddenly realized that the original Phantom Moon 7 Stars record of the mutilation is someone deliberately. He will be another mysterious kung fu hidden in the mutilation. If we follow the guidance of this mysterious blood-colored text to reinterpret the illusory Moon 7 Stars record and combine the two techniques, we may be able to unveil the true nature of the illusory Moon 7 Stars record and the mysterious technique. Seeing the prompts of the divine gnosis information flow, Lin Ze man froze. That mutilated 7-star illusory moon record was so related to the Lu family's ancestors' handwritten journal? So the protagonist of the original book got involved with Lu Hanyan because there was such a storyline waiting, right? Lin Ze was fuming when Lu Hanyan's hand waved in front of Lin Ze's eyes. What are you thinking? Lin Ze looked back at the book cover page. The book's cover page is signed by Willow Changfeng. Lin Ze glanced at everyone in the Lu family. The terrifying pressure slightly released a wisp, causing everyone to sit on pins and needles and creeping out their bones. All of you listen up. Immediately find me the books in the Lu family's various literature volumes that contain news of this person. Lu Changfeng, not a single ounce of it. After saying that, Lin Ze pointed at the maid who had just changed Lu Hanyan's clothes. You, go and call all the old men of the Lu family who have something to say to this Gongzi. At those words, the maid's heart snapped. She didn't understand. It had just been fine. What happened all of a sudden? Looking at this situation, because of this person, Lu Changfeng, their Lu family is going to have a big problem. Yes, the slave girl will go at once. The maid hurriedly ran out to call out to Ryujin and the others. The others also rushed to look up the Lu clan's book depository, searching for information on Lu Changfeng. As for Lu Hanyan, when she saw that Lin Ze was so excited about this, she thought that it was because Lin Ze had read those small blood-colored words and found the real clue to the parasites. You read it? What the hell does it say? Sort of. Lin Ze nodded. But compared to these small words, I'm more concerned about one thing right now, and that's the origin of your Lu family. Your Lu family has been practicing medicine for generations, and your ancestors have produced a number of famous doctors, spreading across the 7 eastern countries of the Hidden Sword Mountain. So it's only logical that you should be famous all over the world, right and left. In this secular world, no one can guarantee that they will not encounter old age, sickness and death in their lifetime. Normally, who would have trouble with a famous doctor who can cure the sick and save lives? But it's just the Lu family that's mixed up in a bad way. All of them were so miserable that they needed to offer a beauty queen to the Lin family in order to protect themselves. It's hard for a big medical family to end up in this situation without some skills. Of course, it's doubtful guilt. No one thought much about it when it wasn't happening, but now that it is, Lin Ze then had every reason to suspect that the Lu family's origins were not pure. At least from that Lu Changfeng. Definitely not normal. It seems that your family's ancestor named Lu Changfeng wasn't just a simple doctor nah. Lu Hanyan sniffed and thought, ancestor Lu Changfeng? As I recall, he was a character from 100 years ago. 100 years ago. At that time, our Lu family had also just moved to Wuhan from the Nine Extremities Imperial Dynasty. Chapter 50, The Holy Church. Ninepole Dynasty is located in the west of the Crescent Moon Dynasty, belongs to the core of the Hidden Sword Mountain Supervision Zone, on the material and financial resources as well as the national strength. In the core of the Hidden Sword Mountain in the Ninepole Dynasty to be more than the other countries around the strong and prosperous a little bit, the Lu family will be able to move from the Ninepole Dynasty, across the Crescent Moon Dynasty to Wuhan. The probability is that they got into trouble and moved to Wuhan to escape the disaster. Then he thought of that great figure of the immortal sect in Lu Changfeng's notes, the blood poison old devil. Lin Ze pondered. It couldn't be that it was because Lu Changfeng had tried to break the extinction compass that he had attracted the blood poison old demon's retaliation. Could it? Or was Lu Changfeng caught up in some kind of immortal sect feud that dragged the entire family down? With this in mind, outside the book depository, Lu Jin and the other core Lu family members hurriedly flew in. In a hurry, the worry that the sky was falling was written on each face. Hearing the maid report that the second prince was furious and was going to summon all the old men of their Lu family who had a say, Lu Jin and the others were hearts that were half cold. Ryujin flew up and half bowed his body in front of Lin Ze. A look of caution. Second prince, what's going on here? But ancestor Lu Changfeng, he was involved in some kind of treason? Lin Ze calmly said. Rest assured, Family Master Lu, it's not a big deal. I only called you here because of an accident. Saying that, Lin Ze took out the ancient book that was stained with water and showed blood-colored writing. My lord came here originally to check about the origin and solution of the Jiesheng compass, and I will leave after I have done so. But I didn't expect that by mistake. After this book was accidentally dipped in water, the 4 big blood-red words "do not make stone river" surfaced. Lin Ze handed the book to Lu Jin. Lu Family Master, can you explain it properly to this Gongzi? At those words, Lu Jin instantly glanced at Lu Hanyan, who was draped in Lin Ze's long coat jacket. Another look at the water-stained ancient book in front of him. How could Lu Jin, who had been mixed up for so many years, still not understand exactly how it was a misadventure? At this moment, Lu Jin hated that he couldn't ruthlessly slap himself twice. What's the matter with you? You've got a lot on your mind. If you hadn't interfered, wouldn't there have been no such thing? Lu Jin's heart was bitter as he hurriedly took the ancient book and studied it with the Lu family elders around him. After reading the message left by Lu Changfeng, Lu Jin's heart jerked fiercely. Do not make the stone river. Eugene, you really deserve to die. This, second prince, regarding the contents of this book, we have no knowledge of it. I still ask the second prince to be clear. Lin Ze was speechless. If my lord didn't know better, you wouldn't have a chance to speak at this moment. Tell me, what's with this Lu Changfeng? Willow Changfeng. Lu Jin and the others looked at each other and thought carefully, but thinking left and right. They really didn't know much about Lu Changfeng and couldn't say anything useful. Although this Lu Changfeng is 100 years ago, it is not far from now. Some cultivation deeper Lu family members are even from his era over. But Lu Changfeng, this person traveled the world, often not in the Lu family. Their understanding of Lu Changfeng is limited to so few sentences. In the end, it was still a Lu family elder who had an uncle-nephew relationship with Lu Changfeng who did his best to recall and said, back to the second prince. Changfeng's second uncle prefers to travel around the world practicing medicine, and from time to time, he doesn't sit in the Lu family. In a year, even I don't get to see my second uncle twice, and sometimes not even once a year, and he doesn't come home for years. Regarding second uncle Changfeng, I also only heard him talk about it once back then, saying that he had joined an immortal sect organization called Sacred Sect, and became a member of the immortal sect, and was highly valued by the upper echelons of the Sacred Sect immortal sect. For this reason, second uncle Changfeng even talked to the previous head of the family, Yener's grandfather, and he wanted to bring the Lu family into that what's his name sacred religion as well, to bring the Lu family into the immortal sect altogether. But the previous head of the family seemed to have a different view on this what's his name sacred cult and didn't agree. So the next day, second uncle Changfeng left the Lu family again. That's 8 whole years away. Until one day, 8 years later, Uncle Junior came back again. This time when he came back, Uncle 2 was not in the best of spirits, and he kept himself shut up in the house writing his travels. During that time, the previous head of the family seemed to have had a fight with Uncle 2, but there's no way of knowing what the fight was over. Anyway, since then, second uncle left the Lu family and never came back. To this day, we do not know whether he lives or dies. The above is all I know about Lu Changfeng. Lin Ze sniffed and thought for a moment. I seem to have heard that your Lu family moved to the Wuan dynasty from the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty? The Lu clan elder nodded. Indeed. Is there any correlation between the time you moved to the Wuan dynasty and the last appearance of Lu Changfeng? Upon hearing Lin Ze's words, the Lu clan's crowd froze. They thought hard about it. This seems to be from the period of time after the second uncle left. Our Lu family do not know what evil star is committed. All kinds of industries sharply downward. The people in the family also suffered a sudden disaster. Inexplicably disappeared. So the previous family head made a snap decision and immediately sold the ancestral property that he had saved up over the years in the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty, and silently migrated, thus moving across the Crescent Moon Dynasty to the Wuan Dynasty. Hearing the clan elder's words, Lin Ze probably understood. At this time, the people who had been searching around in the book depository for records about Lu Changfeng had also finished organizing Lu Changfeng's records. They delivered several thin booklets to Lin Ze. Second eunuch. This is all the rolled-up documents that have recorded the news of Lu Changfeng. Lin Ze hummed and casually flipped through it. Not a lot of highlights. So, Lin Ze did the same trick again and dipped all the books in water to wet them. But after a long time, no new words in blood surfaced on these documents either. It seemed that the only clue left behind by Lu Changfeng was his travel book. Lin Ze took the handkerchief from Xiao Chui and wiped his hands. Just stand down. All of you. Yes. Lu Jin and the others understood and gave all the servants and maids a look, transferring everyone away from the book depository. In a few moments, only the Lin family's group was left in the large book collection pavilion. Lin Ze retraced his steps to the bookshelf and flipped through his book. A mosquito is still meat. Don't waste it. Lu Hanyan didn't know what Lin Ze was thinking at the moment. She also didn't ask. Lin Ze would naturally say it when he wanted to. She began to ponder the ancient book left behind by Lu Changfeng, going through his travelogue word by word. Inside the book depository, only the sound of flipping books remained. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Ze finally finished going through the Lu family's inventory. The increase was quite pleasing, and his talent progress came to 85. There are only the last 15 points left before upgrading LV3. Chapter 51 Earth Grade Medium Grade, True Flame Sacred Demon Technique, and the remaining 15 points. Lin Ze glanced at the book of Lu Changfeng's travels that Lu Hanyan was mulling over. Lu Changfeng was able to hide that mysterious gongfu in the first half of the remnants of the illusory Moon 7-star record, a mid-grade gongfu of this grade, so he thought that the grade of that mysterious gongfu definitely wouldn't be that bad either. At the very least, making up those remaining 15 points of progress should be perfectly adequate. If that is the case, then with the power of an Earth-level gongfu, Lin Ze could still charge up to the innate Godman realm. Direct achievement of innate. The Lu family's trip was a great success. Close the book. The starlight in Lin Ze's eyes grew brighter and brighter, reflecting a brilliant river of stars. It's time to go back. Turning his head, Lin Ze said, "Come on, we've been delayed quite a bit. Remember to bring that travel book." Aha! Lu Hanyan took Lu Changfeng's travelogues with her and left the book depository after Lin Ze. Outside the book depository, Lu Jin and the others were still marooned in amazement. As soon as he saw Lin Ze come out, "Second Prince," they immediately came forward to follow. "Second Prince, our Lu family should be fine, right?" Lin Ze said. "Rest assured, Family Master Lu, it's not a big deal." "That's good, that's good." Ryujin sighed in relief and busied herself again. "This has been a busy time. The second prince has worked hard. Quickly please move to the front hall. Mr. Lu has already ordered his subordinates to prepare a table of food and wine." Lin Ze waved his hand and walked straight towards the front door. "And dinner? It's better to go back and upgrade your talent to become an innate than to eat here." At this moment, Lin Ze's heart returned to his heart, and nothing could stop it. "It's not necessary. My lord has important matters to attend to, so I won't bother you." Lu Jin tried his best to stay. "Ah, the second prince is leaving? It's not easy for you to come here, but Mr. Lu hasn't yet done his duty as a landlord. There will be opportunities later." Hearing the strong sense of polite refusal in Lin Ze's mouth, Lu Jin didn't dare to force himself without knowing what was good for him. "Since that's the case, then Mr. Lu will wait for the second prince. You take your time." Second prince. With Ryujin and the others watching each other's eyes, Lin Ze and his group rode in the carriage back to the house. With Lin Ze's order, the Lin family's attendants drove the carriage, heading towards the direction they came from. He watched Lin Ze's carriage leave until the shade of the forest disappeared in the distance. The smile on Ryujin's face faded. Getting serious, he turned his head and looked at the clan elder who had just spoken the news about Lu Changfeng. "Uncle Clan, what's going on with this Lu Changfeng?" The gazes of the others were also focused on this clan elder of the Lu clan. Meeting everyone's gazes, the Lu family elder wanted to speak. Eventually, he sighed quietly. "Don't even ask. Not in a good way. Lu Changfeng, this person. The less you know the better. You guys, just pretend the Ryu family never had this person. Whoever asks, they can't say anything." With a low sigh, the Lu family elder turned around and left. A soft murmur of his voice was faintly heard on the breeze. "The plague of extinction. It's the end of the line." On the carriage back to the city, Lin Ze suddenly shouted. Lin, one of the accompanying guards, immediately responded. "Subordinate is here. You immediately make a trip to Shura Villa and tell them that this marquis wants detailed information on the previous head of the Lu family and Lu Changfeng." Lin understood. "You think the Lu family is lying?" Lin Ze smiled. "This marquis doesn't care if they say they're lying or not. Lie or tell the truth." Lin Ze didn't even have that kind of leisure to care about other people's family matters, much less be interested in understanding the history of the rise and fall of the Lu family. Lin Ze was only concerned about where Lu Changfeng had gotten the earth-level techniques from. Lin seemed to understand. Subordinate understands. The Shura Villa has always been only accepting assassination missions to the outside world, and this job of spying on intelligence, there's no harm in that. When you go, just say that it's information that I, Lin Ze, want, and the people of Shura Villa will naturally understand. Lin's heart was stunned. What does the Marquis mean by this? Could it be that, as early as a long time ago, the Marquis had secretly taken Shura Villa for his own use? Hiss. This is too much. Lin didn't dare to think carefully. Yes, subordinate will go now. Lin disappeared in a flash. Back to the Lin family. The Marquis is back. Marquis. Lin Ze nodded and walked into the Lin family's inner sanctum. While walking, Lin Ze confided in Lu Hanyan. The odds are that the stone river powder won't work, but the ing grass root can still be tried. You first prepare to test the medicinal properties of the ing grass root. The rest, when I get out. After saying that, Lin Ze directly took Lu Chongfeng's travelogue and wended his way back to his room. Lu Hanyan looked confused. At this point, she wondered what exactly was written in those blood-colored words. It's so secretive and windy. Inside Lin Ze's room, Lin Ze drew out the book that he had previously bought from the vendor on Xianghua Street, the Illusory Moon 7 Stars Record. From the hidden compartment under the bed, estimated time to fill in 21 days, he co-located this book with Lu Chongfeng's travelogues. Next moment, according to the guidance of the mysterious Gongfu, you have discovered the deepest hidden mysteries of the Illusory Moon and 7 Stars Record. You've deciphered the Illusory Moon 7 Star Record and the mysterious Kung Fu. You've discovered the Earth Grade Medium Grade Technique True Fire Holy Devil Technique. Before Lin Ze's eyes, the Illusory Moon 7 Star Record and Lu Chongfeng's travelogue had undergone some sort of marvelous change. The mysterious blood characters actually released a wisp of crimson along the edges of their cross-contact, reflecting certain words on the Illusory Moon 7 Stars Record in a slice of blood red as well. Pieces of blood red text built into a brand new gong method. Buzz. With a weird wave of blood-colored air swirling around. On the two ancient books, 5 large, blood-red characters rose up violently and surfaced before Lin Ze's eyes. It's heck yes. True Fire Sacred Demon Technique. See those 5 big, blood-red letters. All of Lin Ze's thoughts were through. At this moment, he didn't need to wait for the complement of the Illusory Moon's 7 Stars Record after 21 days. There was even less need to find another way to condense the Flower of God. At this point in time, the True Fire Sacred Demon Technique is in front of us. The way of the innate Godhead was laid out in all its nakedness. The mysterious gate of innate heaven had opened to Lin Ze. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ze sank his mind all the way into the True Flame Sacred Demon Technique. You've gone through the True Fire Sacred Demon tips. With your horrific understanding, the True Fire and Holy Devil Technique has been completely broken by you, and has reached the 10th level. True Fire Holy Devil Technique LV10. Great perfection. This instant, the 3 flowers of the essence coalesce. The innate monad is born. Buzz. In the underworld, a mysterious and arcane door opened to Lin Ze. Strength, endless mysterious power gushed out from that gate, constantly washing Lin Ze's flesh and cleansing him. Thereby, they will be free from the mortal body and evolve towards that metaphysical innate life. Chapter 52, finally becoming innate. True Body Realm. Big sound. The elephant is invisible. In the gate of the first heaven. Forgetfulness. Forgetfulness of self. Forgetfulness of form. Forgetfulness of heart. Forgetfulness of nature. No self, no boundaries. The only thing that remained was the innate monadic chi that was surging like a tidal wave as it continued to wash over Lin Ze's flesh, emitting a muffled sound that was darkly in tune with the great Tao. Make Lin Ze fade away from the mortal world, casting the innate body. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 1 quarter, 2 quarters. Under the receiving and washing of the innate monad, Lin Ze's flesh became crystalline and translucent. Its body is like bright jade, its veins are like glass, and its blood is like agar. A brilliant innate true essence shone within the innate true essence. Innate 1 elemental realm. Success. Boom. The powerful innate divine might fell into the void all of a sudden, spreading to cover the entire North Star Imperial dynasty for thousands of miles around. At this moment, the hearts and minds of everyone in the North Star Imperial dynasty snapped. In the underworld, they seemed to be targeted by some kind of great terror, and they were uncomfortable, sweaty and creepy. An instinctive shudder rose from the bones and from the depths of the soul of the whole man. This war cry is etched in the soul, engraved in the rules of flesh and blood. It is the oppression of life from the top of the food chain. It is the original divine principle that mankind has had to abide by since time immemorial. It is life level difference. North Star Palace. The pupils of Emperor Bachan above the dragon chair shrunk violently. He spat out 2 words incredulously. Innate. North Star actually has someone who has achieved the realm of the innate. Who is it? The House of Wei Ping Yuan, who was contemplating the future direction of the Wei family, was jolted awake by the sudden aura of an innate divine being. The scent is innate Godman. I can't believe someone accomplished. Wei Ping looked far into the distant sky. Could it be the Lin family? Lin Ao was sipping fragrant tea, coiling his Buddha beads and relaxing. Ever since his family's youngest grandson, Lin Ze, had strongly announced his presence, Lin Ao had intentionally and gradually transferred his power to Lin Ze, making him responsible for taking care of the entire Lin family. Lin Ao was happy to be free these past few days. He hadn't enjoyed a day of leisure like this in how many years. Good. Suddenly, Lin Ao's eyes changed. He rose with his hands behind his back and stood proudly between heaven and earth. You can see that year's war god of the sands of the killing wind. Innate. Where did North Star get the innate? Shouldn't it be? Didn't wait for Lin Ao to think about it carefully. In the next moment, that massive innate divine might unexpectedly raised once again. Boom! At this moment, the skies of the entire North Star's thousands of miles of land became cloudy and dark. The black pressurized dark clouds quickly coalesced and enveloped the entire North Star Imperial dynasty. It makes heaven and earth lose their colors and dim. Boom! Boom! Rumble! As the wind rises, thunder struck. Among the black dark clouds, the plasma tumbled. A thick silver serpent danced across the blackened sky, cutting through the long dark sky and casting a stunning white that illuminated the world. It was as if the world was extinguished, and this dark cloud was still expanding and coalescing. It had already spread from the North Star to the Wolf Capital and the Crescent Moon Dynasty, and it was still expanding without the slightest sense of stagnation. For a time, everyone in the three lands of the North Star was in danger, fearing that the heavenly thunder would cover the sky and overthrow the 10,000 elephants. Edge of the Crescent Dynasty. A mysterious man wrapped in a black robe stopped his journey to the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty. He glanced back at the spreading dark clouds. Where did the God Pulse Realm powerhouse come from? Could it be that the people from Hidden Sword Mountain have already noticed? Looks like we'll have to pick up the pace, said the mysterious man helplessly sighed. District Hidden Sword Mountain. Alas, the tiger falls down and is bullied by the dog. When will Hidden Sword Mountain also be? One sentence remains. Another vision rises in the sky, only to see a big sun in the dark and pressurized sky. A round of big sun has opened up the clouds and fog, and illuminated the clear world. Bear. The great sun scorched and burned with the terrifying true fire of the sun. It descended to earth, scorching the vast expanse of heaven and earth. However, after a closer look, it was realized that it wasn't really a big sun. Instead, it was a ball of chi and blood wolf smoke condensed into a crimson blazing sun. The essence is wolfish and the blood is like a great sun. And in this big sun, there is even a loud and clear dragon's roar coming out. Anon! A blood-colored dragon flew out of the great sun and flew over the head of the black-robed mysterious man, emitting a piercingly loud and clear dragon's roar and roaming the 7 kingdoms of the Hidden Sword Shandong province with terrifyingly high temperatures that were enough to turn the earth into a purgatory. When the black-robed mysterious man saw this, his face twitched. Yet, chi and blood are like dragons. The third stage of the true body realm. Up. This is still a game. The mysterious man secretly grumbled. No one had told him when he came that there was a true body realm powerhouse with chi and blood like a dragon existing in Hidden Sword Mountain. Run! Hurry up and run! With a flash, the mysterious man wanted to leave the perception range of the true body realm powerhouses thousands of miles away. But right at this moment, all the visions in the sky unexpectedly disappeared. Dark clouds, thunder, great sun, giant dragon. It all goes up in smoke and disappears without a trace. In the sky, the wind is gentle and the clouds are rolling in. It was as if everything just now was all a hallucination of the mysterious man. Mystic froze for a long time. Is this a pass-by? Or is it a deliberate attempt to scare people? After a long time, he cursed and stepped into the Nine Extremes Imperial Palace. Mud, are you playing with me? Asterisk. North Star Dynasty. The Lin family. Lin Ze's room. Lin Ze ended the succession of breakthroughs. Open your eyes. The eyes had been filled with a radiant, regal light. The divine light was so bright that it seemed to be able to penetrate the endless void and see through the floating and sinking of the earth. And its entire spiritual outlook is even more life-enhancing evolution. Transcendent to the world, clean as white jade, bright as amber, and powerful as gold. There is an insurmountable weight of life in every move. True body realm. There are 6 realms of innate beings. They are, the first element, the divine vein, the true body, the divine sea, the heavenly element, and the life Xian. And with the true flame saint demon technique LV10, Lin Ze broke 3 realms in a row, passing through the first element, attaining the divine vein, and becoming the true body. The current him had already traveled halfway through the innate beings and achieved the 3rd realm, the true body realm, and not just any real body. The innate true body is divided into 3 stages. The first stage of chi and blood is like wolf smoke, the second stage of blood is like a great sun, and the third stage of chi and blood is like a dragon. Lin Ze was none other than the 3rd stage. Chi and blood like a dragon super true body powerhouse. How strong is this stage? Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Lin Ze clenched his fists, and an endless sense of fulfilling satisfaction instantly surged through his entire body. At this time, he only needs to casually move his hand. He can make the entire North Star. No, small, chi and blood like a dragoness true body powerhouse is not so low. To be precise, it was the entire Hidden Sword Shandong province's 7 kingdoms. Lin Ze only needed to move his hand at the moment, and the entire 7 eastern regions would be turned into a pile of rubble. And really under the full force of the outbreak, Lin Ze couldn't be sure. After all, possessing hundreds of martial arts techniques piled up, he had always been different from ordinary people. He does a little bit of each aspect. Moreover, the core technique he used to break through the innate was still the unheard of 10th layer of the True Flame Sacred Demon technique. Is the power not comparable to an ordinary true body? Chapter 53, Divine Level Enlightenment LV3, Feats Fusion. But no matter what, Lin Ze could be sure of one thing. As a super-level true body realm powerhouse, at this moment in time he is in the area of this hidden sword mountain, already invincible. And that's not all. With this breakthrough, in addition to pushing his life realm to the limit of the third realm of the innate, Lin Ze had also finally upgraded Divine Enlightenment, a settled caretaker talent, to LV3, Divine Enlightenment LV2, 185 out of 100. You've read all the books and finally realized something, and have a more essential understanding of the gift of Divine Enlightenment. You have developed a new ability of Divine Enlightenment, Divine Gnosis upgraded to LV3, 85/1000. From now on, you can comprehend and integrate the techniques you have learned, taking the strengths and removing the dregs to form a new powerful technique and obtain a great increase. Seeing the new ability of Divine Gnosis LV3, Lin Ze's heart stirred. That's a good ability. Ever since Lin Ze had gained the talent to embark on cultivation, there were 800 techniques he had learned without 1,000. Suffice it to say that the body is quite diverse in what it learns. Moreover, they were generally of low grade. And apart from the human grade Extreme 8 Desolate battle technique, there wasn't a single trump card technique that could stand alone. Right now, Divine Gnosis LV3 was just the right amount of time to refine and fuse all of Lin Ze's learnings in this body, creating an ace in the hole. Thus, Lin Ze began to refine some more, returning all of what he has learned in this body to be rebuilt. You have a feeling from observing heaven and earth, and you have a new idea about the kung fu you've learned. You have integrated the learned mind. Mindfulness is based on the 8 Desolate warfare methods, with a total of 109 supplementary materials. The 8 Deserts warfare technique has received a grade breakthrough. You have comprehended the lower grade of the Earth grade technique, 8 Desolate Mindslayer technique. You have the feeling of watching heaven and earth. The method of refining the body is based on the True Fire Holy Devil technique, and the supplementary materials total 127 books. You have comprehended the Earth grade medium grade technique, Burning Saint Demon technique. You, after some refining and rebuilding, Lin Ze's feats are configured as follows. Heart technique, Earth grade lower grade, 8 Desolate Mindslayer technique. Body refinement, middle grade of the Earth grade, Burning Saint Demon technique. Body technique, human grade extreme. The Heavenly Feather Surprise. Pupil arts, human grade extreme. The Pupils of Amber. Finger technique, human grade extreme. The 7 Xian sword fingers. Palm technique, human grade extreme. Heartless divine palm. Boxing. Among them, the method of refining the body did not receive a grade breakthrough. Lin Ze wasn't surprised. After all, the gap between the Hotian and the innate was too great, separated by a chasm, and it was unrealistic for a mere 100 of my grade techniques to want to shake the innate mid-grade True Fire Holy Devil technique. It had already given face to the fact that it could absorb and fuse to gain some enhanced metamorphosis and become the Burning Saint Devil technique. Rather, it was the lineage of heart techniques that was quite surprising to Lin Ze. There are only about 100 books of fusion material. It was actually able to cause the 8 Desolate warfare technique to metamorphose from a human grade extreme grade to an Earth grade lower grade. It was thought that their Lin family's directly transmitted 8 Desolate battle technique was also among the top among the many human grade extremities, and its own grade was already very close to the innate level. As for the other Dharma disciplines, there was nothing unexpected. After some fusion and enchantment, they were all uniformly promoted to the human grade extreme, and under the refinement and metamorphosis edition of this doorway technique, Lin Ze's aura became more and more unfathomable, more and more profound like an abyss. It is also more and more filled with the top level of intimidation from the higher beings. His entire being was like a humanoid dragon shrouded in mist, and once the mist was lifted, his immortal and invincible true body would be released, causing extinction. The current Lin Ze seemed to have reached some sort of unknowable realm, and it was already difficult to describe him with the words simply strong. Just a wisp of breath pouring out at random. For this world is like a calm lake suddenly fell into a meteorite from the sky, rolled up the waves of destruction. Or an occasional glance of divine light is enough to form a heavenly divine pillar piercing through the void, as if casually shattering a mirror, and none of the living beings on the surface of the mirror are spared. What is a preternatural godman? This is the innate godman. Phew! Lin Ze expresses his chest and is spirited. Rising, the light in his eyes had never been brighter for a moment than it was now. The innate true body has become a reality. Where can I not go to get it in the greatness of the world today? Looking away from the window view, Lin Ze stood for a long time. For a long time, It was only then that he reset his gaze on that illusory Moon 7 Stars record. Although the blood characters left behind by Lu Changfeng deciphered the stumps bringing a new innate middle grade technique, it didn't mean that this old one couldn't be used. With godly gnosis in place, he should continue whoring for nothing. 21 days later, another innate middle grade technique was in the books. It's a whole 100 points of progress. A few more books. Lin Ze LV3 directly soared to LV4. This day, soothing, putting away the illusory Moon 7 Star record, Lin Ze stepped out of the room. At this time, the flowers are fragrant, the grass is green, and the wind is clear. But the Lin family crowd was not so comfortable. They had just been shocked beyond belief by the commotion of Lin Ze's breakthrough, and were now being suspicious. Seeing Lin Ze come out, they hurriedly came together to protect Lin Ze in the center. Marquis, in danger. Lin Ze was speechless. He was to blame for this. Previously, he really didn't expect the commotion of breaking through to the innate to be outrageous to such an extent. So he calmed the crowd by saying, "It's all right, it's over." He looked around. "Where's the lady? Mrs. Over at the pharmacy making her brute." Got it." As the sentence fell, Lin Ze's figure had disappeared without a trace. Appearing again, he had already appeared inside the pharmacy without a sound. At this time, Lu Hanyan had already recovered from the shock and threw the compulsion that Lin Ze had taken out of Xiaochui's body earlier into the ingrass soup to record the compulsion's reaction state. There's no need to study the perspex route. Lu Hanyan's body trembled slightly. Previously Lin Ze's innate might still made her heart palpitate. Looking up, she was relieved to see it was Lin Ze. "Why didn't you make any noise when you came?" After saying that, Lu Hanyan then questioned again. "What do you mean by saying that you don't need to study the ingrass route anymore?" Lin Ze said, "Ingrass root infused in water is too slow to be effective. And right now we don't know when Wolf Capital's side will react to catalyze the compulsion. We have to race against time. Or at least the Lin family side has to hurry up." After saying that, Lin Ze asked, "How much Jiang is left in the pharmacy? Is she?" Lu Hanyan frowned. "Didn't Ancestor Changfeng leave a message saying that it couldn't be used? That's what you wanted to know in those blood letter messages." With that, Lin Ze used his two fingers as knives and gently slashed his palm. And a large amount of bright red blood immediately condensed in the void. Lu Hanyan was frightened. She rushed over and tried to stop Lin Ze's bleeding. "What are you doing?" Lin Ze said. "If we want to use the medicine Jiang to cure the parasites, then we must use blood as a guide. The blood of someone who cultivates the true fire sacred demon technique." Chapter 54, But It's Me. After cultivating the true flame sacred demon technique, Lin Ze also deciphered the message left behind by Lu Changfeng. "Do not make Ishikawa" is not that you cannot use Ishikawa. Rather, it must be paired with the true blood condensed by the true fire sacred demon technique. Otherwise, as soon as the stone river goes down, it will immediately stimulate the compulsion, which will cause the person who has been compelled to fall into the pain of the compulsion's outburst immediately, or kill him on the spot. Similarly, ingrass root was not the true solution to the extinction compulsion. It could only temporarily suppress the toxicity of the compulsion and weaken its power, but could not completely kill the compulsion. So both Jiang and Ying Chao root were just confusing messages left by Lu Changfeng for some people. The only true way to relieve the compulsion, from beginning to end, was the true fire sacred demon technique. Only cultivators who had practiced the true fire sacred demon skill and had reached the third level and were able to condense the true blood of the sacred demon were able to use the blood as a guide to resolve this extinct life compulsion. As for why the true flame sacred demon technique was able to cure the parasites, this Lin Ze didn't know. The probability is because this true fire sacred demon technique comes from the holy sect, and the blood poison old demon just happens to be a member of the holy sect, right? Anyway, it's good for detoxification. Lin Ze wasn't interested in any associated stories like the sacred sect or the Lu family. After draining about a bowl of blood, Lin Ze stopped the wound. In a moment, the wound quickly healed and dissipated into nothingness. He dropped the mass of blood that had coalesced in the void into a large bowl. "It should be enough to relieve the parasites for the entirety of my Lin family." With Lin Ze's realm of burning Saint Devil technique LV10, a drop of his blood could be far more precious than a small cultivator at the third level. With his Kung Fu realm, just one drop of blood was enough to save thousands of people. However, to be on the safe side, Lin Ze put in a little more. After all, the Lin family are all their own people, so it is reassuring to use more of them. After filling the bowl of blood, Lu Hanyan turned around to look for a blood replenishing elixir. She ranted, "Really? You should have said so if you wanted blood. What's the rush and what's the point of putting so much in? You're not the only one in the Lin family." Lin Ze waved his hand. "There's no need to look for it. With my realm, this little bit of blood can't do any damage to me. Let's first use the medicine to cure the parasites for my family." Lin Ze had become an innate true body, and his chi and blood were like dragons. The blood and chi in the body is like mercury pulp, like a spring of life. Not to mention this bowl of blood. Even a river of blood drowning the entire North Star Imperial dynasty wouldn't cause any substantial harm to Lin Ze. Saying that is a bit of a stretch though. But, this is the great innate godman Na. The innate and the acquired are not the same level of life at all. Hearing Lin Ze say that, Lu Hanyan had no choice but to go and look for the remaining Shijiang in the pharmacy. She pulled open the medicine cabinet containing Ishi and looked at it. There's about 3 taels left. Is that enough? Shijiang was not a commonly used great medicine. Its use was scarce. And the stock within the Lin family's pharmacy was not much. 3 taels? It's enough if the core layer of the Lin family uses it. Lu Hanyan took out the gray stone river ball, and with a shock of her strength, she shook the stone river ball into a fine powder. The Shijiang powder was then blended with Lin Ze's blood. While reconciling, Lu Hanyan ordered with Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui, ask Lin Wei and the others to go to the major medicine stores in the imperial capital to purchase some more Shijiang back. Right now, other than our Lin family, other people don't know what the stone river does, so it should be easy to buy. Yes, ma'am. Xiao Chui quickly left the pharmacy, and thoughtfully closed the pharmacy door as she left. You guys, accompany me outside to buy some Shijiang back. She also transferred the forest guards who were watching outside the dispensary. The 2 men looked at each other speechlessly. This jade, who's going to test the drug if you transfer them all? Lin Wu, come see me. Lin Ze summoned Lin Wu through a voice transmission. The next moment, a feather fell into the void. Lin Wu's figure emerged with the illusory light. Marquis. Lin Ze pointed out to Lin Wu the prepared antidote in Lu Hanyan's hand. You go try the medicine. Lin Wu didn't hesitate at Lin Ze's request to test the medicine. Yes, Marquis. He picked up a small cup of watered-down blood medicine that Lu Hanyan had distributed and drank it down in one gulp, followed by exercising his energy and regulating his breath to speed up the absorption of the medicine. Within a few breaths, Lin Wu ended his tempering. Lin Ze and Lu Hanyan's gazes immediately fell on Lin Wu. How does it feel? Lin Wu perceived carefully and said uncertainly. It seems like there is nothing to feel? Let's see. Lin Wu walked up to Lin Ze. Lin Ze's eyes instantly turned amber. After reaching the innate true body, Lin Ze didn't need to go through the demon heartband anymore to be able to directly target the presence of the parasites with his pupils. In Lin Ze's amber pupil, the compulsion inside Lin Wu's body was dissolving and disintegrating, gradually melting and turning into a puddle of blood. Apparently, the medicine worked. It's okay, the medicine works. Lin Ze's words fell. Lin Wu froze for the first time. No, that's good. You haven't touched it yet, Marquis. He also heard Lin Ze confide. Lin Wu, go gather everyone in the Lin family and have them take the medicine. After saying that, Lin Ze added to Lu Hanyan. Also, Xiao Chui has already gone to buy medicine, and Shijiang can add more if he doesn't have enough. But blood, only mine. By this point in the conversation, Lu Hanyan had already understood that those small blood-colored characters must have other secrets, and it wasn't as simple as just using blood to cure the parasites. But Lu Hanyan didn't pursue it. Although Lu Hanyan disliked the family that sold her as goods, she had to admit that the words of the Lu family about her education were right. A smart girl shouldn't ask a man what he doesn't want to say, because when the time comes for him to say it, he will naturally say it. So Lu Hanyan just memorized Lin Ze's words. I know. Well, I'm going to go check on Grandpa and the others. As the words fell, Lin Ze had already disappeared into the pharmacy and took a step to the main residence where Lin Ao was. Similarly, Lin Ze's arrival was silent and did not cause Lin Ao and Lin Mo to notice. Grandpa. Lin Ao was shaken as he turned his head and raised an eyebrow as he began to size up Lin Ze. When did you kid? Come? I can't believe that old me didn't notice it in the slightest. Lin Mo was also startled. Lin Ze wouldn't even know he was here if he didn't speak. Young master's cultivation realm is getting deeper and deeper, and I didn't notice it. Lin Ze smiled mysteriously. Then the two of you will look again now. With that said, Lin Ze quietly released a wisp of the powerful pressure of an innate being. Wow! In the middle of the Lin mansion, the ground was flat. Raging waves of air instantly washed over the earthly land. Hoo hoo hoo. The wind whistled wildly in Lin Ao's 2 ears. The world trembled in the hearts of the Lin Ao duo. Rumble. Thunder also roars through the sky. Lin Mo couldn't believe it and was so shocked that his eyes fell out. Lin Ao's pupils even shrunk violently, and he blurted out, "You big shot. It's you." Lin Ze collected his pressure and nodded. But it's me. Chapter 55, Strengthening the Lin Family. You, this. Lin Ao and Lin Mo staggered. The whole person was as shocked as if they had seen a ghost, unable to say a word for a long time. Old mare, did you wake up from your nap? Lin Mo was silent for a moment. How about you slap me? It's a bit of a departure. Off the charts. It's outrageous. Lindsay is only 18 years old at full count. At the age of 18, being able to achieve the peak of Hotian is already proud of the group, and is enough to go down in the annals of North Star history. And now he was so outrageous as to have achieved an ascended divine person. 18-year-old precocious godly man. My goodness, is my Lin Ao's eyesight small, or has this world changed? At the age of 18 years old in the teenage years, you have actually accomplished being an innate divine. How do you make those wizards who are still stuck at the peak of the Hotian at several hundred years old feel? You've lived to be a dog for a long time, haven't you? In response, even with Lin Ao's and Lin Mo's heart, which had been cultivated over many years of being in a high position, their hearts were inevitably swept up in wild waves. They surrounded Lin Ze and began to look around. You boy. TSK. TSK. There was not a single word of context even after a long time of tisk tisk tisk. At this moment, it was hard to describe the feelings of the two men. Say surprise. Joy is definitely there. In the end the family is out of a transcendent innate god. Enough to honor the ancestors and shine the lintel of the family. But more than this joy, it was astonishment. Amazingly and even a little dreamily unrealistic. Lin Ze could probably understand how the two felt. After all, innate divine beings were too rare and too transcendent in this world. If a family can produce an innate divine being, then it is one person who has achieved the goal. And from then on, they will be proud of the world and inheritance for 10,000 years. He calmed the two. You two should stop spinning. Sit down and rest for a while. And rest my ass. Come on. What's going on with you boys? Lin Ze explained. My realm was already not far from the innate. Plus this time I went out by chance and had some realization. This innate realm is a waterfall. Water too. Drain? This innate realm can still be watered down. I've been practicing for years. How come I'm not watertight? Lin Ao didn't know what to say for a moment. Perhaps this was the gap between wizards and absolute geniuses. Lin Mo also frantically pumped the corners of his mouth. You say it's good to have talent? If I had talent, I'd play like this. Young master has an unparalleled talent. After Lin Mo let out an exclamation. Ha 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 ha. Lin Ao also finally smoothed out the shock in his heart, rediscovered the Buddha beads, and smiled broadly with relief. Ha 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 ha. Smiling, Lin Ao slipped a few tears of joy from the corner of his eyes. Good, good. Yes, having a grandson like this, God has treated me Lin Ao not too badly already. Ha 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 ha. Before Lin Ze's rise to power, Lin Ao was a constant source of worry. I am afraid that I have created too many killing sins in my life, and the thieving god has retributed the karma on the descendants of the Lin family, which has led me to a lonely and bitter end with no children, no grandchildren, and no companions. So since the Lin family's two best soldiers lost the battlefield and Lin Ze accidentally died in the war, Lin Ao, a lifelong disbeliever in God and Buddha, finally unloaded his sword and took up the Buddha beads. Even if he thought that everything he did in his life was righteous, even if he was killing people who deserved to be killed in order to protect his family and his country, but as long as the eventual only grandson, Lin Ze, is safe and sound and gets through this life peacefully, for the sake of this thought, Lin Ao recognized it all. But he never expected that God would play such a big joke on him. The last only grandson, Lin Ze, turned out to be the deepest latent true dragon of the Lin family. Creation. Senior. Rimmer also had tears in the corners of his eyes. The suffering and indignation that the Lin family and Lin Ao had endured over the years was only best known to him, the old housekeeper. But it's good that it's all over. Finally it's all over. Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, young master. Inside the Lin family's main residence, there was a melting. For a long time, Lin Ao Kai said, "You brat too. You didn't inform grandpa about such a big thing in advance. The whole thing makes me think just now that Peng Yong came back to take revenge on us." Lin Ze laughed. So this isn't immediately reporting to your old man to come? As for that Peng Yong Lama, is no longer important? The important thing is, Lin Ze casually ingested a green brick on the ground. Then, with a thought, he carved small letters all over the green brick. Its superscription, Human Grade Extreme, the Heavenly Feather Shocker. After carving the Heavenly Feather Surprise, Lin Ze took down another masonry and carved another Human Grade Extreme Grade, the 7 Xian Sword Finger. He handed Lin Ao 2 Human Grade Extreme Grade Martial Arts, 1 Body Technique and 1 Finger Technique. Grandfather, these 2 are Human Grade Extreme Grade feats created by my grandson when he achieved innate enlightenment and improved the breakthrough based on my Lin family's 2 Human Grade Upper Grade feats. You keep it. In the future, these 2 techniques and the 8 Desolate Warfare techniques will be the mandatory disciplines for our Lin family army. With these 3 Human Grade Extreme merit laws in place, I'm sure our Lin family's strength will certainly soar and be invincible. Adding several more capable generals, Lin Ao received the 2 green brick stones engraved with human-level extreme feats. With just a quick glance, Lin Ao was already able to determine that the esoteric and power of these two techniques were not in any way below the 8 desolate warfare techniques that were directly passed down by the Lin family. It was truly a human-grade extreme merit technique. Thus, Lin Ao immediately had something to say. It's a human-level extreme, rarely seen in the world. Zaire, this gong method. Lin Ze gave Lin Ao a look, signaling that Lin Ao was at ease. After that, Lin Ze then unloaded the goat's ancient jade around his waist. With a single thought, the imprint of the will of the Earth grade lower grade technique 8 desolate mindslayer technique was impressed into it. As for the burning saint demon technique, the origin of this technique is still unknown, and behind it is involved in that what holy religion. Lin Ze himself is not afraid, but Lin Ao is the one who is not guilty of the crime. So before figuring out the roots of the burning sacred demon technique, Lin Ze didn't want Lin Ao to get involved in these nerve-wracking things. He handed out the ancient jade engraved with the 8 desolate mindslayer technique. And this one is an Earth grade lower grade technique obtained from an improved breakthrough based on the 8 desolate warfare technique that was directly passed down by my Lin family. The 8 desolate mind-slaying technique. Keep this gongfu to yourself. This meaning of putting it away naturally meant that Lin Ao should cultivate on his own and not pass it on to the Lin family army. That wasn't to say that Lin Ze didn't have enough trust in the Lin family army. Instead, it was precisely because of his trust in the Lin family army that Lin Ze had passed on human-grade extreme feats to them, and it would be a sign of respect not to pass on their lower earth-level techniques. This was the same reasoning as when the 8 desolate warfare technique could only be cultivated by the Lin family's direct lineage. Accepting the sheep's fat ancient jade handed over by Lin Ze, Lin Ao only froze for a moment before smiling happily. Rather, he was confused. This grandson of his could understand a little better than he could think. Grandpa knows, so don't worry. Chapter 56, Not a Single Wolf. After saying that, Lin Ao asked about another matter. By the way, did you find a cure for the compulsion on your trip to the Lu family? Compared to the Lin family's future of sitting on the far and bright future of having 3 human-grade extremely high-grade techniques and 1 Earth-grade lower-grade technique, it's more important to have this compulsion right now. Without solving the compulsion, the Lin family army would always be in a whirlpool of risk, and might be poisoned at some point. It's a little early to talk about the future. Lin Ze added. Of course, I've already instructed Xiao Chui to purchase medicinal stones and have Lin Mu gather the entire Lin family to take medicine to cure the parasites. This medicine is extremely fast-acting. Just drink it and run your energy to absorb the medicine. And in a few moments you will be able to dissolve the parasites and be safe and sound. The worry in Lin Ao's heart landed. That's good. That's good. After saying that, Lin Ao asked again. But what do you think about North Star's side? North Star. Lin Ze looked into the distant sky. There's no rush yet. Let's air them out first. Someone will always sit back and reveal themselves. In these few days, our Lin family will first close our doors to prevent the compulsion from infecting us, and we will just secretly keep an eye on the major barriers of the imperial capital. Lin Ao nodded. Old M.O. You heard me. Understood. After Lin M.O. responded, an oozing cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately disappeared in place. The next few days, it was as if a catalyst had been added to North Star, and he was completely thrown into a frenzy. In this predicament where the compulsion is untreatable and the antidote is hard to find, I don't know who led the charge with the bad idea. The whole city is under compulsion, i.e., everyone sprinkles the poisonous powder again, whether they've been bewitched or not, to make sure everyone is bewitched. Without an antidote, most of them would end up dead anyway. In that case, it might as well be a complete and utter madness. Mid-compulsion, both compelled. Don't let go of either the North Star people or the Wardu traders. Before the final moment came, the North Star senior management urged the demon heartband together. If I don't live, nobody lives. The entire North Star is going to die together. To live, then all people move and supervise everyone around until they find out the wolf capital traitor and make him roll out and hand over the antidote. As a result, there was a large area of panic in the North Star imperial capital. Everyone was living in a crisis of death, and had taken it upon themselves to monitor everyone around them, trying to find out the traitor of the wolf capital that was lurking in the North Star imperial capital, thus triggering a large-scale riot that stirred up the entire imperial capital. But it has to be said that this approach does work. The night of the city's spreading of drugs, there were people who could not hold back, hiding behind the curtain repeatedly mobilized the North Star crowd to break through the barrier and break the city, highlighting the siege. However, under the tough attitude of the North Star army that breaking through is treason and is to be killed directly, the many breakthroughs of the North Star crowd have been strongly suppressed, so that the people behind the scenes are not allowed to find another way. They lied about transporting food, lied about visiting their relatives, treating the floods in the south, and so on, and all the methods that can be used have been exhausted, and based on their traces, The North Star army also followed the trail to catch quite a few wolf capital traitors lurking in the North Star. But unfortunately they were all marginalized mice. The real rats are still hiding behind them, showing their teeth and secretly looking for a moment. So the situation has been a stalemate. 1 day, 2 days, on the 3rd day, it looked like the situation was about to heat up and go to a final tiebreaker. However, at this time, a guest that everyone was not expecting arrived at the North Star dynasty, instantly breaking the pattern of North Star's stalemate for many days. The Crescent Moon dynasty is coming. What did you say? An envoy from the Crescent Moon dynasty? Emperor Bachan frowned. He, the North Star royal dynasty, has never had anything to do with the Crescent Moon dynasty. You go your way, I'll go mine. Well, water doesn't interfere with river water. There is no enmity or friendship. Why did the Crescent Moon dynasty send someone at this critical time? The reporting guard confirmed. The visitor is the Marquis of Ziyang of the Crescent Moon dynasty. He claims to have something important to report that concerns the state of the nation and jeopardizes the survival of the Crescent Moon and North Star. Endangering North Star's survival? Isn't the current mess enough? Bachan Emperor's heart was slightly cold. Declare. Yes. His Majesty has decreed that the Marquis of Ziyang of the Crescent Moon dynasty be declared to have an audience. A few breaths later, a purple flame floated into the Emperor's palace. The middle-aged Confucian scholar dressed in purple emerged into the flames. He gave a slight salute. Crescent Moon Ziyang, greetings to the North Star Emperor. There is no need for Marquis Ziyang to be polite. The North Star Emperor resides on top of the dragon chair. And even though he is in a difficult situation, he also shows the majesty of the founding monarch of North Star. I heard that you have something big to report that jeopardizes the survival of my North Star and Crescent Moon countries? The Marquis of Ziyang did not ink and directly opened the door, speaking words that horrified everyone. The Great War is coming. The Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty is ambitious and wants to annex the 7 countries of my hidden sword Shandong province. Emperor Bachan narrowed his eyes. Are you being alarmist with me? When did the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty have this kind of strength enough to sweep across the 7 kingdoms? Could it be that you, Crescent Moon, are unable to withstand the intrusion of the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty and are deliberately exaggerating, trying to drag me, North Star, down with you? The Marquis of Ziyang shook his head. It's not that this Marquis is exaggerating, but the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty has already begun to act. Just yesterday, our Crescent Moon received a secret report that the 3 neighboring countries of the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty, namely Dongyue, Dewu, and Lingshun, have all been broken and conquered by the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty one by one. Right now, in the land of Hidden Sword Mountain's eastern domain, only we, Crescent Moon and North Star, are left. And when this Marquis set out, the army of the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty was already at my first border fortress in Crescent Moon, and according to their speed, I'm afraid that at this point they've already fought their way into the second border fortress. If you, North Star Emperor, do not join forces with us, Crescent Moon, to fight the enemy, I am afraid that by then, at those words, Emperor Bachan's eyes snapped shut. Nine Extremes actually has this kind of strength, breaking the 3 kingdoms of Dewu Donyu Lingshun in a row. How is this possible? The strength of the 7 countries of the eastern region had always been relatively stable, and although some of them were strong and some of them were weak, they were all still within the range of mutual checks and balances, thus stabilizing the pattern of the 7 countries. Otherwise the 7 kingdoms would have been unified long ago, and now the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty had unexpectedly broken 3 countries without saying a word, to unify the eastern region land. This is really, 1,000 times over. If Emperor Bachan doesn't believe it, you can send your fastest expert forward to confirm it, so you'll know if it's true or not. No, Emperor Bachan suddenly said, you said that only we, Bachan, and you, Crescent Moon, are left? What about Wardu? Speaking of wolves all, Marquis Ziyang's complexion turned bitter all of a sudden. Even with a hint of horror, the Wolf Capital Palace is the closest to our Crescent Moon, and as early as the very beginning of getting the news, I've been to Wolf Capital. But, not a single wolf. I wouldn't dare say they're all over the country, but at least in the section where this Marquis sped all the way down Wolf's capital, there wasn't a single one, not even a body to be seen, noiselessly. It's like their whole country just suddenly vaporized. Ta! What did you say? Chapter 57, Hidden Sword Palace. Emperor Bachan stood up violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. The wolves have vaporized the country. How is this possible? He hadn't gotten any intel from the Wolf's capital side at all. As a sworn enemy who was immortal with Wolf Capital, he had been keeping an eye on the changes on Wolf Capital's side, and had planted quite a few traitors in Wolf Capital. Even if the compulsion incident in the past few days had stirred up their North Star and made it difficult for them to have peace, the North Star Emperor had never let go of the slightest bit of surveillance on the Wolf Capital. Once there was any wind on the Wolf Capital's side, he would receive the news immediately. Not to mention this big event of a country moving and disappearing. And putting that aside, with the size of a country like Wolverine Capital, how could it have disappeared so silently? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Marquis Ziyang sighed. This Marquis understands how you feel right now, Emperor Beichen. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes along the way, I wouldn't have been able to believe it if I hadn't. But the matter is true. This kind of thing is true or false once you probe. So why would this Marquis need to lie? Hearing Marquis Ziyang's words, Emperor Beichen locked his brows. He paced in front of the dragon case, incredulous. No reason. It doesn't make sense. How could that be? Shadow Guard. The Shadow Guards were a special guard force secretly trained by the North Star Emperor to serve him alone, holding the most central undercurrents of North Star. Their presence has never been shown to outsiders. But right now, the situation was urgent, and Emperor Beichen couldn't be bothered to consider that much. If the Wolf capital really disappeared without a trace and the threat of the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty was imminent, then things would be really big. Shortly after Emperor Northstar called out to Shadow Guard. In the darkness, a shadow floated behind the screen inside Emperor Beichen's study. Your Majesty, the raspy, dark, special voice came. Has there been any news from the Wolf's capital today? Not yet. Emperor Beichen's heart sank. Stand down. Yes. After the Shadow Guards retreated, Marquis Ziyang added, Emperor Beichen, there isn't much time left for us. In a great war between two countries, the influence of high-end combatants on the battlefield is extremely significant. As one of Crescent Moon's top combatants, the Marquis of Ziyang were all urgently transferred out so that they could quickly call for help. He wasn't able to stay at Northstar for very long. If Beichen was slow to make a decision, Marquis Ziyang would have no choice but to abandon Beichen's support and rush back to his own country to support the battlefield. He added persuasively, if you and I join forces, we are not without the power to fight, but if they are broken down one, by then it will be too late. I hope you'll give this some serious thought. Beichen Emperor locked his brows and pondered for a long time. Know yourself and know your enemy, and only then can you win 100 battles. Even if I'm going to send troops, I should know the basics of my opponent, right? I would like to know, what exactly is his Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty's virtue and ability to break 3 kingdoms in a row? The Marquis of Ziyang directly gave a 2-word answer. This answer, however, caused a heart of Beichen Emperor to instantly freeze. Compulsion. The North Star Emperor's pupils quaked. Compulsion. The Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty broke 3 countries in a row and wanted to sweep the eastern region relying on compulsion. Then he thought that the wolf who had put a compulsion on Beichen had again disappeared from the country at this critical moment when the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty was attacking the 6 countries. The North Star Emperor was uneasy in his heart, only to hear Marquis Ziyang continue. According to the secret report we received in the New Moon, it seems that the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty used a special kind of compulsion that is hard to see in the mundane world to erode the 3 great Wu states, causing them to be exhausted in their defenses and collapsing. That's how we captured the capital of the 3 kingdoms in one fell swoop and marched into my new moon. Marquis Ziyang said this, but realized that Emperor Beichen's face was becoming increasingly ugly. One face was dark and gloomy. North Star Emperor, what are you doing? Emperor Beichen glanced at Marquis Ziyang. If the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty really defeated the 3 kingdoms by relying on compulsion, then I'm afraid that I, Beichen, will not be able to support Crescent Moon. Without waiting for Marquis Ziyang to ask, Emperor Beichen said, because our North Star is also in the midst of the compulsion rebellion. When these words came out, Marquis Ziyang froze. You North Star and the 9 Extremes are still separated by my Crescent Moon. My Crescent Moon has not even been hit. How can you North Star? The one who put a compulsion on my North Star was not the 9 Extremes, but the one who suddenly and strangely disappeared at this critical juncture. Wolf do. They're still using the compulsion poison that flowed out of the Immortal sect. Immortal compulsion. The Ziyang Marquis was silent for a long time before he said bitterly, this Marquis seems to understand. I remember that it was just a few days ago that a terrifying innate godman suddenly descended from our 7 eastern region countries. I'm afraid he has nothing to do with this. As the words fell, Marquis Ziyang was speechless. Emperor Beichen was also silent for a long time. At the moment, all the signs indicate that behind all these things there is a power they cannot understand, beyond the world interfering in the maneuvering. Long time. It was only then that the Marquis of Ziyang suddenly said, report it to Hidden Sword Mountain. As an immortal sect above this area, Hidden Sword Mountain had always been transcendent and never interfered with the world. Of course, they don't care about worldly battles either. The human imperial dynasty, no matter who wins or loses, around is just a new person to pay tribute to them. It's been that way for many years. However, when there were other innate gods interfering, Hidden Sword Mountain would take care of it. Because this was provoking the majesty of Hidden Sword Mountain and touching the tiger's whiskers of Hidden Sword Mountain. Reporting to Hidden Sword Mountain at this time was indeed the only solution. However, Emperor Bachan shook his head. It's too late. By the time we arrive at Hidden Sword Mountain, the 7 kingdoms will have long been finished. Not to mention that the 9 pole is coming from the west, and it's a toss-up whether we'll be able to get through their blockade or not. So are we just going to sit around and wait? Emperor Bachan was silent for a moment. Go to the Lin family. It's the only hope. The Lin family? I've heard of Lin Ao of your North Star Lin family, but at this time, I'm not talking about Lin Ao, but that grandson of mine, Lin Ze. Your grandson? Marquis Ziyang had an expression of "you're teasing me. Lin Ao can't handle this, but your grandson can? Even if I were to be so bold as to throw out the math for you, your grandson is just 50 years old at most. What's a little young man of 50 to do?" The North Star Emperor glanced at him. Then with a complicated expression, he glanced in the direction of the Lin family. "When you meet him, you'll understand." After saying that, Bachan Emperor got up and had disappeared into the palace in a single stride. Marquis Ziyang hurriedly followed with his head full of questions. A great mountain that stretched on and was always shrouded in immortal clouds and mists. A lone peak looks like a heavenly sword towering in the clouds and sky, overlooking the ebb and flow of the earth. At the top of the Qifeng mountain, a magnificent palace was situated in the cloudy sky. 3 words on the top of the book: Hidden Sword Palace. Every word was permeated with a stern and rigid, indestructible will. Each stroke condensed a vast sword intent that would not be extinguished for eternity. At a glance, it was as if there were countless sharp swords coming at him, piercing his heart with 10,000 swords. It's chilling all over. Chapter 58, My Sword, Trembling. At this moment, in this magnificent and overpowering Hidden Sword Palace, a green-clad swordsman hides his sword in his body, using his body to nourish his sword and his sword to nourish his spirit. This green-clothed swordsman looked young in appearance, but it's just the appearance. In terms of real age, he's over 78,000 years old this year. Long ago. I don't know how many springs and autumns I've spent, and how many people I've seen floating in the world, but he had long since gotten used to it, because no matter what the vicissitudes of the world, he lived by the sword, one sword at a time, over 70,000 years in the past and hundreds of thousands of years in the future. One sword would be enough for the end of the earth. Buzz, clang. Suddenly, the sword that had accompanied him for tens of thousands of years let out a slight sword chime. His sword, trembling. The green-clothed swordsman snapped open a pair of stern sword eyes that birthed the world of swords. Infinite sword chi suddenly erupted out, furiously erupting from the Hidden Sword Palace, forming a heavenly sword pillar that swept across 10,000 miles of blue sky. Click here. The ripples of swords swept across the world from the awakening of the green-clothed swordsman. The mountains and rivers covering tens of thousands of miles away with the Hidden Sword Palace as the center were all trembling and emitting mournful cries. Some unsteady mountain ranges were even annihilated in the ripples of sword chi in this way, being chopped up with a huge sword scar. However, seeing this huge change, everyone on Hidden Sword Mountain was not angry but happy. It's the Mountain Lord awakening. Will we finally see the Mountain Lord again? I remember the last time I had the honor to look at the Mountain Master Sword body in 3,000 years ago when Old Man just worshipped the clan. Now looking back, TSK, a turn of the eyes actually are 3,000 years. I don't know if the Mountain Lord has awakened this time and made another great advancement in his cultivation, breaking through to the second stage of the true body realm, where blood is like a great sun. If the Mountain Lord breaks through, with the Mountain Lord's battle prowess, would my Hidden Sword Mountain be afraid of his vanishing clan anymore? Go, greet the Mountain Lord. The people of Hidden Sword Mountain gathered underneath the Tongtian Sword Peak and waited quietly for the Mountain Lord in the Hidden Sword Palace to come out of the gate in order to listen to the words of the Mountain Lord's teachings. At that moment, the icy cold sword-like voice of the green-clothed Mountain Lord finally came out from the Sword Peak. Zong Feng, come see me. In the Hidden Sword Mountain, a huge human-shaped sword light cut through the sky, descending from the heavens and landing in the Hidden Sword Palace. In the Hidden Sword Palace, the human-shaped sword light transformed into a middle-aged man. He worshipped the young green-clad swordsman. Brother, the green-clad swordsman said, my sword, trembling. At those words, the middle-aged man named Zongfeng's face changed. His brother, Hidden Sword Mountain Master Hidden Sword was born with a sword body and a sword heart, with the keenest sense and insight into the invisible crises between the vastness of heaven and earth. Whenever his sword trembled, it was a sign that a crisis was about to occur on Hidden Sword Mountain that could make even his brother, Hidden Sword, feel tricky. The green-clothed swordsman, Hidden Sword, calmly asked, in these past few days, has anything major happened in the area of Hidden Sword Mountain? Zong Feng said, big events then. Also just a few days ago, our Hidden Sword Mountain one brought a chi and blood like a dragon realm powerhouse. The chi and blood are like dragons. Hearing those 4 words, Hidden Sword's gaze flickered. Again, I heard Zhang Feng say, But that one seems to be just passing through, because after that day, I never sensed him again. It should have already left our Hidden Sword Mountain. Hidden Sword asked again. And, Zhang Feng thought carefully, then there really isn't any. What about Earth? The Earth, as an ascended divine, who has nothing to do with the Earth. Just a bunch of mole crickets, making a fuss about them. How big a storm can they turn? Hidden Blade confessed, that's unknown. Hidden Sword glanced at Hidden Front. You personally go to Earth. Hidden Front bitter face, this, brother, not so much. You don't understand. This time the trembling feeling. Hidden Sword narrowed his eyes, and a deep palpitation flashed in his sword-filled eyes. It's very similar to that blood poison old devil from the fire-worshipping demon sect once upon a time. Blood poison old devil. Hearing this name, Zhang Feng's body subconsciously trembled. The blood poison old devil. That was a shadow that had once stirred them up. Brother actually said that the trembling this time was very similar to the blood poison old devil. It's hard to believe that the blood poison old devil is back. Blood poison old devil come back. Then does not mean that the fire-worshipping devil sect this behemoth also. Zhang Feng's teeth tightened as he immediately said, brother, don't worry. I'll personally go to the Earth to take a look. If there is found the slightest trace of the devil cult and the old devil, I immediately rushed back to report. Go on, be careful. Yes. As the words fell, Zhang Feng transformed into a human-shaped swordlight again and rushed towards Miao Miao Earth. North Star Dynasty. The Lin family. The North Star Emperor and the Marquis of Xiang arrived. Grandpa personally came without informing me in advance. Lin Ze has missed out on welcoming you. Emperor Baichen smiled and said, this time, I have come for some important personal matters that are inconvenient for outsiders to know. After saying that, Baichen Emperor looked at Lin Ao again. A few nostalgia showing in his eyes. Elder brother Lin. Our brothers haven't seen each other for some days. Your Majesty is busy with official duties, so I naturally understand. Baichen Emperor quickly waved his hand. What are you doing, old brother? You and I are only brothers. There are no kings and subjects. All these years in the palace, little brother is often chattering about you. Old brother. Sometimes I often think of the days when we were together against the tyranny of Wuhan, fighting side by side and in the same robe. If it weren't for my official duties, little brother would have come to see you brother to catch up on old times and get drunk. Ahem. As Baichen Emperor reminisced, Marquis Xiang coughed, signaling that it was time for Baichen Emperor to get down to business. He didn't have time to accompany Emperor Baichen here with his nonsense. Forgot the introduction. This is Marquis Xiang of the Crescent Moon Dynasty. He brought some very important information. It is precisely to discuss this matter that my little brother has come here. The gazes of Lin Ze's grandparents and grandchildren looked towards the Marquis of Xiang. Marquis Xiang immediately retold what he had just said in the North Star Palace. After hearing what Marquis Xiang said, Lin Ze's grandparents and grandson exchanged glances. All the people in Wolverhampton have disappeared? The Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty suddenly erupted in a bid to unify the seven kingdoms of the eastern region? At that moment, the Marquis of Xiang was heard saying again, I believe that the two of you have also perceived the terrifyingly terrifying innate godman from a few days ago. We now suspect that the changes in the seven kingdoms today have something to do with that innate godman. Lin Ao. Lin Ze. People sit at home and pots come from heaven? Marquis Xiang continued. That's why we now intend to go and request Hidden Sword Mountain to intervene in the seven kingdoms. After saying that, Marquis Xiang's gaze turned to Emperor Baichen. Your turn. Emperor Baichen understood and took over. But now that the 9 extremely great armies are on the west side, if we want Hidden Sword Mountain to intervene, we must be sure to get through their blockade. And we must also hurry to get the Hidden Sword Mountain emissaries to descend before the war is fought. That can do it. Zaire, Grandpa thought about it, and I'm afraid you're the only one who can do it in this entire North Star. Chapter 59, Did you kill the Lin family's 2 best men? The North Star Emperor explained again. As early as when the Golden Autumn Banquet was first held, Grandpa could tell that you were armed with great skills and that your strength was by no means an ordinary Hotian peak. Later on, you defeated Zhang Tong, who is a veteran peak Hotian, with a single strike, which further confirmed Grandpa's suspicions. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid you're only that half a step away from the realm of the innate. Emperor Baichen's words were rather filled with some pleased exclamations. He added, so with this predicament at hand, the entire North Star is only. Hearing this, Marquis Xiang looked at the young Lin Ze, and suddenly his brain buzzed a little. Wait, what did you say? This is your grandson? A half-step innate. The North Star Emperor glanced at him and ignored him, but continued. I know that this matter will be dangerous, but right now, North Star has reached this point, and there is only one way we can go. After saying that, Emperor Baichen waited quietly for Lin Ze and Lin Ze's response. However, Lin Ze and Lin Ao were calm. without the slightest bit of self-consciousness of the imminent demise of the country, the imminent end of the road to the end of the mountain. Especially Lin Ze. He even laughed softly with a subdued look on his face. The North Star Emperor was puzzled. As he was about to ask a question, Lin Ze spoke. He said, "There's no need to go to so much trouble. With Lin Ze's current strength, if he casually moved his hands, the 7 kingdoms of the eastern region would have to be turned into a pile of rubble. It was just a matter of blowing off steam." But, what does mean by this? Meaning, Lin Ze looked towards the North Star Emperor, an amber-colored luster looming in a pair of starry eyes. Buzz. The sun and the moon were lost, and heaven and earth lost their colors. A gray light enveloped the world, stripping it of its color. In mid-air, a gray falling leaf stalled. The fainting trees in the fall also maintain their wind-blown rustling appearance. The world is fixed. Time and space, in this moment, stood still, and in this stillness of time and space, Lin Ze slowly walked over to the framed fallen leaf and gently plucked it off. He turned his back to the North Star Emperor and stood with his arms folded. Emperor Bachan froze. Long time. He looked at the Xiangho who had transformed into a gray stone statue, and then at the still Lin Ao. Suddenly he understood a lot of things. He opened his mouth, a million emotions wanting to spew out of his mind, but the words ended up in a sentence. Terrific. Turn your back on the North Star Emperor. Lin Ze played with the fallen leaves in his hands. Falling leaves gently rippled the world. Lin Ze's voice echoed between heaven and earth along with these ripples. They swung into the heart of Emperor Bachan, constantly washing away the embankment of Emperor Bachan's heart with a mysterious power. Whether it's the 9 extremely great armies, the North Star compulsion, or even if you want to unify the eastern region, as long as your old man answers one question for me, I can accomplish it for you. Emperor Bachan already knew what Lin Ze wanted to ask. You want to know if I killed 2 generations of the Lin family, right? So, is it you? Originally, Lin Ze wanted to sit back and wait for the rats to roll out on their own. But the situation at hand, since it has come to this, then Lin Ze asked directly. He doesn't need to take anything more into account. Right now this North Star land is nothing more than a quick pass game for him. No matter what plots and tricks were hidden behind the scenes, they were nothing in front of the absolute overwhelming power of the innate. Before achieving innate, he took it in his stride. After achieving innate, he also stepped forward. Then won't he have become an innate for nothing? Turning around, Lin Ze's amber pupils looked fixedly at the North Star Emperor. The glazed golden light seemed to be able to see through all the darkness in Emperor Bachan's heart. Meet this glazed golden light. Bachan Emperor was silent for a long time before he said with a complex expression, "What if I say I did it?" "If it's you," Lin Ze said, "you are my grandfather. Half of the blood in me comes from you. Without you, there would be no me Lin Ze. I won't do anything to you, but the Li family clan." I hope you can also relate to the feelings of an elderly man who has lost his beloved son and grandson. Hearing Lin Ze's reply, Emperor Bachan inexplicably smiled. Great. Afterwards, he collected his expression and transformed back into the cold and ruthless Iron Blood Emperor. "You've shown your cards to me, so I'll open up and tell you what's in my heart," he replied firmly. The fall of the Lin family was indeed intentional on my part. His dragon eyes slightly opened, recreating the demeanor of the founding emperor of North Star. "I, the emperor, how can you let others snore on your couch? This is a great taboo for a king. The Lin family is too powerful. I must weaken the Lin family. Otherwise how can this North Star be named Li again? The world says to learn from history. The overthrow of Wuan happened once and that was enough. I will absolutely not allow it to happen a second time." Emperor Bachan snorted coldly. "That's why I supported the Wei family to balance your Lin family's power. And I also allowed the great clans to suppress your Lin family. When your father and second uncle went to war back then, I also wished all the time that the wastes of Wolverine capital would be smarter and leave the 2 of them on the battlefield forever. But hope is hope, and it will eventually lose out to reality. Even if I hate the fact that I can't let all of the Lin family die, I can never change one thing." Emperor Bachan glanced at the still Lin Ao. He, Lin Ao, is the uncrowned emperor of the Bachan army. As long as he gives the order, I'm afraid that at least 60% of the entire North Star army will rebel. Coupled with the fact that he himself has unparalleled combat power, I am not even sure that I can beat him in a one-on-one match, let alone him leading 1,000,000 troops. The deaths of the Lin family's 2 masters and Lin Ze. I can only say that the heavens have helped me. So naturally Lin Ao couldn't find a single shred of evidence by checking around all these years. Because the person who made the Lin family overthrown wasn't me, but God. Jesus. Days. Emperor Bachan's ice-cold voice echoed continuously in the frozen heavens and earth. Then the whole world began to tremble. The fallen leaves returned to their original trajectory. The gray ripples back to the beginning of the world. The sun and moon regained their colors. The heavens and the earth were recolored. Everything, as if going back in time. Lin Ze's voice flowed slowly through the restored space and time again. Meaning, the 9 Extremes Imperial Dynasty. I can destroy it with a snap of my fingers. The North Star Emperor recovered from the stillness of time and space. His pupils snapped. That was a hallucination. Nope, that feeling is all too real. But how can I say those things in my heart? Emperor Baichen glanced at Lin Ao in shock and uncertainty. Then at Marquis Ziyang. They didn't seem to have realized what exactly had just happened, nor did they hear the words spoken by the North Star Emperor. Emperor Baichen felt a sudden rush of creepiness. Drops of cold sweat seeped out from his back, staining the dragon robe. He gave Lin Ze a heartfelt look. Lin Ze smiled at him mysteriously. In its eyes, an amber-colored light was slowly disappearing. Chapter 60, A Word to Retreat 10,000 Armies. At this moment, Emperor Baichen lost all words. He was frozen like a log. The only thing was that a whoosh of cool air rose from the center of his feet and kept running through his body, making his soul tremble. Emperor Baichen ran out of words. Marquis Ziyang, however, froze. I can destroy the 9-pole dynasty with a snap of my fingers? Even if you are really a half-step innate, that's still not a true innate, and you're still 100,000 miles away from an innate god. Also snapped his fingers to destroy the 9 Extremes dynasty. This Marquis thinks it's better for you to change your name with your grandfather. You have to be called Lin Ao. With this sigh in his heart, Marquis Ziyang still praised Lin Ze on the surface. There was no way. He still had to rely on Lin Ze to save the day. This temperament of the young princes is truly heroic, but just to be on the safe side, let's play it safe. Lin Ze ignored the Marquis of Ziyang. He just glanced towards the sky, towards the direction of the 9 Extremes Imperial Dynasty. Subsequently, on. The dragon's roar in the 9th heaven astonishes the heavenly changes. The loud and clear sound of a dragon's roar shook the eastern region. A blood-colored dragon that spanned the entire hidden sword Shandong mountain domain violently surfaced in the sky. Boom! The terrifying Qi and blood dragon might instantly covered the sky and iteratively swept through the entire eastern domain land. The pressure from the top beings of the food chain fell heavily on everyone in the eastern domain. In the meantime, Zhang Feng had also arrived in the eastern domain, the land of the wolf capital. He had heard that the 9 Extremes Imperial Dynasty on the eastern region side was going to fight and unify the 7 kingdoms, but it didn't matter. Fight him, Hidden Front never cared for mortal struggles. Yet coming along with this war, Wardu was the one who caught his attention. Wolf capital, one of the 7 countries of the eastern region. A country with a population of hundreds of millions of people. The whole country had disappeared without a trace or a sound. Such means are simply not available on Earth. Here in Wolf Capital, there was bound to be an existence of the innate realm striking out. And the realm of the person who struck out was definitely not low. Because it's not hard to destroy a country, but to be able to vaporize the entire country of Wolverine without a single loss, without a word, that's no less difficult. At the very least, he, Zhang Feng Tang, couldn't even do it as a Divine Pulse realm. The person who struck out was bound to be above the Divine Pulse realm. This instantly made Zhao Feng think of the danger his brother, Zhao Jian, had sensed. I'm afraid the source of the tremors that made his brother's sword tremble was Wolf Endu. So Zhang Feng came to Wolf Capital and looked into the root of the changes in Wolf Capital. He flew into every house looking for signs of their strange disappearance. It wasn't long before Hidden Front caught a whiff of something unusual. This is a blood sacrifice. Zhang Feng's expression shook. Someone blood sacrificed an entire wolf. Blood sacrifice of hundreds of millions of lives throughout the wolf capital. Tough. That's tough. Zhang Feng's heart sank. Right now he was basically certain that the crisis his brother, Zhang Jian, perceived was the demon cult, because such a crazy blood sacrifice method is usually only practiced by demonic cult fanatics. Damn demonic cult. Zhang Feng's expression was gloomy. This is going to be a big deal. With a flash of his figure, Zhang Feng transformed into a sword light that cut through the sky, wanting to return to the hidden sword mountain. But just then, a blood-colored mesmerizing dragon suddenly appeared. Zhang Feng was so scared that he fell out of midair and smashed heavily into a large mountain, shattering the entire mountain. Smoke filled the ruins of the mountains and rocks. Zhang Feng looked woodenly at the blood-colored dragon in the sky. Qi and blood like a dragon realm. It's over. My hidden sword mountain can't stand up to an existence of this level. To think that it was from the arrival of this Qi and blood like a dragon realm powerhouse to Hidden Sword Mountain that all these changes had occurred in the area of their Hidden Sword Mountain. Zhang Feng subconsciously assumed that this strong man was one of the demon cultists who had caused the blood sacrifice in Wolf Capital. Thus, Zhang Feng's heart was bitter. The existence of Qi and blood like a dragon realm only needed to manifest the dragon of Qi and blood. One tail would be able to slap their Hidden Sword Mountain along with the Mountain Master. Hidden Sword. Within a way, the demon sect actually still has an existence with Qi and blood like a dragon realm alive. This It couldn't be that a certain great power of the demon sect has been resurrected through a blood sacrifice, and has only just recovered to the chi and blood as a dragon realm. Bad. Something is going to go terribly wrong. Hidden Sword immediately got up and transformed into Sword Light, carefully preparing to rush back to Hidden Sword Mountain to report the truth. At that moment, the blood-colored dragon made a move. It flew into the 9 Extremes Imperial Dynasty, and its huge head stood above the 9 Extremes Imperial Dynasty's army. A huge amount of chi and blood instantly surged into the 9 great armies. It was as if everyone had been pressed into pause, stopping their attacking moves and not daring to move a single inch. Ahead of the army, the Liang king of the 9 Extremes Imperial Dynasty, who was responsible for commanding 1,000 troops, strongly held back the fear in his heart. He dismounted and respectfully knelt down towards the blood-colored dragon, performing the 5-body salute. Honorable, Your Excellency the Divine Person, Little King is the Liang king of the 9 Extreme Imperial Dynasty on Earth. This attack on Crescent Moon is by order of His Majesty the Emperor to unify the 7 kingdoms. If this move disturbs the purity of Your Excellency the Godman, please bear with me. King Liang behaved in a humble manner. In front of the ascended divine beings, a mole is a mole, and a mortal is a mortal. It is important not to overstep the mark, or not to mention their own lives, or the whole country will be destroyed. The first gods and men, the king's power and the god's authority. That's never a statement. So as soon as they saw the ascendant deity descending, even a secular world bigwig like King Liang, who was in a high position of power and holding the 9 great armies in his hands, was immediately respectful to the point of humility. The others, not to mention the others, had long since buried their heads, their bodies constantly trembling, and it was difficult to say a complete sentence. The 1,000 armies that were unrivaled in worldly terms thus lost all their destructive power, and one by one they were turned into quails. At that moment, a majestic voice resounded through the heavens and earth. This seat, Divine Marshal Marquis of North Star. What? North Star. A godly man who was actually the Divine Marshal Marquis of North Star. For a moment, both the 9 Extremes Imperial Dynasty and the Crescent Moon Dynasty all froze. Only after a long time did the Blazing Sun King react. He quickly said, "Understood. Little King understands." King Liang mounted his warhorse and utilized all his power to make his voice carry as far as possible in all directions. "All troops, withdraw. From now on, no one under the command of my 9 Extremes Imperial Dynasty shall be allowed to enter the North Star Land. Retreat. There is no need to say much, not to mention the need for some kind of guff about how difficult it is for us at 9 Pole, and how the unification of the world is a great trend of the scene. One word. Withdrawal." Without any half-hearted procrastination, King Liang decisively withdrew his troops. The Godman had said that he was the North Star Divine Marshal Marquis. If he still couldn't comprehend what he might say next, then just kill himself. Facing an innate divine, it was absolutely impossible for a mortal to have the slightest chance of victory. These are fundamentally 2 different life forms. Thus, the vast army of the 9 Extremes Imperial Dynasty fled in haste. There was no bloodshed, much less argument. It's just a word from the ascended Godhead. The victory is then written in stone. One word to retreat 10,000 troops. Chapter 61, Finding an Immortal. Seeing the army of the 9 Extremes Imperial Dynasty hastily withdrawing as if they had seen a ghost, it was only then that the crowd of the Crescent Moon Dynasty scared inside as if they were waking up from a dream. No matter how many years, no matter how many times, the secular world would always marvel at the power of submitting to the ascended divine. In the middle of the Crescent Moon army, the Imperial Crescent Moon King retrieved the sword in his hand, and for a while, he was somewhat in tears. He was all ready to die a martyr's death. But I didn't expect the North Star's innate gods to suddenly descend from the sky to stop Gao with a single word. "Xiang, Xiang. I asked you to go to the North Star to ask for help, and you even found such a god for me." Beside the Crescent Moon King, the Marquis of Jingbian suddenly asked, "Great King, a godman has already appeared on the North Star side, so we have to do it." For a secular imperial dynasty to have an innate divine being, it was a major event that concerned the survival of all nations. In front of the innate gods and goddesses, all countries must have to unconditionally submit to obedience. Otherwise, all the countries will be destroyed. No one survived. It's a bloody indisputable fact. Hearing this, the Crescent Moon King pondered for a moment. Also don't know the specific identity of that divine martial marquis. Let us look at the situation for the time being. It wasn't as if there hadn't been any innate divinities in the Hidden Sword Eastern Domain over the past few tens of thousands of years, but their appearances hadn't affected the situation in the Eastern Domain countries too much, because those several innate deities were not of the royal lineage of their respective countries. What did the survival of the country have to do with them? At most, they would take action once for the sake of having been a member of their own country. So those few gods basically brought their families into the world of the innate gods at the end, and from then on, they bid farewell to the world. and the immortals and mortals were separated from each other. There was even a godman who had a blood feud with his own country, and the first thing he did after achieving innate was to exterminate his country, mercilessly pitting the entire country's nearly 1 billion living beings. Therefore, whether or not the matter of someone from the secular imperial dynasty achieving innate is big or not has to be determined by the specific identity of that godman. The Crescent Moon King said thoughtfully, but since he can be the divine martial marquis of North Star, then I guess he shouldn't be a member of the North Star royal family. It has nothing to do with the Lee family. Before that godly man bids farewell to the world, we'll just be tolerant of North Star. After saying that, the Crescent Moon King took another deep gaze at the 9 extremely great army that fled in haste. The most important thing right now is still this 9 Extremes imperial dynasty. When the godman was around, the 9 Extremes didn't dare to make trouble, but when the godman is gone, what's coming is still coming. In the next few days, you must not let your guard down. Keep probing, keep checking. Yes, I understand. The other side, a high mountain. The mysterious black-robed man's teeth itched as he watched. Outrageous. Just nifty outrageous. A chi in blood as strong as a dragon realm can be a divine martial marquis of a small secular dynasty like yours? No way. Absolutely not. That's all you can do to fool these mortals who don't know anything. Kidding aside, what kind of existence was the chi in blood as a dragon realm? That was a superpower who was just one step away from stepping into the divine sea realm and becoming the lord of a realm to rule over a party. This kind of existence, even at the peak of their holy sex glory, was an absolute upper echelon figure that ordinary innates could not even come into contact with. Can such a big shot stay in this time mortal dynasty? I believed you. The black-robed man guessed that it was mostly a certain family within this North Star imperial dynasty that had an old relationship with this being, and this one happened to come to visit his relatives. Never mind. The collection of chakra and fear is pretty much done anyway. The black-robed man rubbed the blood-colored crystal ball in his hand. Inside the crystal ball, layers of sticky blood-emitting bloodlight were rippling out in microwaves, releasing a bloody and darkly unsettling aura. It's time to go. The black-robed man didn't die and decisively changed places. Only would he spread his wildness in the territory of a chi-blood-like dragon realm powerhouse. Glancing at the 9 extremely great armies, the black-robed man's eyes flickered slightly, but before he left, he had to go and recover the interest. My holy religion is not that good. With a flash of his body, the black-robed man disappeared into thin air. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng was at a loss. North Star Dynasty? Divine Martial Marquis? He scratched his head. This is a family visit, right? Like the black-robed man, Zhang Feng didn't think Lin Ze was a local of their Hidden Sword Mountain. After all, they had been in charge of this area for so many years at Hidden Sword Mountain. Could they not know if there was a strong person with chi and blood like a dragon? As for thinking like other mortals that Lin Ze is an innate who just broke through. Come on, tell me, which one just promoted to innate is at the 3rd stage of the true body realm? I've lived for tens of thousands of years and I wouldn't dare to dream such a dream. But in that case, the wolf capital blood sacrifice should have nothing to do with him. The people in the devil cult hated to die hundreds of millions more to collect the chi of life. So how could they possibly stop the attack of the 9 Extremes Imperial Dynasty? Zhang Feng thought for a moment. Since that's the case, let's go and meet this one, just so we can also see if this side of wolf capital is from the handiwork of the fire-worshipping demon sect. If it really is the case that the fire-worshipping demon sect has reappeared on Earth, that one chi-blooded as strong as a dragon would have enough prestige and words to notify the various sects in the Huaguang realm to track down the vigilant demon sect traces. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng traveled directly to North Star Dynasty. The Lin family. Lin Ze retreated from the 9 extremely great armies with a single word, then he withdrew his pressure and dispersed his chi and blood. The chi and blood dragon that spanned the entire eastern region finally dissipated. The majestic and powerful pressure dispersed, and the boulder on the hearts of the crowd moved away, finally allowing them to have a chance to catch their breath. The Marquis of Xiang gasped for air, his entire body already at a loss for words in fear. Innate divine beings. Holy, he was actually talking to an ascended divine just now, and he had just belabored people. Marquis Xiang's feet went limp and he knelt straight down in front of Lin Ze. Ben. No. Mortal Xiang pays his respects to His Excellency the Godman. Mortals don't know a god in person. I hope that Your Excellency, the Godman, will bear with me if I have offended you with my coarse language. Lin Ze waved his hand. No harm done. Get up. Marquis Xiang even said he didn't dare. No, I don't dare. I'll kneel and listen is all. Forget it, whatever. Thump. The sound of hurried footsteps resounded from all over the Lin family. The Lin clan's army had cautiously come together in front of the main residence, casting reverent, fervent gazes at Lin Ze. All of them had heard clearly that sentence just now about my seat. Divine Martial Marquis North Star. There was no doubt that this young master of their family with outstanding natural talent was the innate divine who had released the chi and blood dragon that had shaken the entire eastern region. Young master! Young master! Congratulations to young master for achieving innate! Congratulations to young master for achieving innate! The voices of the Lin family's crowd were deafening. A vast and grandiose wave of sound stirred within the Lin family's main residence. It then surged in all directions like a wave, resounding through the entire Lin family. Congratulations to young master for achieving innate. Immediately afterward, the entire North Star also unanimously offered the highest respect to Lin Ze, the living god, the living myth. Congratulations to Marquis Divine Marshal for achieving innate. Chapter 62 Holy Demon True Flame. Congratulations Marquis Shenwu. For someone in the secular world to achieve innate, it was a supreme honor that was enough to shake the world. At this moment, everyone in the North Star offered their most pious congratulations toward the imperial capital, toward the direction where the Lin family was located for Lin Ze, the being who had completed the evolution of life and become an immortal god figure. At the same time, they prayed for expectations in their hearts, wishing to Lin Ze, the new god, for favorable winds and rains in the coming year, and for the prosperity of the country. A joyous and enthusiastic chorus of congratulations. Lin family's main residence. Lin Ze smiled faintly at the crowd, and then he pressed his hand to stop the crowd's enthusiastic excitement. Your congratulations are received by this marquis. All have a few more drinks tonight. As for the rest of the evening, all retire. Yes. The cry of yes reached an unprecedented level of drama, with all the reverence of a rabble-rouser inside and out. After the Lin family crowd retreated, Lin Ze spread out his hand and a drop of blood coalesced in the void. He shrunk the mass of blood into a brilliant blood crystal. He then placed the blood crystal in the hands of the North Star Emperor. This blood crystal plus the stone river powder is enough to expel all the parasites within the imperial capital. Emperor Baichen gave Lin Ze a fixed look. The look was complicated. He opened his mouth, a million emotions flooding to his lips, but in the end, it just turned into a sigh of very mixed emotions. Ugh! Receiving the blood crystals, the North Star Emperor left the Lin family, walking with a back that was not sure if it was forlorn or unwilling, or relief. Lin Ao glanced at Emperor Baichen. His reaction is a bit too much. Hearing this, the kneeling Marquis of Xiang hurriedly paid his goodbyes. The Baichen Emperor had left, so why would he still linger? People's grandparents and grandchildren obviously have something to say. Mortal Xiang does not dare to intrude, so he will leave. The Marquis of Xiang left. Only then did Lin Ze say, Grandpa, if father and second uncle and their deaths had nothing to do with the Emperor. Lin Ao understood. Clearly, Lin Ze had already crossed paths with Emperor Baichen through some means they didn't understand. That's why the North Star Emperor looked like that when he left. It would be best if it had nothing to do with him. Lin Ao sighed. A sigh that he didn't know if it was the smoldering of years of pent-up anger, or if it was finally a clearing of the air. So it was just an accident? Lin Ao frowned. That battle with Wolf Capital back then was nothing more than a minor shock. Neither country used their real main force. Plus they have so many Lin family army brothers to protect them closely. Old me really can't believe that they will be beaten by the Wolf Capital army and wiped out by the whole army. At that moment, Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? It's alright. Someone is looking for me. My grandson will go to meet him first. After saying that, Lin Ze's figure dissipated into the Lin family. High above the sky of the North Star, Hidden Front has been waiting for a long time. As soon as he arrived at the North Star he slightly released an aura that belonged uniquely to an innate being. This kind of aura could only be perceived by someone who was also an innate. Seeing Lin Ze coming, Zhang Feng immediately bowed his hand towards Lin Ze. Zhang Feng of Hidden Sword Mountain. Meet Senior. Only the strong and the weak are considered among the innate beings, and the one who reaches the top is the first. Facing the true body realm, Zhang Feng, who was at the divine vein realm, deserved to be called a senior. Someone from Hidden Sword Mountain? Precisely. My elder brother is the master of Hidden Sword Mountain, and I greet senior on behalf of my elder brother. Zhang Feng's words were to show where he came from and to test Lin Ze's clan with his elder brother who was also at the true body realm. However, Lin Ze's words were what made Zhang Feng whole. Well, this seat, Marquis North Star Divine Marshal. This, Zhang Feng had no choice but to add. I don't know what sect Senior Immortal lives in. The late generation has a major event concerning the various sects in the Green Domain to report. I hope that Senior can pass it back to the sects and inform all parties to be vigilant in tracking it down. Oh, what is it? With a grave expression, Zhang Feng uttered a name that was like a shadow over everyone's head. Fire-worshipping demon cult. A wind from the high heavens blew. Both of them were speechless. Lin Ze had a calm face. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, looked confused. No, fire worshippers. Big brother, it's the fire worshippers. At least give me a reaction. Could it be that I'm not speaking clearly? Seniors? You go on. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched slightly. You are also a little too calm. It's like this. The cause of the matter was that elder brother Hidden Sword perceived an inexplicable and terrifying crisis. A crisis premonition that was the same as that blood poison old demon of the demon sect back then. Blood poison old devil. Hearing this familiar name, Lin Ze's eyes narrowed. It's the blood poison old devil again. And seeing this, Zhang Feng thought that it was Lin Ze who had heard the name of the demon sect's great man and finally took it seriously. He continued. So my elder brother sent my junior down to inspect the mountain to find the place of the change. In the end, I found that the land of Wolf Capital had actually vaporized the country. Not a single person in sight. So he carefully examined the changes in Wolf Capital, which ultimately allowed the latecomer to discover the traces of the blood sacrifice in Wolf Capital. The Wolf Capital lifts didn't disappear out of nowhere, but all of them were blood sacrificed by the demon cultists. And this kind of large-scale blood sacrifice hasn't had the slightest movement. So it is expected that the cultivation of the people in the demonic sect who made the move must be extraordinary, or that they are in possession of profound means given by the great figures of the demonic sect. The latecomer's cultivation eyesight is not enough to carefully dissect the traces and means of the demonic religion from it. I dare to ask Senior to move and take a look at Wolf Capital. I expect that the people in that demonic sect will definitely not be able to escape your eyes. Senior. Lin Ze nodded, and with Hidden Striker in tow, he had arrived at the Wolf Capital in a single prancing movement. Zhang Feng guided the way for Lin Ze. Look, Senior. It's that way. It was there that the late generation sensed the aura of the blood sacrifice. At those words, Lin Ze's eyes immediately turned a flowing gold amber color. The amber divine light pierced through the heavens and earth, reaching the essence of things. The world instantly became clear in Lin Ze's eyes. In this new and clear world, Lin Ze saw familiar traces and smelled familiar odors. Wisps of blood-colored flame floated over the Wolf Capital. A bloody aura with an unsettling demonic aura swirled and circled around the entire Wolf Capital. This kind of aura and flame, Lin Ze could not be mistaken. After all, he himself was the existence of the true fire sacred demon skill LV10. Would he not recognize this demonic power that uniquely belonged to the true fire sacred demon skill? However, this seemed to be somewhat different from the pure holy demon true flame again. It's more of a crippled inferior alternative. Lin Ze had a vague sense of special control over it. He who possessed the pure holy demon true flame seemed to be able to easily control these crippled inferior true flames? Congeal. Amber and gold light flashed in Lin Ze's eyes. A condensed word fell. The holy demon true flame and blood chi floating in the sky above Wolf Capital had been called upon by him. A pure holy demon. And condensed into a special demonic chi. As soon as these demonic chi came into contact with Lin Ze, they were instantly and mercilessly devoured by the pure holy demon true flame within Lin Ze's body. Boom! The demonic flame within Lin Ze's body rose a few points higher. Chapter 63 Lin Ze is a saint. And as the holy demon true flame blazed, Lin Ze's cultivation realm that had already reached the peak of chi and blood like a dragon also vaguely loosened up a bit. This holy demon true flame was actually feeding back on itself by devouring those inferior demonic flames and blood chi, transforming them into the purest innate origin, thus pushing the realm. Under the impetus of the sacred demon true flame, Lin Ze's realm was clearly heading towards the divine sea realm, the fourth realm of the innate. Just because of this momentum, Lin Ze didn't even need to look for other techniques. As long as he slaughtered a few more kingdoms and sucked in the lower demonic chi a few more times, this divine sea realm would naturally come to fruition. TSK, a magic skill is a magic skill after all. Now, Lin Ze could probably understand why this Hidden Sword Mountain's Zhongfeng would be so cautious and serious about the words fire-worshipping demon sect. Just for the true fire sacred demon technique, this magic skill. Just for the fact that the people in the demon sect will directly blood sacrifice the entire Wolf Capital at the drop of a hat. The fire-worshipping demon sect, it is worth this part. Lin Ze was marveling at the wonders of the demonic technique and the demonic sect. On the other hand, Zhang Feng was confused by Lin Ze's sudden hand. He looked at Lin Ze with a dumbfounded expression. Is there any mistake? This one just absorbed all the demonic energy and blood energy. Isn't this the tactic of the devilish demon? This. Bad. I've gone all the way to the right person. The thought had just flashed by. Run. Whoosh. In the next moment, Zhang Feng transformed into a swordlight. Turn your head and run. He exerted all his strength, spitting out several mouthfuls of essence blood one after another to burn and vanish. Far away from 10,000 miles. It's over. It's over. It's over. I was careless. Zhang Feng really didn't expect that someone like Lin Ze, who had a pure breath of clear chi, would be a member of the devil cult. Isn't it true that people in this general devilish sect hide their heads and tails and are covered in devilish karma? The demon cult demons are really tricky. A look of despair appeared on Zhang Feng's face. He struck a blood-colored swordlight and charged straight towards the Hidden Sword Mountain. Brother, you have to run. Hidden fronts vanish for miles. However, In front of him, a figure that stood proudly in the sky and earth like an ancient pine stood in front of him. Zhang Feng's heart was dead. He drew his longsword and was ready to fight for his life to buy time for Hidden Sword Mountain. In the face of Zhang Feng's vigilance, the snow-clad Lin Ze spoke. What's the rush to leave when you haven't even finished talking? Demon called demons cut the crap. If you want to kill or die, just come here. Lin Ze was speechless. If this seat were a member of the demon cult, you would have stayed in the land of wolf capital forever at this moment. This seat's absorption of demonic chi is just another means that you don't know about. See less. Zhang Feng froze. He glanced at Lin Ze with some suspicion. Is Senior really not a member of the demon cult? Lin Ze said. This seat said it from the beginning. I am the North Star Imperial Dynasty, Divine Martial Marquis. This is a sentence that this seat does not want to repeat a third time. Zhang Feng stagnated. He looked Lin Ze up and down. Then he said, if this is the case, Senior, please wait a moment. There are some things that the late generation would like to confirm first. Feel free. After saying these words, Zhang Feng saw Lin Ze resting his eyes with his eyes closed, without the slightest intention of making a move, and without the slightest leakage of demonic energy. Seeing this, Zhang Feng sat in the void, his powerful divine vein realm innate divine sense instantly sweeping through the entire North Star Imperial Dynasty. For a breath, Zhang Feng frowned. For 2 breaths, Zhang Feng revealed an incredulous expression. For 3 breaths, his body trembled slightly. Finally, Zhao Feng's body trembled violently. His divine sense was withdrawn, and his entire body violently trembled in horror. A whoosh of cool air that he couldn't put into words ran straight into his bones, making him stop shivering instinctively. You. Zhang Feng suddenly felt that the world had become very, if not 12, terrifying. Just standing in front of him was this young man in white. He was the Divine Martial Marquis of North Star, Lin Ze, a terrifying powerhouse of the third realm of the innate, the true body realm. And he's this year, 18 years old. Are you, 18 years old? Hidden Frontier couldn't speak a complete sentence. 18-year-old innate. Well, this I can forcefully understand a bit. You may be an heir to some ancient family's desolate ancient divine vein, but an 18-year-old in the third realm of the innate, the true body realm, and still in the third stage of the true body realm where chi and blood are like dragons. What the hell do you make of this? Even their Hidden Sword Mountain's Mountain Master Hidden Sword Mountain area for tens of thousands of years and the most with the adoption of natural talent, is also close to 60,000 years before breaking through the true body realm. You're 18 years old. You'd have to be divine from birth, born as a god, and descended as an immortal. This was indeed a bit of a superlative, completely beyond the scope of Zhang Feng's understanding. Zhang Feng had a look of having seen a ghost. What? This seat doesn't look 18? Lin Ze asked with a snicker. No. Late generation. Late generation means senior, you are not old. Late generation means you. Zhang Feng was being incredulous and incoherent. At that moment, a voice as cold as a sword resounded through the heavens and earth. My humble brother's shallow knowledge makes the Holy One laugh. Clang. An absolute divine blade unleashed his sharpness. Between heaven and earth, an invisible sword chi cut through the obstruction of the air, transforming into a vast storm of sword chi that swept in. A sword chi converged from all directions to a point. They keep intertwining and coalescing. It eventually transformed into a man in green who was as sharp as a sword and as cold and solitary as a sword. His arrival made the air of the whole world seem to hide sharp swords, becoming cold and sharp a little. Hidden Sword Mountain Master Hidden Sword. Meet the Holy One. Holy Saints. Hearing Zhang Jian's words, Zhang Feng's entire body cracked. What kind of being can be called a saint? Above the 6th realm of the innate, that supreme and mighty saint realm existence could only be called a saint. They were the most supreme top-level existences in the entire heavenly land, dominating the ebb and flow of heavenly land for countless years. This kind of existence has always been a godly dragon. Not to mention that he, Zhang Feng, a small divine vein realm, is the innate 5th realm of the Tian Yuan Emperor are not qualified to see its side. And now, such a supreme being stood before him. Zhang Feng's entire body was on the verge of fainting. It's a long way to go. He was as chi-blooded as a dragon senior for a while, a demon of the demon sect for a while, and now the supreme sages. Zhang Feng's heartbeat had already repeated several times, the taste of which is even more with whom to say. You call me a holy man? Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. Why? Hidden Sword said. I had the honor of hearing about the sage's dignity. Formless and formless, they transformed their bodies into 10,000 images, and dreamed 3,000 dreams in a single thought. Anyone we see in the human world could be an incarnation of the Holy One walking the earth, and some of these incarnations are a stray thought of the saint, some are a wisp of the saint's will, and some are a dream that the saint had. Chapter 64, The Origin of the Devil Cult. Of these, distractions and wills are the easiest to distinguish, for they are often earthly incarnations of the Holy One descending on his own initiative, possessing the thoughts and insights of the Holy One. And dream. Speaking of dreams, Hidden Sword looked closely at Lin Ze, as if he wanted to see something on Lin Ze's face. Dreams are the most bizarre and metaphysical. In the dream of the Holy One, he forgets his own existence and becomes another stranger, experiencing another life, starting a new journey, not knowing the real from the fantastic. Lin Ze's mind was clear. The existence of saints in this realm is a little bit like not knowing whether Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly or a butterfly dreamed of Zhuangzhou, and has risen to the philosophical level of cognizing the reality and illusion of the world, only to hear Hidden Sword continue. However, the presence of the saints is always special. Even if the Holy One's dream is that he wishes he were just an ordinary person in this dream, the Holy One's will manifest a different kind of metaphysics. For example, it is absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to advance to the third realm of the innate at the age of 18, but in the dream of the Holy One, anything is possible. Obviously, in Hidden Sword's perception, Lin Ze was a dream of a saint. In his opinion, other than the outrageous and incomprehensible existence of a saint, there was no other explanation that could account for the 18-year-old's innate third realm. So if you are not the embodiment of the dream of the Holy One, would there be any Holy One left in this world? That said, family members know their own business. He's not a holy man, he's just a traveling reincarnator, and as powerful as the saint was, he couldn't interpret the existence of a god-ranked gnosis yet, but that would not be enough. The plug-in of divine gnosis was the root of Lin Ze's peace of mind in this world, and there was absolutely no way that he would tell anyone about it. If Hidden Sword wants to think of himself as a holy man, then so be it. Maybe this identity will even bring some extra benefits. Therefore, Lin Ze just smiled gently and said calmly, "Perhaps. This seat doesn't care if I'm a saint incarnate or not. All I want to know now is what is the origin of this fire-worshipping demon cult." At those words, Hidden Sword's eyes flickered. "You have a grudge against the fire-worshipping demon sect?" Lin Ze shook his head. "There's no enmity. Instead there's a connection. Even he did me a little favor." "A little favor for you?" Hidden Sword didn't understand. At this moment, Hidden Front sidled over and said, "Brother, the Holy One, his old man, was talking about the wolf capital blood sacrifice. The saint's dream descended on the Lin family, which has a blood feud with the Wolf-Du kingdom, and all of their family's first line died at the hands of the Wolf-Du people." Zhang Feng assumed that the blood sacrifice wolves were all the origins and small favors that Lin Ze was talking about. But in fact, although this can be considered a favor, Lin Ze is more referring to the True Fire Sacred Demon technique. If it wasn't for the True Fire Saint Demon skill, Lin Ze would still be waiting for the illusory Moon 7-star record and would have no chance of being innate. Hidden Sword would understand. So that's how it is. However, the Holy One need not think that way. The people of the demon cult have always been lawless and vicious, as can be seen from the fact that they were able to directly blood sacrifice the entire wolf capital. This fire-worshipping demon cult are not some good things. After saying that, Hidden Sword began to tell the origin of the fire-worshipping demon sect. To say that this fire-worshipping demon religion to say far is not far, just 8,000 years ago. It still seems like yesterday when I think back on it. About 8,000 years ago, this fire-worshipping demon sect suddenly rose strongly under the leadership of their sect leader at an unbelievable rate of development, and the speed and strength of their power was breathtaking. In just 100 years, the power of the fire-worshipping demon sect has spanned the entire green domain and reached its peak. It's like a sunrise. Its popularity has even overshadowed the 9th sect of the green domain. There's no one else for a while, and at the root of it, all of it comes out of a technique called the True Fire Holy Devil technique. True Fire Sacred Demon technique. The starlight in Lin Ze's eyes coalesced slightly. This magic skill is very evil. It is capable of absorbing the chi and blood essence of all living beings under the sky, as well as the fear and anger of all spirits, and transforming it into the purest innate energy for the practitioners of demonic arts to push up their realm by leaps and bounds in a single day. It's rumored that there was a demonic skill practitioner who relied on slaughtering and killing to directly advance from a peak Hotian to a divine vein of the second Hotian realm in just 10 years. The speed of its promotion is chilling to the heart. Hidden Sword lamented. And on top of that, this True Fire Sacred Demon technique has been divided into 2 different versions within the demon sect. One is called the Small True Fire Sacred Demon skill, an earth grade lower grade, specifically used for ordinary members of the demon sect to cultivate. The other is the True Flame Sacred Demon technique, earth grade middle grade. Only the Hall Master and above class of the demon sect can practice it, whereas the True Fire Sacred Demon technique cultivated by the Hall Master has absolute control and devouring power over ordinary congregants. In other words, as long as the time is ripe, the Hall Master will be able to devour the congregants under his command who cultivate the lesser True Flame Sacred Demon technique and deprive them of their cultivation for his own use. It's like fattening sheep in captivity, and once they're ripe, they can be slaughtered and harvested at will. The cultivation and demonic flames that the ordinary congregants have worked so hard to practice have all been used as a graft for the Hall Master. Hearing this, Lin Ze understood why he was reacting to the demonic flames and chi and blood that remained over Wolf Capital. It seems that the one who struck at Wolf's capital was just an ordinary demon cultist. Again, he heard Hidden Sword continue. That doesn't sound like a wise thing to do. Yet even so, for the sake of an innate technique, for a chance to be promoted to Hall Master, there are still countless people who come forward for the sake of the demon sect. It was by such means that the demon sect's rise was unstoppable, becoming a behemoth that spanned the green domain in just 100 years. And in contrast, during that period of time, people often died in the green domain, and often in a city, a country, at a time. The number of deaths is hard to estimate. Speaking of which, Hidden Sword was helpless to the extreme. Those years were also a dark time for their Hidden Sword Mountain. Hidden Sword couldn't even estimate just how many people had died in this part of their Hidden Sword Mountain during that time. Don't the 9 clans of the Green Domain care? Hidden Sword said. The 9 clans of the Green Domain are in charge. But the demon sect has 4 guardians and 2 sect masters in addition to these bottom layers. They are the true top-level core of the demon sect. In their hands, they control even more profound demonic skills than the true flame sacred demon technique. And their strength is unfathomable. The powerhouses of the 9 sect of the Green Realm have surrounded them multiple times, all of which have still been broken out and escaped. That is, in the end, things were really too big. The China Sword sect among the 9 clans of the Green Domain spared no expense to awaken that sleeping half-saint old ancestor of their own, which was the only thing that sealed the deal, killing the demon cult's top brass and subduing the demon cult's forces, getting Greenfield back on track. Otherwise, really let the devil religion continue to develop. The consequences are unimaginable. Chapter 65, Hidden Sword Mountain Book Pavilion. And after that, the demon cult went up in smoke overnight, and all the things that had recorded the true flame sacred demon technique were also jointly destroyed by the 9 sects of the Green Domain. At this point, this demonic disaster started by the fire-worshipping demon cult has finally drowned in the dust of the past. The sword light in Hidden Sword's eyes flickered sternly. But I never thought that only after a mere 8,000 years, the fire-worshipping demon sect would make a comeback once again. Could it be that back then, the 9 sect of the Green Domain failed to destroy all of the remaining true flame sacred demon technique? With the ability of the 9 sect of the Green Domain, it shouldn't be. Hidden Frontier said. Maybe there were 1 or 2 books that slipped through the cracks back then for someone to take. Hidden Sword shook his head. It wasn't that simple. The devil sect could rise. Not just a book of true fire sacred devil skill is so simple. More because they have that mysterious and unpredictable sect master behind them. Moreover, the crisis he perceived was not something that a copy of the true flame sacred demon technique could bring about. But right now is not the time to think about it in detail. It is imperative that the people in the devil's religion are uncovered. Zong Feng, you quickly go and inform the clans and realm lords of this matter, so that they can each take precautions. Okay, I'm on my way. Sage, Hidden Striker excuses himself. After saying that, Zong Feng thunderously turned around and left, transforming into a sword light and disappearing 10,000 miles away. Eyeing Zong Feng's departure, Zhang Jian added to Lin Ze, a saint descending to Mount Zhangjian, with his former dust obscured, must have many troubles with the realm of the innate. Why don't you accompany me back to Hidden Sword Mountain as a guest for a few days? At those words, the strange light in Lin Ze's eyes instantly flickered. As the only immortal sect that ruled over the 20-something countries in this square area, Hidden Sword Mountain was undoubtedly sacred and mysterious in the eyes of the world. Throughout the years, there have been countless people who have been trying to squeeze their heads into the Hidden Sword Mountain, and have been eager to do so. Every 50 years, when the time comes to recruit disciples, the Hidden Sword Mountain is even more crowded, and there is a constant stream of people seeking immortality. If there was no immortal fate order, nor the existence of the true flame sacred demon technique and the illusory moon 7 stars record, then Lin Ze would most likely be one of the immortal seekers as well. However, times were different today. Lin Ze had already achieved the 3rd realm of the innate, and his status was even higher than the mountain lord Zhangjian. This Hidden Sword Mountain naturally lost its mystery and necessity in Lin Ze's eyes. Nowadays, this Hidden Sword Mountain was only attractive to him as far as that book pavilion was concerned. As a supreme immortal sect that ruled over more than 24 countries including the North Star Imperial Dynasty, the collection of Hidden Sword Mountain was definitely not something that could be compared to a mere North Star Imperial family. If Lin Ze visited the Hidden Sword Mountain, then even if there were more duplicates of human-level feats, Lin Ze would be able to whore his way to several hundred progress points, and even a direct promotion to LV4 would not be out of the question. So he immediately laughed and said, then this seat will chime in. Hidden Sword Mountain. This is a holy place that many people in North Star have dreamed of. The Holy One is joking. Hidden Sword bowed with an empty hand. Please. Lin Ze left a voice transmission to Lin Ao, and went with Hidden Sword to the immortal sect Hidden Sword Mountain that everyone in North Star dreamed of. Hidden Sword Mountain. As soon as I returned to Hidden Sword Mountain, Hidden Sword immediately instructed his disciples to urgently go out and blockade the entire territory of Hidden Sword Mountain to check for traces of the demonic cultists. As soon as anything is found, signal for notification. All sect members above the innate realm immediately move out. This matter is of great importance. You can't take it lightly. Do you understand? I respectfully obey the Mountain Lord's decree. After handing over the disciples of Hidden Sword Mountain, Hidden Sword added, all disciples above the 8th level of the Hotian also join the operation. You are responsible for traveling around various countries to spy on information. Xianhua, you've always been meticulous in your work. The disciples of the Hotian realm will be left to you to lead the group. Hidden Sword finished speaking for a long time, but there had been no response. He glanced at the direction where the Hotian sect members were. Where's Huanhua? The Hotian crowd of disciples looked at me and I looked at you, and it was only after a long time that an old man with white hair stood out and said, Enlightened Mountain Lord, are you talking about Jin Xianhua Jinshur? Nice. The old man immediately replied, back to the Mountain Lord. Senior Jin Xianhua failed to break through to the innate, and has been seated at the end of his life 400 years ago. At those words, Hidden Sword stalled. Rather, he had forgotten that it had been 3,000 years since he had last awakened. 3,000 years was just a snap of the fingers for an innate being, but for a mortal, it was already several long life journeys. Pity. He was originally very optimistic about Jin Xianhua. This child is resourceful, careful and talented. If he can be promoted to innate, he is another good seedling who can help take care of Hidden Sword Mountain to develop and grow together. For this reason, the Hidden Sword had even granted Jin Xianhua a baptism of sword chi 3,000 years ago, giving him a chance to comb his meridians, prolong his lifespan, and increase his chances of breaking through to the innate. But the step of innate trapped too many people. To enter the innate, chance, enlightenment, and talent are indispensable. Every time, their Hidden Sword Mountain selects the best from every country, and enrolls thousands of the most outstanding disciples into the mountain at a time. But even so, in the 30,000 years since the opening of the sect, the number of people who broke through to the innate at Hidden Sword Mountain was only a mere 300. So much for the difficulties of the innate. Hidden Sword wasn't too surprised. He just nodded slightly and uncovered the matter. Not going to pursue it deeply. The world of the innate is always like that. Old people go. New people come. Just get used to it. In that case, you'll be in charge of leading the group. The old man with white hair and beard reverently worshipped before the young mountain lord. Disciple obeys the mountain master's decree. After instructing the disciples to blockade the entire territory to track down the demonic cult, the disciples all dispersed. Only then did Hidden Sword say to Lin Ze, the matter of the demon sect is urgent, so I've slowed down the Holy One. No harm done. Business is business. Hidden Sword nodded, then opened the door directly to the topic. As a sword cultivator, he had always been straightforward, saying what he had to say and disliking discursive politeness. Truth be told, in fact, this time, in inviting the saint to my Hidden Sword Mountain, I have a favor to ask. Without waiting for Lin Ze to speak, Hidden Sword said with a burning gaze, I would like to ask the sage about the second step of the true body, the mystery of blood being like a great sun. I have been promoted to the realm of true body chi and blood wolfsbane for nearly 20,000 years, and during these 20,000 years, my chi and blood have long been polished to the extreme, with only so many half steps away from the blood being like a great sun. However, it is this half step, trapped in the next thousands of years of time, every time the light of day to realize something, but it is fleeting, always cannot get the idea. Just short of the door half a foot. At this moment, if there is a famous teacher and senior to guide you, I think you will definitely be able to get through it at one point, and break through to the second step of blood like a great sun. Hidden Sword solemnly said, for this, Hidden Sword is willing to give all. Where my Hidden Sword Mountain has, nothing is forbidden. As soon as he heard this from Hidden Sword, Lin Ze immediately replied, in that case, this seat would like to enter your Hidden Sword Mountain book pavilion for 3 days. How about that? Whoosh! A sword-shake token that emanated a sharp sword aura all over stopped in front of Lin Ze. It's a deal. Chapter 66, The Devil's Cult. Change of plan. Yes. Satisfied. Lin Ze put away the token of the Hidden Sword. Talking with the Hidden Sword, this kind of sword cultivation is comfortable. What to say? Not so much bending and winding. We are happy to take what we need. After collecting the token, Lin Ze began to explain to Zhang Jian the tricky mysteries of the blood like a great sun. Lin Ze spoke and Hidden Sword listened. It wasn't long before the already gifted Hidden Sword realized Lin Ze's meaning. The fog in his mind that had trapped him for thousands of years instantly dissipated as if it were a cloud. He immediately closed his eyes, and his body's chi and blood began to stir. Seeing this, Lin Ze quietly left and headed to the Hidden Sword Mountains book pavilion. North Star Dynasty. Sycamore and Xia Qinghe walked down the street. Xia Qinghe listened with interest to the various compliments and admiration of the passers-by on Lin Ze in her ears, and its gushing flooded like a river, out of control. Sycamore, on the other hand, looked a little sad. She stared with a frown on her face, a look of preoccupation. Dying. This Lin Ze guy is hiding too much. He was actually in existence at the third level of the innate true body realm. This is great. And I wonder if he saw anything where he was at the sleeping bookhouse in the first place. It should be seen, with his chi and blood like a dragon cultivation. Even if it is unconscious, it can be sensed at such a close distance. But if he said he sensed it and saw it, then why did he act as if he didn't know anything about it? No reason. How can anyone be interested in? Sycamore was incredulous and puzzled. People don't always have the same sorrows and joys. Everyone else was marveling at Lin Ze's unparalleled in the world, while Wutong was now only concerned about whether or not he had been exposed. Carrie? Ha? What for? Xia Qinghe asked. What's wrong with you? It's been sad all the time. Isn't it all over? Oh, I'm fine. I'm just. Sycamore looked around. After a burst of repeated face changes, Sycamore made her decision. My stomach hurts. Shua, you play by yourself. I'll go back first. After saying that, Wutong directly left Xia Qinghe behind and returned to his own room in the North Star Academy. Back in his room, Sycamore packed up his important belongings. That's right, she's running away. She used to stay in Beichen because she was interested in Beichen's poor mountains, not in the range of Hidden Sword Mountain's important inspections, and unlikely to give birth to an innate divine being, so she was assured of doing her own. But now, North Star had actually produced such an outrageous innate third realm. Dogs don't stay in this hole. It's just a shame about Shua. It's so hard to find a sister you can relate to. Unfortunately, Wutong thought about it and left a letter to Xia Qinghe that he was going to travel far away, right as a farewell. Let's meet again in the future if it's destiny. Subsequently, Wutong brought his luggage wrapped in potential shadows and left Beichen overnight while everyone was immersed in the joy of divine martial Marquis Lin Ze's achievement of innate. To the unknown realm. Nine-Pole Dynasty. The Imperial Palace. The young Nine Extremes Emperor was seething with rage. Innate. Where did North Star come up with another innate? I'm clearly on the verge of uniting the 7 kingdoms and making an unparalleled achievement. Asterisk. Damn. It's all crap. How dare you still swear with me that you can achieve hegemony and unify the 7 kingdoms? Young emperors are always fiery and eager. He is at the moment in the palace in a rage. Aghast, angrily killed several palace-made eunuchs around him, causing no one in the 4 dares to approach. At this point, in the empty bedchamber, ta-da-da-da, gentle footsteps sounded. What? Listening to this meaning of His Majesty the Emperor, is he blaming me for his unfavorable work? The mysterious black-robed man stepped into the palace without a sound. When the Nine Extremes Emperor saw the black-robed man coming, the flames in his heart grew even more intense. Humph, you're just in time. Didn't you say that North Star has been all controlled by your compulsion? And where did this damned divine martial Marquis come from? I need an explanation. Explain? Ha, the black-robed man laughed. Little Emperor, you seem to have gotten one thing wrong. Bold. The Nine Extremes Emperor was about to become furious. Suddenly, the black-robed man slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of blood-red demonic eyes. Swish! 2 horrifying divine lights instantly shot out from the black-robed man's demonic eyes, and the horrifying innate pressure caused the Nine Extremities Emperor's heart and guts to crack. His pupils fluttered chaotically all of a sudden. You are. Oh. The black-robed man stretched easily and diffidently. Don't make such a fuss. Isn't this sort of thing expected from the start? You, also an emperor, are far worse than that Peng Yong. People know exactly what I am from the start at least. Although, he's still stupid enough to die, to believe that this seat, an ascendant of the hall, would help him restore his country, TSK, and thanks to him being so stupid, this seat was able to utilize the blood parasites to blood sacrifice their entire wolf capital so smoothly. It's just a pity for Beichen, laying down such a chess move, before it could be put to use that divine martial Marquis came out. Making the seat worry about late changes, can only speed up all the processes in a raw manner, and now it is even more so that I don't even dare to get close to the neighborhood of the North Star. My Jedi life compass. That's a good thing, and I don't have much of it. The Nine Extremes Emperor's face twitched. What do you mean? Meaning, the black-robed man appeared behind the Nine Extremities Emperor. The terrifying blood claw pinched the Nine Extremities Emperor's head. You know too much. I won't ask. Bang! The black-robed man crushed the 9 Extremes Emperor's head with one hand. The 9 Extreme Emperor's blood was instantly absorbed into the black-robed man's body in a bizarre manner. Sorry, but you have listened to what this seat has said. Be careful in your next life. Snap. On the dragon chair, only a drained and dried corpse was left. The black-robed man kicked the dry corpse away, then half lay down on the dragon chair in a comfortable and cozy manner. In front of the true body realm, he was obsequious. Before mortals, he punches hard. After lying down for a few moments, the black-robed man suddenly changed his face. He hastened to half kneel on the ground. A strand of scarlet demonic chi suddenly rose out of the black-robed man's body, coalescing to form a skeleton face without flesh and blood. Your Holiness, my subordinates are exhausting their efforts to realize the revival of our holy sect and do not dare to slack off in the slightest. Currently, my subordinates have completed the harvesting program at Hidden Sword Mountain and will soon head to where the Recluse clan is located. Skull Face said, there's been a change of plans. All those under the banner of my holy sect, for the time being, stayed put, hid themselves, and waited for the right time. The black-robed man was puzzled. Could it be that the 9 clans of the Green Domain have already noticed over there? Skullface shook his head. This is a sudden order given to us by the sect leader. All you have to do is follow it. Chapter 67, Scouring the Mountain of Hidden Books. Becoming stronger again. Bishop. Surprisingly, it was an order from the bishop himself. The black-robed man was shocked in his heart, so he didn't dare to ask any more questions at that moment, and said yes again and again. The Lord of the Holy Church. The origin of the Holy Church. The faith of the Holy Church. A mysterious and unpredictable existence that stood at the top of the Green Domain. Even though no one in the entire holy sect had ever seen him except for the 4 great protectors and the vice-patriarch. But in the hearts of all the faithful, he is the absolute God. When God himself gives an order, they don't need to question it. They just have to follow it. Yes, Your Holiness, my subordinate obeys the law of the venerable Lord. The skull face dissipated. After glancing at the dried corpse on the ground, the black-robed man also turned into a wisp of demonic chi and disappeared into the 9 Extremes Imperial Dynasty. Hidden Sword Mountain. Book Depository. Lin Ze stood in front of the Hidden Sword Mountain's book pavilion and was momentarily stunned. Because the Hidden Sword Mountain's hideout is not a pavilion, but a mountain. Hidden Book Mountain. They had an entire mountain hollowed out to make a cache built into the mountain. How big is the mountain? How big is the cache? How high is the mountain? How high is the cache? Compared to this mountain of hidden books, the largest North Star Imperial Collection pavilion that Lin Ze had seen before was a brother and a brother. Gee, how else could it be a fairy gate? After sighing slightly, Lin Ze walked into this wide and grand collection pavilion with the token of the hidden sword. As far as the eye can see, a neat and clean ancient book is neatly discharged. Prohibited area. Miscellaneous discourse area. Mortal martial arts area. Precursor mystery area. Green domain blessing area. Another look up. In the center of the empty mountain, a suspended bookshelf and stone platform also floated silently in the air. Mysterious innate light enveloped those stone platforms in it, which was mesmerizing. Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion when he saw it. It's several stone platforms. How much experience progress must this be? Plus so many other miscellaneous books. Divine Gnosis up to LV4 is just around the corner. Lin Ze immediately rose up in the air and landed on those stone platforms that had recorded Earth-level feats. The first thing that caught his eye was an Earth-grade lower-grade technique called the Xianguang Heart Technique. The Hidden Sword Mountain opened the sect for so many years, and had produced so many innate deities. In addition to the Hidden Sword personally creating the Hidden Sword skill, there were naturally other gifted innate deities who condensed all of their learning to perceive the heavens and the earth and created the Gong method. Although most of them were created by those who had entered the innate at the beginning of the first Yuan realm, they had at least entered the innate level, and had a subtlety that could not be reached by the innate. Together with the Hidden Sword skill, they formed the entire Hidden Sword Mountain's underpinnings as an immortal sect, and these techniques were placed on the stone platform in the air, with special prohibitions to protect them, and all the members of the Hidden Sword Mountain sect needed to go through the immortal sect examinations and tasks to accumulate the sect's contributions in exchange for them. However, Lin Ze held the token of the Hidden Sword and possessed the highest authority in the entire Hidden Sword Mountain, so he naturally didn't have to be limited by the requirements of the sect's contribution. At the moment, the pieces of Earth-level techniques were all at Lin Ze's disposal. Pick up the Xian Light Heart Technique. Casually flipping through 2 pages, the stream of information on God-level enlightenment instantly crossed over. You've gone through the Xianguang Xing, Xianguang Heart Technique LV10, Great Completion, Divine Enlightenment LV3, 105/1000. Picked up another book, The 9 Changes of the Shocking Sky. You've gone through the 9 changes of the shocking air. Lin Ze was immersed in the sea of innate books. After a sweeping comprehension, Lin Ze finished flipping through all the earth-level techniques including the Hidden Sword Mountain's Watchword Mastery. The Hidden Sword technique. It totals quite a bit. 11 whole books in all. They were all earth grade lower grade, providing Lin Ze with a full 220 points of progress. Lin Ze's divine level of enlightenment came to 305/1000. Just the progress provided by these 11 feats, combined, was already 1x more than the total of all the progress Lin Ze had put together in North Star East. The world of the Ascended Divine is transcendent in the end. After sighing with emotion, Lin Ze's gaze fell back on those bookshelves in the air. All of them are what the first explanation of the cave heaven, the blessed land spiritual symbol, the secret realm, yin and yang art, the secret art of the 5 elements, and the first explanation of the forbidden system are similar to the knowledge of the innate means. Lin Ze casually picked up a few books and began a new round of sweeping, from day to night, and again from night to day. Soon, the whole day had just gone by. At noon the next day, Lin Ze finally finished going through this huge mountain of hidden books. All the knowledge in the mountain was finally absorbed by Lin Ze in its entirety, and the upgrade progress that this entire mountain of hidden books had brought to Lin Ze was astonishing. Divine Gnosis LV3, 850/1000. The progress of the talent he had come to 850, just short of the final 150 to be upgraded again and promoted to LV4. And that's 150, minus the 100 points from the 7-star record of the Phantom Moon, which is just short of the final 50 points. There is still more than a month to go before the Immortal Fate Order trial opens, and in this month or so, Lin Ze is just casually scraping together this area of 50 points. Hidden Sword Mountain's trip was a big success. With this, Lin Ze couldn't help but think of the giant clans standing at the top of the Green Domain. The 9 clans of the Green Domain. Even a Hidden Sword Mountain that only had the first step of the True Body Realm sitting on it had already allowed Lin Ze to eat until he was full. So how rich should the 9 clans of the Green Domain be? I'm afraid I'll have to bail on LV5. Lin Ze had more expectations for the upcoming 9 clans of the Green Domain. Put down the book in your hand. Lin Ze wasn't in a hurry to leave. He found a corner in the mountain of hidden books and sat down on his knees. Divine Gnosis LV3 activated. This time, he had accommodated so many techniques in a single practice, which also included 11 earth grade lower grade techniques. Lin Ze had to fuse and smelt properly, striving to use these 11 earth grade lower grade techniques as the core and smelt a few more earth grade middle grade techniques out. After all, his current realm cultivation in this body was already completely mismatched with his Gongfu grade. Apart from a middle grade earth grade Burning Saint Demon technique, there was only a lower grade earth grade 8 Desolate Mindslayer technique that could be taken. The other feats were still all at the human level of the Hotian level, and they were completely unseemly in these innate monsters that lived for thousands and thousands of years at a time. You have a feeling from observing heaven and earth, and you have a new idea about the Kung Fu you've learned. You have integrated the learned mind. The heart method is based on the 8 Desolate Mindslayer technique, and the supplementary materials total 367 books. The 8 Desolate Mindslayer technique has received a grade breakthrough. You have comprehended the Earth grade medium grade technique Great Desolate Fallen Sky record. You have a feeling from observing heaven and earth, and you have a new idea about the Kung Fu you've learned. You've integrated the body techniques you've learned. The body techniques are based on the Shocking Air 9 changes, and the supplementary materials total 425 books. The 9 changes of the Shocking Sky receive a grade breakthrough. You have comprehended the Earth grade medium grade technique, Transit Surprise. Wordlessly, Lin Ze had already refined and fused what he had learned once again. His entire body of learning had finally received a qualitative metamorphosis and leap, and had been promoted to the innate level. Chapter 68, Divine Martial King. Nowadays, Lin Ze's main feats are as follows. Heart Technique, Earth Grade Medium Grade, Great Desolate Meteoric Sky Record LV10. Body Refining Technique, Earth Grade Medium Grade, Burning Saint True Demon Technique LV10. Body Technique, Middle Grade of the Earth Grade. Transit Surprise LV10. Sword Technique, Earth Grade Medium. Hidden Sword Hidden Mansion LV10. Fist Technique, Earth Grade Lower Grade. Surprising Wave Extreme Dao Fist LV10. Pupil Technique, Earth Grade Lower Grade. Illusory Heart Magic Pupil LV10. The promotion of what he had learned finally allowed Lin Ze's realm to match his feats, once again becoming a hexagonal warrior that could resist and fight. At this moment, even if Lin Ze was placed in the entire Green Domain amongst the major prides who were also at the 3rd step of the True Body Realm with chi and blood like a dragon, he was still a one-of-a-kind existence. The future of the Green Domain's 9-sect Daojak Mountain trial should be stable. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air in his chest, Lin Ze's spiritual temperament after metamorphosis and sublimation once again went up another level. The light of the starry river in his eyes condensed into a sea of stars, radiant to the extreme. And under this extreme light, the mysteries of the entire universe evolved in it, interpreting the mysteries of the great Tao, the marvelous power that seemed like a god and not a god. and seemed like a devil and not a devil, was settling and accumulating within his body. Once someone touches its scales, they will see the overwhelming greatness brood under the radiant light of this great Tao. He took one step out of the hidden book mountain and returned to the hidden sword palace. At this time, Hidden Sword was still making a breakthrough with his eyes closed, sensing the mysteries of blood like a great sun. His body's chi and blood coalesced, sometimes floating, sometimes sinking, sometimes illuminating the image of the great sun, sometimes dispersing like smoke in clouds. It looked like he wouldn't wake up for a while. Seeing this, Lin Ze left the hidden sword mountain. After sweeping through the hidden book mountain, Lin Ze had learned what he needed to know about this innate world, and there was no need to stay in this hidden sword mountain any longer. Why don't we go back and see the Lin family again and spend some time with Grandpa and the others? With a thought, Lin Ze stepped out of the hidden sword mountain. Back in the North Star dynasty, a few days after that, Hidden Sword Mountain swept the whole territory, probed the hidden intelligence of various countries, and failed to find the slightest trace of the people in the demonic sect for several days in a row. The people in that devilish religion seemed to have left Hidden Sword Mountain without a sound early in the morning, never to be seen again. Thus, after leaving a few disciples to stay on Earth for the time being to continue monitoring the movements of the countries, the disciples of Hidden Sword Mountain went back to the mountain to report the information they had spied on. And the two main bogeymen this intel ultimately points to: a young emperor of the Nine Pole, a Pyongyang who was eager to restore his country. One of them was sucked to dryness, and one of them lost his entire wolf. Naturally, there is no way to pursue this. In the end, Hidden Sword Mountain could only give the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty some minor punishment, which was also considered a closure to this incident of demonic interference. As for Wolf Du and Pyongyang, there will never be a wolf capital again. The once Wuan dynasty will also eventually be completely submerged in the dust of history and will no longer be remembered. At this point, the incident of the demonic cult on Hidden Sword Mountain seemed to have come to an end. North Star and other countries also, with the disappearance of the influence of the devil religion, finally returned to the old track. No longer seems so dark and treacherous. On the other hand, the various clans of the Huaguang realm that Hidden Front had gone ahead to warn them of what had happened in the Hidden Sword Mountain were alerted one by one and cleared the territories where their clans were located to guard against the plots and backstabbing of the people in the demon sect. However, for several days in a row, the entire Huaguang realm did not have the slightest abnormality either. The demonic manifestation of the Hidden Sword Mountain seems to be just an aftershock of the old struggle, like a short-lived flower that passes away overnight. The Huaguang realm had once again returned to its former tranquility with the disappearance of the demon cult. This day, North Star Palace. Emperor Baichen sent away the emissary from Hidden Sword Mountain. "Take care, immortal master." The emissary from Hidden Sword Mountain laughed and said, "I'm just a Peak Hotian. How can I afford the name of immortal master? Your Majesty mustn't say any more. It would be a laughing matter if your fellow disciples were to hear it." With these words, the Hidden Sword Mountain emissary then said, "The purpose of this trip has been accomplished. So it is time for me to return to the mountain to resume my duties. Your Majesty North Star, I'll see you again someday." Saying that, the Hidden Sword Mountain emissary glanced meaningfully at the direction where the Lin family was. After that, he left the North Star Palace with a meaningful smile. Eyeing the emissary of Hidden Sword Mountain as he left, Baichen Emperor Biener sighed quietly. When Eunuch Guang heard this, he rushed forward. "Your Majesty, the Hidden Sword Mountain is going to recognize us, North Star, as the orthodoxy to rule over the eastern region. This is a heavenly good." Baichen Emperor's expression became inexplicable to the extreme. "Why do you think Hidden Sword Mountain is doing this?" Eunuch Guang said again in a hurry. "I understand. It's just that no matter where Marquis Shenwu is, and no matter what his status is, he is ultimately your own grandson. With a grandson like this, Your Majesty, you can rest easy and enjoy eternal happiness. Your servant congratulates Your Majesty." "Congratulations to Your Majesty." Emperor Baichen stopped Eunuch Guang. "You, who don't understand." Emperor Baichen sighed. "It's not as if there haven't been innate deities in the human world, like that southern region's True Valley Kingdom. Their direct royal family line had produced an innate deity, but even so, the True Valley Kingdom in the southern region did not receive proper recognition from Hidden Sword Mountain, saying something about letting the True Valley Kingdom represent Hidden Sword Mountain to unify the southern region. But now, I, North Star, have obtained it, and the one who achieved innate is not even my North Star's orthodox direct lineage. Tell me, what does that mean?" Eunuch Guang froze. Putting it that way, Hidden Sword Mountain's move this time did seem to be a bit too much. This, Eunuch Guang gave it some thought. At this time, Emperor Baichen suddenly said, "Little Guangzi, prepare a decree." "Yes, sir." Eunuch Guang immediately took off from his deep thoughts to propose a decree. Emperor Northstar said he wrote. Halfway through writing, Eunuch Guang suddenly reacted to something. Can an ordinary innate have that kind of movement that summons a blood-colored dragon? It's like none of those guys in history have ever had one. And at this exact moment, Emperor Bachan spoke a passage that made Eunuch Guang freeze for a long time. Hiroko, did you write that down? Hiss. Eunuch Guang thought carefully and instantly understood something. He immediately wrote 3 words on the Holy Writ. King Shenmu. In the presence of the transcendent yet special and unique existence of the innate godman, Bachan, who had never been crowned king, was crowned king after all. And this transcendent divine martial king, apart from Lin Ze, of course there wouldn't be another person. After Eunuch Guang wrote down the holy decree, then he went off in a daze to pronounce the decree. Back again in a daze. After that, Lin Ze was crowned king. Seal of approval, king of divine warriors. The throne is hereditary, but that didn't cause much of a wave in the Lin family. The sealed kings of the earthly world were already 2 different worlds from the ascended divine beings. The North Star Emperor's king sealing had only created some fervor among the North Star folk. As soon as the craze passed, the world is then back on track. This year, the winter of the North Star is still coming. It silvers the world as it always does and freezes everything in its slumber. Chapter 69, I dug his grave. Time flies. It's the first snow day of the year again. Light goosefeather snow fell from the sky. Snow is not big, just occasionally so a few flakes of glittering down. Little by little, like from the heavenly fairyland sprinkled with flowers and fire. They landed on bare trees. The trees then all had a thin layer of frost on them. From time to time, a bitter cold wind blew, and when it couldn't blow the branches of the trees, it scratched against the courtyard wall of the Lin family, making a whistling sound of the wind. Lin Ze sat in the Lin family's solitary courtyard, cooking a pot of tea and listening lightly to the wind and snow. Ever since the demon cult had disappeared and he himself had manifested the hidden sword mountain, the days had been uneventful day by day. No one would mess with an ascended divine being family, and there were no longer so many plots and tricks falling on the Lin family's head. Emperor Bachan also held the Lin family up so high that no one was allowed to desecrate it. After the surrounding countries heard about the existence of Lin Ze, the divine martial king of North Star, they all submitted to North Star and surrendered their imperial power without the need for a decree from Hidden Sword Mountain or the smoke and mirrors of war. The eastern region was thus unified. The Lin family's position in the eastern domain had also changed from the petty king of North Star to the supreme emperor of the entire Hidden Sword eastern domain. It draws the nations to the court. All nations have an audience. They had heard that Lin Ze, the divine martial king, liked to collect and refer to the world's techniques, so he took advantage of the days when he still remained on Earth and brought along his own gongfu to offer it, hoping to make friends with the Lin family, and it would be great if he could get a few points of the true transmission of the innate nature from Lin Ze, the living god. Lin Ze also accepted it as it was. He never had too much of this thing called feats, no matter when he was in short supply, but he doesn't take it for nothing, for no reason at all. Lin Ze didn't want to go and receive much favors from others, much less owe them. In this world, everything is easy to return, but only the favor is hard to return. So when they came to deliver the gongfu, Lin Ze just took it as a kind of transaction, whether he bought it with spirit crystals or exchanged it with gongfu, and settled the matter on the same day. It was worth mentioning that because Lin Ze had already looked around the world's collection of books in this area at Hidden Sword Mountain, 7 out of 10 of the feats they sent up were duplicates. Many people can only return with no chance of getting started and with regrets. This went on for several days. Only then did it slow to a crawl. Subsequently, the Lin family had practiced those 3 human-grade extreme techniques handed down by Lin Ze in the quiet days, and had prospered. There was nothing to do. Lin Ao had also handed over all the matters of the Lin family to Lin Ze 10 days ago, and then he went into seclusion to recuperate, striving to break through the realm of the innate. As for being able to break through, that's up to God. The path of innate is the evolution of life, the metamorphosis of a carp leaping over the dragon gate, and this step is too difficult. The Hidden Sword Mountain collected all the geniuses of the 20 or so surrounding countries to enter the cultivation. Each generation was carefully selected among tens of billions of people, the best of the best, and cultivated by the immortal sect method. Only 300 ascendants have come out in 30,000 years. It's hard to say if Lin Ao can be next, but Lin Ze wasn't in a hurry. Their Lin family's days were still long. Drink a cup of tea. In his ear came the voice of Xiao Chui. Young master, Yi Xiaoran of Shura Villa is seeking an audience. Xiao Chui originally liked to call Lin Ze Marquis or Prince, but then I thought about it. The young master is an innate divine being, but still calling him a prince or marquis, wouldn't that bring down the young master's status? After thinking about it, Xiao Chui still thought it was appropriate to be called young master. Yi Xiaoran? Lin Ze remembered that he did have someone go to Yi Xiaoran to check on the Lu family before. However, he had already learned about the origin of the fire-worshipping demon sect and the true flame sacred demon technique from wherever Hidden Sword was at the moment. Why Yi Xiaoran? It's just a matter of listening to it as well. Maybe we can find out where Lu Changfeng got the illusory Moon 7 Stars record. Let him in. Yes. Not long after, Yi Xiaoran, the night shadow lone wolf lurking in the shadows, appeared behind Lin Ze. Yi Xiaoran has met second young master Lin. Congratulations to second young master for advancing to the realm of the innate divine human. You're a little late. Reporting to second young master. The information about Lu Changfeng and the previous head of the Lu family is too long ago, and it also involves the 9 extreme imperial dynasty, so our mountain villa and its people have wasted some days before we could barely find out something. Say it. Yi Xiaoran immediately presented a secret letter. Lin Ze took the secret letter and looked at it for a few moments. After our mountain villa's multiple investigations, we found out that this Lu Changfeng was also a genius who was little known in the old Lu clan's land more than 170 years ago. At the age of 29, he had already broken through to the Hotian 6th realm, and his medical skills had reached the level of a first-grade medical officer of the 9 Extremities Imperial Medical Department. Everyone in the area thought that the Lu family was about to have another peerless famous doctor, and that there was even the prospect of a healing immortal of the innate divine human realm. But such a reputation didn't last long. Around the age of 30, Lu Changfeng left the 9 Extremes Imperial Dynasty, and since then he has traveled the world in the clouds, rarely returning to the Lu family. And the reason for this, one says, is because the next recruitment of disciples at Hidden Sword Mountain was too long, and Lu Changfeng couldn't wait, so he left the area of Hidden Sword Mountain and traveled to the boundaries of the Transportation sect and the Inquiring Mind Taoist sect to seek immortal fate. There is also a saying that Lu Changfeng thought that staying in the Lu family could no longer improve his medical skills, so he traveled the world in the clouds, practicing medicine all over the place to hone his medical skills and cultivation. Anyway, after that, Lu Changfeng disappeared from sight, concealing his existence. It wasn't until he was 90 years old, exactly 110 years ago, that Lu Changfeng finally ended his cloud travels and stayed in the Lu family for a few more days. All this time, Lu Changfeng has been persuading the previous family head, Lu Hong, to believe in an immortal sect called something like the Holy Sect. Lu Hong didn't agree, and was even very much opposed to that what's-his-name sacred sect. As for what is the name of that holy religion, Yi Xiaoran said here a little creepy. He said with a slightly deeper chill in his voice. Those who knew about it had obviously heard the name of that holy religion in the first place, but it was preferred that all had forgotten it. Can't even recall any information about the holy religion when they think back again. The word holy religion is all that's left in their minds. Obviously, there is a mysterious force behind this that influences everyone and distorts the truth of the past. After saying that, Yi Xiaoran's eyes flashed again, like a lone wolf whistling at the moon, and the dark night opened its eyes. But even so, we at Shura Villa did not dishonor our mission and dug up some hidden secrets from it. Oh, Shura Mountain Villa, a mortal power, still has this kind of ability? Lin Ze gave Yi Xiaoran a slightly surprised look. I only heard Yi Xiaoran say, we dug Lu Hong's grave. Lin Ze. 6. In the information we received, Lu Hong apparently knew the bottom of the holy sect from the beginning, and he very much rejected Lu Changfeng's contact with the holy sect. For this reason, he even argued with Lu Changfeng many times, and not long after Lu Changfeng completely left the Lu family and lost track of him, Lu Hongtang, an expert of the 8th level of the Hotian, also suddenly and inexplicably died violently. Mr. Yi dares to conclude that Lu Hong definitely knows some inside information, so I pried into his tomb, and sure enough, I found traces. Chapter 70, The Escape Man. In Lu Hong's tomb, we found a special blood silk, which was hidden in the flesh and blood of Lu Hong's chest. It wasn't until Lu Hong's death, when his flesh and blood decayed into white bones, that this blood silk finally saw the light of day. Saying that, Yi Xiaoran pulled out a tightly wrapped object from his arms, opened the layers, blood red through and through. Inside was the bloody silk. The blood silk was covered with small, dense letters. Yi Xiaoran said, this contains information about that holy religion. Second youngest, please look. Lin Ze opened the blood silk and looked at it. What was written on it was similar to the information Lin Ze had learned from Hidden Sword about the fire-worshipping demon cult, but it ends with a warning that doesn't have a clue. Beware of the 10,000 Things Skystar sect. The 10,000 Things Skystar sect? This 10,000 Things Heavenly Star sect wasn't a small sect anymore. Lin Ze had seen information about the 10,000 Things Celestial Star sect in the Hidden Sword Mountain's book depository. The 10,000 Things Heavenly Star sect was an overlord of the Xuanwu realm, with an inheritance of over 700,000 years. The patriarch was the lord of the Xuanwu realm, the first innate cultivator of the Xuanwu realm. His cultivation had reached the peak of the innate fourth divine sea realm, and he could be called a great cultivator in the entire green domain, shaking the party and having a notable reputation. And there were even 2 divine sea realm supreme elders and 10 true body realm elders within their clan. It was a great immortal sect of the Green Domain that was well known and ranked. The average person has no access to it at all. Moreover, the Huaguang realm, where Hidden Sword Mountain is located, is separated from the Xuanwu realm by several million miles. Where did Lu Hong, who was at Hidden Sword Mountain in the Huaguang realm, learn of its existence? And without a clue, he said to be careful of the all-creation Skystar sect? Inexplicable. This Lu Hong dead still keeps secrets not spit out clean. Forget it. Lin Ze put away the blood silk. He had said early on that he wasn't interested in the story of the Ryu family and the demon cult. He just wanted to know where the feats came from. As for what the demon cult was going to do, he couldn't care less. Just not messing with him and offending him is enough. Putting away the blood silk, Lin Ze looked at Yi Xiaoran. Well done. Are you interested in working for my Lin family all the time? Yi Xiaoran's work is reliable. People are also smart. We'll examine the degree. This kind of use can be assured. Although Lin Ze had now been promoted to the innate and was going to the 9th sect of the Green Domain in a few days, there were not many places where Yi Xiaoran could be used, but it might as well be put away for now. It's just a matter of more words. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. And as soon as Yi Xiaoran heard this, he immediately agreed without thinking. To be able to follow an 18-year-old ascended divine being, this was something that many people could not even dream of seeking. The 18-year-old precursor and what the future holds. Let's just say the future is bright. A piece of light. This kind of existence casually leaks down a little bit of benefits in their hands are enough for Yi Xiaoran and Xiao Luo Mountain Villa to eat until they can hold out. It's Mr. Ye's honor to work for second young Master Lin. On behalf of all of Shura Villa, Yi Xiaoran pays his respects to the Lord. Yi Xiaoran bowed in submission to Lin Ze. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. Very well, get up. Thank you, Lord. Master Mayor. Lin Ze summoned the old butler. Lin Mo. Young master, this is Yi Xiaoran. Your old man should have heard of it. Lin Mo nodded at Yi Xiaoran. Master Yi Zhuang. Long time no see. General Lin. Nice to meet you. After the two of them had met, Lin Ze said, Master Mo. In the future, Shura Villa will be under the Lin family's banner, so you look to make arrangements for it. Lin Mo didn't ask any more questions and immediately nodded his head in agreement. In the past, if an assassin like Yi Xiaoran wanted to join the Lin family's banner, Lin Mo would more or less admonish him and carefully check through. But today's Lin Ze is already an honored innate deity. The district mortals in front of it. No matter how much jumping is impossible to pass the heavenly moat of the immortal mortal gap. Master Yi Zhuang, follow me. With thanks to Steward Lin. After Yi Xiaoran left, Lin Ze glanced at the illusory Moon 7-star record, which was still under repair. Divine Enlightenment LV3, 905/1000. 7 days to go until the patch is complete. 7 days. Not far from Godly Gnosis LV4. Put down the book of the 7 stars of the phantom moon. Lin Ze continued to drink his tea lightly. Listen quietly to the wind and snow. Another quiet day. A few days later, outside Hidden Sword Mountain, a loud and clear laughter resounded throughout the entire Hidden Sword Mountain. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Hidden Sword. The poor Taoist is here. Hearing this voice, the ascended divinities up and down the Hidden Sword Mountain all revealed a difficult Sema face. That voice, they were too familiar with it. Except for that old bastard. The recluse next door, there would be no second person. This old bastard, the last time he came, he took their Hidden Sword Mountain's 4th spirit sword, White Snow, along with him. The 4th spirit sword White Snow, that is their mountain master hidden sword to Red Sun Essence Iron to raise a whole 4,000 years to raise a divine weapon. He has not even given up to give to the Hidden Sword door people use. Let the old mongrels to sneak away. They were so angry that the Hidden Sword Mountain had been tugging at the skin of the recluse for thousands of years, hurting each other. What does he want this time? Hidden Sword Palace. Hidden Sword, who was comprehending the final mysteries of blood like a great sun, woke up. A sharp sword chi instantly sank in his eyes, erupting into shocking weather. Boom! Countless sword chi instantly descended upon the entire world, drumming up the winds and clouds of heaven and earth. Lift your hand. Sword come. Bang! Stonebreaker. The ground shook. Whoosh! Clang! The mountain of the Hidden Sword Palace, which stood proudly like the divine sword of heaven and earth, cracked open, revealing its true form. It was a gigantic sword that was about 1,000 feet tall in the sky. Flying snow fell on its body, emitting a dazzling cold light. Its sword light seemed as if it could slice through the chaos of heaven and earth with a single stroke. Buzz! With a crisp sword chime, this 1,000-foot, heaven-defying sword instantly shrunk into a 3-foot green blade and fell into Hidden Sword's hands. In a flash, one person and one sword, human swords united, erupted with the overwhelming aura of a sword opening the gates of heaven. Clang! Hidden Sword broke through the air with a sword. This sword, like a brilliant sun, unstoppable. This is the first spirit sword of Hidden Sword Mountain. Brilliant sun. 8,000 years ago. The hidden sword was the very thing on which one man and one sword cut down the group of devils and established the prestige of Hidden Sword Mountain. And now, this sword is once again available. Blossom its indestructible light. And within this light, an aura that had already glimpsed the mysteries of the essence of the blood as a great sun catalyzed to the extreme. The piercing sense of crisis instantly caused the young Taoist's face to tighten. Doggone it. Hidden sword had actually broken through the blood as great sun's key techniques. This is bad. Wait. Fellow Taoist, wait. Poor Taoist is not here to fight. Clang. Thousands of sword-chi phantoms stayed in shape. They transformed into countless shadows of hidden swords, blocking the recluse on all sides. The sky was covered with sharp fronts. Give me back my white snow. Return. Definitely. The transported man squeezed out a small smile. The poor Taoist has come to return white snow this time. Huang Ri's sword blade was still pointing at the recluse. This, fellow Taoist hidden sword, do you think you should put away the brilliant sun first? Let's find a place to talk. Chapter 71, the half-saint is going to be feathered. Chat, you and I have something to talk about. The recluse old dog always has nothing to do. This time to hide the Sword Mountain must have a demon. And then think about the recent events at Hidden Sword Mountain. An inexplicable ray of swordlight flickered in Hidden Sword's eyes. Could it be that the news of that saint in North Star had made the old recluse dog aware of it? Is not right. If this is the case, he can go directly to the North Star to find that is. Come to my Hidden Sword Mountain. Why? The transported man looked around. This is not the place to talk. Hidden Sword was unmoved. The transported man was helpless. Then, 3 words came straight into Hidden Sword's ears. Rojak Mountain. Rojak Mountain. The ancient land of the 9 sect trials of the Green Domain. It existed in the mysterious void realm of the Green Domain, never known to outsiders. Historically, only the immortal fate order holders of each generation could enter the Daojia Mountain according to the guidance of the order. The recluse old dog suddenly brought up Daojiashin today. The pupils of Hidden Sword's sword stared slightly. He fixedly glanced at the recluse, slowly put down the brilliant sun sword, turned the brilliant sun upside down behind him, and led the recluse towards the sect hall deep within the Hidden Sword Mountain. There was no one in the 4 corners of the sect hall. The figures of the two slowly manifested. Only then did Hidden Sword ask, what happened to Daojia Mountain? The recluse didn't sell his story. He directly said, on the 12th of next month, this session of the Daojak Mountain trials will open. Hidden Sword froze. Afterwards, he turned his head to look at the recluse, a slight look of gravity in his eyes. When the Daojak Mountain trial opens, only the holder of the Immortal Edge Order has ever known. How did you know? The recluse laughed. How did I know? Didn't you tell me everything? You have the Immortal Edge Order. Hidden Sword moved. The legend of the Immortal Edge Order had been circulating in the vast Green Domain though. But the Green Domain is too big. The vast Green Domain, with its 10,000 races, originally had a total of 4,981 realms. Now though only 3,980 realms remained. However, there were only a mere 1,000 immortal fate orders. When spread out evenly, it wasn't enough for a realm to get a share of one. And the size and number of people in a realm was evident just by looking at the Huaguang realm where the Hidden Sword Mountain was located. The Huaguang realm currently had a total of 49 clans of recorded size. The 49 clans occupied the mountains and managed various parts of the Huaguang realm. The Hidden Sword Mountain was one of the 49 clans, with 27 countries under its command and a population of tens of billions. How big should the 49 clans be? And that's just not counting certain poor places that everyone doesn't want. The Huaguang realm was so large and had so many living beings that trillions would be hard to stop. The entire Green Domain is even harder to count. To divide 1,000 Immortal Edge Orders from such a large base, that's slimmer than a needle in a haystack. Those who were able to obtain the Immortal Fate Order were the top most proud favorites of this era's chi creation. So many people have never seen the shadow of the Immortal Edge Order in their lives, much less dare to hope for its existence. Anyway, Hidden Sword hadn't thought about this Immortal Edge Order thing at all. And now, the recluse old dog has gotten the Immortal Edge Order. Hidden Sword frowned at the recluse for a long time. Rand did not see in the recluse a person half a bit of the shadow of the era of pride and fortune favorites to come. Don't look. It's not me who has the Immortal Order. It's my apprentice. Your disciple would tell you about the Immortal Edge Order? He's not afraid of you robbing it? Does Poverty Road look like that kind of person? You don't look like it. You are. You. Forget it. The recluse shook his head and sighed helplessly. He was forced to tell poor Tao. And the poor man had to come to you. What do you mean? The recluse got up and took a few steps within the sect hall. There are variables in this Immortal Edge Order trial. Variables? You still remember that half-saint from the Long River Sword sect, don't you? Who doesn't remember the half-saint of the Long River Sword sect? The might of the half-saint swept through the Green Domain. Why had the Green Domain changed from the original 4,981 realms to the current 3, 980 realms? Wasn't it because back then, the half-saint awakened to engage in the ultimate duel with the demon sect master, and had lost the other realms to the Raw? This hidden sword couldn't forget it, and neither could the entire green domain. Hidden sword was about to say something. The transported one's next words, however, caused hidden sword to stand up at once. That half-saint is going to be feathered. No way. The half-saint is already living the same life as the heavens. Heaven and earth do not die. The half-saint does not die. How can his old man be feathered? The recluse spread his hands. This is not something that poor Taoist said, but something that his old man, the half-saint, said personally through the immortal edge order. That demon sect master's merits and achievements. In that duel back then, the half-saint suffered a very serious Tao injury. This wound has accompanied the half-saint for 8,000 years, and right now it's at the point where it can no longer hold out when it runs out of gas. That's why the half-saint decided to find the strongest successor who had inherited the green domain's fortune to carry on his mantle before he was feathered. And the way it selects its successor is this immortal edge order green domain 9 sect trials. The recluse glanced at hidden sword. That's why the significance of this immortal edge order's 9 sect trials of the green domain will be completely different from the past. In the past, it was just selecting Chiluckers to join the 9 sect of the green domain. And this time it's a selection of a half-saint successor that's so meaningful that it can stir up the entire green domain. Hidden sword was silent for a long time as he sniffed. So what exactly is the content of the trial laid down by the half-saint? To the extent that you had to risk telling me something as big as the immortal edge order. The transported one sighed quietly. In the past, when the immortal fate order trials were held, the immortal fate order took the initiative to pull the trialists into the Daojia mountain in the void realm. And that's when the trials began. And this time, the 9 sects of the green domain have already notified the world that the half-saints have opened up a shadow of the Daojia mountain in each realm. And as long as the immortal fate orderer ascends the shadow of the Daojia mountain before the official trial opens, they will be able to arrive at the true Daojia mountain. This time they're putting the Daojia mountain out there in plain sight. Anyone can see it and hear it. This place, on fire. The recluse was worried. Didn't the 9 sects of the green realm mean to provoke a realm-wide fight and test everyone in the realm this time? Think about it. Once this notification comes out, all the sects within the Huaguan territory are bound to boil at that time. They will guard the shadow of the Daojia mountain day and night, discerning to find out who exactly is the holder of the immortal fate order, so as to take its place. Those who possess the immortal fate order will also have to go through a test of courage and wisdom, finding a way to conceal themselves from everyone and step into the shadow of the Daojia mountain in full view of everyone. The two sides are gaming like the biggest game of cat and mouse. The one who can walk away from this game of cat and mouse is the real winner at the end of the day. And with the strength of their recluse clan, the recluse was only at the second stage of the true body's blood as the Great Sun Realm, so he couldn't afford to touch the Huaguan full realm sect. Chapter 72, Cooperating with the Immortal Fate. Therefore, the recluse thought left and right. He had to find a trusted person to share the pressure of the recluse clan, and the person still has to be as strong as he is to the point of not being bad at all, because its strength is too weak to be of much use. He was too strong and was afraid that he would have a change of heart and snatch the immortal edge order. So Hidden Sword became the best candidate for the transported man. As Hidden Sword's old rival, the recluse knew Hidden Sword's character well. This guy was born with a sword body and sword heart, and is the purest sword cultivator. Saying 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. Working with Hidden Sword, the recluse can feel much more at ease. Secondly, Hidden Sword's strength as a natural sword body was there for all to see. Its offense was unparalleled and its battle power was amazing. That sword after sword was just like ignoring the body refining technique and the innate true body, hitting people all over the body. The recluse can press the Hidden Sword in the past, or all rely on the realm advantage of lasting to dry consumption, which can be slightly better than half a chip. So there was no need to worry about Hidden Sword's strength, at least in the aspect of finally opening the way to break the defense. Hidden Sword was definitely more professional than him. However, what the recluse didn't expect was that this guy, Hidden Sword, had actually come close to realizing the essence of blood as the Great Sun, TSK. These people with innate physiques and bloodlines are truly enviable to the point of gnashing one's teeth. The recluse had said so much, and Hidden Sword understood what he meant. He said calmly, "Aren't you a favorite of Susu's? There's still time. You can always take your time and figure it out." The recluse was busy saying, the poor Taoist would like to take his time, but he won't allow it in this situation. From the moment the 9 sect of the green domain made it known to the world, this test of selecting a half-saint successor has already begun. All over the green domain, the first person to actually arrive at the Daojak mountain will receive 1,000 Daojak Chi, the second 999, the third, and so on and so forth, and the last one, 000 will be just a smidgen. The gap has directly opened up so much with others. It's hard to catch up with this gap even if the talent is stronger and the enlightenment is higher behind. poor Taoist reckons that there are already people on their way to the shadow of Daojak Mountain right now. We can't afford to wait. So you came to me? Hidden Sword quietly looked at the transported one and said, aren't you forgetting one thing? I, Hidden Sword Mountain, have a grudge against you. Transported one. A little misunderstanding is all. Fellow Taoist Hidden Sword, there are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Ha, what can you offer? The recluse directly said, the poor Taoist is willing to let my disciple join you under the Hidden Sword sect and become a common disciple between the two of us. A gentleman's promise is never false. Both the poor Taoist and him are willing to swear by the Taoist heart. By then if he becomes a half-sane heir. The transported man began to paint a big picture. How dare you think that? Well, as long as he can enter the 9 clans of the Green Domain and achieve success, when the time comes to feed the two of us our profound Gongfu inheritance, we will at least be able to get a glimpse of the scenery of a great cultivator of the Divine Sea realm. This is so much better than us guarding the Huaguang realm and blindly groping around on our own, the recluse advised bitterly. Hidden Sword, you started on your own with nothing, saving up little by little, and it took more than 70,000 years of fighting to get to where you are today. You should know better than anyone else the hard work of not having a legacy and having everything only on your own. To tell you the truth that you don't like, if it wasn't for the lack of inheritance in your body, with the talent of your Hidden Sword's innate sword body, why would you break through to the true body only after 60,000 years? Now that the opportunity for the top inheritance of the 9th sect of the Green Domain is right in front of you, could you not be willing to miss it? Hidden Sword was silent. His eyes flickered and he tapped his fingers on the tabletop. Long time. Only then did he say, tell me about your apprentice. The recluse was overjoyed. Listening to Hidden Sword's meaning, things were already halfway done. However, Hidden Sword added, but don't be too happy if your disciple doesn't meet my requirements. Then don't blame me for hiding my sword and robbing it hard. When the time comes, new grudges and old grudges will be settled together. The recluse was busy saying, don't worry about this. My disciple is excellent. Otherwise I wouldn't have made such a big deal about coming to you. After saying that, the recluse began to introduce his senior disciple. I'll just say one thing and you'll get it. My disciple is of the Red Spirit clan bloodline. Just turned 1200 years old this year. And his cultivation level is innate first element. Upon hearing these words, Hidden Sword's eyes widened slightly. The Red Spirit clan. Nice. Then Hidden Sword has nothing to say. The Red Spirit race bloodline also belongs to a high-level bloodline that can be named among the major bloodlines. At least it was more than a notch higher than his natural sword body. In terms of bloodline alone, the disciple of the transported one was worth investing a handful of Hidden Swords in. Not to mention he's so young and on a high. Hidden Sword promised, give me time to get ready. It's done, the recluse said. Good. It's just as well that the poor Taoist has to hurry back to make arrangements for the Recluse clan. So come to the Recluse clan to find the poor Taoist as soon as you're ready. Let's set off on our journey at once, and try to catch up to the 500th place bar, and seek a good ranking for our disciple. Aha! The transported man left. Before leaving, he left another sentence. By the way, Snowy has been given to your disciple. You, as a master, wouldn't be able to spare a handful of white snow for your new apprentice as a meeting gift, would you? Ha ha ha! Hidden Sword's face darkened. This dog, Hidden Striker. A sword light came from far away. Brother, give me the cold front. The cold blade sword. The second spirit sword of Hidden Sword Mountain. Hidden Sword gave it to Hidden Blade to use. Ha! Cold front? Zong Feng froze, a flash of worry appearing on his face. Brother, is the recluse old dog here to make a date? Hidden Sword shook his head and said with a straight face, don't ask about this matter for now. I'm going on a long trip within the last few months, so keep an eye on Hidden Sword Mountain and watch out for other forces. Understood. Hidden Blade gave Cold Blade to Hidden Sword. Hidden Sword hides the sword by putting it inside his body along with the brilliant sun. One is collected in the left hand and one in the right. After that, Hidden Sword went to the forbidden place of the sword mound on Hidden Sword Mountain. There was the third spirit sword of Hidden Sword Mountain. Silent Underworld. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was very worried in his heart. What had happened? Brother actually brought the top 3 spirit swords with him. 3 swords hidden in one's body. Even the demon sect rebellion back then was nothing more than that. North Star Dynasty. The Lin family. Sensing the trial information coming from the Immortal Edge Order, Lin Ze raised his eyebrows slightly. The 9 clans of the Green Domain are playing with flowers this time, causing strife throughout the land. Interesting. Well, let's see who's really skilled. Putting away the Immortal Edge Order, Lin Ze picked up the Illusory Moon 7 Stars record again. 7 days had passed, and the Illusory Moon 7 Star record had already been made up. As it fills in, Lin Ze's Divine Gnosis LV3 could also finally be upgraded to LV4. Chapter 73, Godly Enlightenment LV4, Bloodline Physique. You've gone through the Phantom Moon 7-star book. With your horrific understanding, you've completely cracked the Illusory Moon record of the 7 stars and deduced it to the 10th level. Illusory Moon 7-star record LV10. Great perfection. You have comprehended a mid-earth level technique, and you have gained a deeper understanding of the power of divine enlightenment. Divine Enlightenment LV3, 1010/1000. You've looked at all the books and finally realized something, and have a more essential understanding of the gift of divine enlightenment. You have developed a new ability of divine enlightenment. Divine Gnosis upgraded to LV4, 1010/000. From now on, you will gain the ability to supplement your bloodline and physique according to the specificity of a particular technique. Completing the bloodline and physique according to the specificity of particular feats? What this meant? Didn't it mean that if Lin Ze met any technique in the future that could not be practiced by anyone other than so-and-so's bloodline, he could forcefully practice it and still whore out the corresponding physique and bloodline of this technique? This ability is awesome. Regardless of the world, the bloodline and physique thing had always been superb and perverse, especially in a big world like the Tianlan continent where all the races were in abundance. Taking a certain one called the Cold Light Clan as an example. Those who possessed the bloodline of the Cold Light Clan were 1,000 miles a day in terms of cultivating various ice-based techniques and means, far surpassing their counterparts, and they could also release the heavenly cold spiritual light within their bodies in the middle of a battle, constantly eroding their enemies with coldness, causing them to be frozen by the cold and their fighting strength to drop straight down. When they encountered a moment of crisis, they were even able to completely release the heavenly cold spiritual light in their bodies, allowing themselves to enter the ice spirit state, condensing ice armor to defend against their opponents' attacks, and causing their opponents to be eroded by the cold and their battle spirit to be sharply reduced. Translated into game comprehension, it is a 30% increase in damage reduction and a 30% reduction in opponents' attack speed. Genuinely a SVIP treatment for RMB players. However, fortunately, the Divine Enlightenment LV4 is in hand. Lin Ze just wait to go where to get a book with the bloodline physical limitations of the Gongfu. In the future we'll also have the opportunity to have this kind of heaven and earth VIP enjoyment. I guess it's up in the air at the moment. There was no character with a special bloodline constitution in this part of Hidden Sword Mountain. If you really want to count, only Hidden Sword's innate sword body could barely be considered one, but it was a pity that he didn't have a matching limited class technique. With this thought, Lin Ze's realm loosened up, with the arrival of the Illusory Moon 7-star record, which was a middle-grade merit law of this class. Lin Ze's cultivation, which had already arrived at the 3rd stage of the true body realm, condensed to the extreme, heading towards the half-step divine sea. Trance. Lin Ze's consciousness sprouted an aura. In this ray of spiritual light, Lin Ze saw a sea of illusions. There is a vast tide of human voices in this sea. There's a million sunsets and star slants. There are also the vicissitudes of turning the gears of history. This sea, it's the human world. It's this vast expanse of heaven and earth. It is the sea of heaven and earth. Lin Ze was to float and sink in this sea of heaven and earth, searching for the path to reach the other side of the sky from the other side of the earth, chasing after the radiant heavenly element that belonged to him. Under the guidance of Tian Yuan, he comprehends the mysteries of the life Xian, thus breaking away from the sea of suffering in the human world and opening the door of heaven and earth to the other shore of heaven. This is the sea of God. Until you stand on the other side of the earth and see this illusory sea of heaven and earth. It was only then that Lin Ze realized why there was a term for people on the ground, people on the mountain, people on the sea, and people in the sky in the ascendant realm. The cultivation of the 3 great beings, the Ho Tian, the innate, and the sacred realm, is dramatized in the ascendant realm as the process of climbing up from the earth to the heavens in which a person is constantly ascending. The latter-day mortals who have not attained the marvels of the innate and cannot leave the earth, and who spend their lives on the earth looking up at the mountains, are the earthlings. The innate, on the other hand, has glimpsed the wonders of heaven and earth, detached itself from the bonds of the earth, and ascended a high mountain in an attempt to approach the unattainable heavens. When this mortal goes to the mountain, one man and one mountain also becomes immortal and a man on the mountain. But the mountain people realize that no mountain in this world can connect to heaven and earth, and through the mountain to heaven. And so there were the Maritimers again. Since there is no mountain that can ascend to the sky, then detach from the mountain, cross the sea of heaven and earth, and keep flying toward the sky. If a man of the sea goes ashore, ascends to heaven, and becomes a saint, he is the last of the heavenly beings. Quite an image indeed. Ascending to the half-step divine sea, Lin Ze got up and looked at the fine snow in the sky from afar. His gaze seemed to pierce through the sea of heaven and earth through the fine snow, finding the door that led to the other side of heaven. From an ordinary Hotian triple to his current half-step divine sea, Lin Ze had only spent a month. Then how long should it take for Lin Ze to go from the half-step divine sea to the holy realm known as Heavenly Man? Is not far off. Lin Ze murmured to the sky. he then withdrew his gaze. 2A. Young master, slave girl is here. Jade walked in. Lin Ze said, I'm going on a long trip next. The Lin family should be fine with Master Mo on their side. If Grandpa is out of the gate, just tell him that I've gone to my 2-month appointment, and he'll naturally understand. Xiao Chui nodded. Oh, slave girl understands. Then how long will you be gone, young master? The slave girl will pack your entourage for you. No need. You go ahead. By the way, during the time that this Gongzi is out, the Lin family should cultivate properly and not slack off. Yes, go on. Jade left. Lin Ze, on the other hand, flew up into midair and left the North Star, embarking on a journey to the shadow of the Daojak mountain. In the Lin family, a beautiful silhouette looked at Lin Ze's departing back for a long time without words. She looked at the sky for a long time. I don't know what I'm thinking. It was a long time before she returned to the room, leaving a trail of light footprints in the snow. Waiguang realm. Deep clouds and fog in the Tianyun mountains. A huge mountain that towered into the clouds and flowed with an ancient and heavy atmosphere as if it came from an ancient era was situated in it at an unknown time. It emanated an aura of the great Tao's mysterious chi from time to time, and countless creations and vitalities evolved within it, giving birth to the wonders of heaven and earth. From time to time, it released some kind of terrifyingly extreme destructive aura. An endless calamity erupted in the mountain. It was like the calamity of the great Tao, extinguishing the longevity of heaven and earth, and the calamity of all the images was extinguished. All the living beings in the Tianyun mountain range were shocked by this huge mountain. There was no sound in all directions. I don't know how much time has passed. Several figures seemed to sense the arcane aura of this huge mountain. They rushed into the heavenly cloud mountain range and landed in front of the giant mountain. Daojio Mountain. Mount Daojie. Boy, I can't imagine that in my life I'd even have the honor of seeing this Green Domain's legendary Daojak mountain with my own eyes. It's worth it. Daojia Mountain. I heard that as long as you step into Daojia Mountain you can become a disciple of the 9th sect of the Green Domain. Let me try. A casual cultivator just said this. Suddenly there was a huge hand in the sky tearing through the clouds and fog to tackle him. Try? Could it be that you have the immortal fate order with you, little friend? And let the old man borrow it first. Chapter 74, Gathering in the Heavenly Clouds. The loose cultivator's expression changed violently. Senior, I don't have the immortal edge order. I'm just curious about the Daojak mountain. That big hand straight away grabbed the casual cultivator in its palm. Dare to come and join in the fun without an immortal edge order. Humph. Bang. Blood flowers flew and scattered all over the air. What I hate most in my life is people like you who have no self-knowledge. Waste of time. After casually crushing the casual cultivator to death and failing to find the existence of the immortal edge order, the giant palm of the sky retracted into the clouds. The scattered cultivators near the shadow of Daojak Mountain were in awe at the sight. They looked up at the mountains and clouds that surrounded them. These experts of the immortal sect can't come fast enough. I'm afraid. At this moment, near the shadow of the Daojia Mountain, there are already 10 ambushes surrounded by wolves, just waiting for the immortal fate order holder to come to the door. A group of loose cultivators looked at each other, the eyes of the divine splendor constantly changing their respective retreat to the periphery of the mountain range, blocked in the major roads, waiting for the arrival of the legendary fated person. A great battle with no fireworks in sight has been fought, deep within the Tianyun mountain range. A towering, fog-covered mountain. The great immortal sects sit high in the clouds. The bloodstained swordmaster's divine sense unfolded, bringing the entire 100,000 mile radius of the place where the shadow of the Daojak mountain was located into his perception. However, whenever a suspicious-looking, suspected immortal edge order holder entered within 100,000 miles of the heavenly cloud mountain vein, he would immediately be able to sense it. Just as the bloodstained swordmaster was seriously investigating to find the immortal edge order holder, a crane-haired, white-robed old man stepped on a cloud of emptiness and landed in front of the bloodstained swordmaster. Those who can hold the immortal edge order are not simple goods. You won't be able to find him like this. The bloodstained swordmaster opened his eyes, and his bloodshot eyes glanced at the old man. If you have a fart, let it go. The old man laughed. That's what I'm saying. If I were the holder of the immortal edge order, I would definitely be disguising myself as one of the trappers right now, doing what thieves do in order to paralyze everyone. The bloodstained swordmaster's bloodshot eyes stared. Are you suspecting that this seat has obtained the immortal edge order? The old man laughed. I didn't say that. But since you mentioned, well, I'm going to ask. I've never seen what an immortal edge order looks like in my life. If fellow Taoist Bloodstain has an immortal edge order, you might as well take it out and lend it to me first. The corner of the bloodstained sword master's mouth hooked slightly, and a touch of murderous mad ferocity flickered in his eyes. Clang! An overwhelmingly ferocious sword that exuded monstrous devilishness floated beside the bloodstained swordmaster. The scabbard on its sword that was sealed by countless blood-colored chains slightly pulled open a slit, revealing the crimson icy cold blade. A terrifying to the extreme killing aura immediately surged throughout the entire heavenly cloud mountain vein. The bloodstained swordmaster stared closely at the old man as he beckoned. This seat does have the immortal edge order, and it's in this seat's arms. Come here, this seat will show you. A heavy look fell. Between the clouds and the sea, a ferocious aura was born. A blood-colored crack that looked like a rift between heaven and earth instantly covered the entire sea of clouds. Killing, crazy killing breaths spread across the sky, filling the entire heavenly cloud mountain vein. The faces of everyone in the mountain range changed in shock. This crazy bloodbath. In the entire Huaguang realm, there was no one other than that madman, the bloodstained sword master, who was one of the 5 giants. The bloodstained sword master struck out. Could it be that the immortal fate order has already appeared? Everyone's gazes were cast towards the top of the cloud. In the midst of this killing breath that was like the rushing of angry waves, the crane-haired old man's face was unchanged and unmoving like a mountain. Both being one of the 5 giants of the Huaguang realm, both being half-step divine sea cultivators. Who would be afraid of whom? Old me was just casually asking. And fellow Taoist Bloodstain, is this cranky? Could it be that the old man has guessed? Meh. The bloodstained sword master's large hand gripped the hilt of the ferocious sword beside him. The chains on the hilt of the sword shook as if they were about to break apart the next moment, liberating this overwhelmingly ferocious sword. Just try it and you'll see. The old man narrowed his eyes, carefully sizing up the bloodstained swordmaster. At this point, another voice with a hint of seduction came out from the other side. I say, you two, this is no time for us to be at each other's throats. If you guys fight, then I'm afraid the real immortal edge order holder will have to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Above the clouds, a long-haired woman with revealing clothes and a beautiful figure stepped on a cloud mass and walked barefoot in the void. His body was permeated with desire and charm, and every inch of skin, every piece of flesh, and every bone exuded unrivaled charm. The whole person was like the embodiment of the goddess of desire walking on earth, able to arouse the most primitive impulses within all people. Seeing the woman coming, a slight hint of scorn passed through the old man's eyes. Even when the bloodstained sword master, who had the reputation of being a madman, saw her, the sword in his hand involuntarily tightened. The old man said with a smile, "What kind of wind has moved you to? Fairy of wonderful desire? Myriad desires, also one of the 5 giants of Huaguang, but with her heavenly desire heart sutra, not to mention the bloodstained sword master and the old man, even the head of the Huaguang 5 giants, that divine sea realm Huaguang realm lord, had to be afraid of it. Moreover, myriad desire has mysterious origins, unpredictable means, and is often absent from the Huaguang realm, perennially appearing and disappearing. It seems to have a transcendent background far above the Huaguang, which is imperceptible and dare not be messed with." Myriad desires glanced at the old man, and without any intention, there was a natural flavor that shamed the time and stunned the fangs. How could a concubine miss something as big as a half-saint selecting an heir? My concubine would like to see which of my Huaguang realm's extraordinary sons of fortune has obtained the immortal fate order. Then I'm only afraid that the fairy has come here for nothing. The old man stroked his white beard and laughed. There are only 1,000 immortal edge orders, while the green domain has 3,980 realms. To compete for this place with other prosperous great realms that are blessed with the Qing domain's qi. I'm afraid I don't have this blessing in the Huaguang realm. Listening to what fellow Taoist Tianji is saying, you are driving your concubine away? The crane-haired old man Tianji let out a laugh. How dare you? Old me is afraid of delaying the fairy's great time. There's nothing to do left or right, so let's just watch the fun. Look, there's another fight down there. The 2 men sought out Myriad Lust's gaze, only to see the casual fighters at the bottom of the mountain. The reason was precisely because they suspected that the other party had the immortal edge order on them. This was the case with the Skycloud mountain range right now. Anyone who is in this mountain may hold the immortal fate order. Fighting, too, could break out at any time. And at this point, outside the Tianyun mountain range, Hidden Sword and Transported Taoist had already arrived at the outskirts of the Heavenly Cloud mountain range with their disciple Luo Wuchen. From afar, the 2 hidden swords could sense the shadows and crises lurking in the Heavenly Cloud mountain range. The recluse glanced at Hidden Sword. Here, the test truly begins. Whether we can hide it from them or not is up to us. Chapter 75, I'm in a hurry. Let's go together. Hidden Sword nodded. The brilliant sun and cold blade hidden in his hands were already poised to strike. The silent underworld within the torso of the body also gave off an aura of defeat and silence. Let's stick to the original plan and look for opportunities for others to start a riot first. If that doesn't work out, I'll show up and use the fake immortal edge order to attract everyone's attention. And you take the opportunity to bring Wuduan into Daojia Mountain. Transported One nodded. Randomly, it all depends on God's will. At this time, Luo Wuchen said worriedly, 2 masters, even if this method is successful, what about you two? Hidden Sword and Transported One smiled in relief. Don't worry, as long as you can enter the Daojak Mountain, your Hidden Sword Master and I will be absolutely safe. There are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Those people up there are all old foxes who have cultivated for tens and hundreds of thousands of years. Would they not understand this? As long as you enter the Daojak Mountain, from that moment on, you'll be a disciple of the 9 sect of the Green Domain, with a behemoth like the 9 sect of the Green Domain behind you, in front of the transcendent 9 sect of the Green Domain. Even if the Lord of the Huaguang realm came, he would have to obediently kneel down as a dog. If they dare to move me and your Hidden Sword Master, then unless they don't want to live, they are willing to self-destruct their hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation and foundation. You, just go in peace. Luo Wuchen nodded. Wuchen understands. I will live up to the 2 masters' high expectations on this trip. If they dare to touch a single hair on the 2 masters' heads, my disciple will just pour everything into inviting one of the 9 sect elders to step in and overthrow his Huaguang realm. Ha ha ha, you kid. Alright, there will be plenty of opportunities to say more later. Right now the Immortal Edge Order trial is the most important. Get ready, the Transported One said, and then they were about to begin their actions. Before leaving, the recluse suddenly added, by the way, once you go, the teacher will not be by your side. You must remember what your master told you. Luo Wuduan and the recluse said at the same time. There are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Ha ha ha, well, just remember that. Old Sword, do you have any more instructions? Old Sword? Hidden Sword fellow Taoist. The transported man was speechless. Hidden Sword was actually looking away elsewhere. What are you looking at such a critical juncture? Hidden Sword turned back. An unprecedentedly serious and solemn look appeared in his eyes. I'm afraid our plans are about to change. He's here too. Him? Who? The recluse froze, and his heart stared heavily. He had never seen Hidden Sword look so serious and solemn. Who exactly is this him? Hidden Sword said in a horrified tone. Someone who might be the incarnation of a saint. When these words came out, Transported One and Luo Wuduan froze at the same time. Incarnation of the Holy One. Are you kidding me? The Holy One is a heavenly being, a divine dragon. The common man is not to be known, not to be heard, not to be seen, but is supremely divine. The Green Domain hadn't even seen the shadow of a saint for almost 100 million years. Now you're telling me there's an incarnation of the Holy One? Fellow Taoist, this joke is not funny at all. I'm not kidding. Hidden Sword said seriously. He pointed at the handsome young man in the sky who had come against the flying snow and was flying across the void towards Daojia Mountain. He, the North Star Divine Martial King, the 3rd stage of the True Body. This year, 18. The recluse and Luo Wuchen looked at Lin Ze in the sky for a long time in silence. For a long time. Suddenly, Hidden Sword's body trembled as a sword intuition from his natural sword body instinct filled his entire body. His sword, again, trembled. It was like the other day when he sensed the crisis of the demon cult. But unlike before, this tremor is not a crisis, but an opportunity. His sword body intuition told him. Follow. What? Hidden Sword repeated again. Follow. My sword body intuition tells me to follow him. This might be the only chance for Dustless to blend into the Daojak Mountain. The recluse directly said. In that case, believe you for once. Go. The two of them brought Luo Wuduan far behind Lin Ze, alerting the surroundings at all times and improvising. And at that moment, Lin Ze was looking away from the huge mountain that emanated a mysterious and ancient aura. The immortal fate order in his arms became blazing hot, constantly echoing with the shadow of the Daojia Mountain, wanting to open the door to the real Daojia Mountain. And as the immortal edge order got hot, Lin Ze kept getting closer to the Daojak Mountain. In the heavenly cloud mountain vein, a shadowy sight like that of a viper landed on Lin Ze. They lurked in the shadows, silently watching Lin Ze in the sky as he continued to approach Daojia Mountain, always ready to strike a fatal blow. Another one. To actually dare to approach the Daojak Mountain. Does he have the immortal fate order on him? The top of the Sky Cloud Mountain. The bloodstained swordmaster and the others also landed their gazes on Lin Ze. It was because he was the first person who didn't restrain himself after arriving at Daojia Mountain, but instead dared to walk in so struttingly and squarely. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Even if there were no demons that dared to approach the Daojak Mountain, it would be better to kill the wrong one than to let it go. Young man Na, sharp as a tack. Elder Tianji leaned forward slightly. Doesn't know how to restrain himself at all. The bloodstained sword master then glanced at old man Tianji. Isn't it just what you want? Saying that, the fierce sword floating beside the bloodstained sword master faintly emitted a blood-colored fierce light, and myriad desires, who always liked to watch the fun, had no words at this time. She quietly looked at Lin Ze, an unknown look in her eyes, and she didn't know exactly what she was thinking. In the midst of everyone's varying gazes, Lin Ze kept walking towards Daojia Mountain. He was halfway there and was about to reach the Daojia Mountain when he stopped. At this point, the bitter wind was whistling. The snow drifted gently. His figure was motionless, slowly lengthening in the snow-filled sky. What's he doing? There's catnip. Many people came out of the shadows, their wolf-like and snake-like gazes staring straight at Lin Ze. Seeing this, the corner of Lin Ze's mouth slightly hooked. An ancient token engraved with the word immortal emitted a mysterious immortal light as it rose from the center of Lin Ze's palm and hovered in his hand. I've kept you all waiting. The order of the immortal fate is here. Come and get it if you don't want to die. Lin Ze's voice, which was clear and cold with a matchless wantonness, spread throughout the entire heavenly cloud mountain vein. I suggest you'd better get together. Because, in Lin Ze's eyes, a brilliant starlight leapt across the world. This gentleman is in a hurry. Lin Ze's words fell. Swish, whoosh, buzz. For a time, the entire heavenly cloud mountain vein shook. All of them, like the 8 immortals crossing the sea to show their abilities, had sacrificed their own skills and rushed towards the immortal edge order in Lin Ze's hand. Immortal fate order. The arrogance of the harpies. Bold Jr. Die for me. An assortment of attacks. A shadow striking towards Lin Ze at the same time. Chapter 76, The Three of You Together. For a time, the entire heavenly cloud mountain vein was in chaos. A spiritual light was about to make the sky cloud mountain vein bleed. However, in the face of the crowd's attacks, Lin Ze was calm and even a little impatient. My lord has said he's in a hurry. Sundry fish like you shouldn't come out to disgrace yourselves. He casually struck a blow. Bang! Along with Lin Ze's punch, Supreme Will rose up to the sky, covering the entire heavenly cloud mountain vein. The power of the fist came down from the sky, sweeping across thousands of troops. Boom! This strike was like a star falling from the sky, smashing into the surface of a calm lake and rolling up 1,000 piles of snow. Buzz! The mountains are crumbling. The earth trembles. An airwave visible to the naked eye spread and swept in all directions with Lin Ze at the center. The airwave wrapped countless mountains and rocks, crushing 10,000 miles of mountains and forests with a stone-breaking momentum. Wherever it passed, all the big mountains and peaks were annihilated in the wave of fist power. Boom! One blow. Thousands of miles of smoke. Miles of waves. When the smoke and clouds have subsided and the waves have ceased to sound. Looking around, no mountain shadows, no woods, no lofty peaks, no rolling hills on either side of the river. A clear, flat, empty space. The Sky Cloud mountain range had disappeared without a trace. In its place was a wretched plain of rubble, except for the towering shadow of the ancient Daojia mountain towering over the clouds. The entire Sky Cloud mountain range, which was thousands of miles in circumference, crumbled and disintegrated under this casual punch of Lin Ze's. And previously greeted up to show their powers of those various sects of cultivators have long been unknown, along with that mountain, that forest, forever buried under the broken stone plains, or corpses and bones are not existed. One blow, and the sky collapses. And that's when, above the sky, an illusory blood-colored dragon was coiled on the sea of illusion, emitting a rolling dragon's roar as it roamed the four seas. Strong pressure was unabashedly released from Lin Ze's body. A chi and blood wolf smoke reflected him like a god or a devil. This is a half-step to the divine sea. Go on, cleared all stray fish. The immortal edge order in Lin Ze's hand floated gently, still attracting everyone's attention. There was silence in all directions. Everyone looked at Lin Ze with glazed eyes. Surprisingly, he was a half-step divine sea powerhouse. The entire Huaguang realm only had a total of 4 half-step divine seas. Those 4 were all sect masters and patriarchs of various great sects. Their names moved Huaguang, and they each recognized them. But where did this strange half-step divine sea powerhouse in front of him come from? On a small gravel hill, Transported Man and Luo Wuchen looked at Lin Ze and then at Hidden Sword. Is this the third stage of the true body you're talking about? Hidden Sword's eyelids trembled. He's broken through again. High above the sky. The 2 giants, Old Man Tianji and Bloodstained Swordmaster, on the other hand, had a gloomy look on their faces. The outsiders look good. The insiders look good. The others might just see that Lin Ze's strike ignored the combined attacks of many loose cultivators, destroying thousands of miles around the Skycloud mountain vein in one fell swoop, while they, who were also at the half-step divine sea realm, perceived Lin Ze's unfathomable attainments from this punch. This punch was so vast that it was like a vast sea of shocking waves, breaking into the extreme Dao. Its Gung Fu grade and attainments were definitely not low. What a strong half-step divine sea. When did my Huaguan realm produce such a person? The Bloodstained Swordmaster and Old Man Tianji exchanged glances. As the 5 giants of the Huaguan realm, they knew the various characters of the Huaguan realm like the back of their hands. However, They all had a number in their hearts whenever they had hopes of advancing to the half-step divine sea's chi blood like a dragon realm. However, they searched all the suspected characters in their mind and did not find half a similar person. The two looked again at the always mysterious mythic desire. Myriad Desires, however, was calm, with a mysterious smile on her face. She didn't seem surprised by Lin Ze's outburst. Could it be that she knows this person? The two men thought this in their minds. At that moment, Lin Ze's slightly disappointed voice sounded again. There's no one here? The people from the sects at the bottom all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Lin Ze's gaze. If the Immortal Fate Order holder was a small person, it would be just fine for them to move their hand segments and try their luck. But robbing at the hands of a half-step divine sea, it's almost as if you think you're going to live a long life. The crowd was silent. Lin Ze's gaze was then pointed at the three striking people high in the sky. What about you guys? My lord doesn't have time to spend with you guys. Rampant. The bloodstained swordmaster's eyes slightly condensed. He who had the reputation of being a madman in the outside world would never spoil anyone. Clang. As soon as he picked up the absolutely ferocious sword beside him, the chains on the sword immediately crumbled a few. Whoosh. He appeared in front of Lin Ze in the form of a bloody smoke and erupted with an overwhelmingly ferocious might. You're crazy. I just wonder if your kung fu is as wild as your mouth. After saying that, the bloodstained swordmaster shattered all the chains on his sword with a slap. Clang. With a dark and sinister sword sound. In a flash, a sea of blood condensed from countless killing chi emerged in the sky. The sea of blood is filled with karma. Countless blood, countless white bones churned between the blood-colored waves. An overwhelmingly ferocious sword that had absorbed the grudges of countless living beings and exuded a monstrous killing nature rose from the sea of blood. It accompanied the world's most evil and ferocious greatness across the world, wreaking havoc on the earth, and landed steadily in the hands of the bloodstained swordmaster. With the fierce sword in his hand, the bloodstained swordmaster's entire aura changed. He transformed into a killing demon god that reaped life to bring despair, releasing an endless bloodthirsty aura. Under this blood-devouring aura, the trees and plants buried in the shattered rock plain were drained of their vitality in an instant, losing their greenness and becoming dry and decaying. The blood chi on the bodies of the major cultivators was also constantly being devoured by the overwhelmingly ferocious sword, turning into food for its ferocious flames. Once this blood sea sword of this seed is sheathed, it can never be put back. The bloodstained swordmaster was cloaked in a layer of crimson demon fiendish blood clothes, and a bright red mysterious bloodstain crawled up his face, making him look a little crazy. He pointed his sword at Lin Ze. The ferocious flames erupted as if they were substance, covering the sky, dyeing the entire world a blood-red color. Any last words? That sounds a bit familiar. Lin Ze's mouth grinned slightly. Now that's the kind of master he wants. Since learning an amazing cultivation skill, Lin Ze had never had much of a chance to show his true strength. Playing Zhang Tong, crushing, fighting the Zhou army, the army decisively retreated, trying to fight the great enemy, Wolf Du. It turned out that Wolf Du had let the demonic religion give blood sacrifice to exterminate the whole country again. It caused Lin Ze to have no place to spread his hands even if he wanted to. He's been quiet for a long time now, wanting to really play a good, high-end game. And this bloodstained sword master in front of me. It came at the right time. Last words? Lin Ze laughed. A very wide smile. He pointed at Elder Tianji and Myriad Desires. Then it's all three of you together. A rampant and unrivaled frenzy arose all of a sudden. The bloodstained sword master was crazy, and Lin Ze was even crazier than him. Chapter 77 Bloodstained Sword Master. Death. Everyone was stunned by Lin Ze's unbelievably arrogant stance. One must know that the bloodstained swordmaster was one of the 5 giants that dominated the Huaguang realm, and his position wasn't blown out and up. It was only by relying on solid superb battle results that he was able to secure his position as one of the top 5 giants of the Huaguang realm, sitting side by side with the realm lord of the Divine Sea realm in the same seat. In the early years, when the bloodstained sword master was still in the chi and blood like a dragon realm, he killed the entire clan of a half-step Divine Sea Great Clan with 1 person and 1 sword, killing the local blood. In this way, he achieved his prestige. After that, the bloodstained swordmaster achieved a half-step to the Divine Sea. From that day onwards, his blood sea sword had been in a state of blockade for a long time, because even though this Huaguang realm was large, it would be difficult to find another expert who could force him to use the blood sea sword. And now, the blood sea sword is once again sheathed. The bloodstained swordmaster reappeared in the full state of the year when 1 man and 1 sword killed the entire enemy clan. It was already able to threaten this mysterious half-step Divine Sea powerhouse. But not only was he not afraid, instead he wanted to take on the 3 giants together. Bloodstained swordmaster was strong. The other 2 who could be called the 5 giants alongside him in the same seat couldn't be weak either. He went so far as to put the big 3 together. Madness. It's crazy. What a crazy word. Hiss. Such are the men of my generation. Such as it is, My ass. One-on-one even. He even wants the three giants to go together, asking for his own death. Half-step divine sea battle. It was worth the trip today. The crowd had been eagerly waiting for a superb and amazing battle to come. High above the heavens, the face of Elder Tianji, who had been pointed at by Lin Ze, instantly darkened. Humph, young people are just on fire. I'd like to see what you're capable of mouthing off. After a cold snort, Elder Tianji erupted into a shocking weather machine. He stood up straight, a hint of heavenly mystery skimming across his eyes as his robes hunted in the air. A cloud of arcane chi gathered. The old man Tianji's whitish beard and hair instantly became black and shiny, and the belated oldness on his face dissipated, and his entire state once again returned to his youthful full bloom. A young, arrogant white-clothed youth strolled down from the void with his hands behind his back and stood on the side of the blood-stained swordmaster, facing Lin Ze from a distance. Great! Lin Ze looked at the last myriad desires again. Myriad lust, however, laughed uncharacteristically. With a smile, the charm was heavenly, and the lust of heaven and earth flourished, rising like a sunrise. It's none of my concubine's business. Concubine is just bored to watch the fun. Please continue, my lord. After saying that, myriad desires then changed out of nowhere a swing that hung high above the clouds, swaying a pair of smooth and rounded long legs. Sitting on the swing quietly watching the three people who were about to fight, myriad desires' actions caused Bloodstain and Elder Tianji to secretly frown. This woman, mythic lust, is not a nice person. Don't look like she's been letting loose all day and looking like she's having a good time. But the truth is, this woman is worse than anyone else. And even worse, she can't take advantage of her half the time. Anyone who acted recklessly in front of her, she could instantly turn into a witch and kill that person's entire family. It's this move at the moment. It's not right. Totally wrong. The bloodstained sword master and old man Tianji really couldn't understand. When he thought of Myriad Desire's earlier look that seemed to recognize Lin Ze, an inexplicable uneasiness couldn't help but rise in Elder Tianji's heart. He quietly utilized the art of heavenly chance deduction. Surprisingly, what you end up with is a blank slate. So much for the trigrams. Elder Tianji was secretly alarmed. After thinking carefully, he said, "We are all half-step divine sea great cultivators. If we really want to fight, it's inevitable that this area of Tianyun will be devastated and not an inch of grass will grow. Young man, you are fortunate enough to obtain the immortal fate order, and you are the one with the most great fortune in my Huaguang's generation. It's a pity that I, Huaguang, am so poor that it's rare for me to produce a character like this. It's really a pity and lamentable. As for the old man, he won't be too hard on you. We'll call it a day. If you have real skills worthy of an immortal edge order, I'll fulfill you. Fellow Daoist Bloodstain, what do you think?" Ha! The bloodstained sword master smiled disdainfully. After so many years of contact, could he still not know what Elder Tianji was? As soon as he opened his mouth, the bloodstained sword master knew. He wimped out. "Humph, you guys are afraid of him, but I'm not." The blood-colored ferocious sword stood in front of him, and the bloodstained sword master said sternly, "If you don't dare to fight, then get off to the side." After saying that, he pointed his sword at Lin Ze. "If you want to fight, then fight. Don't talk so much." With that said, the bloodstained swordmaster took the lead in invoking the extreme fury of heaven and earth. A crazy bloodthirsty killing aura instantly spread over the green sky. Clang! The bloodstained swordmaster swept his sword across the sky. The sword looked out of the corner of his eye and shone in the 19 states. A killing sword chi that seemed to be able to open up the heavens and bring about the ultimate destruction of the world instantly chopped at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Swift as the wind and as fast as thunder, a sword brings a creepy, unnerving, bloody hell. Countless dead souls wailed in the blood awnings that ravaged the heavens and earth, letting out heart-rending cries of complaint. Chop! Swish! Blizzard crossing. The extremely compressed sword dipper ran in front of Lin Ze, and the next moment it was going to tear him apart. Yet the next moment, swordsmanship? So will this gentleman. Swish! A sword blade that was even more appalling and more powerful than the bloodstained sword master tore through the spatial boundary barrier, crossing the border from the distant ancient era. Earth grade, medium grade. Hidden sword, hidden mantle LV10. Lin Ze finally exploded his supreme sword chi without any reservations. The 10th level of the realm of the earth grade middle grade sword technique hidden sword in hidden mansion, which had never been seen by anyone before or since, was instantly activated. I have not tried to hide my sword for 10 years, but today I am hiding it to show you. For a moment, Lin Ze's entire person was like a sheathed ancient divine sword, his sword aura spreading across the world, purging the universe. Chop! Swish! 10,000 sword chi fronts converged into a long river of sword chi. Electricity. It broke through the bloodstained swordmaster's sea of blood, and with a single divine strike, it pierced through the fierce fury, arriving in front of the bloodstained swordmaster like a swift wind. Clang! The bloodstained swordmaster's pupils shrunk violently, immediately activated his sword to escape and move away. Yet the frosty blade that hid the sword's hidden mane was faster than he could see, more ferocious. A hidden ray of shocking white suddenly erupted in the long river of sword chi. This is called hiding the sword and hiding the mane. Not good. The bloodstained sword master was completely unable to react in time. Boom! The storm of sword chi hid the sword and came, blooming with destructive light. Bang! The bloodstained sword master was torn apart by the storm of sword chi, and his entire body flew out backwards like a discharged cannonball. It hit the ground hard. It smashed the gravel plain into a deep sinkhole. There was no movement for a long time. The crowd used their divine sense to look before realizing it. In that sword just now, the bloodstained swordmaster had already been torn into pieces by the sword chi storm and was lifeless. The fierce sword that had absorbed the bloodborne fury of countless people also broke in the sword-to-sword competition and lost its divine light. Look at Lin Ze again. A sword out. He then has long converged a sword chi. Hide the sword, hide on. As if nothing has happened. With one sword, the highs and lows are immediately apparent. The bloodstained swordmaster of the 5 giants of Huaguang. Today the body dies. Chapter 78. Can't fight a little. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Couldn't believe my eyes at all. The bloodstained sword master died just like that. One sword. Just one sword. A single sword killed the bloodstained swordmaster, who was ferociously powerful and had dominated the Huaguang realm for 100,000 years. What a joke. Even that divine sea realm lord couldn't do this, right? What is the origin of this mysterious strongman? The crowd at the bottom was shocked. Hidden Sword was even more surprised. If he wasn't mistaken, that sword of that one just now seemed to be his unique move from the Hidden Sword Mountain's hidden sword technique, right? Although this sword had more meaning and power than the mere hidden sword skill, there was absolutely no mistaking that core hidden sword intent. This was the hidden sword technique's modified move. Confirming this, Hidden Sword began to doubt life. How long has it been since this one watched the hidden sword technique? Is it 20 days? No, I don't think so. In less than 20 days, this person not only penetrated the core meaning of the hidden sword technique, but also improved it and pushed it forward. He had spent a whole 70,000 years for the hidden sword technique. Off the charts. Big time outrageous. Even the incarnation of a saint isn't this outrageous. Hidden Sword was lost in skeptical contemplation. On the other hand, above the clouds, the myriad desires, who had been sitting on a swing with a cynical look, had a subtle look on her face. It seemed to be smiling but not smiling, seemed to be charming but not charming, and the whole person was immersed in a kind of emotion that was imperceptible to the eye. The room was dead silent. It was only after a long time that someone set their eyes on the other giant, Elder Tianji, who had fought to seize the immortal Edge Order. At this look, everyone froze for a moment. I don't know when. That arrogant and reckless, spirited, displaying his youthful full-bloom posture, the old man Tianji unexpectedly faded away his young body again, turning back into a crane-haired, childlike old man. He sat cross-legged in the void, so far away from the range of the battle between Lin Ze and the bloodstained swordmaster that he was almost far out of the visible range of the Daojie mountain. This, Elder Tianji deserves to be called Elder Tianji. They have nothing to say. Ha ha ha, little friend's godly skills are world-class. I'm impressed and impressed. It's a blessing for my Huaguang realm that the immortal fate order can shine in the hands of little friend. This time, little friend has entered the mountain. I think I will definitely be able to pick the top of the list of the 9 sects and inherit the position of half-saint. Here, I'll wish you all the best of luck and success. Elder Tianji didn't have much of a reaction on the surface, smilingly complimenting, but his heart had already been shaking like wild thunder, pounding. The back of his heart was already covered in a cold sweat of beans, as the bloodstained swordmaster's old rival and old friend. His strength, old man Tianji, could not be clearer. The two of them, however, were between Bo and Zhong, and it was hard to tell them apart. If you really want to fight, you can't fight for dozens or hundreds of years, and now the bloodstain is just gone. One sword and it's gone. That is, he went and he didn't. Elder Tianji couldn't help but be glad that he was alert. If he hadn't sensed something was wrong ahead of time and stopped in time. Instead, follow bloodstain's silly 2-for-1, then I'm afraid I'd be lying in it by now. Hooray! Hooray! Lin Ze bristled breathlessly. Don't want the immortal Edge Order? Don't! Little friend's godly skills are world-class. Old me is ashamed to be inferior. I'm impressed. Admire. This old turtle. He's just getting warmed up. Lin Ze turned his gaze back to one of the various small sect personnel at the bottom. What about you? Convincing? This sudden statement caused everyone to raise an eyebrow. What's the situation? Can any of us who are watching be personally accosted by this one? The gazes of the crowd sought out Lin Ze, and all eyes gathered on a small, plain, black-clothed cultivator, Seeing this, the black-clothed little cultivator shook his head helplessly and removed his disguise. He rose up into the air, his powerful pressure spreading out instantly. A sea of divine human worlds ebbs and flows behind him. In the midst of the ocean, the mediocre little black-clothed cultivator gradually grew into a domineering and majestic black-clothed middle-aged man with a strong sense of superior majesty. The visitor, a great cultivator of the divine sea realm. And there would only be that one and only one great cultivator of the divine sea realm in the Huaguang realm, Lord of the Wagwang realm. Seeing the arrival of the Huaguang realm lord, the corners of the mouths of everyone present twitched. It was obvious that they were all here, but they were still hiding in the crowd, disguised as an ordinary minor cultivator. You want to sit back and watch the tigers fight, and then reap the rewards, don't you? You're a great cultivator of the divine sea realm. As far as you're concerned, the old fox, how insidious. The main body of the Huaguang realm glowed with divine light as he sat on top of the divine sea and asked, "How did you discover this seat?" Lin Ze calmly said, "Eyes on." If he couldn't see the problem with such a large and conspicuous life breath, wouldn't his tens of thousands of feats be learned and practiced in vain? Good eye to see. The Huaguang realm lord was speechless for a moment. Lin Ze then said, "Still fighting? Don't waste my time. Fight, and fight like hell." The Huaguang realm lord cursed in his heart. Although he was at the divine sea realm, his combat power was only that much higher than Bloodstain. If Bloodstain didn't die directly from that sword just now, but only suffered some minor injuries or something, then he can still shade and spar. But Bloodstain was straight up cold. Even the Blood Sea sword was broken. How else could he fight with this monster level of combat power? Take a header? Can't hit it. Can't hit it at all a little bit. The fairy fate order is important. His life, which had been cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, was more important. Little friend is joking. Huaguang realm smiled and said, "This seat, like Tianji, deeply admires little friend's geisha divine skill. The immortal fate order is a fated creation in the hands of little friend. How can we, these mortals, dare to go against the will of heaven? Young friend please." Lin Ze shrugged helplessly. "Forget about it. These guys from the Wagwang realm can't take a beating. It's better to go and fight with the 9 clans of the Green Domain." Lin Ze turned and left. He raised the immortal edge order. The door to the real Mount Daojiao opens. With a flash of arcane divine light, Lin Ze's figure disappeared into thin air. See Lin Ze leave. The people present then breathed a long sigh of relief. Phew, suffocate me. Where in the world did this powerful person appear from? I don't know. I've never heard of it at all. Could it have come across the border from another realm? The crowd was talking and talking. At this point, the shadow of the Daojak mountain once again appeared to change. Another arcane divine light shot up into the sky. The crowd immediately raised their eyes, only to see that by the shadow of the Daojia mountain, Hidden Sword and Transported One took advantage of everyone's relaxation to follow behind Lin Ze and send Luo Wuchen into the Daojia mountain. You're stepping on a horse. Chapter 79, Mountain of Daojacking. In such a situation, how could the crowd not know what was going on? The crowd broke into tears and beat their chests, only feeling that they had missed out on a great opportunity, especially when they sensed the cultivation level of the Hidden Sword and the Transported One. Each of them were so angry that their eyes turned green and their bodies trembled. The district had a chi and blood wolf smoke and a blood like a great sun, but it had sent people in nakedly under all of their noses. God damn it. You guys are 100,000 times more sinister than the old thief. The Realm Lord. You are damned. No, we can still have 2 immortal edge orders in the Huaguang realm? I didn't have a defense. Who would have thought that after that person, there would be an immortal edge order in existence? There was a flurry of chest thumping and depression in everyone's mind. Looking at Transported One and Hidden Sword, they hated that they couldn't kill these 2 goods by 1,000 cuts, but that's as far as it goes to stop thinking about it. From the moment they sent the person into the Daojia mountain, everything had been finalized. No amount of regret or chest thumping will change the fact that they are already winners. As a result, the crowd also only looked at it for a few moments before averting their eyes with sighs, and then went to congratulate Transported One and Hidden Sword like nobody's business. High above the sky, the Huaguang Realm Master, Elder Tianji, and the 2 of them also just glanced at Transported One and Hidden Sword before withdrawing their gazes and continuing to discuss what kind of god Lin Ze was. They obviously cared more about Lin Ze's existence than these 2 guys who had already succeeded in stealing chickens. Tianji, did you see anything in your trigrams? Elder Tianji shook his head. A blank. This one nah. It's like a mist. Can't see through it at all. After saying that, Elder Tianji's gaze pointed to Myriad Desires, who was looking at the Daojak mountain out of his mind to the side. Myriad Desire Fairy, if I'm not mistaken, you should know this strange and powerful person, right? Based on that series of reactions that Myriad Desire had just had, Elder Tianji said with certainty that Myriad Desire definitely knew him. Myriad Lust didn't answer the duo. She just smiled mysteriously. Afterwards, she took one last look at the Daojak Mountain before turning around and stepping into the void, with his back to the Dawnguard Mountain. The pink color in Myriad Desire's eyes intensified as she gently opened her pink lips. The wind heard her whisper. Soon, we'll meet again. My concubine can hardly wait. Mysterious void realm. A lofty, ancient, giant mountain sits. Above the giant mountain, a divine light fell. Lin Ze's figure appeared at the foot of Daojia Mountain. 9th place. Prize of 992 threads of Daojacking Chi. As soon as Lin Ze arrived, he saw before him a young man carrying a green sword and wearing plain clothes, with a red leaf tattoo dotting his brow, writing down his arrival record. Immediately afterward, the immortal edge order in Lin Ze's hand rose out of thin air. In a flash, a trace of arcane and mysterious Daojacking Chi that was simultaneously filled with vitality and destruction violently poured into the immortal edge order. On the immortal edge order, 3 large ancient characters were reflected in Lin Ze's eyes, on which was exactly 992 representing the number of Lin Ze's robotic chi. And after recording Lin Ze's results, the man with the green sword and plain clothes didn't even look at Lin Ze and left directly with a flat expression. Yet not even a breath had passed. The veiled man stopped and turned back, because beside Lin Ze, another divine light emerged. Only then did a look of doubt appear on the plain-clothed man's face. These two people actually come from the same realm? And the entry times aren't that far apart. What are they doing in this realm? Sleeping? The mind wondered though. However, the movements of his hands did not stop in the slightest. 10th place. Prize of 991 threads of Daojacking Chi. The plain-clothed man then repeated the process from earlier and drifted away. It wasn't until then that Luo Wuduan, who had just experienced the thrill of stealing a chicken, reacted. His face turned red. 10th place. I can't believe I'm 10th. Luo Wuchen never thought that he could be at the top of the list of 1,000 great Chi warriors. After all, this world was too big for anything. Yourself and the Huaguang realm Reclusa clan may be counted as an unbeatable genius, but put into the vast green domain, there is a world beyond the sky and a world beyond the people, especially those advanced great realms that were at the core of the green domain. They had better conditions of heaven and earth, a longer and more long-lasting inheritance, and even better great masters and teachers. What makes someone else not better than a genius from his own little place? So Luo Wuchen's mental expectations are very low. As long as he can enter the 400 to 600 range is considered a high start. And now, he's actually up to 10th place. That's a couple hundred heists of gas higher than the 400 to 600 he was expecting. Luo Wudian couldn't help but feel his heart surge. However, while excited, Luo Wuchen didn't forget who he was relying on to get into Daojia Mountain and still finish 10th. He bowed deeply to Lin Ze. Many thanks to Senior Divine Martial King. Lin Ze said indifferently, there's no need to thank me. It's your own skill if you guys can keep up and seize the opportunity. Instead of thanking me here, why don't you think about what's next? Yes, Senior taught me a lesson. Luo Wuchen tried his best to calm down his excitement. He looked around, and the top 8 that had arrived earlier were sizing the 2 of them up with interest. Seeing the presence of these 8 people, the joy in Luo Wuchen's heart was swept away, and his heart froze. Senior, the 8 of them are even faster than you. To be fair, Senior Divine Martial King's speed was already ridiculously fast. After all, like the seniors such as themselves holding the immortal edge order, they do not need to sneak around, much less play tricks, and directly violently break the situation with absolute power. Crushing a realm is rare to see in the past 1,000 years. In terms of being fast, there really wouldn't be a second way to be faster than the predecessor, unless they were also like their predecessors, directly entering with the absolute stance of crushing a realm. But is possible? How could these 8 people in front of him not look like the kind of absolute powerhouse that could suppress a realm horizontally? Thinking of this, Luo Wuchen planned to go and spy on the enemy first. But Luo Wuduan hadn't made a move yet. A plain-looking fat Taoist boy then walked over with a self-conscious look. The moment he opened his mouth, the Lin Ze duo wouldn't be able to straighten out. He said, "Did you two wake up here too? A wake-up call? Just here?" The corner of Luo Wuduan's mouth twitched. Lin Ze was also speechless. The fat Taoist boy scratched his head and added, "Yes, those of us who arrived early all happened to be within range of the shadow of the Daojia Mountain descending, so I just woke up and rolled over, and here I am. Oh, except for the first guy. Luo Wuduan tried to look as calm as possible. What happened to him? He was smashed directly in the face by the Daojia Mountain. Chapter 80 Eating Date Pills. Hearing what the fat Taoist boy said, Luo Wuchen had a long time in his heart. To think that for the sake of this immortal edge order incident, the master and disciple duo were in a hurry and tried everything they could think of. By all means. Again, he was uniting with the Hidden Sword Mountain. And again, he was sounding out the east and driving away the tigers and devouring the wolves. With this, it's not necessarily possible to enter the Daojia mountain. And these 8 people in front of them did not do anything? Daojia mountain just dropped directly beside them. This is really a big asterisk word popped up in Luo Wuchen's heart. However, with the doubts about the way these 8 people arrived lifted, Luo Wuchen's heart was relieved. He had thought that these 8 people in front of him were also as perverse in existence as this divine Martial King Sr. who was suspected to be the incarnation of a saint. If that's the case, then the rest of them can't play for. The Daojia mountain trial had completely become a stage for them to perform on. It's okay. What's the point of being nice? Isn't that a bigger problem? People could get to such a point just by relying on their chi. Hell knows what else is even more outrageous behind them. Thinking of this, Luo Wuchen's heart grew more cautious. He first gave Lin Ze a cryptic glance, and after seeing that Lin Ze didn't give any indication, he acted as a pawn. Luo Wuchen laughed. So that's how it is. Then we're in a similar situation as you guys. Dao brother. And we're also closer to Daojia mountain. You guys? I told you. The fat Taoist boy was high and mighty as if he had one, proudly showing off to the other 7. Seeing this, Luo Wuchen narrowed his eyes as he asked again. Dao brothers, you came first. Do you know what we are going to do next? This time, after all, it's the half-saint selecting the successor. It's very significant. Will there be some other extra changes of any kind? The fat Taoist boy said. I don't know if this one, that 9-sect senior brother in charge of records didn't mention it either. Probably won't be officially announced until we have all the people. At that moment, another red-clad teenager stepped forward. He said, unsurprisingly, this first level is still climbing stairs. After all, this is the step-by-step procedure for this Daojia mountain trial, and it has been like this for hundreds of millions of years. Saying that, the red-haired teenager pointed to the winding, ancient stone staircase full of broken traces in front of the foot of the mountain. That's the only way up the mountain. Nah, it's right there. Lin Ze and Luo Wuchen looked over, but what I saw in my eyes, apart from some broken and ancient atmosphere, I didn't feel that the broken stone staircase had any special wonders. Luo Wuchen then asked, does this stone ladder have any special features? The boy in red smiled. You're asking the right person. It is said that the ancient stone ladder at the first level of this Daojia mountain is capable of testing one's will, and with every step you take, there will be visions from the ancient times on the stone ladder interfering with your thoughts and impacting your will. If the will is not strong enough to go, it is difficult to walk. Often cannot walk 2 steps, will be the ancient illusion to erosion. A long time cannot be extricated. The more serious, and will even leave a lifetime of shadow. Upon hearing this, Luo Wuchen's face slightly condensed. In that case, the first level is to select the strong-willed? Those with a weak mind who are unable to finish the stone ladder will be eliminated? Hearing this, the red-clothed boy laughed. Ha ha ha, finish the stone staircase? Luo Wuduan didn't understand what the red-clothed boy was laughing at. The fat Taoist boy then explained. Since the inception of the Daojia mountain trials, in these hundreds of millions of years, only 13 people have finished the stone staircase. So it's not as if you'll be eliminated if you can't finish the stone stairs. Otherwise the trials behind the Daojia mountain wouldn't be necessary. In this Daojia mountain, each level is independent, and there is no such thing as elimination. Each level that you can get there, you gain the corresponding amount of robbery chi. And in the end, all the robbery chi all add up to the real final ranking. And this, too, is where the criteria for selecting disciples from the 9 sect of the Green Domain are measured. In the view of the 9 sects of the Green Domain, there are disciples who are born to be lucky, and by luck alone he can make human progress. And there are disciples who are strong-willed, and by his firm will he is able to persevere and become great. There are also disciples with outstanding natural talent and high enlightenment, relying on their innate qualifications to straddle the Tianlan for millions of years. All of this is possible. That's why the 9 sects of the Green Domain don't select disciples across the board. They look at the performance and potential talent of their disciples in all aspects and judge them comprehensively as a way to tailor their teaching to their talents. So that's how it is. Thank you for explaining it, Dao brother. Luo Wuchen couldn't help but sigh at his words. Otherwise, people's 9 clans of the Green Domain could be the absolute hegemon that has ruled the Green Domain for tens of millions of years. Just because of this Daojia mountain trials selection mode, the 9 sect of the Green Domain should be the absolute hegemon of evergreen immortality. He, on the other hand, would have been able to step into such a sacred sect by now. Thinking of this, Luo Wuchen's heart was still a little excited. It's fine. Most people only know that Daojia mountain has the word of the Daojia Chi trial, and there are a large number of people who don't know the exact inside story. After the fat Taoist child finished speaking, he added, it is advisable for Taoist friends to sit down and meditate first. adjusting their mental state to the best, and prepare to deal with this ancient stone staircase. In the past, there were quite a few people who suffered from poor spirit and lost the opportunity to gain more robotic energy for nothing. Hearing this, Luo Wuchen gave the fat Taoist boy a slightly bizarre look. Dao brother, you tell me these things. Aren't you afraid of? The fat Taoist boy laughed. Taoist brother is overly concerned. To use my father's words, if everyone is selfish and you fight for what you want, and can't tolerate others to suppress dissenters, then the green domain won't have a future anymore. And Pops also said that if you keep comparing yourself to trash, you will become trash yourself. The right way to be able to truly motivate yourself is to be able to compete with others. A golden great domain should be vibrant and full of heavenly pride, always engaging in those lower 9 streams of inferiority. The green domain eats 8 pills. Luo Wuduan didn't know what to say. The old man of the fat Taoist child should be a great sage and great power of the green domain. Ah, thank you, Dao brother. With these words, Luo Wuduan spoke with conviction. The fat Taoist boy waved his hand. It's fine. You tune in. There's not much time left. Without waiting for Luo Wuchen to ask again, the fat Taoist boy added, Daojak Mountain is in the Void Realm. Time in the Void Realm is very different from the flow of the outside world and is unstable. It's as short as a dozen hours, as long as 2 days, and sometimes it's even just a few hours before the outside world's Immortal Edge Order trial date closes, so it doesn't leave us much time to adjust. No, look, another one so soon. As he spoke, another divine light flashed by. A new trialist appeared in the Daojia Mountain, and this person was covered in a fierce aura, with a bloody human head cupped in his hand. Obviously, he had gone through some killing and bitter battles to enter the Daojak Mountain. Chapter 81, Venerable Kukui, Heavenly Sword Emperor. The newcomer was a gnarled bearded man, who exuded monstrous chi and blood. Wrapped in a crimson blood garment dripping with beads of blood, his entire body looked fierce and vicious. As soon as he arrived, his aggressive gaze couldn't stop flowing back and forth towards Lin Ze and the others, as if he was looking for his next prey. Noticing the gnarled bearded man's eyes, the faces of everyone present went cold. Even the fat Taoist boy, who had always been calm and self-possessed, could not help but frown. Hasn't anyone ever told you that your eyes are rude? The red-clothed teenager from before even sneered and said nonchalantly, Meh, put that little local do-gooder routine of yours away. Daojia Mountain is not a place where you can spread your wildness and establish your authority. As soon as the red-clothed teenager finished speaking, the gnarled bearded man looked like a viper that had found its target, and his sinister and venomous gaze turned over in a flash. Yes? He tore the head in his hands into pieces as he held it. Seeing this, the red-clothed boy shook his head helplessly. TSK, good words are hard to persuade a damn ghost. At this point, that green sword, plainclothed man from the 9 clans arrived once again. In the face of the saber rattling in the arena, he calmly said, Daojak Mountain is the holy land of the green domain, and before the trial officially opens, all fighting is prohibited here. If you violate. The plainclothed man glanced at the gnarled bearded man. An ray of sword light appeared in his eyes. Chop! With a light word of chop falling, the man in plain clothes continued his official duties. 11th place, prize of 990 threads of Daojiao Qi. After saying that, the plainclothed man turned around and left. And the original place, that just now also flaming ferocious gnarled bearded man has no longer arrogant flames. Head is full of beans of cold sweat. A whole face is written with fear. No one knew what exactly he had encountered in that instant of sword light to cause his attitude to change drastically. That one gentle word chop seemed to have chopped off all of his arrogance. Seeing the gnarled bearded man's appearance, the red-clothed young man sked a few times. Stupid! You still don't believe it even after saying it. After saying that, the red-clothed teenager and the others turned their heads away, ignoring this idiot and adjusting themselves. Only Lin Ze and a very lazy-looking green-clothed teenager gave the gnarled man a thoughtful glance. With this glance, the youth in green noticed Lin Ze. He looked Lin Ze up and down, and some light of interest passed through his eyes. But this divine light came and went quickly. He seemed to have thought of something else and felt that nothing was interesting anymore, and quickly returned to his previous listless look and continued to sit in a platter and doze off. Lin Ze also glanced at the youth in green. This has been dozing. Looks lazy. Strength of the green-clothed teenager is the fat Taoist boy mouth first place, the one who was smashed in the face by the mountain of Daojacking. Sure enough, which of the people who could enter the Daojak Mountain ahead of time were simple. This Daojia Mountain trial that gathered the heroes of the Green Domain's world had really come to the right place. In Lin Ze's full anticipation, time passes quickly. In the Daojia Mountain, divine light constantly descended. More and more people filled the foothills. Some of them are the lucky ones who got in by fluke. Some of them are the supreme ones who fought tooth and nail to kill their way out. And some of them are the wise ones who laid out a realm to sit back and reap the benefits. Their arrival made Daojia Mountain even more lively. The foothills are clustered together. Various characters had gathered to discuss and debate their views on the trial and their cultivation experience. It wasn't until the arrival of a heavyweight that there was a moment of silence in the Daojak Mountain. Divine light descends. A dry and thin old man whose chi and blood had failed and who seemed to be ready to fall down when the wind blew manifested from it, saw the old man coming. Many of the celestial pride present from the center great realm shook. Venerable Kurenai! I can't believe even this one is here. Also, Venerable Kurenai is the undisputed first-day Yuan powerhouse of the Nanjua realm. If there is an immortal edge order in existence in the Nanjua realm, how could it possibly escape this person's eyes? TSK, even the venerable powerhouses of the humanity heavenly element have come. I'm afraid this Daojak Mountain trial is only going to be a bad one. The crowd murmured. There were quite a few celestials who knew Venerable Kurenai who immediately went forward to salute the old man. Greetings, Venerable Kurenai. Venerable Kurenai squeezed out a wooden shallow smile on his dry and thin face. It's still you youngsters who came quickly. I don't dare to. We are nowhere near as good as your holiness. Venerable Kurenai shook his head and lost his smile, his raspy voice quietly flowing. The old monks are people who have lived for tens of millions of years and are half in the ground. The future of the green domain still depends on you. The old man has come here this time, but he just wants to put up another good fight while he still has a little bit of time left. Perhaps the heavens have mercy on me, and the old immortal can still sense the mysteries of the fate Xian at this time when he is about to die. You guys just do your thing and don't have to care about the old man. Kurenai said so, but who dared to really listen? The five-realm Tian Yuan of the true body, especially the humane Tian Yuan level powerhouses that were crowned with the name of honored ones, were each peak existences that reigned over the green domain. Each of them had been in the limelight for millions of years. And these people? Although they have entered the 9 sects of the green domain, but whether they can achieve Tian Yuan are still 2 words. Not to mention the unattainable humane Tian Yuan. Whether it was compared to potential or strength, they were 100,000 miles away from this one. At that moment, the figure with the green sword and plain clothes reappeared. When he saw Venerable Kurenai, some emotion passed through his eyes. Elder Kurenai. The dry and thin Venerable Kurenai was busy waving his hand. The Heavenly Sword Emperor's realm is already far superior to that of an old man. This name of senior, old man would never dare to take it. Hearing this cry of Heavenly Sword Emperor from Venerable Kurenai, everyone suddenly had a chill down their spine. Heavenly Sword Emperor. In the 5th realm of the innate Heavenly Yuan, humanity is honored and the earthly Tao is the Emperor. Those who were named after the Emperor were the very ones who had condensed the Heavenly Yuan of the Earth's path, the supreme heavenly prides, the supreme powerhouses, and the majesty and divine power of such a powerful man is just as his name. Emperor, the Emperor of monks. There was no need for more words. These 4 words were the best interpretation of an existence such as theirs. This kind of existence is like the dragon of the 9 heavens. Ordinary cultivators have no chance to see in their whole life. And now, in this Daojia mountain trial, they had unexpectedly met a legendary emperor. An emperor had personally come to preside over the Daojak mountain trials. The 9 sects of the green domain were truly absolute. They're a pocket knife to the ass. They've opened their eyes. We greet the Heavenly Sword Emperor. The plainclothed man known as the Heavenly Sword Emperor merely nodded gently to the crowd before turning to Venerable Kurenai and saying helplessly, "You're here again. You and Master are old friends. And I have been instructed by you many times in my early years. So even if I became a Fate Xian Magus, I wouldn't dare to put myself in front of you." With that said, Heavenly Sword Emperor recorded the rankings for Venerable Kurenai and presented the immortal edge order with both hands after replenishing the Daojaking Chi. You're number 397, which is pretty far ahead. Chapter 82. The trial begins. With your skills, there is still a lot of hope for this trial. Venerable Kurenai laughed and shook his head. I'm an old man on the verge of dying. How can I be that capable? This time I came. If I can have the opportunity to have an audience with his old man, the half-saint, and receive a few words of true instruction, I would have no regrets. As he spoke, several more divine lights landed on Daojak Mountain. Well, you don't have to mind the old man. Go ahead and do your business. The Heavenly Sword Emperor bid farewell to Venerable Kurenai. Good. I will come back to pay my respects later on, and we will catch up on old times then. Counting the time. We haven't seen each other for almost 300,000 years since you closed your death chamber all these years. Master, his old man, was still chanting about you the other day, saying that you still owed him an altar of drunken dream immortal brew, and that his old man had been waiting for you to come out of the gate to ask for a drink. Ha 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 ha, that old drunkard even remembers. Venerable Kurenai cried and laughed. Fine, fine, once this trip to Daojia Mountain is over, the old man will bring the immortal brew to have a good drink with you, master and disciple. Then the late generation will leave for now. With that said, the Heavenly Sword Emperor went on his official duties. Venerable Kurenai, on the other hand, talked with some of the young juniors on the field. with a kind and amicable look on his face. This caused quite a few people to come up to pay their respects, hoping to make friends with this honorable man and receive a few words of guidance from him. A buzz of activity. Time flies again. With the arrival of one character after another, all parts of the foot of Daojia Mountain were gradually filled, and with them, a cloud of calamity gas shrouded the summit of Daojia Mountain. The 9 great figures that stood proudly at the peak of the green domain also stepped out of the void boundary layer, landing their gaze overlooking the world on this group of great Chi warriors participating in this half-saint successor contest at the foot of Daojia Mountain. And in the very center of them all, a windswept, gray-haired old man in green clothes had his eyes tightly closed, his hunched body hanging in the void on his knees. A gray hair like a long dragon was scattered into the earth like a cloud in the sky, and it was like a huge net covering the world. The ends of its hair were nowhere to be seen, reaching into the void where normal people could not see them, and only vaguely visible were strands of bright luster surging along the strands. It looked as if some sort of energy was being drawn from that endless void. However, in the eyes of those 9 great figures, the old man's gray hair was not hair, and the flowing luster was not energy drawn from it. What they saw. It's the chains. It is the yoke. It was the countless confinements set up by this heaven and earth due to the fear of the gray-haired old man. In the eyes of this heaven and earth, the existence of the old man was a great disaster for this realm. This old man was clearly the true supreme sovereign of the green domain, the first person under the saints, and the maker of this immortal order trial, Green River Half-Saint. He has personally visited the Daojia Mountain and will witness and step-by-step select his heir apparent. Therefore, the specifications of this Daojia Mountain trial were also unusually high. Originally, the messengers of the 9 sect responsible for receiving and recruiting disciples were generally the elders of the 9 sect, and only occasionally, when there were a few trials that were wonderful, would they invite the vice patriarch's will to personally descend. However, because of the arrival of the Qinghe half-saint, this time, all the supreme patriarchs of the 9 clans had arrived. The heavenly Yuan cultivator who was originally in charge of presiding over the process of the Daojia Mountain trial was also temporarily elevated to the rank of emperor. A Heaven's Pride level heavenly Yuan emperor personally monitored and recorded the entire trial process. Be sure to be absolutely fair and impartial, and inspire the truest side of each disciple to be included in the assessment and evaluation. After all, a half-saint successor was not a small thing. It's not up to them not to take care of it. They quietly observed each of the trialists. Time, slipping away without a sound. Soon after, an existence spoke, his voice resounding through the void. Time's up. Only 812 have arrived. Close to 200 didn't make it in. 20%. That's a little short. Wait a little longer? No. What time is said should be what time is said. And those who can't get in can only say that they have limited abilities and have no chance in this trial. Good. As it should be. Seconded. Let's get started then. The 9 existences spoke and turned their gazes towards the gray-haired 3000000 Green River Demi-Saint. The half-saint did not pay any attention to the crowd. He just closed his eyes and hunched over, wordless, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing that the half-saint did not respond, the 9 existences immediately informed the Heavenly Sword Emperor for him to announce that the arrival time was over and that the trial would begin immediately. Time. Begin. Be sure to keep a strict check. His old man, the Qinghe half-saint, is watching. The Heavenly Sword Emperor received orders from the top of Daojia Mountain. He glanced at the sky shrouded in robotic chi, seemingly wanting to catch a glimpse of the holy face through the heavy robotic chi. Turning his head, the Heavenly Sword Emperor appeared at the edge of the stone staircase at the foot of the Daojia Mountain. He let out a piercing sword roar that pierced through the clouds and broke through the air. Clang. Madaka. Time. Begin the trial. As the Heavenly Sword Emperor's voice fell, all of the Daojia Mountain passages closed. At the same time, the shadows of the Daojia Mountain in each realm began to disappear into nothingness. Outside, the eyes of all those who were about to make a last stand were wide open. A roar of unwillingness pierced through the clouds. No! So close! So close! Asterisk 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 asterisk. 1 more hour. Just 1 more hour and I'll be able to sneak in without any problems. Ah. But these roars could not be heard within the Daojia Mountain. In the mountain of the Roadjack, the much anticipated trials have opened. The Heavenly Sword Emperor stood at the side of the ancient stone staircase going up the mountain, his gaze scanning everyone at the foot of the mountain. A Daojia Chi nourished and spread throughout the entire Daojia Mountain, making the Daojia Mountain seem to recover from the cycle of birth and death and become alive again. The ancient stone staircase beside him was emitting an arcane and inexplicable mysterious luster, which seemed to have the ability to seduce the soul, sucking in everyone's gaze, immersing people in it, and triggering infinite reverie. The first trial, the ancient heavenly stairs. The Heavenly Sword Emperor said solemnly, this heavenly ladder was left by the ancient times, and it can stimulate the deepest greed, anger, dementia, and desire in your hearts, that you may see the supreme evil, the supreme beauty, the supreme goodness, the supreme truth, and the supreme falsehood of the world. The more steps, the higher the order, the more horrors you see. All things in this, you need to be careful. Careful. If there are people who are caught in the illusion and cannot extricate themselves, they need to immediately pinch the immortal fate order in their hands to stop this trial, and the immortal fate order will take you out of the illusion and into the second trial. Don't be so ungrateful as to provoke the evil consequence of holding a regretful life. With these words, the first trial begins immediately. The trial lasts until these 1,000 threads of robotic energy are burned out. In the palm of the Heavenly Sword Emperor's hand, a strand of robber's chi was slowly burning. At that time, no matter how far you have come, you will automatically end the trial and enter the second trial. After saying that, the Heavenly Sword Emperor's figure disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only the cloud of robbing chi burning silently. Chapter 83, The First Trial. Next moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless blistering shadows instantly swarmed up like hungry tigers pouncing on sheep and rushed up the ancient heavenly stairs. They sped up the heavenly ladder, taking 2 steps together and scrambling to be the first, striving to pass through the heavenly ladder as fast as they could and show their best sight to the eyes of the bigwigs at the top of the mountain. A look of spirited, proud splendor. The heavenly staircase of Daojak Mountain? Nothing more than that. Just this level of illusion? That won't stop this seat. Fellow Taoists, I'll go ahead and wait for you at the top of the mountain. Ha ha ha. This is too easy, isn't it? Could there be something wrong with it? What can be the problem? This time the people who can come are the strongest or the most fortunate of each realm. Each is not a simple character. This first half of the road naturally goes smoothly. The second half of the road, that depends on their own abilities. Indeed, let them be complacent for a while now. The hard way awaits. While the people were speaking, their speed was not slow at all. Each of them took 2 steps and made 1 step, and with a dragon's stride, they had already crossed dozens of levels of the heavenly ladder, and were gradually approaching the top of the mountain. It looked like this half-saint successor selection would go very smoothly under this group of highly refined worldly people, but the truth is, the real situation is the opposite of this. In the ancient celestial staircase, most people did say things like how easy it was to go up the mountain with their fellow travelers next to them, talking and laughing. However, their feet did not move at all, and they all stood in place. A few could barely walk a few steps. Only a very few still managed to march up the hill with a firm gaze. Early on, from the very beginning, there was already a serious polarization in this group of people who were scrambling to be the first to advance in unison. It's just that they've long since fallen into the illusion and don't realize it. This scene gave Luo Wuduan a creepy look. For the sake of caution, Luo Wuchen just stood on the heavenly ladder and hesitated for a moment before walking back, waiting for the others to explore the path first. I didn't expect this caution to show him. This is the illusion of the Daojak Mountain. The face of the fat Taoist boy beside Luo Wuchen also became a bit more grave. Not bad. This is the most terrifying part of the first trial on Daojia Mountain. You think you're going up a mountain. Compared to those sudden appearances of beauty, divine powers, and strange encounters, this is what makes people most defenseless, because you know in your heart that the beauty and the divine power could be fake, and going up the mountain seems to be real, which is what you want the most at this moment, the most real. At that moment, the red-haired teenager on the sidelines came over. He smiled evilly. More than that, it's even possible that, if we speak now, everything you see is already in an illusion. You went down the mountain and wanted someone else to go scouting first to get a good look at the Daojia Mountain, and the illusion of the Daojia Mountain helped you realize that. You think you've retreated back down the mountain, but you're actually still up there. True or false? False or false? With that said, the red-haired teenager laughed. Well, enough of the drama. Let's go. Fellow Daoist Luo Wuduan was silent. For a long time, he felt a sudden chill all over his body. He looked at the red-haired boy and the fat Taoist boy who had already moved on. He shook his head and laughed bitterly. I really let you hit the nail on the head. I'm really in the illusion already. After he said that, he glanced at Lin Ze, who hadn't made any movements beside him, as if he had been transformed into a stone statue. Can't even the illusion see through Senior Divine Martial King? It's worthy of being in existence, suspected to be the incarnation of a saint. Luo Wuduan sighed. He realized that he had indeed entered the illusion. The reason is simple. Fellow Daoist Luo. The red-haired teenager woke up with a start. He never said his last name was Lo. Boom! The illusion shattered with a bang. Luo Wuchen re-entered the real world. Re-entering reality, he had already unknowingly moved away from the foot of the mountain and crossed dozens of heavenly stairs in the illusion. Only then did Luo Wuchen breathe a sigh of relief and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. The Daojia Mountain trial is well known. With a long sigh of relief, Luo Wuchen looked up again at the front. In front, the red-haired teenager who had awakened the dreamer with a single word was turning back, smiling mysteriously at Luo Wuchen. It was quickly followed by another turn of the head, and without a word, he headed up the ladder of heaven. Seeing this, Luo Wuchen broke out in a cold sweat again. Nima! Again! Did I think I was out, when in fact I was still in the illusion? Luo Wuduan began to doubt life. And that's when, the top of Daojiao Mountain, among the 9 great existences, someone laughed softly. 2 red spirit clansmen. Interesting, the red spirit race has indeed developed rapidly in the last million years. It seems like the chi luck is starting to favor the red spirit race. How? Expulsion or? That's it. The mutual sensing of the red spirit clan is their clan's gift and counts as their personal skill. Better to look at this first than this. This young man. The 9 existences quickly uncovered this small matter. They placed their eyes more on the current number 1 on the ancient heavenly ladder. And the first place at this time was none other than Lin Ze. Back at the beginning of the trial, Lin Ze had already stepped onto the heavenly ladder. Lin Ze's purpose was clear. He had come this time for the purpose of joining the 9th sect of the Green Domain and obtaining a core position within the 9th sect. The future is at stake. He will take what he deserves, and he will grab what he needs. The strength that should be shown is the strength that should be shown. Genie Knight play low profile that set is not suitable for such a place as Daojia Mountain. Thus, Lin Ze went all the way up the mountain in a forceful manner. His accumulation of tens of thousands of merit laws contained all sorts of wonderful methods for honing the mind and will. Lin Ze's spiritual will had long been solid as gold, and the first part of the road would not falter at all, going straight up to the clouds. Such a bright performance naturally caught the attention of the 9 existences. This young man, it's the 597th level, and he hasn't even half hesitated. Old Jiang, how many levels did you start hesitating back then? The being known as Old Jiang calmly said, 536 levels. He's stronger than me. Interesting, it looks like the 14th person from our green domain to walk through the heavenly staircase illusion realm is about to appear. While this was being said, on the heavenly ladder, Lin Ze had already walked to the 669th level of the heavenly ladder. The speed and rapidity of his progress shocked all those who were struggling on the heavenly ladder. The fat Taoist boy and the red-haired teenager were both confused. So fast. I suspect I've fallen into an illusion, and this person should be the imaginary enemy in my illusion. Why don't you pinch the immortal edge order? Get out! The foot of Rojak Mountain. The first place that was previously smashed in the face by the Dawnguard Mountain remained at the foot of the mountain. He's the only one who hasn't departed by now. He also looked lazy and half asleep. Chapter 84 First. Obviously, even a major event like the Daojak Mountain Trials and the Half-Saint's selection of a successor couldn't make the lazy man solemn. It was as if everything in this world had lost its interest in his eyes and become boring. 100 times boring, until everyone had pretty much walked up the hill. It was only then that he yawned and stretched and stood up ready to head for the hills. At that moment, he noticed Lin Ze, who was ranked first on the ladder. He looked again at the others who had been pulled a huge body length away from Lin Ze. He, who had always had no light in his eyes, finally got a little more excited at this point. It's you, finally something. Saying that, the lazy youth stepped onto the heavenly stairs of Daojak Mountain. Wherever he passed by, the mysterious robbery chi in the heavenly ladder instantly dissipated quite a bit, becoming thin and tasteless, and even those illusionary halos were eclipsed. With that, the youth stepped onto the heavenly ladder step by step. His speed wasn't fast, but it was better because he didn't hesitate at all, following the robbing wind in the mountains later on, quickly overtaking many people and chasing after Lin Ze's pace. And that's when Lin Ze, who had been walking at the front, had already reached the 799th level. When you get to the final and hardest junction of the 200 levels, this step is capable of awakening all that is deepest within a person. In the first trial, of the major heavenly prides that could make it this far, 90% of them fell at this step. Still, he didn't hesitate for a second. One step forward. Next moment, the robotic gas illusion. Something in the deepest recesses of Lin Ze's heart was finally awakened. And along with these things being awakened, Lin Ze, who had never stopped, finally stopped. Rojak Mountain disillusionment. Rolling eyes. Lin Ze had appeared in another place. This place is full of high-rise buildings. The busy streets are filled with traffic and lights. Lin Ze stood in the familiar neighborhood building. The white clothes on his body had been replaced with modern casual clothes that had been missing for 18 years. He's back on Earth. Lin Ze didn't say a word as he fumbled with the keys in his bag. Upstairs. Open the door. One and done. The sun is back. Go wash your hands first. Dinner will be ready when your dad comes back with 2 bottles of wine later. A familiar and unfamiliar voice came. Lin Ze's lips quivered. He walked into the house and returned to the nest he had been away from for 18 years. A familiar feeling surged through Lin Ze's entire body. He sat down on his ass at the dining room table, waiting for, clunk. Outside the door, Lin's father returned with 2 bottles of beer. Son is back. Come on. It's your 19th birthday today. Let's drink a bottle. Lin Ze took the wine, opened both bottles and placed them in front of Lin's father. He then went into the kitchen and helped Lin's mother bring out several large plates of food. The 3 of them then sat down and ate their meal, talked about the fun of the day and wished Lindsay another year of growth. Throughout the entire process, Lin Ze didn't say a word and didn't move a single chopstick. Lin's father and mother then asked, "Why aren't you happy? Did something happen out there?" Lin Ze squeezed out a smile and shook his head at the 2. He spoke for the first time. "It's okay. I just wanted to see you 2 one last time. 18 years is a long time. The next few tens of millions of years will be longer. The long years of eternity will only be past and forgotten. I'm afraid I won't be able to remember when I get out of the illusion." Lin Ze knew from the start that this was the illusion of the Daojia mountain. After all, Lin Ze wasn't like the others. What others hide in the deepest recesses of their hearts are untold secrets. And what Lin Ze hides, never anything into the 9 clans of the Green Domain. It wasn't a longing for heavenly level feats either, much less a long life. What he hides in the deepest part of his heart has always been crossing reincarnation. This was a top secret that Lin Ze had never told anyone since his memory awakened. There is only one of its kind in the Tianlan continent, so as soon as crossing reincarnation came out, Lin Ze knew it would be a fake, but even if it was false, Lin Ze was willing to stop for the fleeting falsehood of the moment. He looked deeply at Lin's father and mother. Lin's father and mother also seemed to understand something at this moment. They laughed. All the signs of the world are extinguished. The familiar earth is destroyed in a chaos. The top of Daojio mountain. Seeing Lin Ze finally stop, the 9 supreme existences were however flooded with doubts. The 800th level is difficult, but with his performance it's not like he can't take a step, right? The difficulty of the Daojia mountain trial was not a steep and dramatic increase, but rather a gradual progression, eating away at one's will and mind step by step in an invisible manner. If someone couldn't hold on, it would be a performance from fast to slow, not like Lin Ze who couldn't take a single step by stopping. Then there's only one possibility. It seems that his deepest secret makes him willing to stop for it even when he knows it's not true. Who doesn't have a dream they don't want to wake up from? It's good to be young, the 9 existences said as they noticed another trope. Below the heavenly ladder, there was a person who was not slowing down to catch up. Looking at his appearance, he was just like Lin Ze, not the least bit trapped by the illusion of the heavenly ladder. What another extremely strong-willed, great talent. However, when the 9 people took a closer look, they realized that it was not at all what they thought it was. Robbery Chi avoided. Every step he took was at the weakest point of the heavenly ladder. No, it was the robbing Chi that was suddenly disordered. Even the mountain robbing winds are following his lead. He controls the Daojak mountain. Nope, I don't sense any energy fluctuations with weird auras. Instead of him controlling the Daojak mountain, it's more like the Daojak mountain is helping him. The 9 men looked at each other. As the 9 giant masters of the Green Domain, what scenes had they not seen before? But the situation at hand, even with their insights for a moment, it was difficult to go and explain it clearly. There was no energy, no fluctuation of breath, and no unification of spiritual will. Yet he was able to make the robbing Chi disorganized and dissipate for no reason. And he was also able to make the robbing winds obey his pace as well. This tactic. Indeed it was like even the Daojio mountain was actively helping him out. But Daojiashin helping him? Is that possible? The Daojak mountain was the greatest secret left behind by the Supreme Saint who had created the Green Domain. The Green Saint. Ever since the Green Sage had left, no one had been able to crack and control the Daojak mountain. Even the Qingha half-saint, the direct descendant of the Qing Sage, was only able to slightly manipulate the Daojia mountain by relying on the power of his bloodline. Others want to take control of Rojak mountain. Delusional. The 9 were puzzled. At that moment, the existence among them known as Old Jiang suddenly thought of a legendary possibility after pondering for a moment. Could it be? What is it? Lao Jiang frowned and said, "We can't be sure yet. Let's see what he does next." Right in the middle of this talk, Lin Ze also finally retraced his steps. This time, he didn't stop and pause, nor did he give the lazy youth the slightest chance. Straight away with an uncontested performance, almost flying through the entirety of the ladder, it took first place without a doubt. Chapter 85, Hearing of the Wolf's Capital again. Lin Ze ascended to the end of the celestial ladder. The Heavenly Sword Emperor, who had been secretly observing everyone and was responsible for recording and presiding over the entire situation, then appeared beside Lin Ze. He looked at Lin Ze with a strange gaze. As a Heavenly Yuan Emperor he was involved in hosting the Daojak Mountain trial for the first time though. But Daojia Mountain is the green domain of the 9 sects of the Holy Land. As a disciple of the Nine Sects, Heavenly Sword Emperor naturally heard a lot of detailed news about the Daojia Mountain. And even he has a fellow disciple is from the Daojia Mountain out of the top 10 seat. The Heavenly Sword Emperor could be said to know the doorways of the Daojak Mountain trials like the back of his hand. The first level of this Daojia Mountain trials ancient heavenly staircase had only so many 13 people in the entire green domain who had been able to walk the entire length of the heavenly staircase since its opening. And these 13, that walk was also incomparably difficult. At least that last 1 or 200 levels. They had also struggled and wandering on the heavenly ladder for a long time. What kind of person is like this one? He paused for a moment at the last 200 levels. And then, just as if he had ignored the heavenly ladder illusion, he directly ascended to the end of the heavenly ladder. That's like not taking the ladder at all seriously. It's just like playing. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Sword Emperor who had been secretly detecting and observing, he would have thought that it was the Daojak Mountain's Jetchi that had failed to work. Is there really a man of great fortitude in the world with a heart as strong as iron? With such an exclamation, the Heavenly Sword Emperor announced Lin Ze's final score, passing the first trial with a step count of 999, awarding 1,000 threads of Daojaking Chi for walking the entire length of the heavenly ladder, additionally rewarding robbing Chi based on time again. First place in time. The Heavenly Sword Emperor glanced at Lin Ze again. That's outrageous. The fastest time ever to walk the entire length of Daojia Mountain was only 359 threads of Jiao Qi, right? And the man in front of me, 57 filaments of the Daojaking Qi, and 943 filaments of the Daojaking Qi for another prize. With that said, Lin Ze's immortal edge order was once again filled with a huge amount of robbing Qi. The number on it went from 992 to 2,935. This huge influx of numbers directly brought Lin Ze from 9th place to absolute first place, opening up a terrifying gap with the others. After all, the fastest ones were just now reaching the halfway point of the mountain, and the further back the heavenly ladder went, the slower it got, and even if they had the ability to climb to the top, by the time they reached it, several hundred threads of robotic Chi's burning time would have passed. The gap between this and Lin Ze wasn't normal, so at this moment, even the Heavenly Sword Emperor, who had always been businesslike and didn't like to speak much, took the initiative to speak out. Congratulations, first place. The Heavenly Sword Emperor was not someone who did not understand the world. He reacted tepidly to the others simply because those people hadn't even been passers-by in his long life, and weren't even from the same world. And Lin Ze, in the Heavenly Sword Emperor's opinion, Lin Ze already belonged to the same class, the same world as them. After all, the previous person who had walked the entire length of the heavenly ladder and held the historical record of Daojia Mountain had already become the 9-sect leader who dominated the green domain from on high. This is a new record. As long as his natural enlightenment was not bad, he would definitely be another 9-sect patriarch level character in the future. And the aspect of natural talent and enlightenment can come out from a realm of magnificence, and pride of the victor can be an ordinary generation. Therefore, in the eyes of the Heavenly Sword Emperor, Lin Ze, who was so dazzling, had the extremely eye-catching label of 9-sect master automatically engraved on his body. Many thanks to Senior Heavenly Sword Emperor. Heavenly Sword Emperor smiled and shook his head. The word senior should be dispensed with. Next, maybe I'll have to call you senior uncle, or even senior ancestor. The implication of the Heavenly Sword Emperor's words was naturally that Lin Ze had worshipped under the 9-sect masters or had directly become a half-saint heir. At that time, Lin Ze's status would be the top of the 9-sect. My name is Shui Jianqing, Earthly Dao Heavenly Yuan, and my title is Heavenly Sword Emperor. I am Lin Ze, North Star Divine Martial King. North Star? Heavenly Sword Emperor Shui Jianqing raised an eyebrow. It's just a small mundane country, and Mr. Lin's grandfather was the emperor there. That's not what Shui meant. It's just that the name North Star sounds kind of familiar. Shui Jianqing asked again. This North Star you're talking about is the Huaguang realm, that North Star imperial dynasty under the banner of Hidden Sword Mountain? Lin Ze was surprised. It was just as well that a big shot like the Heavenly Sword Emperor knew about the Hidden Sword Mountain in the Huaguang realm. He actually knew that there was a mortal nation under the banner of the Hidden Sword Mountain called North Star? Is North Star, a country that was founded only a few decades ago, so famous? The Sword Emperor knows? Shui Jianqing laughed. Surprisingly, it's still true. Fairy fate. This word karma. Ah, it's really wonderful. What does that mean? Shui Jianqing said. Mr. Shui has an incompetent senior brother, and some years ago he just took in a young disciple from the Huaguang realm. This little disciple is from the Wuan dynasty of Hidden Sword Mountain. And like you, he has a little bit of the Wuan dynasty's royal bloodline. But then I heard that the Wuan dynasty was destroyed by the rebels and split into Beichen and Wolf capital. It was from him that Mr. Shui heard the name North Star Imperial Dynasty. After saying that, Shui Jianqing added, but don't worry little brother, Although that little disciple has the bloodline of the Wuan royal family, he is not related to the Wuan dynasty and has long since broken his favor. So when he heard the news, he did not rush back to help. Wuan royal bloodline. This sensitive word immediately made Lin Ze narrow his eyes. Oh, the Huatuang realm is 10 million miles away from the Nine sect, and he's in the immortal sect and doesn't ask about the mortal world. So how did he hear about it? Shui Jianqing thought for a moment. I heard that it seems to be some distant relative of that wolf Du who wrote to him for help. Wolverine, all distant relatives for help. Lin Ze immediately realized something. If Brother Lin is interested, I'll have my master's little disciple come to see you later. Many thanks to the Sword Emperor. You're welcome. After saying that, Heavenly Sword Emperor glanced at the crowd on the heavenly ladder. At this time, the once first place lazy teenager had already crossed over the others and came back into first place. Seeing this, the Heavenly Sword Emperor was slightly surprised. This term is really capable. After saying that, the Heavenly Sword Emperor spoke with Lin Ze. Brother Lin, my brother still has to preside over the great examination of the Daojak Mountain. So when this matter is over, you and I will catch up with the Nine sect again. After saying that, the Heavenly Sword Emperor's figure disappeared. Lin Ze eyed the void where the Heavenly Sword Emperor had left, his eyes flickering with divine splendor. Wolverine capital. Lin Ze had thought that since the wolf capital blood sacrifice, there would be no more Wuan imperial clan surviving in this world, and that everything that had ever existed would be drowned in the blood sacrifice, and the smoke would disappear into the sea stream. But now, Lin Ze had actually heard the news of wolf capital again in the land of the Nine sectors. Moreover, from what the Heavenly Sword Emperor had revealed, there seemed to be some connection between that person and wolf capital. This can't help but shed new light on certain facts that have been capped. Lin Ze used to think that Peng Yong, a fallen king stolen by the North Star, could join the immortal sect perhaps because he relied on the demon sect. Chapter 86, Half-Saint, Peng Tian. But now think about it carefully. Peng Yong was the one who suddenly died violently not more than a few years after establishing wolf capital, and the time when the demon cult really appeared and took action was 20 years after Peng Yong's violent death. With the nature of the devil's cult, I'm afraid I can't wait 20 years that long. It seemed that the immortal sect that Peng Yong had leaned on at that time might not be the devil's sect, but that little disciple of his master's brother that Shui Jianqing had spoken of. So this is what it says. Lin Ze's eyes flashed slightly. Things weren't over between him and Wolford. Lin Ze's figure stood long at the end of the heavenly ladder. On the ladder of heaven. Seeing Lin Ze's lonely figure standing proudly at the end of the heavenly stairs, the fat Daoist boy and the red-haired teenager exchanged glances, and then tacitly stopped speaking. As for the lazy Qing Yi, after seeing Lin Ze's unopposed ascent to the top, he was only slightly surprised, and the color of interest in his eyes became more and more intense. Climbed to the top? Ha 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 ha. Interesting, really interesting. After all these years, you're still the first person who can at least beat me at something. The youth in green stood up straight, as if he had suddenly found something to fight for or some interesting toy. Finally getting serious. His face glowed with radiance and intense good humor. Great. I look forward to your second game. After saying that, the youth in green glanced at the crowd behind him, then casually pinched down the immortal edge order and disappeared up the heavenly ladder. This also meant that the youth in green who had hopes of becoming the second person to reach the top voluntarily gave up the rare opportunity of the heavenly ladder and voluntarily stopped here. Because for him, there is never anything but first. The first was taken away, and then there was no point in continuing the matter. And there is nothing in this world for him but to think or not to think, not to be able or not to be able. The Daojiao mountain trial that outsiders see as more important than their lives is nothing more than that in his eyes. The green-clothed youth disappeared and was teleported to the end of the heavenly ladder. Seeing this, the Heavenly Sword Emperor and the 9 existences on top of the mountain froze for a moment. He actually took the initiative to give up the heavenly ladder? What's the deal with this kid? It's not like we can't go on. The crowd wondered. Only the existence known as Old Jiang glanced at the youth in green thoughtfully. His eyes touched. On the ladder of heaven. As the strongest person in this trial, Venerable Kurenai witnessed Lin Ze's extremely fast ascent to the top, and also saw the casualness of the youth in green. He laughed and shook his head. These young people. Ugh. Old cluck. Old cluck. Venerable Kurenai said as he too reached the end of his ability. 593rd. He pressed the immortal edge order and appeared at the end of the heavenly ladder as well. At this moment, Heavenly Sword Emperor Shui Jianqing was announcing the record results for the youth in green. Awarded 816 threads of hijacked air, the green-clothed youth ignored Shui Jianqing, the Honorable Heavenly Yuan Emperor. At this moment, he only had Lin Ze in his eyes. Shui Jianqing frowned slightly and unnoticeably. He didn't like bullies. Such people are not easy to deal with and are annoying, especially since he himself was a Heavenly Yuan Emperor who stood at the top of the green domain. to ignore the Tian Yuan emperor lovingly. Even the holy sons and daughters of the great clan's patriarch's own sons weren't this arrogant. After so many years, this was the first time Shui Jianqing had encountered this kind of person who didn't know how to respect an emperor. Glancing faintly at the green-clothed youth, a faintly cold glint inevitably appeared in Shui Jianqing's eyes. But this cold light just appeared. Shui Jianqing then violently felt an inexplicable great terror suddenly descend around him. This heaven and earth are long, and the ancient underworld seems to have transmitted an unspeakable sense of rejection and squeezing. It's abandoning Shui Jianqing. The heaven and earth in Shui Jianqing's eyes turned a grayish white. At the same time, a trace of inexplicable throbbing came from the heavenly yuan within Shui Jianqing's body. Under this throbbing, his spiritual yuan fleshly body unexpectedly produced an unholy cycle of errors and began to storm out. The gas went into a fork in the road, and the sword went out of the way, and the one that caused it all. Just because Shui Jianqing had moved a tiny bit of anger towards this youth in green, with just a trace of slight anger, his hallowed heavenly yuan emperor was abandoned by heaven and earth, and his spirit element stormed out. Shui Jianqing could not comprehend what kind of power this was. This pressure that can't be described in words. This sense of heavenly abandonment without support. It's desperate. Shui Jianqing hastily collected all the emotions in his heart. He averted his gaze from the youth in green. It was only then that the terrifying feeling of heavenly abandonment finally disappeared, and the spiritual yuan that had been storming within his body slowly returned to calm. Shui Jianqing's heart was shaken. This person in front of him could never be as simple as an ordinary trialist. Who the hell is he? At that moment, the youth in green finally spoke to Lin Ze. You won this time, but I'll take it seriously next time. So I hope you're not careless. Keep up the momentum. Lin Ze glanced at the man in front of him breathlessly. Come on, he's triggering the main character's plot. The man in front of him was clearly a proud son of heaven who had never lost. According to the usual formula. Next, this pride of heaven will go toe-to-toe with him, which will then open up a canon plot beating up the little one to come back to the old one. The old ones are no match for the coming ancestors. One ring after another. One set following another. Neuropathy. Lin Ze didn't want to pay any attention to him, but the youth in green was more interested. Not talking? Okay then. My name is Hong Tian, your greatest enemy in the second trial. Just remember that. After saying that, Hong Tian stepped aside and waited impatiently. And under the impetus of this impatient thought of Hong Tian, in the Daojiao mountain, time seemed to have taken a subtle deviation. At the bottom of the mountain, the 1,000 threads of robotic energy burned faster in silence. No one noticed. In addition to, the 3,000 zhang of gray hair that imprisoned the half-saint rippled slightly. It swirled in the void. The half-saint who had been sleeping finally opened his eyes. The half-saint opened his eyes. It was also as if the entire world had turned from night to day, dispelling the obscurity in the Daojiao mountain. Buzz. The ripples in the void became more and more turbulent. Clunk clunk clunk. That 3,000 zhang of gray hair finally shook off the gray rust in a burst of turbulence to reveal its true form. It was a divine chain formed by the laws of heaven and earth. They have been scornful and bound to this one's presence, lest he should rise up and cause this realm to suffer a weight that life cannot bear. The tremor of the chains came out, and the remaining 9 knew that the half-saint had finally seen the seedling in the trial that gave him something to look forward to, and the true spirit awoke from dormancy. Elder ancestor, half-saint. The ancient eyes of the Qinghe half-saint that had survived the vicissitudes of the ages fell straight onto the person who called himself Hong Tian. He looked at it for a long time. After a long time, he glanced at Lin Ze again. The Dao injuries inside him were vaguely painful. Chapter 87 Empty Spirit Immortal Body. Under the gaze of a half-saint. Everything, nothing to hide. But he did not say anything. Just kept watching. Eyes slightly closed, waiting for time to pass. The others saw this and didn't dare to disturb the half-saint. The top of the Daojiao mountain was just quiet, still with the passage of time. Soon, in the midst of the struggles and waiting of the crowd at the heavenly staircase, the 1,000 threads of robbers' chi burned out. All those who were still struggling on the heavenly ladder were forced out of the illusion and teleported to the end of the ladder. Many people froze. Finished? That fast? This should still have at least 200 threads left in my perception, right? Could it be that the illusion is affecting our perception? Or maybe this place is still in an illusion? Fake. It's all fake. How can a mere illusion mess with my mind? The crowd of people who hadn't completed the heavenly ladder were talking, and there were a few who forced their way into higher strata, apparently having been affected mentally, speaking nonsense and unable to calm down for a long time. The red-haired teenager and the fat Taoist boy stayed in place more calmly, waiting for the next trial to open. This ancient heavenly staircase had reached the latter half of the ladder, and it was just impossible to go up, not to mention the burning time of 1,000 threads of robber's chi. Even if you were given another 2,000 threads, it would be difficult to take another step. Instead of thinking about the ladder trials that had already passed, It was better to think about what to do next. At this time, Luo Wuchen arrived beside the red-haired teenager. His gaze was a little complicated, and with some slight doubt. Why did you help me just now? Luo Wuchen knew in his heart. Just now, if it was not for this red-haired teenager secretly help, then I'm afraid that he would have already stopped at the beginning of the heavenly ladder, where there is a chance to go further. But this Daojia mountain trial was a brutal bloodbath in which you fought for me, and for no reason at all. Why did this red-haired teenager want to help him? Isn't that financing the enemy? Luo Wuduan didn't understand. Seeing this, the red-headed teenager smiled. He didn't sell himself short and said directly, because you're a Red Spirit clan. Luo Wuchen's heart was creeped out. The Red Spirit clan bloodline was his biggest secret. Apart from his two masters, Luo Wuchen had never told anyone else. In the midst of practicing against the enemy, if he wasn't forced into a desperate situation, Luo Wuchen never easily exposed his Red Spirit true body. And those enemies who had pushed him to the brink of extinction and had seen his Red Spirit's true body had long since been reduced to ashes in purgatory. How did this red-haired teenager know about it? Luo Wuchen subconsciously moved away from the red-haired teenager. In this Tianlan continent where 10,000 races were present, bloodline physique was extremely precious. If the world learns of the existence of its master, know how to make it into a medicine man blood food. This theft to obtain a few points of its bloodline physique of the mystery. Especially the Red Spirit clan bloodline, this and the 10,000 clans are ranked in the name of the high-level bloodline. It was even more coveted by all. So this Red Spirit clan bloodline was his Luo Wuchen's base talent, but it was also more the root of the original sin of the pitbull. He had to be defensive. Seeing Luo Wuchen's reaction, the red-haired teenager was helpless. Don't be so nervous, relationship-wise. You still have to call me a third uncle. Well, it should be right. My Red Spirit clan has always been intermarriage within the clan. The newborn's blood spirit is perfect. Like you, the half-blood spirit that has not been awakened, can only be messed up by my untalented little nephew. 3. Third uncles. Luo Wuchen understood. You are also a Red Spirit clan? The red-headed teen nodded. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so idle that I would kindly introduce the Daojak Mountain heavenly stairs to a little guy from the first Yuan realm that I don't know. When the matter of the Daojak Mountain is over this time, come back to the clan with me to recognize your ancestor. And incidentally, awaken your innate blood spirit for you. You won't have to hide it when the time comes. I, the Red Spirit clan, still have some power in this green domain. At those words, Luo Wuchen's heart was speechless for a moment, and he didn't know what to feel for a long time. And the red-haired teenager then asked, then again, you seem to be very close to that guy? Following the red-haired teenager's gaze, Luo Wuchen saw Lin Ze, who stood proudly like an ancient pine. You brat. You can actually even recognize this kind of monster that is number 1 in the Daojak Mountain trials. Luo Wuduan scratched his head. This isn't exactly a great relationship. It's just that my second master knows him. I don't know much. Oh, tell me about it. The red-headed teenager came to attention. Luo Wuduan then said, it's like this. He leaned into the red-haired teenager's ear and told him everything he knew about Lin Ze. After hearing Luo Wuchen's words, the red-haired teenager was directly frowning. He shook his head. No. Unlikely. Although it is said that the Holy One is incarnated in thousands of bodies, and that with one thought, every person we see could be an incarnation of the Holy One, but that's just not a likely possibility. The actual possibility is not even a fraction of a magnitude greater, especially in a place like our green domain where we haven't seen a saint in a billion years. And what do you think he will be? Luo Wuchen didn't know the eyes and insights of the upper echelons. And anyway, with their vision, they could only guess Lin Ze towards saintization. The red-haired teenager didn't say anything. He frowned as he looked at Lin Ze, sometimes looking down, sometimes looking up, half speechless. At this point, the fat Taoist boy on the side suddenly uttered 4 words, Empyrean immortal body. When these words came out, the red-haired teenager's pupils suddenly shrunk. Ethereal, immortal body. The red-haired teenager and the fat Taoist boy exchanged glances, and infinite waves surged up in both of their eyes. For a long time, in the distance, Venerable Kurenai, who had been stroking his beard, also paused. With his realm cultivation, under his intentional attention, the words spoken by these few bright performers of the red-haired teenager naturally could not escape his ears, but he'd rather he didn't hear it. Empty spirit, immortal body. I'm too old to withstand this kind of torture. Luo Wuduan didn't understand the reaction of the two. What is the Empyrean immortal body? It took a long time for the red-haired teenager to soothe his mind, and he sneaked a few more glances at Lin Ze. There are mysteries in the great Tao, and there are creations in heaven and earth. In this world there are always some innately created metaphysical wonders above all things in the world. The physical bloodline represented by the Empyrean immortal body is one of them. Outside of the bloodline of our Tianlan 10,000 races, There exists a group of miracles of the great Tao that can't be duplicated by birth. They are known as the 33 imperial bodies, the 17 saint bodies, and the 9 immortal bodies. In this, the existence of the 33 imperial bodies would already require the top 100 ranked ancient divine veins among the 10,000 races to be able to rival the comparisons. And the 17 sacred body, it can use this holy word, so you know exactly what its existence represents. As for the 9 immortal bodies, a trace of deep fear and shock flashed through the red-haired teenager's eyes. That is the great joke that the great Tao of creation played on the world. Chapter 88, All Earth Grade Medium. Seeing the red-haired teenager talking so seriously, Luo Wuchen also couldn't help but be secretly shocked, only to hear him continue. Avenue 9 Immortal Body. Only one person in a generation. No bystander shall take it, steal it, or touch it. Upon hearing this, Luo Wuchen's heart trembled. What that means is, it means, the red-haired teenager said in a deep tone, take the Empyrean Immortal Body as an example. Once an Empyrean Immortal Body has appeared, then until the owner of this generation's Empyrean Immortal Body falls, the next Empyrean Immortal Body will never be born again. If the Empyrean Immortal Body remains immortal, then no new Empyrean Immortal Body will ever be born in the future. Even his heirs won't be able to inherit half of the Immortal Body's might, and those who want to steal the Empyrean Immortal Body are doomed to be a basket case, said the red-haired teenager with a helpless sigh. Like our other bloodlines, there's still the possibility of being stolen by a mighty one by practicing blood medicines with heavenly means, but the origin of the Empyrean Immortal Body has a karma destined by the great Tao. It cannot be stolen or seized, and not only can it not be taken, but it cannot be tainted by anyone other than its recognized original owner. Those who presume to taint the Empyrean Immortal Body will suffer the backlash of karma and will be punished by the great Tao. In other words, the existence of the 9 immortal bodies can only be envied by the onlookers, but they can't get any ideas. And this is the most domineering part of the 9 immortal bodies. At those words, Luo Wuchen took a deep breath. 9 immortal bodies onlookers couldn't even touch or think about. This thing is so bossy. At this time, the red-haired teenager added, this is still only the embodiment of the immortal body hegemony. Its true power. You will know if you look at this one. 18 years old, half-step divine C. It's simply impossible to put this on other people, but it's as easy as a slap in the face for the Empyrean Immortal Body. Because the power of the Empyrean Immortal Body is precisely that the great Tao is ethereal and the heart of heaven is transparent. Those who possess the Empyrean Immortal Body are born with no realm bottleneck to speak of. He doesn't need to comprehend the laws, much less the so-called Tao. All he needs to do is to keep building up his spiritual power and accumulating reserves. As long as he has enough spiritual power, then the realm will be there. The red-headed teenager thought again. If I have to describe it specifically, then it's that the Empyrean Immortal Body is inherently an invincible person who stands at the apex of cultivators and at the end of the great Tao. It's just that he lost all his spiritual energy and is in the process of recovering. After hearing all of the red-haired teenager's description of the Empyrean Immortal Body, Luo Wuchen sucked in a breath of cool air. This is outrageous. He glanced at Lin Ze, his eyes full of shock that he couldn't describe in words. I should have known he wouldn't ask. Empty spirit immortal body, this outrageous thing. Might as well imagine that he is the Holy One incarnate. Wait, Luo Wuchen suddenly thought again. You said that the 9 immortal bodies are only one in a generation. Shouldn't an existence like the Empyrean Immortal Body be one where heaven and earth perish but he doesn't? This kind of existence would still fall and thus give birth to a second one? You might as well have guessed it was the Holy One incarnate. The red-haired teenager shook his head. The 9 immortal bodies are indeed something that has never existed before and only exists in legends. But Saint Incarnate, I've said it before. The Green Domain hasn't produced a saint in 100 million years. It's in here. The fat Taoist boy took over. It's impossible for a saint incarnation to exist in this place. The Green Domain. This is not to say that my Green Domain is weak and the environment of heaven and earth is not supportive. On the contrary, my Green Domain ranks among the top of the heavenly land domains, is located in the center, and is powerful. As for why there are no saints, the original reason of which cannot be said for a moment, when you enter the 9 clans or return to the Red Spirit clan will understand. Luo Wuduan seemed to understand. He glanced at Lin Ze again. Doesn't that mean? Luo Wuchen sucked in a breath of cool air. I can't think of any other possibility. After saying this, the fat Taoist boy and the red-haired teenager also fell silent. In the meantime, the top of Daojiao Mountain, the 9 supreme existences were also speechless for a long time. Their eyes fluttered from time to time, glancing at each other and looking at the half-saint at the very center. The half-saint's eyes remained slightly closed, and there was no wind or rain, not uttering a single word. Let people cannot see through and understand what his old man is thinking at the moment. Seeing this, several people could only look at each other for a moment and said, let's look again. Heavenly Sword Emperor Shui Jianqing's figure appeared in a forest of monuments at the end of the heavenly stairs. The monument forest was shrouded in a mist, and only a few outlines of the monument could be vaguely seen. Shui Jianqing once again let out a piercing sword sound. The second trial. Ancient Heavenly Tablet. Buried in this monument forest in front of you are 9 ancient techniques. They exist in the form of fragments in every ancient monument. All you have to do is to piece together and comprehend the complete ancient technique from this one ancient stele. Within the stipulated time, whoever comprehends more and more complete feats, the more robbing chi he or she obtains. After saying that, Shui Jianqing waved his big hand and dispelled the mist in the steel forest, revealing the true form of the steel forest. As far as the eye could see, an ancient stone monument was buried in the dark earth. They are broken and damaged. The ground was littered with scattered rocks. It's full of dilapidated desolation. Whoosh! A trace of robber's chi fluttered about, once again condensing into a burning ball of fire. For this trial time, 5,000 threads of robotic chi. How much you can realize depends on your respective fortunes. After saying that, Shui Jianqing glanced at Lin Ze and Hong Tian. Then, his figure disappeared once again. The second trial. Begin immediately. As soon as the words fell, the green-clothed youth named Hong Tian instantly appeared in the monument forest. At the same time, a sentence traveled into Lin Ze's ears with the rhythm of the wind. This time, I won't give in. Looking forward to your performance. Lin Ze glanced at Hong Tian with a playful expression. It's just more than the others, but more than enlightenment. You may not know whose home turf this really is. A steel forest that hides ancient feats. Isn't this just another type of book depository? No one knew the book depository better than Lin Ze. Thinking that, Lin Ze entered the steel forest with anticipation. The 9 ancient feats within the Daojak mountain had to be earth level at the very least. Enter the monument. Lin Ze's god level Gnosis LV4 was automatically turned on. You have found a fragment of an earth grade middle grade technique. The Long River Sunset Sword Technique. You have found a fragment of the earth grade middle grade technique Tai Xian Shengong. You have found a fragment of an earth grade middle grade technique. The sea rises to the bright moon. You have found a fragment of an earth grade middle grade technique Yin Yang Xin Chang. You've discovered the little 5 true tips. At this moment, no more words are needed. Lin Ze immersed himself in the steel. He was filled with only 2 words. Take off. Chapter 89, Enlightened, all enlightened. Thank you for the gift of nature. Relying on the guidance of his god-level enlightenment, Lin Ze immediately pieced together the complete technique in the steel forest. The others, after pondering for a moment, also discovered the mysteries of this monumental forest. They each let out an exclamation of surprise. This is actually an earth-grade middle-grade technique. The 9 sect of the green domain is really rich and generous. Earth-level middle-grade. This is an inheritance that even the major realm masters regard as precious, not to be practiced by the core of the true lineage. And the 9 sect of the green realm even just threw it directly into the Daojia mountain for the trialists to casually observe. TSK, and more. Look at this fragment. The Long River Sunset Sword Technique. Stripped from the core technique of the Long River Sword Sect. The Long River Sunset Circle. Its grade is infinitely close to an Earth grade upper grade. The Long River Falling Sun Sword Technique is like this. The other 8 sects are probably similar. All of them are the best in the middle grade of the Earth grade. Hiss. The 9 sect of the green domain is the 9 sect of the green domain in the end. Don't waste your time. Hurry up and enlighten yourself. Opportunities like this don't come around often. After discovering the substance of these 9 ancient techniques, everyone grabbed hold of them and plunged headlong into the steel forest, throwing away all the distractions in their minds, only thinking about comprehending these top-notch techniques as soon as possible. For a while, a dead silence fell over the steel forest. Only the incessant mopping sound still attested to their presence. In front of a wide stone monument, Hong Tian closed his eyes and quietly felt the rhythm of heaven and earth, accepting the guidance of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, lifting the corner of a few pieces of debris. The corner of Hong Tian's mouth hooked. Tai Xian Divine Skill. Found it. After saying that, Hong Tian quickly memorized the contents on those pieces of broken stone debris and pieced them together to form the complete Tai Xian Divine Skill. And then, he sat down on his knees, preparing to comprehend the Tai Xian Divine Skill with his whole heart. Before that, Hong Tian glanced at Lin Ze. This time, you can't beat me to it. After saying that, Hong Tian closed his 5 senses. Around him, a trace of mysterious arcane chi slowly rose, creating the best environment for him to comprehend. And at that moment, Lin Ze had already gathered all the fragments of the 9 gates technique. The comprehension. The beginning. You've gone through the Long River Sunset Sword Technique. With your horrible understanding, you've completely cracked the River Sunset Sword Technique and deduced it to the 10th level. Changha Sunset Sword Technique LV10. Great perfection. You have comprehended an Earth-level mid-grade technique, and your power over divine gnosis. Divine Enlightenment LV4, 110/10, 000. You've gone through Taishin Shingong. A bit of comprehension. Lin Ze learned all 9 of the great feats in the Steel Forest. At the same time, his talent progress increased by a full 900 points. Divine Gnosis LV4, 910/10, 000. Another glance up at the hijacked gas burning time. Only just burned off 9 threads. 9 silk. The level of enlightenment is over before it begins. And with the arrival of these 9 Earth-grade medium-grade techniques, it was as if Lin Ze had already seen the birth of the fusion of Earth-grade superior-grade techniques, just waiting for this trial to be handed in. Lin Ze would be able to proceed with the fusion and officially break through to a higher realm. But this is clearly not the time to turn in your papers. 9 threads of robber's chi in time. This was too shocking and beyond the scope of what could be comprehended. Even if Lin Ze wanted to behave, he couldn't behave like this. He then meditated and waited in place, checking out the performance of the others in the meantime and estimating the approximate score based on their times. Time goes by a little bit. 100 threads of robotic chi later, Hong Tian woke up. He first glanced at the time, then muttered to himself, 100 threads of enlightenment, barely enough to cope with the trial. Hong Tian nodded in satisfaction. He then glanced at Lin Ze. Seeing that Lin Ze was still in meditative comprehension without waking up, the corners of Hong Tian's mouth slightly sketched out a light smile. But at the same time, he couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. Is that all you are? Ugh. The road ahead is long and without a single opponent. This world is too silent. With a slight sigh, Hong Tian closed his eyes and continued to search for the second technique with the rhythm of heaven and earth. A moment later, Hong Tian found the second gongfu. He sat down on his knees and was planning to continue with the second part of his enlightenment. At this point, he looked at Lin Ze again. When he realized that Lin Ze was still comprehending without waking up, Hong Tian couldn't help but feel a pang of tastelessness. He had comprehended these spells just to compete with Lin Ze. Now that Lin Ze was behaving like this, even if the Earth-grade medium-grade feats were in front of him, Hong Tian had no motivation. Uninteresting. It's very uninteresting. LOL. Just as Hong Tian sighed at the tastelessness, Lin Ze awoke. Oh, awake. The corners of Hong Tian's mouth rose slightly. Lin Ze had realized something, which was even more pleasing than if he had realized it himself. He looked at the time again. Only 10 threads had passed since his awakening. That's good. There's still time to play with this. Hong Tian's heart was happy. However, surprisingly, in the next moment, Lin Ze unexpectedly got up and walked towards the testing stone at the end of the steel forest. This also meant that Lin Ze had chosen to test the progress of his comprehension and was going to end this level of the trial. The moment Hong Tian's heartfelt joy swept away, he froze. Shui Jianxing in the shadows and the crowd at the top of the mountain also froze, only to see Lin Ze place his hands on the tall black testing stone, and furious spiritual energy was instantly injected into it. Buzz! A wave of water rippled through the mountains. A monstrous river from the sky flows toward the land of sunset. A crimson sun glows over the long river. This was exactly the imagery of the long river sunset sword technique. Top of the mountain. The eyes of the long river sword sex patriarch stared. The long river falls into the sun. Is only just over 100 threads of robotic chi time? This color has already surpassed a lot of beginners, and is about to reach the level of proficiency. It seems that his fit with the long river sunset sword technique is very high. This sun should be destined with my long river sword sec na. The others tugged at the corners of their mouths. Karmic my ass. People just happened to have chosen the long river sunset sword technique only. A few people hadn't even opened their mouths. Immediately afterward, the long river sunset disappeared. An ocean ebbs and flows in the night. A bright moon rises slowly from the sea horizon. The sea rises to the moon. The crescent moon mansion master sat up straight in a moment. She couldn't believe it. The sea rises to the moon. In just over 100 threads of time, he actually realized 2 techniques. The crescent moon mansion master was shocked, and Hong Tian below was stumped for words. 2 doors? He glanced at the time again to double-check. He hadn't gone off the deep end. It was only 10 silks later. Yes. How did he comprehend 2 feats in this? 10 filaments. I've only just realized 1 door. That's not all. After the vision of the moon over the sea, 1 black and 1 white, 2 chi of yin and yang intertwined in the void, interpreting the changes of yin and yang in heaven and earth. This is the imagery of the metaphysical changes of yin and yang. Chapter 90, 10,000 Laws Immortal Body? Yin Yang Xian Transformation. Now, even the Yin Yang Xian sect master, who had been silent, couldn't help himself. He stood up with a flourish. The Tao of his Yin Yang Xian sect was the great Tao of Yin and Yang of heaven and earth. Yin and Yang, heaven and earth, light and darkness, life and death. Yin and Yang represent the 2 poles of heaven and earth. Therefore, Among the 9 sects, it was his Yin Yang Xian sect's Dong method that had the highest threshold and the strictest requirements for enlightenment and natural talent. Historically, in the Daojia mountain trials, the number of times the Yin Yang Xian transformation was comprehended had always been the 9th from the bottom, and the number of times it was comprehended could be counted on 2 hands. And these rare geniuses who comprehended the Yin and Yang metaphysical transformation were often rash. Because of the high requirements of the Yin Yang Xian transformation, this time and mental energy they had to comprehend the Yin Yang Xian transformation was enough to comprehend at least 2 other techniques. The gains don't pay for the losses. The harshness of the Yin and Yang metaphysical transformation was evident. And now, this person in front of him had not only comprehended the Yin Yang Xian transformation in a short period of time, but also comprehended the long river sunset sword technique and the sea rising bright moon at the same time? The Yin Yang sect master was quite incredulous. Wizards! Odd! Before the words fell, the Yin Yang sect master's face instantly froze again. Detection on the stone. The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth will replace the 2 chi of Yin and Yang. Interpreting the spectacle of the 5 elements of creation. Little 5 elements true technique. Gate 4. A few people looked at each other. Even the always mysterious and extraordinary Hong Tian froze, speechless for a long time. The others had also long since been startled by Lin Ze's detection imagery. They looked at Lin Ze as if they were looking at a monster. A terrifying god or devil. Hiss, how long has this been going on? I haven't even realized a single technique yet, and this one is already on 4. Is this still human? Apparently not. Silence, nothing but silence. At this moment, everyone was out of words. Heaven and earth are clear and secluded. Only Lin Ze's imagery was left to rise continuously between heaven and earth, shining with 10,000 splendor. In a moment, the imagery of the little 5 elements true technique dissipated away. The light on the detection stone gradually returned to calm. Seeing this, the crowd breathed a long sigh of relief. It's finally over. But don't come back. You're too scary. However, the breath wasn't over yet, and in the next moment, a flashy light once again rose from the testing stone. Tai Xian Feng Hua, the Tao is in the world. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He. The 5th gate. The people were dumbfounded and in a trance, and they were as if they were dreaming. Even if he was a genius that was rare in the green domain for ages, he couldn't be a genius like this, could he? At the top of the mountain, the 9 great sages of the current generation also twitched their cheeks in disbelief. 5 doors up. At this rate, I'm afraid, based on the fact that Lin Ze ended his comprehension early and showed such amazing results, I'm afraid that all 9 techniques in the Steel Forest had already been comprehended by him. Fittingly, after the imagery of the Taishian divine technique, the 6th technique was first revealed. There was a silence. The 7th gate, the 8th gate, and the 9th gate came one after the other. Thus, the dust had settled on Lin Ze's 2nd level of the trial. All 9 doors. Above the top of the mountain, the 9 great sages were silent for a long time. It was a long time before someone said, the characteristics of the Empyrean immortal body don't seem to be enlightenment, do they? Ha, Empyrean immortal body. I'd even believe it when I say he's a manifestation immortal body. The 10,000 laws immortal body. One of the 9 immortal bodies of the great Tao. It was known for its knowledge of the 10,000 laws. Legend has it that those who possess the 10,000 laws immortal body have an enlightenment that is close to the Tao, and know all the laws of heaven and earth. The immortal body of the 10,000 dharmas is enlightened by looking at the sky and the earth. Be specific. Those who possessed the 10,000 laws immortal body could look at the sky with boredom and see the changing laws of the sky, thus comprehending the great Tao of the sky. Digging in earth, he can also comprehend the subtleties of the earth. A designated you, even if it was just to drink a glass of water, he could comprehend the ultimate dharma from such an ordinary action as drinking water. The possessor of the 10,000 laws immortal body does not need the law, he himself is the embodiment of the law. Its every word and action had great power, divine power and wonderful techniques. Just raise your hand. Perverted more than a little bit and a half. And wasn't this Lin Ze's performance and enlightenment in front of him similar to the description of the legendary 10,000 laws immortal body? Then how do you explain his 18-year-old half-step divine sea realm? There's no realm bottleneck. That's the power of the Empyrean immortal body. Do you guys think there's a possibility that the 2 great immortals will appear in one person at the same time? A few creepy glances were cast. Forget I said that. Another moment of silence. Eventually they couldn't stand it anymore. One could only look towards the Qinghe half-saint inquisitively. The man in front of me is a bit of an over-the-top situation. To be sure, the Qinghe half-saint sensed the gazes of several people, but he remained silent, his eyes slightly closed as if he had fallen back into a deep sleep. The crowd did not dare to be alarmed. The top of the Daojia mountain was then quiet. The end of the monument. Shui Jianqing's figure emerged. He looked at Lin Ze as if he had seen a ghost. Sword Emperor. Shui Jianqing let out a long sigh. Brother Lin's enlightenment is unparalleled. In all the years that Mr. Shui has been in the green domain, I've never seen a person as gifted as you. With your natural talent, I'm afraid that in less than 100,000 years, the entire green domain will be honored by you. Lin Ze smiled. The Sword Emperor is too kind. Not that Shui is overpraised. Shui Jianqing shook his head. With Lin Ze's overwhelming performance in will and enlightenment, even if he didn't perform well at the third level, he was definitely a proper half-saint heir. With the half-saint's devoted cultivation, coupled with Lin Ze's own talent, Shui Jianqing was being conservative when he said 100,000 years. First place, the realization of the 9 complete techniques, prize of 1,000 threads of robber's chi. Shui Jianqing loudly announced Lin Ze's results, and then filled his immortal edge order with another 1,000 threads of robber's chi. This caused Lin Ze's amount of robbing chi to directly reach a peak that could no longer be surpassed by anyone else. The other side. Hong Tian couldn't tell what kind of expression was on his face. He lost again. Still lost at full strength. Hong Tian smashed his mouth. The look on his face was bizarre. There was a smile. There was anger. There was the competitiveness of being thoroughly aroused in his good mood. And there was also the caution of facing a lifetime of strong enemies. He appeared beside Lin Ze in a flash. You win again. Or what? The corner of Hong Tian's mouth tugged. A bit of fun. He turned his head to look at Shui Jianqing. Will and Gnosis have both been tested. So it's time for the actual battle next, right? I'm going to have another match with him right now. I don't believe you can still beat me in real combat. When it came to actual combat, Hong Tian had a battle-hardened, fearless face. Obviously, compared to these competitions of enlightenment and will, actual combat was his best trump card. Shui Jianqing frowned at his words. In the next moment, the feeling of abandonment of heaven and earth surfaced once again. The next level is indeed a fight. Chapter 91 Fusion of Earth Grade Upper Grade. Great! Hong Tian laughed. On him, a trace of mysterious aura lingered. Now that he and I have completed the trial, why don't you arrange for me to fight him on this? Shui Jianqing shook his head. This is out of order. Having said that, the feeling of abandonment came again. Lin, there's no end to it. Shui Jianqing was helpless. If both of you strongly request it, I can ask the half-saint and the patriarch and them to let the two of you enter the third level of the trial early. After saying that, Shui Jianqing looked at Lin Ze. Lin Ze, on the other hand, glanced at Hong Tian. A glance through. Just like him, half a step to the divine sea. Half a step to the divine sea and you're dragging your ass. No fight. No fun. Lin Ze's fights were never aimed at one goal. His gaze fell on Venerable Kurenai. Within these people present, Venerable Kurenai's realm was undoubtedly the highest in plain sight. The human Tao Heavenly Yuan. When a humanity Tian Yuan level cultivator went down, it was definitely a breakneck crush, but any hesitation was a disrespect to the 4 words humanity Tian Yuan. Even the current Lin Ze against him was the same. The realm gap was too great. Half-step Divine Sea to Heavenly Yuan. All with a whole Divine Sea realm difference in between. Not to mention humanity Tian Yuan, who was crowned as an honored one. The innate 5 realms of Tian Yuan realm were divided into Lingguang Tian Yuan, Human Dao Tian Yuan, Earth Dao Tian Yuan, and Heaven Dao Tian Yuan based on the Tian Yuan condensed. One step at a time. And what most people in the world condense are Lingguang Tian Yuan. Those who can form the human way Heavenly Yuan are the best of the best among men, and are therefore called the human way. With Venerable Kurenai's realm of human Dao Heavenly Yuan, there was no problem at all in beating him. Lin Ze, an overgrown half-step Divine Sea. But unfortunately, immediately, Lin Ze is not a half-step Divine Sea. After the merging of the feats, he was sufficient to fight with the humanity Heavenly Origin. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Ze's mouth rose. The great battle he had waited so long for was finally coming. And hearing what Lin Ze said, Hong Tian's aura lagged. Isn't that what he always says? It's so infuriating. Hong Tian wanted to say something else. However, he saw that Lin Ze had already dodged away and ran to the side to rest his eyes, obviously preparing for the great battle afterward. In a trance, he seemed to have become another Hong Tian. Seeing this, Hong Tian was speechless. So he was so angry before? Underestimating me, are you? Humph. You'll see how wrong you are in a moment. After saying that, Hong Tian also ran to the other side to close his eyes. The top of Daojiao Mountain. The 9 great sages couldn't help but lose their laughter. These two little guys. If they really want to start fighting early, this seat would like to agree and see what kind of sparks these two eccentrics can actually collide with. Indeed, Hong Tian isn't far behind. 100 threads of time to comprehend a technique is also a rare freak in millions of years, especially the kind of means he used to suppress the Daojak Mountain. As if the Daojak mountain and this heaven and earth were all helping him. This means, is truly unimaginable. How? Do you guys see the bottom of this Hong Tian? Lao Jiang, tell me, you seem to have some eyebrows before. Old Jiang sniffed and said, I've been guessing that this Hong Tian might be an immortal body as well. Even if it's not, it's at least one of the 17 holy bodies. As soon as these words came out, the several people present had their expressions changed. Holy body? Immortal body. Lin Ze there hadn't even been able to tell which immortal body it was. And now another one. Do you think the legendary immortal body sacred body is a cabbage? It can be found everywhere. And they all appeared in my green domain. Have we stabbed the immortal body nest today? A green domain election has lured out all the hidden immortal sacred bodies? Don't interrupt. Lao Jiang, you say. Lao Jiang rubbed his chin. He stared tightly at Hong Tian and said, I've been watching this Hong Tian since just now. Whether it's going up the celestial ladder or piecing together the fragments of the feats, this Hong Tian Du has a mysterious force helping him. When he wanted to cross the heavenly ladder eclipsed and landed his every step at the weakest point of the robbing energy. He was looking for feats, and the robbing wind blew those pieces of debris. Smooth sailing and a good heart. Where there is a thought, nothing is allowed. It's like the world is clocking him. Lao Jiang said, this manifestation of excessive favor from heaven and earth. Don't you guys think it's very much like a certain saint body in that immortal body? When Lao Zhan's words fell, the crowd immediately thought of two names. Hong Yun sacred body, heavenly fate immortal body. Hong Yun sacred body, the embodiment of luck among the 17 sacred bodies. Those who possessed the Hong Yun sacred body would have the luck of the world's limits. And this luck manifests itself in every way. Like going out and picking up a great technique. Jumping off a cliff and not dying to get the inheritance of a strong person. Casually buying a sword is a great weapon. Life and death of the enemy is suddenly bombarded by heavenly thunder and die violently. The heart wants to be accomplished and so on. That is the basic operation. As for the heavenly fate immortal body, manifest destiny. If the Hong Luck sacred body was the embodiment of the world's luck, then the heavenly fate immortal body was the condensation of destiny. Regarding the heaven's destiny immortal body, the most widely circulated phrase in the world is, all that is done and thought is true, all that is in the mind is in the world, the destiny of heaven is mine, and how that statement is interpreted is a matter of opinion. In short, the existence of the heaven's destiny immortal body was just like the Empyrean immortal body and the 10,000 laws immortal body. They were both the ultimate of a certain path, possessing the perverse and mysterious nature of the great Tao of creation. The top of Daojiao mountain. The celestial destiny immortal body and Hong Yun sacred body's disengagement caused the 9 great sages of the current generation to be unsettled once again. They looked at Lin Ze and then at Hong Tian, wanting to speak. After a long time, the 9 great sages sighed quietly. There are talented people in the river and mountains. 2 supreme celestials suspected to be in the immortal body sacred body. This session of the Daojia mountain trial is what's called wonderful. This seat can't wait to see the sparks that collide between them. That old fellow Kurenai is also there, just in time to add fire to this competition. Wouldn't it be a little too hard for Kure to be a whetstone? No matter. With us watching, it's just the right time to see the limits of the suspected immortal body existence. After living for so many years, this is the first time I've seen a living immortal body sacred body. Between the discussions of the 9 great sages, time passed by in a hurry. Lin Ze had already fused all 9 of his newly acquired earth-grade medium-grade feats with what he had learned while he was resting with his eyes closed. You have a feeling from observing heaven and earth, and you have a new idea about the kung fu you've learned. You have integrated the learned mind. The heart method is based on the Great Desolate Meteoric Sky Record, and the supplementary materials total 2 books. The Great Desolate Book of the Meteoric Sky receives a grade breakthrough. You have comprehended the Earth Grade Upper Grade Technique Heavenly Desolate 2-Pole True Technique. You have the feeling of watching heaven and earth. You have fused the body refining methods you have learned. The method of refining the body is based on the Burning Saint True Demon Technique, and the supplementary materials total 2 books. The Burning Saint True Demon Technique has received a grade breakthrough. You have comprehended the top grade Earth Level Technique, Amazing Demon True Body. Chapter 92 Realm Enhancement. With the arrival of the 9 superior quality Earth Grade Medium Grade Techniques, Lin Ze's entire body of learning was finally fused and upgraded to Earth Grade Upper Grade, Heart Technique, Earth Grade Top Grade, Heavenly Desolation 2-Pole True Technique LV10, Body Refining Technique, Earth Grade Upper Grade, Amazing Demon True Body LV10, Body Technique, Earth Grade Upper Grade, Feathering True Technique LV10, Sword Technique, Earth Grade Upper Grade, One High Hidden Blade Sword Leader LV10, Boxing. Under the powerful impetus of this upper grade Earth level technique, the aura on Lin Ze's body instantly stepped into the extreme realm. Boom! The sea of illusion falls into the realm of the Real. Lin Ze traveled into the sea and explored the sea of heaven and earth. Divine Sea Realm. Instantly. Buzz. The invisible waves washed over Lin Ze's body, washing away his mortal aura and impacting his divine sea. Lin Ze's divine sea chi was getting stronger and stronger. 1 breath, 2 breaths, but in a moment, Lin Ze had already stepped into the peak of the divine sea realm. Immediately after, wow, invisible waves tumble. Lin Ze's divine sea was trembling. They gathered monstrous waves, wanting to rinse the sky above their heads clean and set aside the bright heavenly element that guided the path of the life Shin. Wow, the high-hanging heavens are terrified and angry, and they want to destroy the sea of gods that desecrate the realm of heaven. The whole world then trembled. Trembling, trembling, a grain of light unfolded shimmering in the sky. The radiant heavenly element belonging to Lin Ze had already shown its first glimmer, guiding the direction of the waves for Lin Ze. See the light of the heavenly element present. The sea of God rages with waves. On. In the sea of God, a giant dragon roams. A blood-colored dragon that represented Lin Ze's true body violently opened its eyes. It let out a furious roar that shook the 9 heavens, wanting to wrap up its life's wave to break through that thick cloudy sky and achieve the heavenly yuan. But the next moment, the waves are but gradually smoothing out and calming their fury. Lin Ze chose to stop there, because after the peak of the divine sea, the next step was to condense the heavenly yuan. Tian Yuan was the condensation of a cultivator's lifelong search for the Tao, and it was also the greatest recognition of heaven and earth for that person, for which a license to go to heaven was specially issued, for heavenly elements, for different opportunities. Once condensed, there is no chance to change and start over. It is important to be cautious when condensing the heavenly elements. It's all about timing, right place, right people. You can't have one without the other. With Lin Ze's current condition, condensing the tunnels should be unhindered. But it is not the way of the earth that he wants, but the way of heaven. Having a plug-in like divine gnosis, not opening a top-tier heavenly Tao heavenly yuan out of it would be sorry for the existence of the plug-in. Tian Yuan, you want the best. So Lin Ze chose to stop for the time being and wait until he entered the 9th sect of the green domain to further deepen his base and have better conditions before breaking through. Eyes open. Lin Ze took a long breath. The realm had reached the peak of the divine sea, and the technique had been upgraded to an earth grade upper grade, so this wave shouldn't be too much of a problem. Looked up at the time. He fused his gong methods to break through this moment, and time had already crept to over 2,000 threads. Some of the people in the room were already fuming with embarrassment. This one, too, is almost in the endgame. Lin Ze then looked forward more and more to the actual battle of the 3rd level of the trial that was to follow. He had been waiting for a long time in anticipation of a good fight. Lin Ze prayed. The 9 great sages of the green domain at the top of the mountain were, however, shocked to the point of numbness by him. It wasn't good to say that an 18-year-old half-step divine sea wasn't something they had witnessed with their own eyes, but an 18-year-old divine sea peak. This was actually happening under the eyes of the 9 of them. They watched as Lin Ze directly went from a half-step to the divine sea, whooshing straight to the peak of the divine sea. Just stepping on the horse is a whoosh. Nope. The 9 great sage sovereigns were numb. Having lived for so many tens of millions of years, when had they ever seen a person break through the realm cultivation is whoosh? They were silent for a long time. It took a long time before someone smashed his mouth and said, Empyrean immortal body. No run. If this wasn't the Empyrean immortal body, I would have eaten the entire Daojak mountain. And what about this enlightenment of his? It can't be a dual immortal body, so it can always be a saint body and an immortal body, right? Or perhaps, he himself has some sort of ancient bloodline with amazing enlightenment, and has an Empyrean immortal body on top of that. Seems to make sense. There's a F***king reason. Old me really doubts that I've lived these tens of millions of years for nothing. The 9 great sage patriarchs spoke up. On the other hand, the Qinghe half-saint kept his eyes closed and didn't say a word. Time soon came after 5,000 filaments. End of the 2nd trial. The first place winner was undoubtedly Lin Ze, with all 9 gates fully realized, becoming the first ever record holder to reach full enlightenment of all 9 gates in the Daojie mountain trials. The others had more or less comprehended 2 to 3 doors. This time, the half-saint election had come with the most pinnacle talents of the various realms of the green domain, so the results of the trial were much better compared to any other time. Among them were also the fat Taoist boy and the red-haired teenager of the Red Spirit clan, as well as a surging gnarled bearded man who had comprehended 4.5 gates before time burned out. If it was in normal times, the 9 great sage patriarchs would more or less have to lament a few times and then start betting or robbing people. But this session, in front of Lin Ze and Hong Tian, the 2 supreme existences that were suspected to have immortal bodies, the light of the others had been completely overshadowed, becoming ordinary people under their light. It's not worth it. All they cared about right now was what other amazing performances Lin Ze and Hong Tian had in store. And so, once the 2nd trial is over, Shui Jianqing then received the highest command from the 9 great sage patriarchs. Hurry up and start the third trial. Shui Jianqing then waved his hand, without even a closing commendation, and directly opened the mist at the end of the steel forest. In that mist, a winding mountain path led straight to the top of Daojia Mountain. At the top of the mountain, an ancient battlefield loomed. Shui Jianqing stood in front of the winding mountain road and said, "The third trial, the ancient battlefield. This level, test your roots." Before the words left his mouth, Shui Jianqing's eyebrows trembled. "Are you annoyed?" He glanced at Hong Tian. Hesitantly, he quickly picked up the next few words. "With real-world competence, I, the 9th sect of the Green Domain, have always believed that a person's root and bone qualifications encompass all aspects, and that a simple quiz can't show his root and bone potential. Only in a desperate situation of life and death, only in a dead-end situation where there is no way out, can your root potential be developed and displayed to the fullest. Therefore, my 9 sects of the Green Domain have combined the tests of root bones and compatibility into one. This ancient battlefield will record your root and bone qualifications while you are fighting, and it will ultimately give you an achievement rating. As for the actual combat scores, that will be based on your ranking placements. Follow me." After saying that, Shui Jianqing led everyone reverently up this mountain path leading to the ancient battlefield at the top of the mountain. Arriving at the massive mountaintop battlefield, as far as the eye could see, it was in disrepair, and ancient and barbaric. Autumn winds of sadness and grandeur floated in the bottom of everyone's heart. Chapter 93, Unexpected People. And high above the sky at the end of the ancient battlefield, 10 terrifying figures that were ancient and unparalleled, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 lands proudly towered over them. One of them was even wrapped in divine chains of laws, and his presence caused even this world to be moved. Undoubtedly, these 10 were the most supreme half-saints and the 9 patriarchs of the Green Domain. The crowd had gone through trials and tribulations and finally met these 10 legendary supreme existences. They immediately paid their respects. "See the half-saint. See the 9 patriarchs." The half-saint didn't say anything. His gaze was rootless between slight closures, as if he was looking at someone, and as if he was looking at no one. The other 9 then said, "Don't mind us. Enjoy your trials. Jianqing, start." "Yes." Shui Jianqing turned around and coldly scanned everyone. The third trial, the ancient battlefield. This trial is in the no rules, unlimited format. Concealed weapons, feats, divine weapons, elixirs, virulent poisons. As long as it's everything you can think of in terms of fighting styles, you can use it in the trial. This is how real combat works. No one will talk to you about rules in a real life and death battle. Live. That's your only choice. After saying that, Shui Jianqing waved his hand, and everyone's immortal edge orders were immediately received in midair and began to rapidly rotate with the void storm. Storms breed and one cannot see the reality of them. The ancient battlefield is divided into 2. In the first match, the melee, all of you will be divided into 10 groups for a single, no rules melee, and the top 10 in each group will be given an additional designated challenge. Game 2, designated challenge. After the melee is over, your root and bone qualifications will be conveyed by the battlefield records, and all of your total robotic chi from the 3 trials will be ranked in a comprehensive manner. At that time, if you are not satisfied with your rankings, you will have one chance to challenge any of the ranked ones, and your final rankings will be the final results of the 4th trial of practical combatability. The crowd listened to understand. The first melee is a warm-up showmanship, with the root bone of the measurement of the root bone. No root bone rely on the explosive potential. It doesn't matter if you can fight or not. The second game after that is the big one that really determines the score. In that case, the drawing of lots to determine the battle groups will now begin. Speaking. Storm shaking. A single immortal edge order was transformed into a flashy light and shot out from the storm. Their respective corresponding masters instantly appeared in the 4 directions of the battlefield. Shui Jianqing's voice spread everywhere. The groupings have been finalized. The melee has officially begun. Shui Jianqing's words just fell. Whoosh. Boom. Come to die. Asterisk 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 off. The battlefield was filled with fire and stone. A streak of divine light erupted. A sword mark tore through the sky and earth. Everyone showed their abilities and started an extremely chaotic pandemonium. Lin Ze sorted into the 7th group. In this group, there was no fat Taoist child or red-haired teenager from the Red Spirit race, nor was there venerable Kurenai or Hong Tian. Some of them are just minor, insignificant players. And on Hong Tian's side, again, he didn't get a share of some noteworthy tough guys. Hong Tian became a little disappointed when he saw this. He glanced in the direction where Lin Ze was. Pity. In the entire Daojia Mountain trial, only Lin Ze was able to give high regards and was worth looking forward to with one hand. Others, Hong Tian withdrew his gaze as he coldly looked at all the people who were in the same group as him. The others also knew how powerful Hong Tian was. They intended to join forces to clean up Hong Tian first. Meh. Hong Tian's eyes showed disdain. A bunch of mole crickets. Death to all. Boom. Hong Tian stomped his foot. There were instantly bursting waves of air beneath his feet spreading along the battlefield. Its half-step Divine Sea cultivation completely exploded. Half-step Divine Sea? Nothing more than that. Some people with high cultivation levels detected Hong Tian's true cultivation level and immediately sighed in relief. He was just about to casually settle this heartbreaking problem of Hong Tian with a single finger. Suddenly, heaven and earth lose their colors. The world turned gray and black in his eyes. A broken aura of destruction and decay filled the air, and the entire world seemed to be about to be destroyed. He looked horrified and tried to resist, but realized he couldn't resist a bit. The body can't move. He was instinctively trembling. In the next moment, a huge sword chi came from behind him. It looked as if it had come off a runaway from someone in another battlefield grouping. Immediately after that, another stone swept up by the battlefield storm rushed towards him with an eerie impact. It was such an inconspicuous small stone, and as a hallowed Divine Sea Realm Grand Cultivator, he actually felt the threat of death. Done. At that moment, a green coat attacked and directly took him away. It's Xue Jianqing. He sensed something was wrong and stepped in to save the man. After this person was saved, he immediately said to Xue Jianqing, Senior Sword Emperor, I wasn't right just now. I understand. As he spoke, Xue Jianqing saved several more people who were about to die due to various accidents with a big wave of his hand. 1 breath, 2 breaths, Xue Jianqing waved his hand one after another at the same time. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single person left in this battlefield of Hong Tian. Hong Tian became the sole victor. We just lost? Are we on? The crowd was horrified, as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell? So there is such a thing as a fight? And on the contrary, Hong Tian looked like he had only just done a trivial and insignificant thing. With a calm expression, he left the battlefield and waited for the start of the second game. Senior Sword Emperor, isn't this too? Xue Jianqing simply said indifferently. You have already been eliminated, and there is only one victor in this match. Prepare well for the next designated challenge. After saying that, Xue Jianqing continued to inspect the entire battlefield. The 9 great sage patriarchs, on the other hand, had no ripples. It would be strange if Hong Tian, a suspected immortal body, could lose. After Hong Tian finished fighting, they looked at Lin Ze again. On the other side, Lin Ze similarly ended the melee with an unsurprising punch. The whole thing was uneventful and not much to look at. One punch will determine the winner. Venerable Kurenai, the obvious number 1, was naturally no exception. 3 grouped melees that were over before they even started. A few other groups have fallen flat. After all, this melee is a warm-up show to measure a root in bone, not to decide anything. Too early to expose their own cards and skills, but on the contrary, it is unfavorable to the next match. So, everyone played a more subtle game, and very few people were actually fighting for their lives. After a while, the melee is over. The ancient battlefield measured out everyone's root bones, synthesized all the previous robotic chi scores, and gave the final rankings. First place, without a doubt, was Lin Ze. He beat his opponents by a landslide in every fight. In second place, Honky Tonk has been swinging for the fences, with no sign of him in the top 100. So the second went to a character that was a bit of a surprise to everyone. It was the gnarled bearded man who had come in right after Lin Ze and Luo Wuchen, his hand cupping his head. Chapter 94, The Warrior's Courage. The gnarled bearded man's sudden rise to prominence was a bit of a surprise to everyone, except for Lin Ze and Hong Tian. Lin Ze and Hong Tian had noticed the big man's abnormality early on. Which of the people who could immediately pour in as soon as the Daojia mountain opened were simple. His arrogant style of acting was just hiding his true self, trying to make others fall off the wagon and label him a fool and not guard against him. However, whether it was for Lin Ze or Hong Tian, this gnarled bearded man wasn't really a character to be wary of. Strike. The opponent in their eyes was only one venerable Kurenai, Lin Ze, from the beginning to the end. Second is actually him. Ha! We were all fooled by this guy. Those who can enter this half-saint selection are all human elites from all realms. How can there be any truly stupid ones? It's only natural that he's second. This guy had a breakthrough at the enlightenment level, comprehending 4.5 gates, and the heavenly ladder level seems to be at the front of the pack, and he's at the top of the list for the rankings for entering the Daojak mountain. Counting on this root bone, his root bone is definitely not low, and it's normal to get to second in the aggregate. The crowd spoke of the gnarled man as you spoke of him, Xue Jianqing and the 9 great sage patriarchs, on the other hand, only glanced lightly. Still, in normal times, this could be a character, but in this one, the only 2 brightest suns left in their eyes were Lin Ze and Hong Tian. The light of the sun is enough to annex everything. Being in a trial with these two monsters was perhaps their greatest misfortune. With a wave of Shui Jianqing's hand, the immortal edge order once again returned to everyone's hands. The second, designated challenge begins. From now on, if you have any objections to the rankings, then you can challenge any of them. If you succeed in the challenge, your ranks will be exchanged. And if you fail in the challenge, you will have no more opportunities to challenge, and you can only passively accept others' challenges. Time. Shui Jianqing once again released a ball of robbing qi. Until these 5,000 threads of robberies are burned out. After saying that, Shui Jianqing stopped speaking and looked straight at Hong Tian. Not surprisingly, he was definitely the first to jump on the bandwagon. Fruity. As soon as Shui Jianqing's words fell, Hong Tian couldn't wait any longer. I want to challenge the first place. The old man will challenge for first place. Two voices sounded at the same time. One was Hong Tian, and the other was the late and pale venerable Kurenai. Both of them challenged Lin Ze at the same time. Seeing this, Shui Jianqing then said, the two of them challenged for first place, but Senior Kurenai has a higher ranking and has priority to challenge. At those words, Hong Tian immediately sighed helplessly. He glanced at venerable Kurenai. I say, old man, you're still fighting with people at your age, and you're not afraid of breaking your bones. Venerable Kurenai stroked his flowery white beard and laughed. I'm an old man who's half in the ground, so I'm not afraid of what's going on. While I still have some strength left at the end, I would like to take a good look at the young people of this generation of the green domain, and shine the last of my life, so that I can write a success to this long life journey. Venerable Kurenai added, and the old man challenged you first, just to give you, little friend, a chance to explore the way, so that you two heavenly prides can have a better play. No? Hong Tian bristled. Who wants you to scout the way? Forget it, you don't stop you if you want to die. Hurry up and fight. I'm next. In his words, Hong Tian seemed to have concluded that venerable Kurenai, a dignitary of the human path heavenly yuan, would definitely lose. Shui Jianqing and the 9 sovereign magi were also quite surprised. Taking half a step. Well, it is now the peak of the divine sea. Battling heavenly yuan with a peak divine sea across a great realm was already an extremely difficult task. Not to mention the humanistic heavenly elements? Especially if it was a veteran humanitarian heavenly yuan with a legacy and heritage like venerable Kurenai. There was an unknown number of layers between him and the peak of the divine sea. Even if Lin Ze is an Empyrean immortal body, that is only an Empyrean immortal body at the peak of the divine sea. It is not invincible yet. In this battle, even the 9 great sage patriarchs couldn't say anything good about it. I don't know where Hong Tian got so much confidence in Lin Ze. Could it be that just because he lost to Lin Ze, he thinks that Lin Ze is the only one in the world? These immortal bodies, 1 by 2, what the hell do they take the realm cultivation gap for? Cabbage? This thought. Lin Ze had reached the center of the battlefield. He had been waiting for venerable Kurenai for a long time. Come on, venerable Kurenai, please, young friend please. The two men took their places. A big battle is on the horizon. Others couldn't be bothered to challenge others. Anyway, there's still time to fight any time. However, the great battle between the first and venerable Kurenai was not at all times. I'll bet 108 pills that venerable Kurenai will inevitably win. Wither venerable, the old strong, the first want to win. I see hanging. That's also maybe. People can always be number 1 strength for all to see. Stop it. It's going to start. Speaking, both Lin Ze and venerable Kurenai erupted with a shocking aura. Their might all over the place. In order to meet venerable Kurenai, Lin Ze didn't test the waters and didn't hold back. Heavenly Desolation 2-pole True Technique LV10. Amazing Demon True Body LV10. Feathered Truth LV10. Lin Ze came up on fire. Under the outburst of the 3 great Earth-level upper-grade feats LV10, Lin Ze's aura was actually vaguely equal to that of a human path venerable in the Kurenai Hall. Seeing this situation, before the crowd's cries of alarm rose, the field had instantly erupted into a great battle. Boom! Venerable Kurenai cupped his famous technique, the Kurenai birth and death technique. With a single thought, the left side of his body regained its youthful appearance, and his hair was green and ghostly, harboring infinite vitality. The earth springs back to life, and a thought blossoms. The right side of his body had gone into the past, his white hair was pale, and he emitted an endless aura of withered death. Manganese and 10,000 green declines. The entire ancient battlefield was instantly divided into 2 well-defined areas of life and death. Venerable Kurenai stood proudly at the boundary between life and death, like a god who dominated life and death. He slightly closed his hands, and the power of Kurenai shone through the heavens and earth. Lin Ze's eyes flashed. Good timing. The 2 poles of the heavenly wasteland, reversing yin and yang. Lin Ze cupped 2 channels of yin and yang qi in his hand. One hand holds white, the other black. In its eyes, 2 yin and yang fish. one black and one white, rotated. The mysterious and unpredictable heavenly desolate chi suddenly filled the air, flowing for ages. Immediately afterward, behind Lin Ze, another long, vast river from the sky emerged. In the middle of the long river, 10,000 swords are hidden. A round of hot sun hangs above the river, reflecting the 10,000 swords out of the austere cold light. See people's hair and skin raw pain, all over the body cold. 10,000 rivers hidden blade sword leader LV10. Heavenly desolation 2-pole true technique LV10. Chop. In a flash, the black and white yin and yang chi penetrated deep into the long river through the sky. A long river of 10,000 swords towers over the river, stained with black and white. One is death and the other is life. The river of 10,000 swords roared away into the sky. They were separated from venerable Kurenai's birth and death chi, and were momentarily indistinguishable from each other. Constant onslaught. Extinction. Chapter 95 Ancient 8 Desolate Blood. Seeing this, a slight look of surprise appeared on venerable Kurenai's face. Although he hadn't exerted all his strength with this strike, the crushing power of the humanity heavenly yuan was absolute for the divine sea realm. It was rare for Lin Ze to be able to use his divine sea body to resist a strike from his zuni. In that case, might as well be more serious then. A hint of seriousness appeared on the handsome young half of venerable Kurenai's face. Next moment, boom! The heavens and the earth were shaken. The sun and the moon were lost. Venerable Kurenai's power of Kurenai birth and death continued to extend, forming a Kurenai domain of spring and autumn rotation in the Daojia mountain. He crossed the air through the void, standing proudly in the realm of blight and glory, holding blight in his left hand and pinching euphoria in his right. The stars fell from his eyes. Wow! A celestial godlance condensed from countless chi of blight, glory, birth, and death then appeared in midair. The power of the humanistic heavenly element was infused. The tip of the gun was pointed straight at Lin Ze. Cold light flickers. Little friend, be careful. Sensing the powerful threat coming from the lance, Lin Ze was not angry but happy. And that belligerent heart was burning. The hot blood in his body was raging. Having traveled so far, there was finally a big battle that burned all of his blood. Feel free to come. The heavenly desolate bipolar chi in Lin Ze's eyes became more and more raging. Bear. A bizarre demonic flame began to blaze in Lin Ze's eyes. The demonic flame blended with the black and white yin and yang chi, and a monstrous ferocious might that shook the 8 wastelands was pressed across the scene. Immediately afterward, a piece of illusory feathers fluttered around Lin Ze again, causing his figure to become blurred and hazy in a feathered divine light. Dreamlike. Trance. Another Taishan divine dragon rushed out to sea, and the Tao came to the world. Amazing demon true body. Demonic flames across the sky. The heavenly desolate bipolar true technique. Yin and yang rotation. Feathering the true skill. A feather in the air. All of you. Lin Ze simultaneously activated several great techniques, brewing the killing moves in their respective stances to the limit. Boom! The shadow of a world-defying god and devil crossed the boundaries of time and space. Reviving from the distant ancient times, the gods and devils descended into the world, and all the images were destroyed. Extinction. The god-devil shadow swung out with a fist, launching a god-fighting strike at the unattainable Tian Yuan with the body of the god Sea, wanting to break Tian Yuan's undefeated myth. This strike was extremely sublimated, with countless dharma means evolving within it. There was the disdainful look of Taishan divine powers Tao in the world. There was the boldness of the long river sunset sword technique Sunset River. There is the weirdness of the lesser 5 elements true technique inverting the 5 elements. There is also the arrogance of the yin and yang metaphysical transformations of the 2 extremes of heaven and earth. Seeing this, the hearts of the 9 great sage sovereigns were wildly shaken. This is the highest realm of the long river sunset sword technique. No, it's more than that. It seems like he's fused something else and sublimated and improved the sword skill. How long has he only been learning? There's also my clan's yin yang xin transformation. Tai Xian Shengong is also. The 9 patriarchal great sages looked at me and I looked at you, both speechless, each confused. The Long River Sunset Sword Technique and the Yin Yang Xian Transformation and other spells were all entry-level chapters stripped from the core techniques of their respective clans though. But at least they were also stripped from an Earth Grade Extreme Grade technique, and their grade had reached the middle grade of the Earth Grade, possessing a subtlety that could not be compared to ordinary techniques. Even in their 9 clans, those who could practice them to great perfection within 1,000 years would be considered supreme talents. But this Lin Ze in front of him, how long has he only been learning? Just stepped on a horse and just learned. You just learned it and you practiced it to the fullest. And you improved it for me. Does that make sense? Reasonable my ass. It's outrageous. But for a moment, what made a few people even more nonplussed came. This is True Fire Sacred Demon Technique. No, there is a shadow of the True Fire Sacred Demon Technique. but it seems to be even more superior than the True Fire Sacred Demon technique. Son of a, he's improved this crap. The True Flame Sacred Demon technique. 2. 10,000 Laws Immortal Body. If this isn't the 10,000 Dharma Immortal Body, I'll eat the Daojia mountain on the spot. Is there really something as outrageous as a double immortal body in this world? Wait. Where did he get the True Flame Sacred Demon technique? Is broken. The 9 great sage patriarchs standing at the top of the green domain could no longer maintain their composure. Their inquisitive gazes were directed at the half-saint Qinghe. Half-saint. Elder ancestor. Look at this. The Qinghe half-saint's expression was indifferent. Lin Ze knew the True Flame Sacred Demon skill. He had seen it long ago. Sedate. Keep looking. The half-saint had spoken, so the crowd could only stop, forcing themselves to continue watching with a large number of question marks in their hearts. While several people were talking, the contest between Lin Ze and Venerable Kurenai had reached a white-hot stage. The lance of the heavenly god and the shadow of the god and the devil were battling it out. They were at loggerheads. An airwave that shook the void and caused countless spatial cracks to ripple erupted from the point where the tip of the gun and the shadow of the fist met, sweeping across the entire void realm. The mountains, humming. The world, in sorrow. In a heated exchange, Venerable Kurenai's body was aging at an accelerated rate, and his essence was being rapidly consumed. Lin Ze's true body hidden in the feathery haze was also struck, and his skin disintegrated piece by piece, revealing dripping flesh and blood that dripped down onto Daojia Mountain. However, under the powerful recovery power of Lin Ze's amazing demon true body, it quickly grew new skin again and returned to its peak state. It looked like Venerable Kurenai was about to lose to consumption. It sent a thrill through everyone in the room. Venerable Kurenai. Both of them. Unbelievable. This first has actually flattened a Venerable with the body of the Divine Sea. But it's more than just a draw. Look, Venerable Kurenai's exertion is obviously greater, while this first is like a nothing. My god. A dignitary. Even if his chi and blood are failing in his twilight years, it's not so bad that he can't wear out a Divine Sea, right? Just what kind of god is this first? Just how huge is his innate origin? Just as everyone was talking, no one noticed. The drops of blood dripping from Lin Ze's flesh were unexpectedly absorbed silently by the Daojak Mountain at a bizarre speed. Negative. Bottom of Rojak Mountain. Inside the mysterious dark space, a pair of crimson eyes opened quietly. It was slightly closed and looked weak. 8 wastes. Blood? After saying this, he seemed to be exhausted, so weak that he simply closed his eyes. There wasn't a sound. Sujio. It was only then that a faint, undetectable fluctuation of weakness reached the top of the mountain, and the fluctuation seemed to drain him of all his strength. Inside the mysterious space, it fell silent and returned to darkness. And the top of Daojia Mountain, Lin Ze suddenly felt his body get very hot. It's not the overload of heat, but something magical seems to be completely activated in the body. In the blood and bones, the breath engraved in the ancient times revived. An arcane and mysterious power filled Lin Ze's entire body. You have revived the ancient bloodline latent in your body and awakened the ancient 8 desolate blood. You who have regained your ancient bloodline have a deeper bloodline understanding of the 8 deserts warfare. Chapter 96, The Embodiment of the Heavenly Fate Immortal. You reread the 8 wastes warfare. You find that your bloodline possesses the ultimate inclusiveness in the world, and can be both worldly. Under the guidance of your bloodline, you attempt to use the law of the 8 desolate bloodlines as the core to forcibly fuse the chi refining law, heart law, the essence refining law, and the spirit refining law to unite the 3 veins into one. You do not yet possess the same level of God refining method. You have fused the heavenly desolate 2-pole true technique and the amazing demon true body. You have comprehended the ancient 8 desolate blood exclusive ground level superior grade technique, great desolate true amazing technique, extreme. Great desolate true amazing technique, extreme, LV10. Great perfection. Driven by the bloodline exclusive great desolate true amazing technique, Lin Ze's fleshly body and his aura were rounded into one, extraordinarily harmonious and indistinguishable from each other. At this moment, Lin Ze was able to explode with a single thought into a terrifying power that was dozens of times stronger than before. Sensing the arrival of this brand new force, Lin Ze froze first. Then he murmured, "It's actually true." Regarding the matter of his family having a bloodline physique, Lin Ze had actually had his suspicions early on. And the point of suspicion is that demonic compulsion incident. Lin family up and down so many people in the compulsion. Lin Ze and Lin Ao's even personally ate the poisonous powder. But on the contrary, the rest of the Lin family are poisoned. Just their grandparents and grandchildren real Lin family bloodline did not poisoned. Lin Ze suspected at the time that the Lin family had a deep-seated bloodline that wasn't showing, so he asked his grandfather Lin Ao directly. Unfortunately, grandfather Lin Ao, the source of the bloodline of the head of the Lin family, is also unknown, so Lin Ze will leave this matter behind. Anyway, At that time he did not care about the bloodline and so on. All the attention is on the gongfu. But I didn't expect that this mistake would even awaken the Lin family bloodline. How did you awaken? Lin Ze glanced thoughtfully at Venerable Kurenai. Could it be that intense combat activates the bloodline factor? Or do you have to get lucky with this stuff? Between thoughts, Venerable Kurenai seemed to have exhausted himself to the limit. He let out a long sigh. Battling a heavenly Yuan Venerable with the body of the Divine Sea. The future generations are formidable. The future generations are formidable. After saying that, Venerable Kurenai's expression tightened once again. Come on. Last hit. Let the old immortal see the limits of the strongest heavenly pride of this era. The words fell. Venerable Kurenai burned his aura and drained the last vestige of his chi and blood. The law of Kurenai. Against the spring and autumn. Boom. The terrifying Kurenai domain expanded once again. Venerable Kurenai struck a heaven-pouring strike. This strike shattered the void, drawing darkness down. No good. This old guy is still more serious. Make a move. Just now I guess it was already the little guy's limit. He can't catch the strike. Aha. The 9 great sage patriarchs wanted to step in to stop them and save Lin Ze. Whether it was for Lin Ze's amazing talent or for the origin of the True Flame Sacred Demon technique, Lin Ze absolutely couldn't have anything happen to him. In the eyes of the 9, the current Lin Ze was the most flawless and absolute treasure in the world. The Long River Sword Sect Patriarch was about to make a move, but the hand was just raised. Bang! The center of the battlefield. Lin Ze waved his big hand and casually struck a sword chi. Clang! Swords are ringing in the heavens and the earth. Venerable Kurenai's domain was unexpectedly sliced open by Lin Ze's one-finger sword chi. It's like cutting tofu with no resistance. A sword across the sky. Bang! The domain shattered. And Venerable Kurenai was backfired by the domain, draining all his strength. He lay in the center of the battlefield without any dignity, panting heavily. The eyes were filled with horror. Phew! I can't believe you haven't done your best. Lin Ze shrugged his shoulders. He didn't expect to suddenly awaken such a heaven-defying bloodline. The old Lin family is awesome. Lin Ze flew in front of Venerable Kurenai and helped him up. This battle, Senior has already enjoyed himself. Thank you, Venerable Kurenai. Venerable Kurenai froze. He then released a smile. It's good to have fun. It's good to have fun. After saying that, Venerable Kurenai left the battlefield. The winner is already decided. Winner, Lin Ze. Ha! Asterisk 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 asterisk. 1. He, a Divine Sea realm, actually won. Divine Sea beating up a Venerable and winning. Crazy, crazy. It's all crazy. The whole place was abuzz with Lin Ze's victory. One by one, they were in a trance of shock, thinking they were dreaming. Except for Hong Tian. Hong Tian saw Lin Ze's victory. He arrived directly in front of Shui Jianqing and said impatiently, "It's my turn. I'm going to challenge him." Shui Jianqing snapped back from his shock. He glanced at Hong Tian with strange and complicated eyes. What's the ink? Fine. Let you two monsters go at each other's throats. Shui Jianqing waved his big hand. The battlefield reappeared. Hong Tian walked into the middle of the battlefield with a smile on his face, looking straight at the proud figure. The onlookers were speechless. This guy, even lost to the honored one. What is he doing up there? Can't it be that he thinks he's even more powerful than an honored one? Joker. Hong Tian ignored the crowd. He only had Lin Ze in his eyes. It's finally the moment. I want you for before. The words were not yet spoken. Lin Ze stepped on the battlefield and a seismic wave instantly struck towards Hong Tian. A half step to the Divine Sea. What's with the arrogance? Hong Tian dodged in a hurry. Its body avoided the strike with a bizarre arc. Not a point more. Not a millimeter less. Just right. You don't speak martial arts. At least let me finish. Lin Ze raised one eyebrow. He didn't intentionally miss with that strike just now. It was aimed at Hong Tian himself. Hong Tian, a mere half-step Divine Sea, had dodged his attack? It's kind of interesting. No wonder it's so arrogant. Again, Lin Ze was serious this time. His eyes slightly condensed, and two purple lights that were as fast as wind and as swift as thunder shot out from his eyes. Purple light rushed to the sky. Looking out of the corner of the eye, it locked onto Hong Tian. Whoosh! The purple light reached Hong Tian in an instant. Hong Tian didn't dodge. Only his eyes were closed. The world was then plunged into darkness. That violet light was swallowed by the darkness that. It disappeared without a trace. On the battlefield, the wind is calm. It was as if that purple light had never appeared. What's going on? The first's attack was actually blocked. What the hell is this, Hong Tian? This session of the Daojia Mountain Trial is really. What kind of demons and devils have come? Does it still let us live? The crowd spoke incredulously. Lin Ze, who was in the center of the battlefield, however, narrowed his eyes. He knew very well that his attack was not blocked. Instead, it was denied. Denied by the world. Dismissed by rule. This tactic. Off-site. The 9 great sage patriarchs' eyes revealed a strange light. Mandate of heaven. My will is the will of heaven. My heart is the heart of heaven. Although I had expected it, it was inevitable that I was still shocked to witness the truth of these words. Avenue 9 immortal bodies. Each without heavenly reason. This kid really is a heaven's destiny immortal body. Then let's see whether the heavenly fate immortal body is powerful. Or the Empyrean immortal body. Or the 10,000 laws immortal body is powerful. TSK. Only one immortal body in a lifetime. Our green domain actually produced 2 at once. If the people of other domains knew about this, I'm afraid they'd go crazy. Chapter 97, Holy Soldier. Broken Heavenly Sword. Alright, watch in peace. It's just right to take advantage of the battle between 2 immortal bodies that are hard to see in the ages to see if Lin Ze is an Empyrean immortal body or a 10,000 laws immortal body. It can't really be a double immortal body, can it? If it's really the double immortal body, I'd suspect that he's the illegitimate son of the great Tao. The 9 spoke. In the middle of the field, Lin Ze and Hong Tian began another round of fighting. Twice you attacked first. This time it's always my turn. After saying that, Hong Tian's essence condensed. He pointed one finger to the sky and the other to the earth. Heavenly punishment. The earth is destroyed. The words just fell. It was as if Hong Tian had incarnated into the heavenly emperor and issued the final edict to the world. This heaven and earth were then subjected to the conscription of Hong Tian. Ray, come on. Rumble. There is no wind nor rain. Rolling thunder unexpectedly appeared in the mysterious void realm. They instantly converge into an eye of the storm. Thick purple divine thunder coalesced in the eye of the storm. Next moment, boom, purple light through the sky. A heavenly pillar of thunder that connected the sky to the earth violently rushed towards Lin Ze with a destructive momentum. And at this point, a deafening roar also came from the earth of Daojia Mountain. It's repelling Lin Ze. Squeeze Lin Ze. The thick power of the earth formed a cage that would not be destroyed for eternity. It bound Lin Ze and refused to allow Lin Ze to pull the power of the earth. In the sky, the purple divine thunder also chaotic the sky, granting thunder punishment so that Lin Ze could not borrow the heavenly time. This is the truest form of calling the shots. Boom! Thunder flooded everything. The earth annexes all things. The crushing of the earth, the baptism of heavenly thunder. They impacted on Lin Ze at the same time, causing Lin Ze to suffer the heaven and earth grinder transformation. It dumbfounded the spectators in the room. Order the heavens and the earth? What happened? I seek. And I didn't blink nah. However, a small number of people who had a good family education could see Hong Tian's roots, ordering heaven and earth, taking the fate of heaven and replacing it. Isn't this means the legendary Heaven's Fate immortal body? The legend of the Avenue 9 immortal body is actually true. The crowd was in awe. The field regenerated. The heavenly thunder pillar was unexpectedly snapped off by an incredibly powerful force. The earth's cage was also torn apart. Ancient 8 wastelands blood. Ignite. Great desolate true amazing feat. A demon god's shadow through the earth cage at the eye of storm thunder. Bang! Both the thunder punishment and the dungeon were extinguished. The demon god's shadow rushed towards Hong Tian again at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Fist shadows broke through the air. Hong Tian's face remained unchanged. Reverse flow. The world is once again called to order. Time goes against the grain. Lin Ze's fist shadow unexpectedly went backwards. Lin Ze pulled at the corner of his mouth. Reversals are coming. If I drive, you drive too, right? Reverse. Hong Tian gave another order. The shadow of that fist strike actually reversed towards Lin Ze. Lin Ze. Whoosh. Lin Ze transformed into thousands of shadows, dodging the shadows of the punches and approaching Hong Tian once again. Hong Tian repeated his old trick and reversed the flow again. Lin Ze strikes again. Hong Tian continued to deny it. 2 people just like this hold each other. In the blink of an eye has fought hundreds of back and forth. The battlefield around the sword. Everywhere burning with the fire of war. Long time coming. The bystanders were speechless. In all their lives, this was the first time they had ever seen someone fight like this. Off the charts. It's outrageous. The 9 great sages of the time, on the other hand, watched with great interest. Those in the lower realms can only see them point to point. You hit me and I spin. Instead, they saw a man who constantly used the power of heaven's mandate, one that is constantly breaking through the power of destiny. This is playing with the rules of providence, constantly tearing them apart and healing them. When did the rules of heavenly destiny become a contraption that can be fiddled with at will? These great Tao immortal bodies are really not at all reasonable. The battle for the immortal body is truly marvelous. In this world, I'm afraid that only an immortal body can defeat an immortal body. But how long are they going to keep fighting like this? At that moment, the half-sage who hadn't said anything all along suddenly spoke. It's over. The 9 immediately looked over. Only Hong Tian and Lin Ze could be seen between their figures moving around. Hong Tian's face appeared visibly pale. The power of negation also became dim. The corner of Lin Ze's mouth lifted slightly. Looks like you don't have the strength. Hong Tian snorted coldly. Humph. Your skin and fists are so hard that purple thunder can't even strike you to death. Denying you once also took days of my providence. No more fighting you. Loss. After saying that, Hong Tian sighed. But since I grew up, I've never lost once in my life. And I really don't want to give in to you just like that. The 9 immortal bodies of the Great Tao are only one person in a lifetime. And 2 immortal bodies can barely be encountered in a lifetime. But I was unlucky enough to meet it. One last trick. One move to win. When Hong Tian finished, he pointed to the sky again. Next, you have to be careful. Summoning thunder again? Get a new awesome thunder. Hong Tian. This time, I'm not calling for thunder. I'm denying your own existence. Lin Ze's eyes narrowed slightly. Not only can you deny the attack, but you can deny me personally? Am I on the hook or are you on the hook? Then try. Sword come. Hong Tian beckoned. Void turbulence floated out of thin air. A flat, broken sword suddenly appeared in Hong Tian's hand. See the rusty broken sword. Everyone present, including the 9 great sages, however, were dumbfounded. Sacred soldier. Crippled sky sword. The gazes of several great sages looked towards the being known as Old Jiang. Old Jiang, you've had your home stolen. Old Jiang was the patriarch of the crippled sky Dao sect. That plain, broken sword, the broken sky sword, was none other than their broken sky Dao sect's inherited saint soldier. Sacred soldier, sacred soldier. As the name suggests, it was a native weapon forged by a saint, possessing the incredible power of a saint. Of course, this saint soldier was not the Green Domain Green Sage's own. The holy soldier of the Green Sage's original holy soldier had been enshrined in the forbidden land of the Long River Sword sect, suppressing the lifeblood of the Green Domain. This remnant sky sword was a trophy seized by the Green Sage. In the past, a great war broke out in the ancient past. The ancient Green Sage fought against 8 with 1, decapitating the dog heads of 8 saints. Their holy weapons were also seized by the Green Sage and washed away the holy seal and bestowed to the other 8 clans, passing down holy weapons for the 8 clans. The heaven crippling sword was one of the 8 sacred soldiers. Old Jiang, the patriarch of the crippled Sky Dao sect, had kept this sword sealed and had never used it for tens of millions of years. Even during the demon cult rebellion back then, the holy soldiers were never invited and blocked off properly. But now, for one trial on the mountain of Daojiao, a selection trial, the heaven crippling sword actually let this heavenly fate immortal body borrow it without a sound. The corners of Lao Zhang's mouth twitched madly. What madness! Can you handle a borrowed holy weapon? Stop him. Sacred soldiers are not child's play. The heaven crippling sword must never open its blade, especially in the holy land of Daojia Mountain. As he spoke, several people were about to stop Hong Tian from doing something stupid, but that's when Hong Tian's face turned violently pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The crippled sky sword that had just arrived in his hand unexpectedly returned to the crippled sky Dao sect along the void turbulence and disappeared. Chapter 98. Wherever he goes, I go. Looking at the heaven crippling sword as it departed, the sacred soldier actually rejected me. Hong Tian had a look of disbelief on his face. With his remaining heaven's mandate power, he couldn't harness too much power from the saint soldier, and that was his own problem. The summoned holy soldier refuses to leave, which is the problem with holy soldiers. A mere remnant of a weapon that was defeated in the hands of the ancient Green Sage. How dare you refuse my summons? As the heavenly destiny immortal body, one of the 9 immortal bodies of the great Tao, even the world was at his disposal, and a mere remnant of a soldier dared to reject him? Is this a rejection of him? This is a slap in the face of Providence. A handful of disabled soldiers. How dare you? Hong Tian didn't believe this. He beckoned again. Crippled sky sword. Come. This time, Hong Tian had strengthened the edict of heaven and earth, naming it as long as the heaven crippling sword. At the renewed call of Hong Tian, the rusted end of the heaven crippling sword came across the void once more, reaching out into the imaginary realm. However, in the next moment, Hong Tian once again spat out a mouthful of blood. The face became brilliant gold. Apparently, he had been rebuffed by the rejection of the holy soldier again. Hong Tian was confused. Growing up, this was the first time that he, as a heaven's destiny immortal body, had been disobeyed against his will. First time. The sword of the broken sky. The sword of the broken sky. Good for you, crippling heavenly sword. You seem to have played it off. Lin Ze had arrived behind Hong Tian at some point, and was looking with an amused expression at the piece of emptiness where the heaven crippling sword had left. Upon hearing this, Hong Tian was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and roared as a reflex. It's not my problem. He gritted his teeth. It's that holy weapon. That has a ghost. Lin Ze was non-committal and added, weren't you trying to deny my existence just now? Why did you turn your head to summon the sword? Isn't that a sound bite? Denying the same immortal body as mine. I'm tired of living almost as long. In Hong Tian's eyes, Lin Ze's performance of instantly comprehending the 9 ancient techniques clearly corresponded to the 10,000 laws immortal body of the 9 immortal bodies. It was for this reason that Hong Genius wanted to compete with Lin Ze more and more. The 9 immortal bodies of the Great Way, only one in a lifetime. 2 immortal bodies would likely not be met once in a lifetime. So there has never been a definite conclusion as to which of the 9 immortal bodies is stronger or weaker. And now that he, Hong Tian, has encountered it, how can he not be tickled? So it wasn't just for the sake of his own obsession of never having lost. It was also to prove that heaven's mandate was stronger than all laws. But the result is, blame it on the broken sky sword. Hong Tian stared fiercely at the direction in which the heaven-crippling sword had left. It's a disgrace to the mandate of heaven. Sooner or later he's going to rip this up and take it to fill the earthly cesspit. Not playing today. Not in good shape. Hong Tian left the center of the battlefield, unwillingly leaving behind a sentence. Just, count it as a win for you. As Hong Tian's words fell, the battlefield was once again left with only Lin Ze. Lin Ze defends his #1 throne. See this. All the people watching the battle were puzzled in their hearts, not knowing exactly how they felt. These 2 battles can make them look silly. 4-1. The Divine Sea Realm beat the Heavenly Yuan Venerable. In one scene, it was so outrageous that he summoned the Holy Soldier's Heavenly Sword of Remnant. Off the charts. Outrageous. When had the threshold of the Daojia Mountain trial been raised to such a level? It comes across as they're pretty dorky. And it is true. After 2 fights, there were few people left who cared about how the others fought and didn't fight again. All the light had gathered on the 2 dazzling existences, Lin Ze and Hong Tian. The second-ranked gnarled bearded man looked at Lin Ze and Hong Tian with a grave expression. For the sake of this half-saint selection, he had gone to great lengths just thinking that he would be able to make a splash and receive the half-saint's appreciation and become the half-saint's successor. But now, in front of these 2 heavenly prides, all of his thoughts were reduced to nothing. LOL. Ryoko. The gnarled man let out a long sigh. Perhaps, it's fate. The gnarled man resigned himself to his fate. It's not a good idea to not resign yourself to this situation. One crushed the exalted, and the other summoned a holy weapon. What can he do? The gnarled man was resigned to his fate, but someone else clearly wasn't. If you can't compete for first, you can compete for second. If you can't become a half-saint inheritor, then you can become a 9-sect core true inheritor. So, his second spot was on the line. After a moment of silence, someone shouted, "I'm going to challenge for second." At those words, the gnarled bearded man's eyes suddenly had a big red light. If I can't deal with those 2, I can't deal with you. Seek death. Whoosh. A great battle was once again drawn out, but Lin Ze and Hong Tian and the others didn't care anymore. As far as they were concerned, the trial, it's over. Time passes as it passes. Soon, in the midst of a battle, 5,000 threads of robotic chi burned out. This battle for rankings has finally come to a close. To this point, the 5 major trials of the 9 clans of the Qing domain of the Daojia Mountain have been successfully concluded in the Qi, Will, Enlightenment, Root and Bone, and Battle. The 9 great sage patriarchs and half-saints finally descended from the void into the mortal world to bestow accolades on the trialists. The trial is over. Now, everyone who participates in this trial is free to join the clan of their choice. Say it. 9 void teleportation gates appeared at the summit of Daojia Mountain. The names of each of the 9 clans of the Green Domain floated above them. Pass through this gate and you will be able to go straight to the land of the 9 clans. When you arrive at the place, according to the Immortal Edge Order's robotic aura and rankings in your hands, there will be someone who will receive you to the appropriate place. With that said, the 9 waited for all to disperse as they chose. Originally, according to usual, at this time, they should have left behind a certain few geniuses with particularly outstanding grades to be given special privileges individually, and started competing for outstanding disciples, instead of having everyone take the Immortal Edge Order and go off in a huff. But this term, other than Lin Ze and Hong Tian, it didn't matter if the others stayed or not. Also, some of the next words were not convenient for others to hear. They came straight to Lin Ze and Hong Tian. The others then understood what the 9 great sage patriarchs meant. After each of them had chosen their preferred sect, they left the field with good sense. On the field, there was soon only Lin Ze and Hong Tian left. See everyone leave. Lao Jiang first arrived in front of Hong Tian. A half-step divine sea body dares to borrow the heaven-crippling sword. You immortal bodies. You're really bold nah. Well, without more words, this seat will get straight to the point. If you join my crippled Sky Dao sect, the next sovereign will be you. You will have the power to act as sovereign. All the resources of this clan are completely open to you. The clan is also at your disposal. How? Han Ten yawned. Not how. Being a heaven's destiny immortal body. what Hong Tian wants, directly 2 hands, shouting what comes. No condition in this world was the least bit attractive to Hong Tian, the only thing that appeals to him at the moment. Hong Tian pointed at Lin Ze. Don't even ask me, ask him. Where he goes, I go. Chapter 99, Demon Sect Master. Hearing Hong Tian's reply, a few people were helpless in their minds. Lin Ze goes wherever he goes, so Lin Ze mustn't be a half-saint successor now? Although both Hong Tian and Lin Ze were immortal bodies, it was clear that Lin Ze's performance was better than Hong Tian's in every way. It's also more mysterious. Thus, this half-saint successor basically fell firmly on Lin Ze. This was also the reason why old Zhang didn't look for Lin Ze first in the first place. After all, the half-saint hadn't even opened his mouth yet. So much for being a half-saint successor. Lin Ze must have gone to the Long River Sword sect. Hong Tian follows. Then the Long River Sword sect directly bought one and gave one away. Harvesting 2 immortal bodies? Good. The Long River Sword sect patriarch smiled broadly at his words. My 9 clans of the Green Domain are united by the same spirit. No matter where you go, you're all disciples of my 9 clans of the Green Domain. I, for one, respect your choices. Nima, getting a good deal is a good thing. The remaining 8 rolled their eyes. But in the way of the Sword sect's half-saint right in front of them, a few people couldn't afford to have a fit and could only laugh. But before that, there is another very important thing. The Long River Sword sect patriarch's gaze was like a torch as he looked at Lin Ze. Junior friend Lin, you've practiced the True Flame Sacred Demon technique. That's not a question. It's a statement. True Flame Saint Demon technique. This, no matter how it changed, they just turned into ashes and recognized it. This technique has already been completely destroyed by the 9 clans of my Cyan domain with the power of great karma. And all the top echelons of the demon sect have been completely annihilated in ashes. So it's absolutely impossible for any of the demon techniques to appear again. Where exactly did you get this method? The 9 people's serious gazes immediately looked towards Lin Ze. Lin Ze didn't panic in the slightest. He had thought of this long before he arrived. As a supreme existence that was only half a step away from the saint realm, the half-saint had also fought with the demon sect master and forcefully subdued the other party. How could he not see that he had practiced the True Fire Sacred Demon technique? But so what? Lin Ze had no connection with the devil's cult in the first place. Truth be told, I obtained this technique by accident. It came from the Lu family of the North Star Imperial Dynasty on Earth, in the hands of a man named Lu Changfeng. Without waiting for a few people to ask, Lin Ze added, and this Lu Changfeng was a character from 100 years ago. He joined the fire-worshipping demon cult, and left this technique in the Lu family before disappearing. At those words, all 9 froze. Mortal? They immediately retorted. No way. That technique was inflicted with karma. Not to mention the mortal world. Even the Lixian realm couldn't have left a single word of that demonic technique. That is indeed the case. And traces of the demon cult have been found in that area. Afterwards, Lin Ze informed the 9 people about what had happened in the North Star Imperial Dynasty regarding the demon cult. The 9 were silent for a long time as they listened. For a long time. It was only then that someone said with a heavy face, it seems that it really is that person who has returned. At those words, Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. That guy? What that means? Could it be that even a half-saint strike failed to subdue the demon sect master? The 9 people had hard faces. They both glanced at the half-saint. The half-saint spoke up. That's the most he's ever talked. Although that ferocious man had not touched the saint realm, his methods were bizarre, and he allowed a remnant of his soul to escape at the last moment. I also had a momentary lapse in this battle and suffered a Dao injury, making it difficult to trace. In desperation, I used the power of my bloodline inherited from my distant ancestor, the Green Sage, to inflict great karma on this side of heaven and earth, blocking the spread of her demonic skills to prevent her from rising again. Therefore, if there is still a devil's skill existing in the world, it can only come from the hands of that murderous man. Lin Ze would understand. In that case, that Lu Changfeng is the demon sect master? The half-saint shook his head. Is the great karma imposed by the Green Saint bloodline a child's play? Even if that ferocious man has strange methods and treacherous plans, he cannot remnant the devil's power for 100 years. If we want to maintain the existence of the demonic power, it is not possible without its personal intervention. And you have the scent of that murderous man in you. The half-saint spoke the final answer. In other words, the demonic skill was handed over to you by that fierce man himself. She picked you. After saying that, the half-saint gave Lin Ze another deep look. Sometimes, it doesn't matter what a person says, because that can be disguised and lied about. But what she did, what she led you to, and what she got out of it in the end, those are the things she can't hide anyway. This statement was made. Lin Ze's eyes stared. All the irrational points in his mind about the original book instantly all connected into a clear line, inexplicably appearing on the peddler's stall. The remnants of the Earth Grade technique. which was regarded as a treasure by countless people. The North Star compulsion case led to the Willow family book depository. The Willow family's book depository gets the magic skill hidden within the remnants of the scrolls. And then a huge demonic cult is implicated by the demonic power. One loop after another, as if deliberately designed, keeps leading the protagonist to the next step. Lin Ze also suddenly thought of another person who hadn't been bewitched in the compulsion case at that time. In addition to Lin Ze, Lin Ao's grandparents and grandchildren. She said to herself that she was not poisoned because of the effects of the medicated bath. However, the Jusenkyo parasite comes from the hand of the innate. If not for the special bloodline, that is, not the third layer of the true fire sacred demon technique cannot be solved. And how can the mortal medicine and stone cure? Similarly, the clue of the Jedi life compulsion was first suggested by her, saying that it might be recorded in the handwritten notes of the ancestor of the Liu family. That was why Lin Ze had gone to the Liu family, thus leading to the travelogue that contained the true fire sacred demon technique. And it was she who found and handed him this travel book herself. Isn't all of the above coincidental to the point of seemingly deliberate guidance? Like Half-Saint said, it didn't matter what was said, what she could ultimately accomplish was fundamental. But that person is not. Gee, surely all the retarded bridges only exist in stories. Once it becomes a reality, then every irrationality becomes a fine point. Looks like you've figured out who it is. Unfortunately, it's too late. With her tactful mind, she knew you were coming to Daojia Mountain and must have left long before. Lin Ze was still thinking about it in detail. Or maybe, from the very beginning, the main line of that book was a reckoning of the mighty on all sides, and he just didn't see it through to the end? At that moment, the half-saint added, "No harm done. At ease. At least she won't dare do it again until I'm dead. Enough small talk. It's time to get down to business." After saying that, the half-saint looked at Lin Ze with a fixed gaze and spoke the words that were at the very core of the entire trial. "Child, will you take up my mantle?" He looked at Lin Ze, and the shackles on his body tensed at this moment. The divine chain of laws was shining. It seemed as if the entire heaven and earth were preventing him from picking an inheritor. Everyone's eyes looked over as well. Green Domain half-saint. This was a very crucial, very important position. Its legacy was related to the lifeblood of the entire Green Domain. Witnessing the half-saint inheritance. That was witnessing the handover of history. It is an extraordinarily sacred and solemn thing. So all nine became very serious. In response, Lin Ze simply said, "The late generation shall live up to the expectations." The half-saint was the ancestor of the Long River Sword sect, and Lin Ze's choice in the beginning was the Long River Sword sect. There was no other reason than the fact that the Changha Sword sect was the Dao lineage of the ancient Green Sage, and the only sect in the Green Domain that had a saintly legacy. This also meant that only the Long River Sword sect had heaven-level techniques, plus the fact that there was a change like the demon sect master at the moment. Lin Ze needed stronger and more absolute power. So apart from the Long River Sword sect, Lin Ze wasn't going anywhere. Yes, the half-saint nodded, then closed his eyes, leaving only one sentence. After achieving life Xian, I will wait for you at the Sword sect's forbidden land. After saying that, a divine chain of laws erupted with a great power that could shatter the world and reshape the Qiankuan. Boom! With a chaotic hum, countless chains disappeared into thin air. The half-saint Qing He also disappeared into the Daojia Mountain. Greetings to the half-saint. Greetings, old ancestor. After the half-saint left, the 9 great sage patriarchs all breathed a sigh of relief, and the entire group finally stopped being formal. Chapter 100 True Body, Descendant of the 8 Deserts. Other people respect half-saints, so do they. In front of the half-saint, the absolute supreme deity of the Green Domain, no one dared to be reckless. The relieved lord of the Long River Sword sect arrived in front of the Lin Ze duo. He looked at the two men as if he saw 2 shining mountains of gold. Immortal body, 2 immortal bodies. 2 of the 9 immortal bodies of the Great Tao were in their Changha Sword sect. With this unreasonable and perverse ability of the immortal body, he should be able to break through the shackles and achieve the Saint Realm in the coming year. At that time, they, the Changha Sword sect, had 3 saints in one clan. What would that look like? The Changha Sword sect will certainly shine and create another glory in his generation. That's exciting just to think about. Thus, the Sword sect patriarch's smile grew brighter and brighter as he watched the two. And he was on the verge of turning into a chrysanthemum. Happiness was written all over his face. Ha ha ha, old man you too. Welcome the 2 wise men to join my Long River Sword sect. Saying that, as if he was afraid of being robbed by the other 8, the Sword sect patriarch U2 hurriedly waved his big hand and pulled the void door leading to the Changha Sword sect in front of the 2 of them. Lin Ze, please, please. The remaining 8 were speechless at the sight. This old guy, little friend Hong Tian, won't you think about it anymore? As long as you want, our Yin Yang Xian sect will open its doors for you anytime. Whatever you want. the entire Xian sect will oblige. Lin Ze, the half-saint inheritor. They had no hope, nor did they dare to have hope. But Hong Tian was able to salvage and rescue again. This is an immortal body. In the heavenly Lan world, the word immortal body was the final interpretation. With the ability of the immortal body, if you cultivate it with all your heart, you will surely become a saint in the coming year. So a few more attempts to grab a Hong Tian. However, Hong Tian inclined his head, revealing a puzzled expression. So what do you think I'm missing? Even the holy soldiers he could borrow with his hands, even though it required consuming his heavenly destiny power for a good while to recover. But cultivators, the last thing they lack is time. So for Hong Tian, everything in the world. As long as you wait a little bit for the destiny of heaven. But it's all just a sentence. Bring it to you. This Tianlan is Hong Tian's own supermarket. What you want to take is. What else can the Yin Yang Xian men give him? Hong Tian's words caused the Yin Yang Xian men to stall for a moment. This, facing the Empyrean immortal body. They were still able to promise all the high-level spirit medicines to instantly restore him to the saint realm. But this Yakuza thing called divine destiny. Ha ha ha, old friends, see you next time. I'll bring the two little friends into the clan first. Ha ha ha, you two's loud laughter was left behind in the Daojia mountain. Afterwards, Lin Ze's trio stepped into the void gate and left the Daojak mountain. The other 8 could only shake their heads helplessly. What a thing to call it. Forget it, look back to see if there is any other good talent in this term. After all, it is also a gathering of the elite of the entire domain of the realm, more or less a psychological comfort. Each of the 8 also stepped into the void door and disappeared. The wind stops in the mountains. Daojia Mountain, the holy land of the green domain left behind by the ancient green sage, fell into silence without a single sound. The years pass, and I don't know how long it took. It was only then that a chant from eternity came from within the mysterious space at the bottom of the mountain. Descendants of the 8 wastes. Ugh, an ancient sigh, ages old. The time of the Rojak mountain is thus fixed. North Star Dynasty. The Lin family. Xiao Chui was sighing and tidying up Lu Hanyan's boudoir. The young master left. And you, miss, left without a word. Really? So many days. Where to say ah? Let people worry. Xiao Chui packed up Lu Hanyan's clothes. All neat and tidy. The stuff is all there. There's no sign of going out of town, either. It's not possible that you've let someone take you captive. Is it? No. 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 With the Lin family's current power, who in the entire Hidden Sword Mountain area would dare to do evil? But where the hell could she go? Xiao Chui frowned, looking preoccupied and worried. At that moment, Lin Wu and Yi Xiaoran both arrived outside the door. Xiao Chui immediately walked over and anxiously asked, "How is it? Is there any news about Miss?" The two men shook their heads. Yi Xiaoran said, "I mobilized the entire cultivation villa to look for it, but I couldn't find half a trace. It's like Ms. Willow suddenly vaporized." On the Lin family army's side as well, after investigating the surrounding area of the Lin mansion, they haven't found a single suspicious character either. 4 days on end, their findings are all over the place. This made a few people look worried. Lu Hanyan is gone. If the young master comes back, and if the master wakes up, what should they tell him? Several people fumed. Somewhere unknown, far above the mountains, Lu Hanyan, who was dressed in a long light blue dress, stood proudly. At this time, her body has no more freshness and elegance of the past if the empty valley orchid, replaced by an infinite mystery. Wisps of crimson demonic fire haunted her body. Behind her, several people whose bodies were caged in black robes knelt respectfully. Godfather. See the Godfather. It's our incompetence that has disappointed the sect leader. The bodies of several people wrapped in black robes trembled slightly, because according to the backhanded arrangements left behind by the sect leader, it was obvious that now was not the time for the sect leader's true body to be revived. That's a whole lot of years early. Moreover, that day, the sect master took the initiative to contact them and told them to stop all activities within the sect, which was also inconsistent with the original plan. Apparently, they're the ones who screwed up. It's a big plan of the bishops that's gone awry. The crime deserves to die. Pray for forgiveness from the Godfather. Lu Hanyan looked at the distant mountains, seemingly seeing the reality within a certain space through the illusion of the distant mountains. Her crisp, cold voice rang out, "I don't blame you guys. This is the change of heaven." The heavenly chance of the green domain has been stirred up. A couple of people listened in understanding. Of course, Lu Hanyan didn't expect them to understand. She just looked in one direction, which was where the Long River Sword Sect was. Variables, Long River Sword Sect, the place where the mountains are clear and the water is beautiful. A void gate appeared over the Sword Sect. You two descended with the Lin Ze duo. They landed steadily in front of a group of elders from the Long River Sword Sect who had been waiting for a long time. They had learned all about the passage of the Daojak mountain trial from the mouths of the new disciples who had just joined, knowing that an immortal in the Daojia mountain had embodied the world to take the top spot this time, and this leader, as a half-saint inheritor, was naturally in their Long River Sword sect. Thus, each of them marched here, waiting to catch a glimpse of the true face of the immortal body. The great Tao 9 immortal body had always been heard but not seen in the world, and now that there is a real immortal body in the world, each and every one of them smelled the wind and wanted to see what the legendary immortal body actually looks like. Sovereign, see Patriarch. After paying their respects to the Patriarch, several people quickly landed their gazes on the Lin Ze duo. What virtue and ability did the Sovereign have to abduct another immortal body as well? Is these two the immortal body honors? Chapter 101 Heaven's Destiny Immortal Body's Exclusive Technique. Well, exactly. Yu2's face was full of smiles and he simply couldn't stop. He introduced, "This is Hong Tian, Heavenly Fate Immortal Body. From now on, he will be the first true disciple of our Long River Sword sect. All resources up and down the sword sect are fully open to him. Yes, I honor the Sovereign's decree." Aha! After introducing Hong Tian, Yu2 introduced Lin Ze, an even heavier weight. As for this one, Lin Ze, the heir designated by the half-saint ancestor of my clan. In the future, he will be the acting patriarch of my clan. Is that clear? Yu2 directly characterized Hong Tian and Lin Ze's identity in a few words. One helicoptered to the first true successor, while the other directly became the acting patriarch. Such a distinction was outrageous and absurd no matter which sect it was placed in. Since ancient times there hadn't been any great sect that recruited disciples and gave them to the first true lord and acting patriarch on the first day. Especially an absolute hegemonic level power like the 9 sects of the Green Domain that had been passed down for tens of millions of years. But the people of the Sword sect were not surprised, because just with the 5 words Avenue 9 immortal body, this kind of treatment was worth it. It could even be said that for the great Tao 9 immortal bodies to come to their Long River Sword sect, it all belonged to their Sword sect's high reach. Moreover, one of them was a successor who had been recognized by the old ancestor half-saint. And in terms of seniority, this one had to be at the level of the Sword sect half-ancestor. Technically speaking, they still had to call out to this young man, who was at least a few million years younger than them, as Master Ancestor. Thus, after exchanging a glance, a group of elders and deacons who were usually proud of the top of the Green Domain immediately extended the highest courtesy to the duo of Lin Ze and Hong Tian. Subordinate, see the acting patriarch. Greetings to the first true master. The attitude of the crowd was exceptionally warm, as if they were looking to Lin Ze and Hong Tian as their leaders in the future. But Hong Tian did not move in the slightest. His face was already that rippling face of misanthropy, a drowsy and lazy look. Early on, from the moment he became the mandate of heaven, it would be difficult for anything to exist in this world that could move him. For a moment, Hong Tian even felt that the great Tao 9 immortal body might not be the favor of the great Tao, but some sort of alternative curse. Perhaps it is what the world always says. What you gain, you must lose. Perhaps. This is the reason why the last generation of the Heavenly Destiny immortal body fell and he became the new Heavenly Destiny. Tired. I'm going to take a nap first. Hong Tian did not pay attention to the crowd of Sword sect elder deacons. He just took one last look at Lin Ze and left on his own, looking for a place to sleep and rest. I'll come to you when I've recovered. I'll see you next time, and I hope you'll still remain a winner. After saying that, Hong Tian's figure merged into the void and disappeared. The faces of the elder deacons could not help but stagnate. Their mood at the moment was exactly the same as when the Heavenly Sword Emperor was ignored by Hong Tian. After all, they were all elder deacons of the 9 sect of the Green Domain. It's a big shot with a big name in the entire Green Domain. But on second thought, people are Heaven's Destiny immortal body, destined to be different from ordinary people. The dragon doesn't live with the snake, and a little tugging is in order. With this thought, the crowd looked at Lin Ze again. As for Lin Ze, at this moment, he was looking at the direction Hong Tian had left. Mesmerized, he was thinking about something very important. That's, the ability of his divine Gnosis LV4 was to automatically generate the appropriate exclusive physique and bloodline based on the Gongfu. Although Hong Tian's Heavenly Destiny immortal body was said to be divine, there was only one person in a single lifetime. However, it also belongs to the physical bloodline, and is naturally included in the specialization of divine Gnosis LV4. In that case, so the question is, does the Heavenly Fate immortal body have exclusive feats? It's worth a try. Lin Ze thought like this, and in his heart, he didn't have too many thoughts about dealing with these elder deacons of the Sword sect. First time I've seen it, I'm not familiar with it. Moreover, he came to the Sword sect because he came for the Gongfu, not for this bit of human interaction. Thus, after retrieving the thoughts in his mind, Lin Ze also just casually exchanged a few words with a group of elders and deacons, and briefly strolled around the sword sect, proclaiming Lin Ze's and Hong Tian's status within the sect, even if it puts an end to the meet and greet. After, Lin Ze headed to the Long River Sword Sect's book pavilion. Road. Lin Ze encountered the Heavenly Sword Emperor Xue Jianqing, who was leading the two of them, Luo Wuchen and the red-haired teenager. Brother Lin. Hello again. I haven't yet congratulated Brother Lin on inheriting the mantle of half-saint and serving as the sect's acting patriarch. Xue Jianqing took the initiative to greet him. Senior Sword Emperor is joking. Xue Jianqing waved his hands and laughed. You're the one who's joking when you say senior. If we're really talking about it, I'd have to call you Master Ancestor right now. When Luo Wuduan saw Lin Ze, he also immediately came to meet him with an excited face. He was able to blend into the Daojia Mountain and join the Qinghe Sword Sect this time, and also accidentally found the family organization. All thanks to Lin Ze. If it wasn't for him, Luo Wudian was afraid that he would have to be constrained in front of the Daojia Mountain Gate just like those other 200 people. Senior Divine Martial King. Seeing Luo Wuchen, Lin Ze was slightly surprised. I didn't expect you to have chosen the Long River Sword Sect as well. Luo Wuchen's teacher had inherited Recluse 1, so it was logical that he should have chosen the crippled Sky Dao sect. When Luo Wuchen heard this, he busily explained, my junior's idea at first was to pick the crippled Sky Dao sect, but by accident, the latecomer actually met the ancestors of the clan. Our clan has some power in the Long River Sword Sect, so the late generation followed our ancestors to the Sword Sect, and incidentally returned to the clan to recognize our ancestors. Oh, forgot the introduction. Elder, this is my late senior's third uncle, Red Fei Hong. The red-haired teenager, Qi Fei Hong, bowed to Lin Ze. Qi Fei Hong, see the acting patriarch. No need to be polite. After the two met, Luo Wuchen asked again suddenly, by the way senior, are you still returning to the Huaguang realm? Back. Of course it's going back. The North Star of Huaguang, the place of beginnings and the place of secrets. Lin family bloodline, the last person in the wolf capital, and Lu Hanyan, the demonic sect master. So many variables hidden. When you're done with this side of the business, and you've gained the power to sweep through the green domain, Lin Ze is determined to check all of these things out. Find out what all the secrets are hiding behind this. I'll make a trip back when I'm done with this one. Why? You want to join me? After hearing that Lin Ze was also going back to the Huaguang realm, Luo Wuchen immediately revealed a look of desire to speak. He thought for a moment, then glanced at Red Fei Hong. After a moment of silence, Red Fei Hong nodded imperceptibly. Seeing this, Luo Wuchen then said, since Senior is also going back then, there is a big matter concerning our Huaguang realm and the Red Spirit clan that Senior would like to talk to Senior alone. I wonder if it's convenient for Senior to do so now. Upon hearing this, Xue Jianqing immediately said, this seat still has some important matters within the clan that need to be dealt with urgently, so you guys chat first. Oh right Brother Lin, the young disciple that I mentioned before. I have ordered him to quickly rush to the Sword Sect. I believe that he will be able to arrive before tomorrow night. Thank you, Sword Emperor. No harm, no foul, they are all of the same clan. After saying that, the two of them left with a mutual arch. Chapter 102 Phoenix. Lin Ze's speculation. After Xue Jianqing left, Lin Ze then asked, go ahead. What is it? Luo Wuchen said with some embarrassment. I'm sorry, Senior Divine Martial King, the kid just lied to you. Actually, we didn't stop by, but we were waiting specifically for you to come. If you're number one, then you must be a half-saint heir, and heading to the Sword Sect's scripture pavilion is a must for you. So we've been waiting here for you since early morning. But just now, Senior Heavenly Sword Emperor was there, so the kid didn't dare to speak out of turn. Lin Ze raised one eyebrow. A little bit of a name. It seems that what they want to talk to themselves about is not a trivial matter. No harm done. Go ahead. Red Fei Hong looked around and immediately struck a few Red Spirit Clan runes out of thin air to isolate the eavesdropping in the shadows. After laying down the runes, he laid down several large formations one after another to shield and isolate the three of them. It wasn't until several breaths later that Red Fei Hong finally stopped after using all of his means. Only then did Red Fei Hong explain, this matter is really important. Not only does it concern my Red Spirit Clan and the Huaguang realm, but it also concerns the lifeblood of the entire green domain, so I must be cautious and careful. Oh, seeing how serious Red Fei Hong was talking about it, it was as if it had risen to the level of affecting the lifeblood of the entire green domain. Lin Ze was slightly more interested. Tell me about it. Only to see Red Fei Hong utter two words with a serious expression. Phoenix. Phoenix? Lin Ze froze. What has this green domain been smoking lately? The 9 immortal bodies of the Great Tao, which were rare in the ages, came out. Now even a rare thing like the true spirit phoenix of heaven and earth had popped up? In the Tianlan world, phoenixes and true dragons are the topmost true spirits of heaven and earth. and they are born by adhering to the fortune and creation, and are the favorites of the world. They are the true spirits that are above all the races in Tianlan. As the world's favorite, rumor has it that a drop of the phoenix's tear can make the dead flesh white bones, a feather can make a person glow with youth and immortality, and a drop of blood can make a person's qualification metamorphosis, and a smooth transition. And if you can devour the phoenix, then you can even have the top and oldest phoenix bloodline in heaven and earth, and from then on, you will be transcendent and immortal. It can be said that the phoenix is full of treasures. This caused all the 10,000 races of the heavenly lanes to rush towards these true spirits of heaven and earth. However, as the world's favorite, the phoenix itself was the top of the world, and for the world to try to plot against the phoenix was nothing but a fool's errand. It's like someone saying that getting something makes you the best in the world. First, you have to defeat the number one in the world who owns that thing. Therefore, those who were able to plot against the phoenix in this world were none of the topmost supreme existences of the heavenly lawn. Thinking of this, Lin Ze gave Red Fei Hong and Luo Wuchen a strange look. Even if there is a phoenix present, you Red Fei Hong and Luo Wuchen two rookies, even if you add yourself, the immortal body of the divine sea realm that they thought, you want to touch the phoenix? That's a lot of nerve. Seeing Lin Ze's strange gaze, Red Fei Hong immediately said, No, it's not what you think. Acting patriarch. This is going to be a long story to detail. It's a story that goes back 18 years, Red Fei Hong said. About 18 years ago, there are two juvenile phoenixes, a phoenix and a phoenix that suddenly broke into our green domain. For a time, the entire green domain's top echelons were abuzz, sniffing the wind. But soon, the green domain dared not move, because this phoenix and phoenix are being hunted down. It's no one else who's chasing them, but that unattainable supreme saint. A phoenix and a phoenix escaped into the green domain, and that saint was furious, because my green domain is the land of the ancient supreme powerhouse, the green saint. With the absolute Tao prohibition left behind by the green saint in place, the rest of the saints are simply unable to approach the green domain in the slightest. Seeing that the meat that was about to come into his hands was about to escape, that saint spared the risk of being revolted by the green sage Tao prohibition to forcefully strike a blow through the air. With this strike, one of the phoenixes fell on the spot, and the phoenix escaped into the endless void by the sacrifice of the phoenix, and has since disappeared, its whereabouts unknown. The top echelons of the green domain have searched in many directions and divined the heavens, but they have not found even half a trace of that surviving phoenix. In the end, one can only guess that the phoenix should have managed to return through the secret means of the Phoenix clan. It was only then that this phoenix incident, which was making a lot of noise in the green domain hierarchy at the time, finally came to a close. Red Fei Hong finished the cause of the green domain phoenix in a few simple sentences. Afterward, he added, but the truth is, I only recently realized that phoenix is still in the green domain. She hasn't left at all. Lin Ze's gaze flickered slightly as he sniffed. What makes it so? Because, Red Fei Hong and Luo Wuchen exchanged a glance. Truth be told, in fact, my Red Spirit clan is a subordinate clan of the Phoenix clan. The Red Spirit lineage has a natural sense for the phoenix's aura. In dustless body, I sense the aura of a phoenix. It's faint, but it does exist. This means that the phoenix that escaped 18 years ago must be in the Huaguang realm. And this is even more certain after I learned from Dustless that you are also from the Huaguang realm. Because, Red Fei Hong looked deeply at Lin Ze. You have the strongest phoenix aura on you, even thick enough to have produced contact. In other words, Lin Ze had seen that phoenix. Contacted. Red Fei Hong's words caused the starlight in Lin Ze's eyes to twinkle all of a sudden. Phoenix. Female. I've seen. Lin Ze had seen a lot of women. But to say that there was only one that could make Lin Ze look at it and feel puzzled. Sycamore. Sycamore. Phoenix. Is Sycamore the phoenix? Thinking of this, Lin Ze laughed silently in his heart. Well, the situation is starting to get messy. Lu Hanyan is the head of the demon sect. The Sycamore man turned into a woman and became a phoenix again. This small land of the North Star was really a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. However, with the arrival of these messages, the clues in Lin Ze's mind gradually cleared up a bit. Even according to Lin Ze's thinking from so many novel ambushes and buried lines he had read in his previous life, Lin Ze suddenly had a bold guess. In fact, the world was still the same, and Lin Ze hadn't come to the wrong place. Only, the wrong people died. The storyline that Lin Ze was reading, the one who died would have been Sycamore. So Feng lived, male, and he became Wu Tong. But now it's the phoenix that's dead, and the phoenix is alive, and it's a Sycamore. And then based on Lu Hanyan, the character who doesn't report the hatred of killing her father in the district is actually a demon sect master. I'm afraid that book was a conspiracy theory from the start. It's the multiple calculations of various mighty men around the phoenix. What about Xia Qing'e? What role does this brainless posting of the male lead play in this? And whose backhand did this 8 desolate blood of his Lin family come from? The Lin family's broken and out of the game? Or is it another calculator's way of retreating? Chapter 103, Sword Sect Hidden Scripture Pavilion. Taking off completely. If it was really Lin Ze's guess, then many of the seemingly unreasonable parts of the original story would be worth pondering. It's kind of fun. You're counting, aren't you? Lin Ze narrowed his eyes as he glanced at the Sword Sect's hidden scriptures. Once I sweep this area of the hidden scriptures, I'll settle a final score with you. Let's show you guys understand that hangers-on are not that good. Hold your thoughts in your head for a moment. Lin Ze looked at Luo Wuchen and Shi Fei Hong again. So, what are your Red Spirit Clan's thoughts on that phoenix? Red Fei Hong's gaze flickered. Then it depends on what you, acting patriarch, think. Oh, my thoughts? Truth be told, we actually considered these issues as early as 18 years ago when the Phoenix came. As a subordinate clan of the Phoenix clan, my Red Spirit Clan should logically assist in the return of that Phoenix, thus allowing my Green Domain Red Spirit Clan to once again obtain the friendship and blessings of the Phoenix Clan. But this part of the Green Domain is too special. Having the Green Sage's patronage has caused many of us in the Red Spirit Clan to have unusual thoughts that we normally wouldn't even dare to have. That is, kill the Phoenix for its blood, replace the Phoenix, make my Red Spirit Clan famous in the world. When this matter is placed elsewhere, we wouldn't even dare to think about it. After all, the Phoenix has a clan. As the strongest true spirit clan in heaven and earth, they would never allow any lower clan to violate the Phoenix blood below. If I, the Red Spirit Clan, dare to do this, I'm afraid that the next day, the entire clan will be killed by the Phoenix Clan's powerhouses, chopping off all the karma and erasing any traces of our existence. But in the Green Zone, in the land of the Green Domain, the words of the Phoenix don't matter. The ancient Green Sage is the sky here. We don't even need to worry about retaliation from the Phoenix Clan after killing the Phoenix for its blood. The red light in Red Fei Red's eyes was flashing madly. It looks like he's a little intrigued by the offer. While the other part of the clan believes that they should abide by the treaty of the 10,000 clans that was made in the first place, abide by the righteous path of heaven and earth. Not to mention that my Red Spirit Clan, as a subordinate branch of the Phoenix Clan, is still related to the Phoenix, much less should I betray the call of blood. Therefore, some of the clan members, on the other hand, believe that they need to find that Phoenix as soon as possible, protect her for her growth, and find a way for her to return to the Phoenix Clan lands. In that case, my Red Spirit lineage will be favored by the Phoenix Clan, and whatever I do then, I will be able to make it convenient. These two decisions have always been at odds in my Red Spirit Clan, with no one being able to convince anyone. So, Red Fei Hong once again bowed to Lin Ze. Then I, Mr. Red, thought that perhaps someone could help our Red Spirit Clan make this decision. Red Fei Hong's words implied that he was going to look up to Lin Ze. Red Fei Hong's idea was simple. The situation at hand is clear. First, Lin Ze was the only one who had actually seen that Phoenix now, and he was the one who knew where it was. Secondly, Lin Ze was also from the Huaguang realm. His family was all in the Huaguang realm, and if the Red Spirit Clan wanted to make trouble in the Huaguang realm, they would absolutely not be able to get around him. Thirdly, Lin Ze was an immortal body. There was no need to explain what immortal body meant. He was destined to be the future supreme of the heavenly Lan world. What's more, he had inherited the mantle of the half-saint at the moment, and behind him stood the Green River half-saint, the direct descendant of the ancient Green Saint. In summary, befriending Lin Ze is the right thing to do. Let him make the decision for the Red Spirit Clan. No matter if he chose that one, or if he had his own ideas, the Red Spirit Clan would have a backstage to deliver in the future. This was the way their Red Spirit Clan could survive for a long time. And that was the real reason why Red Fei Hong had deliberately revealed the Phoenix news to Lin Ze. Lin Ze also understood what Red Fei Hong meant. This was a showdown with him through the Phoenix. The Red Spirit Clan wanted to follow him. In that case, interesting. Karma. It's really wonderful. In the beginning, your second master, Hidden Sword, and I accidentally met and bonded to know you, and now it extends from you to the Red Spirits. Lin Ze laughed. I understand what you guys mean. So be it, just for the sake of this destiny. In the future, as long as I, Lin Ze, am in the Sword Sect, I will grant you the Red Spirit Clan one day of splendor. Red Fei Hong's heart was delighted at his words. Hadn't he said all that just for Lin Ze's words? Many thanks, acting patriarch. Red Fei Hong took out a crimson Red Spirit Clan seal. This is the core seal of my Red Spirit Clan. With this seal, all of the Red Spirit Clan can pass through. If you wish to contact us in the future, you can simply pass the order directly through the seal. Red Fei Hong presented the seal. After that, he excused himself and left. The acting patriarch must still have some important matters that need to be dealt with. So Mr. Red and Dustless won't bother. You go ahead. The two of us will leave. Dustless will leave. The purpose had been achieved. And Red Fei Hong didn't bother Lin Ze as he collected the array disc and all the runes and then directly retired. Lin Ze watched the Red Fei Hong duo leave. It was only a moment later that he moved off and continued to the Long River Sword Sect's scripture pavilion. As a saintly Taoist lineage that had been passed down for tens of millions of years, the Long River Sword Sect's scripture pavilion was bound to be the best in the green domain. The number here would certainly not disappoint Lin Ze. After reading through the collection of books here, Lin Ze's strength would surely change drastically. Come to the Sword Sect Book Depository. Acting Patriarch Lin. See the Acting Patriarch. No need to be polite. Lin Ze got straight to the point. I have come here to see the Sword Sect classics. Yes. Feel free to look. You are a half-saint heir. All the canonical books up and down the Sword Sect are completely open to you. Lin Ze nodded. At what level is the sacred law of this sect? Heaven-level feats corresponded to the saint realm. As such, the world generally also referred to heavenly-level feats as sacred laws. Back to the Acting Patriarch. The sect's sacred law is not kept in the Sutra Pavilion. It is kept by the half-saint ancestor himself. Historically, only the heirs of saints could practice. Aha! Lin Ze hooned. At the half-saint? Just as well. It's time to reach the Life Xian realm after reading all the books here. At that time, he would go directly to the half-saint to get the Holy Dharma and directly achieve the Supreme Saint. With the acting sovereign's order in hand, Lin Ze directly entered the Sword Sect's book pavilion. The Sword Sect Book Depository was set up in a separate realm. It is divided into 5 layers. 1 level. Entry level. Undefended. Lin Ze took a hasty look. He was a little shaken. Just this introductory layer. It was densely packed with human-level extreme merit laws. There were only so many 2 human great extremities in the North Star Imperial Dynasty. And they were everywhere here. Various secret arts formations, Dan books and so on were also at the top of the mortals. As for the upper human grade and below, in the eyes of the Long River Sword Sect, it was unimpressive trash. Not worthy of entering the threshold of the Sword Sect. Lin Ze casually searched for a human-level extreme grade technique and flipped it open. Good guy. Just find a random book. Its subtlety is the best of the human grade extremities. It's not comparable to ordinary human grade extremities at all. Changha Sword Sect. Changha Sword Sect. Top rich brother This trip takes off straight away. Chapter 104, Godly Gnosis LV5. Self-creation. Thus, Lin Ze directly began a bandit-style sweep. You've looked through. Lin Ze immersed himself in a sea of books, wailing and drinking, drawing on all kinds of martial arts knowledge, looking all over the way of heaven and earth. His progress in his god-level Gnosis talent was also rapidly leaping with the addition of a personally graded extreme merit law. Divine Gnosis LV4, 913/10, 000. Divine Gnosis LV4, 3910/10, 000. Immerse yourself in a book. Lin Ze no longer knew exactly how many feats he had gone through. He just flipped through it numbly. The Long River Sword Sect had too many feats. Kung Fu. This is still only the Gong Fu. Not even counting those miscellaneous books that tell the 5 elements of the easy way of heaven and earth and yin and yang. Lin Ze's talent progress has already come to Divine Gnosis LV4, 9910/10, 000. Based on the fact that a self-leveled extreme feat is worth 3 points of progress, Lin Ze had already turned over a full 3,000 of his own great extremities. And each of these 3,000 books is also a masterpiece selected by the Long River Sword Sect in 100 miles. There's 3,000 copies of the best ones. So how many if you don't pick them? Lin Ze went numb. He took a quiet look at the rest of the collection. Well, he's not even halfway there now. Lin Ze's wave was really Qin Shi Huang touching the electric door and winning hemp. He had thought that the Long River Sword Sect would be rich, but he hadn't expected it to be rich to this extent. It's worthy of being the Tao lineage of the ancient supreme being, the Green Sage. After sighing, Lin Ze continued to flip. 1 book. 2. There are no years in the hidden scriptures, and I don't know how long it took. Lin Ze finally flipped to the point where Divine Gnosis didn't respond. Only then did he stop moving mechanically. And at this point, Lin Ze's God-level Gnosis talent had reached God-level Gnosis LV4, 21910/10, 000. Seeing this number, Lin Ze himself went numb. Over 20,000 in progress. This was more than 20 times more than the progress Lin Ze had made in the early stages when he had painstakingly collected everywhere and rubbed it all together. 6. You've read all the books and finally realized something, and have a more essential understanding of the gift of divine enlightenment. You have developed a new ability of divine enlightenment. Divine Gnosis upgraded to LV5, 11910/100000. From now on, you will be given the ability to create your own Kung Fu by sensing heaven and earth. The ability to create your own Kung Fu is not defined. The grade is not defined. And the upper and lower limits of the Kung Fu come from your interpretation of the Tao. The more techniques you learn, the more beneficial it will be for you to take in the changes of 100 strengths. The higher your level, the more you understand the principles of heaven and earth. Is the 5th level talent a self-created feat? Self-created is kind of fun. It's true that it's not a good idea to keep using other people's, and getting out of your own way is the ultimate ace in the hole. Lin Ze was satisfied with the ability of the level 5 talent. But then again, this divine gnosis talent was one level more powerful than the other. Right now a level 5 talent was already pioneering its own path. So what kind of heaven-defying ability should level 6 be? Thinking that, Lin Ze did not look back and directly walked into the second floor of the Long River Sword Sect's hidden scripture pavilion. On the second level, this place was filled with all the earth grade lower grade techniques that the Long River Sword Sect had included. Its inclusion specifications and philosophy are the same as the first tier. Just fine products, not junk. This philosophy was carried out to the end by the Long River Sword Sect. Lin Ze casually flipped through a book. It was also a superb product amongst the lower grades of the earth grade, with its own unique subtleties. There are not many words. Straight up open hole. You've gone through. 3 days later, the Long River Sword Sect. Lin Ze hadn't come out yet. The little disciple that Heavenly Sword Emperor Shui Jianqing had urgently summoned from his master's brother had already arrived at the Long River Sword Sect to wait for Lin Ze for 2 whole days. On the 3rd day, Lin Ze still didn't look like he was about to leave the gate. According to the people in the Bible cabinet, Lin Ze, the acting patriarch, is a martial arts nerd, and has soaked in the Bible cabinet to read all the books. His eyes do not see the 6 paths, his ears do not listen to the 8 directions, and he is only interested in reading the Sword Sect's classics. It's not expected to come out of the gate anytime soon. This did not make the young apprentice fret. It was important to realize that the innate stage of enlightenment was counted in centuries and millennia. Lin Ze soaked in the hidden scriptures. This bubble, Dose knows whether it is 100 years or 1,000 years. He couldn't just wait here for the next 100 and 1,000 years. Could he? How does this make it possible? He still has his own path to realize, his own way to go. So, early in the morning of the 3rd day, the young apprentice then came to pay his respects to Master Uncle Shui Jianqing. My nephew Peng Yu pays his respects to Grandmaster Uncle. Sit down. Thank you, Grandmaster Uncle. Well, you've come to ask when that half-saint heir will be released, right? Yes, Grandmaster Uncle Wise Eyes. You boys, have no patience at all. This, Peng Yu helplessly said. Grandmaster Uncle, it's not that my nephew is impatient, but the closure of the innate realm is often hundreds of years to start. My nephew really can't wait. Shui Jianqing glanced at Peng Yu. Be at ease. It's almost time. This half-saint heir is no ordinary person. According to his enlightenment, a short period of 7 days, a quick period of half a month will be able to come out of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Just wait a few more days. Without waiting for Peng Yu to speak, Shui Jianqing added, this is a creation that belongs solely to you. The others want to wait, but they don't have that excuse yet. Peng Yu also understood what Shui Jianqing meant. After coming to the Sword Sect for the past few days, Peng Yu also knew what kind of character the one he was going to meet was. The first of the Daojak Mountain, half-saint heir, the 9 immortal bodies of the Great Tao, the acting head of the Sword Sect, and the next lord of the Green Domain. All of these many names were on that young supreme celestial pride. That one wants to see him is indeed an opportunity that no one else can envy. But it's really not human to wait hundreds or thousands of years. Until then, nephew understands. Nephew sues. Peng Yu was about to leave. Suddenly, the entire Sword Sect went up and down. A feeling of terrifying tremor from the soul violently swept through the entire Sword Sect. Immediately after that, it then used the Sword Sect as the center of the circle and covered frantically in all directions towards the Green Heaven realm. Boom! It is as strong as a swift wind and as powerful as a mountain torrent. In a berserk manner, it crazily ravaged the entire 10,000 miles away Green Sky realm. On the realm of the Green Sky, a piece of hazy, misty light was scattered from the sky. It turned into a gorgeous heavenly flower that fell to the mortal world. In the Green Sky and the earth, a golden holy lotus suddenly gushed out of the ground and spread over the world, turning the earth into a golden ocean. Smallpox, groundswell. Someone is impacting the humanity heavenly yuan. It's the Changha Sword Sect side. TSK. Worthy of being an ancient green sage Tao lineage. Only a few years ago there was a heavenly sword emperor who condensed the heavenly yuan of the earthly Tao. And this time there's going to be another humanity venerable. The words were not yet spoken. A vision reappears in the sky. A wisp of purple chi suddenly spread across the Green Sky realm. Purple energy comes from the east for millions of miles. Chapter 105, 7-colored heavenly elements. Entering the life Xian. Vast purple air. Clouds roll in and out. The supreme principle of heaven and earth is clear in the blue sky. Worry. The purple breath comes from the east vision. Nima. The Long River Sword Sect has produced another Sword Emperor. Inside the Long River Sword Sect, Heavenly Sword Emperor Shui Jianqing stood up violently. Purple chi comes from the east. The Earth's path is heavenly. There's even someone in my clan's generation who can condense earthly Dao Heavenly Yuan? Shui Jianqing was the leader of the Long River Sword Sect's current generation. He was so gifted that he overpowered the crowd, breaking through from countless blood and fire. He eventually broke through the cocoon to become a king. Shui Jianqing was very clear about who was higher or lower in this generation of the China Sword Sect and who had a few pounds and a few tails. In this generation, it was possible to produce a few humanistic heavenly elements, but geodesic Tian Yuan. Only by accomplishing geomancy do you realize how difficult geomancy really is. Thinking of his Shui Jianqing's outstanding talent, he was proud to be the first in the 10,000 years of practice of the Changhe Sword Sect, and was accepted by the vice-patriarch of the Sword Sect on the spot as a personal heir. However, it also took 300,000 years of bitter cultivation, 300,000 years of tribulation, 300,000 years of precipitation, 300,000 years of sword enlightenment, and 300,000 years of bloody battles, 5 whole 300,000 years. Only in the end did he break the cocoon into a butterfly to achieve Heavenly Yuan Emperor. The hardships involved are not enough to be understood by outsiders. Sword Sect's generation wants to produce another Tian Yuan Emperor. Shui Jianqing was puzzled. No one else has a reason. Wait a minute. Could it be that bad woman Mythic Desire? Sword Sect Heavenly Desire Palace. Myriad Desires. One of the 5 giants who had made a brief appearance in the Huaguang realm, looked at the vision in the sky and licked his lips. I told you we'd meet again soon, but this is before we even meet, and you've given me such a big surprise. Purple breath. Given your nature, this shouldn't be your full limit, should it? The words just fell. In the sky, there was another vision. On the realm of the green sky, the sun and the moon are the same. It was as if they had descended into the realm of the heavenly lanes in their true form. Split the green sky realm in two. Side. The great sun burns the sky. Terrifying high temperature, extremely fast expansion. To burn all things of the trend of burning all 9 days in 10 places. Under the scorching sun, this realm of flowers, grass and trees immediately appeared withered. Into the eyes of a fiery hell on earth. The other side. The silver disk hangs high, and the white moon is clear. Bright moonlight light lightly scattered down. To this dark night dormant, all things covered with a layer of hazy moonlight veil. They in the night color is lost. Make the whole dark night is filled with mystery. As far as the eye can see, there is peace and quiet. See this. The corners of Mythic Desire's mouth grinned slightly. Sure enough, a mysterious color shone in her eyes. Heavenly Dao Tian Yuan. Worthy of being the man my concubine has her eye on. On the other side, Heavenly Sword Emperor Shui Jianqing was even more startled. Tendo, that bad woman, Myriad Desires, can condense the Heavenly Dao. I don't believe it. No way. Absolutely impossible. But it's not Wonderful Desire. Who else could it be? Shui Jianqing frowned. At that moment, he glanced at Pengyu, who couldn't resist the breakthrough pressure and was shivering on the side. A figure suddenly appeared in Shui Jianqing's mind. It's him. But hadn't he just broken through to the peak of the Divine Sea? It's only been a few days since he impacted the Heavenly Dao Tian Yuan. Why don't you at least give this year a go until you're 19? Shui Jianqing felt a sudden wave of powerlessness in his heart. These immortal bodies, they really don't make any sense at all. And at that moment, another immortal body, Hong Tian. He woke up from his sleep and yawned in boredom as he watched the vision of Lin Ze's breakthrough. Tian Dao Tian Yuan. Isn't this the standard for immortal bodies? It's okay to have hands. I don't know what all the fuss is about with these people being so surprised. After yawning, Hong Tian stretched again. This is breaking through the Heavenly Yuan. Slightly faster than I thought. Get some sleep first, and when you break through it will be my turn. With that said, Hong Tian fell back on his head again and rolled over to go back to sleep. Sword Sect Patriarch U2 and the others also looked at the scene of the sun and moon in the same sky and shook their heads. TSK, an immortal body is an immortal body. Just promoted to the peak of the Divine Sea. And it's only been a few days since you broke through to the Heavenly Yuan? Patriarch, what kind of immortal body do you think this one is? Look at his speed. What else could it be if not an Empyrean immortal body? But that enlightenment of his can't even compare to the Heaven's Destiny immortal body. What is it if it's not the 10,000 laws? His grandma. Could there really be something as outrageous as a double immortal body in this world? The crowd of Sword Sect executives suddenly found it a bit unbelievable. They froze for a long time as they watched the sight of the sun and moon in the same sky. And at this point, the vision in the sky was also finally nearing its end. Following the heavenly flowers and the golden lotus, the purple breath coming from the east for millions of miles, as well as the sun and the moon in the same sky. A bright golden radiant heavenly element violently plucked apart the vast sea of clouds and shone with an extremely blinding light in the sky. Eyes on this golden celestial element. Everyone's heart seemed to have been washed, becoming penetrating and clean. And a supreme and holy aura from the heavenly Tao itself emanated from that golden heavenly element, causing everyone in the green sky realm to touch the existence of the heavens. Spiritual light through the sky. Fortunately even. And this is the legendary heavenly Tao Tian Yuan. Hiss. Holy cow. The sword sect is going against the heavens. Surprisingly, it's really the heavenly Tao Tian Yuan. Humanity is honored. Earth is king. And heaven is the only god. Another god of cultivation has descended. TSK. God of cultivators Na. In the hundreds of millions of years since my green domain was opened up by the ancient green sage, there have only been so many 15 existences that have been crowned with the name of God. What an honor for us. How fortunate to be able to witness the emergence of a cultivator god in our lifetimes. Go to the Long River Sword sect to observe the ceremony. Ditto. And at this moment, in the Long River Sword sect's hidden scripture pavilion, Lin Ze himself, however, fell into silence, because a shining seven-colored heavenly element was floating above Lin Ze's divine sea. 7 colors. Lin Ze knew. Aura Tian Yuan is blue. The humane heavenly element is purple. The tunnels are red. The heavenly way is golden. But what the heck is a 7-colored one? Lin Ze looked through and drew on so many books in the inventory of the Long River Sword sect. Frozen did not find half a point on the record of the 7-colored heavenly Yuan. Not even half a point of the words. Is this a mutation of his Tian Yuan? Lin Ze sensed the power of the 7-colored heavenly element again. It's going to be a whole lot stronger than the previous golden stage. Other than that, it didn't seem to be too different from the heavenly Tao Tian Yuan. And there was no special aura. There was a moment of silence. Lin Ze put away the light of heavenly element. Forget it. Whatever. Keep breaking through. The next step. The limit of the innate beings. The life Xian. Lin Ze closed his eyes. In his hand, the Earth Grade Extreme Grade technique, the Long River Falls into the Sun round, was windless, imbued with mysterious runes from page to page. Lin Ze's 7-colored heavenly element absorbed all of these runes, nurturing the greatness of sensing the mysteries of life and leading to the other shore of heaven. Destiny Xian. Broken. Chapter 106. Heaven and Earth leave a name. As Lin Ze's life Xian force was birthed, in the realm of the green sky, the storm clouds have not calmed down and changes are on the horizon. Following the visions of the heavenly flowers and the earth's golden lotus, and the sun and moon in the same sky, another terrifying and extreme breath descended upon the heavens and earth. And this time, its scope was no longer the green sky realm. Rather, it's the entire green domain. Boom! The heavens and the earth are vast, and the ages are long. A radiant heavenly element was wrapped in countless ancient and mysterious heavenly runes and rushed into the green sky above, finally opening up that heavenly shore that was invisible and unknowable to mortals in the vast sea of heaven and earth. A 7-colored haze came from the other side of the sky. Glory from the heavens shone above Tian Yuan, celebrating that he had comprehended the mysteries of life and was about to embark on a further ladder of life evolution. Heaven and earth are witnesses to this, and all the spirits are lifted up together. Another innate being had gone to the limit of his life, accomplishing the fate Xian, and honoring his position as the great sage of the ancient 10,000 years. At this moment, everyone in the green domain shook. Destiny Xian. My green domain has added another sage of the innate extreme realm. Congratulations. Congratulations. But who could be, well, on seniority among the current Tian Yuan powerhouses? When it comes to Kurenai is the most, this old guy breaks through the human path. Tian Yuan has been 23 million years. The bottom line is deep. No surprises should be him. Kurenai I see hanging on. He is after all just a humanity heavenly Yuan. The chances of a humanity body breaking through to fate Xian aren't really high. This old man has lived for more than 20 million years. If he could break through, he would have broken through long ago. And now that his lifespan is about to end, where is the abundant blood to meet the fate Xian realm? I'd like to think the one at Crescent House. As the fate Xian reappeared, the green domain was abuzz with excitement as everyone celebrated the appearance of a fate Xian great sage and constantly discussed the identity of this one. Except for the green sky realm. At this moment, there was silence in the green sky realm. Everyone stared blankly at the sky with a look of having seen a ghost and being frightened. Their lips quivered and their hands and feet trembled. There were no words for a long time. And the reasons for this, in the perception of everyone in the green sky realm, they could clearly sense that this life aura that had broken through the life Xian was exactly the same as the powerful person who had just condensed the heavenly Tao heavenly Yuan. In other words, the one who broke through the fate Xian and condensed the heavenly Tao heavenly Yuan were the same person. A person hadn't even had a minute after breaking through Tian Yuan before immediately breaking through life Xian again. Tramp. Hell no. How is it possible for someone to have just broken through the heavenly yuan and immediately go to life Xian? This is unimaginable. Unbelievable. Is the heavens playing tricks on us again? The crowd was puzzled, and the word outrageous was written on each face. And within the Long River Sword sect, Heavenly Sword Emperor Shui Jianqing also fell into silence. He seemed to remember himself saying at Daojia Mountain that within 100,000 years, the entire green domain was going to be headed by Lin Ze. Come on? 100,000 years. He's the one who's conservative. It's that he's ill-informed and shallow. In the Heavenly Desire Palace, Myriad Desires, who had always been secretive, also ran out of words at this time. She watched as Lin Ze stepped into the Fate Xian, and a pair of lustful, charming moon brows suddenly furrowed. This is not right. Sword Sect Back Mountain. The sleeping Hong Tian woke up again. Life Xian. Hong Tian looked at the sky and blinked in confusion. Did I sleep for years? But apparently not. Hong Tian was puzzled. I can understand that you quickly condensed the heavenly Dao Tian Yuan, but isn't it a bit too much to break through the Life Xian immediately without taking a break? Am I the destiny or are you the destiny? Hong Tian was caught in a state of skepticism. He can't sleep. And at this point, in the sky, the visions changed again. A scene of primordial chaos covered the entire green domain. In the midst of chaos and confusion, a handsome face appeared high in the sky. He is high in the 9 heavens, overlooking the multitudes. Its vision is high and far, and its eyes are small. How weak and fragile man is before this massive face in the sky. How vast is this heaven and earth, and what constraints. The hearts and minds of all the people trembled. Trance. At this moment, the vast green domain seemed to have been transformed into a fish pond. The rest of them are struggling swimmers in a pool of fish. It's the man in the pool, and the owner of this face is the supreme master outside the fish pond, who can arbitrarily decide whether they live or die, and dominate the fish pond and the fish to stay or go. It's the pool outsider. What is this? This greatness is still a Life Xian. Did someone become a saint? No. This seems to be Long River Sword Sect. Patriarch U2 and the others' entire body trembled after seeing this giant face. A creepy sense of alarm rose violently in the hearts of them. The top-tier figures of the green domain. Heaven and earth stay in the name. This statement was made. The giant face in the sky overlooking the multitude suddenly became more distant. The full face of the giant face manifested in the sky of the green domain. It was a flamboyant young man with white clothes like snow and a handsome face, dressed as a son of a worldly family. After taking one look at the multitudes, he turned away with determination and stepped into the unknowable. Only a great back figure with its back to all beings was left behind. Immediately afterward, that back silhouette dissipated into the heavens and earth, transforming into a shining and radiant Ze character in the flowing light. An ancient book of years came across the ages. The forbidden land of the Sword Sect, a dark void. The Qinghe half-saint who was imprisoned and entangled by the 3,000 chains finally opened his eyes. Previously, even condensing the heavenly Dao heavenly Yuan and successive impacts on the Life Xian had failed to wake him up. And now the appearance of the Book of Ages had finally awakened this ancient half-saint, the direct descendant of the ancient green sage. From his slumber, the Qinghe half-saint's gaze was like a torch as he looked toward the Book of Ages. Only it turned the pages of the heavy book. Each page symbolizes a long line of years. On a blank page, that one zephyr was included, deeply engraved. Seeing this scene, half-saint Qing he laughed silently. In the void, the seemingly endless chains of laws trembled. Clunker. The chains let out a piercing clash of interlocking collisions, as if they were about to break apart in the next moment. Clunker. The echo of the chains was unrelenting. After that, half-saint Qing he glanced in the direction of the Sword Sect's scripture pavilion and closed his eyes once again. Over the green domain, that Book of Ages also flowed back into the chaos and disappeared after recording a zephyr. All the visions were finally swept away. Long time. Nor did another change suddenly appear in heaven and earth. Thus, this powerful breakthrough has finally been wrapped up, but its aftermath reverberated through the green realm. That's right. It must be. That's the ancient sage's legendary heaven and earth leaving a name. Taoist master, I've had my eyes open today. This legendary thing is actually real. Chapter 107, Godly Gnosis LV6. Stealing the fruit of the Tao. Senior uncle. What does it mean for heaven and earth to leave a name? What do you mean? You ask me what I mean. Tao master, I really cannot answer. Regarding heaven and earth leaving their names behind, I have only heard of some ancient legends from my forefathers from a long time ago. There is a legend that says that this heaven and earth leaving a name is used to honor those talented people of the great Tao who have made outstanding contributions to the heavenly lantern world. There are also legends that say that the heaven and earth leaving a name is a proof given by this world to those absolute supreme beings who have exhausted their creation. There are also rumors that the heaven and earth remain as an anchor point used by this world to remember its splendor. As for what exactly this anchor point is, that's something we'll have to ask the heavens. In short, all you need to know is that it's a very big deal for heaven and earth to leave a name. Look at the hundreds of millions of years in our green domain, which Fate Shin Great Sage has managed to leave a name in heaven and earth. Not to mention the green domain, but of those crooked people in the other nearby domains, which one of them broke through the life Shin to be able to create such a phenomenon? So how did the legend get passed down since none of it is there? That's why it's called a legend. Master Dao, I've really opened my eyes today. Lin Ze's breakthrough had the green domain buzzing all around. And at this time, in the hidden scripture pavilion, Lin Ze put down the long river falling round in his hand and put it back in its original position intact. At this point, he had finally absorbed all of this ancient collection of scriptures and walked to the apex of the innate beings, realizing all the breakthroughs of the innate stage. His entire body of knowledge was also refined at the time of his breakthrough with his own ancient desolate blood as the core. Under the added weight of this huge treasure trove of the Long River Sword sect, Lin Ze's current Gongfu configurations had all gone to the realm of Earth Grade Extreme Grade. But unfortunately, the Great Desolate True Amazing technique exclusive to the ancient 8 Desolate blood still only had the two paths of essence and chi. The God refining methods, especially the high-level God refining methods, were just too lacking. Even with the volume of the Long River Sword sect, there were very few methods of God refining. But even so, Lin Ze had already reached the extreme at this point. At this moment, he didn't know whether he could be considered a half-saint or not. The realm of the saints was too mysterious and arcane. Its relation to the first heaven is like that of the first heaven and the heaven after it. The latter can only look up to it, but not in it. In short, this moment's Lin Ze's aura was incomparably appalling. Its depth as great as an abyss and its vastness as a sea of smoke. Endless light of laws manifested within Lin Ze's body, and the supreme and holy majesty of the heavens erupted from the seven-colored heavenly element wrapped in mysterious runes, spreading throughout his entire body. When the eyes closed and closed, the power of the heavenly Tao that impacted one's soul poured out, cleansing the world of all injustices. With a slight swing of the breath, it was as if the boundary layer of this green domain was about to crack. It was as if he had become the incarnation of a heavenly Tao Supreme Saint, transforming into a heavenly walker and interpreting the majesty of heaven. At the same time, driven by the Long River Sword sect's treasure trove, Lin Ze's divine level enlightenment had absorbed enough progress to reach LV6. You've looked at all the books and finally realized something, and have a more essential understanding of the gift of divine enlightenment. You have developed a new ability of divine enlightenment. Divine Gnosis upgraded to LV6, 36, 800/100W. From now on, you will have the ability to steal the fruit of the path. LV6's ability to be succinct and understandable is literally that, stealing the fruits of the word. But the question is, to which of these does this dog refer? This Taoist fruit thing has different explanations in different worlds, and each explanation is pretty lofty. In short, it's as ethereal as it gets. This also messed up Lin Ze's ability to think of anything for the time being. He hadn't seen any explanation about Tao fruits in the major canons of the Long River Sword sect either. Just like his seven-colored heavenly elements, Lin Ze estimated that the Tao fruit thing wouldn't be a bit frowned upon until he reached the Saint realm, and he couldn't touch it yet. Thus, Lin Ze packed himself up and left the gate, stepping out of this hidden scripture pavilion where he had stayed for several days. This trip to the hidden scripture pavilion could be said to be the most terrifying time Lin Ze had earned since his descent. Not only did he push his god-level gnosis from LV4 to LV6, he also pushed his realm completely to the limit of innate blood money. Lin Ze stepped out of the hidden scripture pavilion with great vigor. Next moment, U2 and the other sword sect executives immediately flashed in front of Lin Ze. One by one, they looked at Lin Ze with an expression of awe as if they had seen a ghost or a god. A few people stared at each other wide-eyed. Even though some people wanted to say something, they opened their mouths, and when the words came out, they didn't know how to get them out, so they swallowed them back. Lin Ze had to take the initiative to break the weird atmosphere. Patriarch, all the elders. Mr. Lin has only been in seclusion for a few days. Why are you all acting like this? That said, but just a few days of seclusion? Nice one though. That's so nice. If I had the power, I'd play like that. The corners of U2's mouth twitched, and in the end, all that came out was, "You're really a dual immortal body?" Lin Ze sniffed and looked at the direction where Hong Tian was, and the light in his eyes flickered. Double immortal body. Not now, but in the future. It's hard to say. What does the patriarch think? I thought what the hell? I know, why should I ask you? U2 was speechless. At that moment, an elder beside him asked eagerly, "Acting patriarch, you have just stepped into the divine marvelous realm where heaven and earth leave their names. The legendary heaven and earth leave their names behind. What kind of feeling is that?" Yes. The world says that leaving a name in heaven and earth is the great Tao's commendation and proof of the strongest person. So what kind of feeling is that? The crowd eagerly pursued the matter of leaving a name in heaven and earth. No wonder they are so. This heaven and earth to stay the name since the legend has been circulating in the world, but there has never been a case of actual. The green domain as well as the other domains over these hundreds of millions of years. The breakthrough Fei Xian practitioners were the best of the domains, and were the sons of creation that gathered the divine talents of a domain, but they also never had any of them realize the legendary scene of heaven and earth leaving their names behind. For the world, heaven and earth remain like a vain belief, a story used by those who came before to inspire those who will come after them, but now the legend has come into reality. It's amazing that this thing called heaven and earth leave a name has actually appeared. It's still right in front of them. It's in their sword clan. This couldn't help but make the crowd of sword sect executives eagerly pursue the question as if they were playing chicken blood. U2 glared at all of them. No rules, look at what you all look like? U2's words implied that leaving a name in heaven and earth might involve some of Lin Ze's own privacy, so that these elders wouldn't be unruly, lose their sense of proportion and measure, and annoy Lin Ze. The Lin Ze at the moment was more than just an immortal body. He was also a supreme powerhouse who had already accomplished leaving a name in heaven and earth. A great adult immortal body that was about to mature. The crowd then reacted to the fact that they had been in too much of a hurry. Chapter 108, Sycamore's Speculation. Ahem. Acting Patriarch, it's us who were too abrupt. I hope the acting patriarch will bear with me. Bear with me. The group of executives who reacted to the situation repeatedly said things like Tang Zhu Hai Hanan. Lin Ze waved his hand. There's no harm in it. It's only human. It's just that this so-called heaven and earth remain. Lin Ze pondered for a moment. Even if you guys asked, it would be hard for Lin to tell you a specific. I also know little about this thing. The moment heaven and earth left his name, Lin Ze just felt as if he had broken through a certain layer of shackles, and comprehended some sort of transcendent meaning. That moment, the people are in the eye of the beholder. It was as if this green domain earth had been transformed into a huge chessboard. Everyone is just a pawn on that chessboard. He, on the other hand, is the chess player, with the qualifications to rattle the chessboard. Vaguely, Lin Ze also had some sort of special connection with this side of heaven and earth, and the status relationship between them seemed to have changed from inferior subordinate to a kind of individual who could talk as equals. However, under careful perception, and frou-frou far more, Lin Ze's life form hindered their celestial unity. In other words, Lin Ze possessed the qualifications to be equal, but not yet the strength to be equal. Want to truly unlock the mysteries of the heaven and earth to leave a name in that seven-colored heavenly element, as well as the fruit of the Tao, the Holy Realm. The Holy Realm. It's still the Holy Realm. Lin Ze had to break through that metaphysical supreme Holy Realm before he could get a glimpse of the full picture of this heaven and earth. Hearing Lin Ze say so, and revealing a look of deep thought and incomprehension, the crowd stopped pursuing the question, so as not to annoy the supreme immortal body that was enough to leave a name in heaven and earth. They turned to congratulate Lin Ze. No harm, no foul. With the ability of the acting patriarch, sooner or later this legendary mystery of heaven and earth leaving a name will be solved by you. Yes, extremely. I have yet to congratulate the acting patriarch for breaking through Tian Yuan and Fei Xian, breaking through the two realms of the innate supremacy in a row, opening up a feat that no one has ever done before and no one will ever come after, and accomplishing the supreme myth of my green domain. Congratulations, acting patriarch. The crowd complimented Lin Ze, wanting to befriend him, but Lin Ze had a bunch of things on his mind right now. The calculations of all parties surrounding the Phoenix, the secret of the Lin family bloodline, breaking through to the saints, and more. He didn't have the time for unnecessary socializing. Then he casually dealt with the crowd. Coincidentally, at that moment, Heavenly Sword Emperor Shui Jianqing's remaining shadow arrived again and said something about Pine Yu's arrival. Mr. Lin still has important matters to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Lin Ze then took off from the enthusiasm of a group of people, and in a single thought, he had disappeared. Green Domain, a certain terrifying place with a demonic aura. Lu Hanyan looked at the sky from afar, the amazing vision from just now still lingering in her eyes. One of the four guardians under her command looked panicked. Heaven and earth stay in the name. This legendary thing actually exists. Legend has it that anyone who can break through heaven and earth and leave a name is the strongest person in the world, and his existence is the symbol of an era. With him, our holy church. This, a few people's gazes went to Lu Hanyan. Lu Hanyan's pair of beautiful eyes were ancient. She looked at that sky for a long time. It was a long time before a soft sigh came. Total chaos. The one who should have come, Little Phoenix, did not come, but the one who should not have survived reversed the heavenly laws. Cause and effect are confused and fate is reversed. Supreme Saint Ching Tsong, is even this in your calculations? Lu Hanyan's gaze pierced through the time and space of the green domain and saw the mysterious Daojak mountain. A trace of morose demonic aura erupted in her eyes. Wagwang realm. A small, sparsely populated mortal nation. Sycamore winced. She gritted her teeth. Pervert. Big pervert. How can such a person exist in this world? According to this, he clearly saw my identity in the first place. Then why is he acting like he doesn't know anything? Sycamore didn't understand. Not in a million ways. A live phoenix is standing in front of you. Even if you don't have any idea, you should at least say a few words, right? No, the world is too dangerous. I have to hurry and get my brother's phoenix element back to restore the phoenix body. As I recall, back then, before my brother left, it was through the phoenix secret technique that he threw Feng Yuan in this direction towards the eastern part of the Huaguang realm. That should be right. Continue east. Sycamore stepped away. Wait, no. Sycamore suddenly thought of something. Since Lin Ze was in existence at the innate divine human level, why did he put up with mortals in North Star in the first place? To endure the fall of the Lin family? Later on, he exposed his true colors. Not earlier, not later, and waited until he saw himself. He was waiting for me. He purposely tried to get me to go to my brother's Feng Yuan. Sycamore's pupils snapped. A chill swam through his body. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. This cold is everywhere. In the darkness in all directions. In the void. It was as if someone's eyes were hidden, hiding his divine powers, and was silently watching Wutong all the time. Lin Ze, you have a deep heart. It's bad luck for me to meet such a big asshole like you. You want Feng Yuan, right? I'll let you have Feng Yuan. I'm just going to throw it to the wild dogs and not give it to you. Sycamore gritted her teeth in anger in her heart. However, on the surface, she still pretended to be unaware of the situation and looked around, pretending to sigh twice as if nothing had happened. He then turned around and headed to the west of the Huaguang realm, Long River Sword Sect. With a single thought, Lin Ze transformed into countless tiny particles of light and shadow and reorganized within Shuijianqing's mountain village. Right now, as soon as he saw Lin Ze appearing, he immediately paid his respects to the green sword in Shuijianqing and a handsome young man beside him. See Elder Lin. See Patriarch Lin. There's no need to be polite. Senior Sword Emperor, you and I will just remain as we were before. Lin Ze stopped Shuijianqing. Shuijianqing shook his head with a slightly bitter expression and said, rights cannot be abolished. You are now honored as a great sage of Lifexian. How would Mr. Shui dare to be arrogant in front of you? Time has passed. Though, is just so 3 days, even though that's a bit of a departure and hard to accept. But the fact of the matter was that 3 days ago, Brother Lin had already been promoted from the peak of the Divine Sea at the beginning to become a Fate Xian great sage, becoming a super existence on the same level as his master, or even as if he had surpassed him. This Brother Lin can never be called again. Seeing Shuijianqing's curmudgeonly insistence, Lin Ze had no choice but to change the subject. Is this the young disciple that the Sword Emperor spoke of earlier? The Wuan Imperial clan? Speak for yourself. I'm curious as hell about what's going on between you and Wolfram and Hart. At those words, Pang Yu's body tightened and tensed up. Yes, returning to Patriarch Lin's words, I was originally a mere mortal of the royal family of the Wuan dynasty in the Huaguang realm. In terms of bloodline, it barely counts as an imperial son, as my father is Emperor Wuan, but mother is just a common courtesan, and the birth of my son was but a momentary desire of the emperor. Because of this identity, I was also much embarrassed when I was in the palace, and it was not as good as I would have liked. Later on, I was fortunate enough to be acquainted with the benefactor of the game, and was fortunate enough to be rewarded by the benefactor's compassion and appreciation of the income of the door wall, which led to the fish leaping the dragon door, and from the mortal into the door of the innate. Chapter 109, The Great Battle 10 years ago. After that, I bid farewell to Huaguang Wuan and followed my benefactor to the Changhe Sword Sect, never again asking about worldly matters. It was not until later that I happened to receive a request for help from Peng Yong. He claimed that Wuan suffered a great change. The royal family by the design of the rebels, now has a family and country collapse. Wuan orthodoxy can only live in the wolf capital of the land of the lingering. Hope that I can look at the same as the royal bloodline on the part of the help of Wuan to restore the country. Wipe out the traitors Bachan. Speaking here, Peng Yu glanced at Lin Ze's face. He already knew that this being with a series of unimaginable titles was the divine martial king of North Star, the bloodline of the Lin family and the North Star imperial clan. This time, he was sought out, most likely to ask for punishment. Thus, when Peng Yu saw that Lin Ze's face was slightly cold, he immediately said again with a brain, but I have no favor with the Wuan imperial clan. Because of my own origins and encounters, I only have the coldness of a stranger towards the Wuan royal family. Upon hearing of Wuan's destruction, I was even vaguely delighted. It is only later that Peng Yu recollects that he does have the blood of Wuan, although he very much does not want to admit it, but I cannot change this established fact. So, Remembering this last bloodline bond, I helped Peng Yang once, and this time, even if I bought off my last love affair with Wan's blood, from now on, the two will not owe each other. Peng Yu continued, and at that time, because I was mostly active in the zone of the 10,000 Things Tiantian sect, I gave him a few divine traveling talismans and a letter of recommendation from the 10,000 Things Tiantian sect, and became an outer disciple of wherever. As for whether he can be promoted to the inner sect and gain the power of revenge, you said you let him go to the 10,000 Things Skystar sect? Upon hearing the name of the 10,000 Things Heavenly Star sect, Lin Ze's eyes flashed slightly. All Things Celestial sect. The name appeared on the blood silk in Liu Hong's tomb. At that time, Lin Ze didn't care too much. He wasn't interested in the story between the demon sect and the green domain, as long as the demon sect didn't come to mess with him. But now, Lin Ze's eyes flickered. Soon you will learn that hanging is not something anyone can touch. Exactly. Peng Yu hesitated for a moment. Patriarch Lin, is there anything wrong with this 10,000 Things Skystar sect? It's fine. Go on. Talk about what happened after that. After Peng Yang entered the Tiantian sect, can there be any strange things? Especially about that aspect of the North Star Lin family. Upon hearing this, Peng Yu said directly, about the North Star Lin family there. Although I ignored Peng Yang after that, he continued to come to the newsletter from time to time to tell me about the changes in Wolf's capital, trying to treat me as the backbone of Wolf's capital's restoration. And there is indeed a strange thing about the Lin family in these incoming messages. As I recall, the story was supposed to be about a small friction between Wolford and North Star, about 10 years ago. Well, should be right. I'm more impressed by this incident because it does seem rather bizarre. Hearing the little friction 10 years ago in Peng Yu's mouth, Lin Ze's eyes narrowed slightly. If that's right, what Peng Yu is going to say should be the border battle between the two countries that buried his father and his second uncle. Hearing Peng Yu say that this matter was rather bizarre again, Lin Ze's fingers moved slightly. The death of the Lin family's two best men in that border dispute back then has always been a mystery. It has been established that the North Star Emperor did not do it secretly, and the Lin family army is full of war power. Plus the war was relatively small. With the Lin family's two Jez abilities, it was really not easy for them to die. Tell me more carefully. Yes, Peng Yu organized his words as he said. About 10 years ago, on a snowy night, the Wolf Capital Army attacked the North Star Army led by the Lin family at night. When both sides are fighting soundly, suddenly two white lights shone on the battlefield. Immediately afterward, all seemed to experience a change of time and space. Not knowing the years, the days or the months, they just instinctively swing their weapons and kill what they see. By the time the white light disappeared and everyone recovered, the battlefield was in shambles. It's full of bodies. There are less than 100 men still standing and alive on the battlefield. And the 100 count are all Wolverines. The North Star Army led by the Lin family is all but wiped out. Not a single survivor. They just thinned out the battle and Wolverine won. And in the days that followed, those Wuodu soldiers who survived the battlefield died of festering wounds and infected diseases, leaving none behind. Peng Yang felt that this matter was bizarre to the extreme, so he blocked all news and came to interrogate me on how to deal with it, asking if it would affect the Wolf capital. Although I also found the matter strange at that time, I did not intervene in the matter because I did not want to be associated with the Wolf capital again. And then the whole thing went away. The above is all I know about the Lin family. After listening to Peng Yu's account, Lin Ze was silent for a long time. Two white lights. When I woke up, there were corpses all over the place. All of them died of infected wounds afterward. That's silencing. And what was there in that great battle that was worth silencing? At this moment, Lin Ze thought a lot. Think of the many possibilities. It seemed that he needed to make a trip back to Huaguang as soon as possible. Patriarch Lin? Peng Yu asked carefully as if he was facing a trial. At this moment, Peng Yu's heart was hanging by a thread. He was afraid that Lin Ze would be angry with him because he had helped the Wuan Imperial clan once. After all, this one in front of him was not someone else, but an immortal body, a Fate Xian great sage. He holds in his hands the greatness of life and death. If Lin Ze wanted to kill him, not to mention his master, even Grandmaster Xue Jianqing couldn't protect him. Just as Peng Yu's heart was in turmoil, Lin Ze finally spoke. He glanced at Peng Yu. Thanks for the news. This news is very helpful to me. Peng Yu immediately turned as if he had been pardoned. He breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad it worked. To be able to help Patriarch Lin. This is a blessing that the kid has cultivated in his 3 lives. What do you want? Say it. Lin Ze interrupted Peng Yu's slips. Mr. Lin has always been clear in his rewards and punishments. The information you provided helped me and deserves a reward. This. Peng Yu froze, saying a few words there is still pay to get. He looked at Grandmaster Uncle Xue Jianqing. Xue Jianqing gave Peng Yu a wink to back off. He then said, Senior Lin is too polite. Mr. Xue's little nephew is just saying a few words. How can he deserve a reward from a senior? Senior is already being extraordinarily gracious by not bothering with this brat about North Star and Wolfdew. In this case, if Senior really wants to reward, then Mr. Shui will do so on behalf of Senior. And it just so happens that Mr. Shui has also wanted to promote and train a few juniors from his division recently. Senior nephew, you can step back first. Yes, my nephew takes his leave. Lin Ze then had no choice but to say, that's fine. If Senior Sword Emperor has any troubles in the future, come and let Lin Ze know. Mr. Lin still has a few words in this green domain nowadays. Shui Jianqing laughed. Then hopefully there won't be a time in the future when I'll have to trouble Elder Lin. After saying that, Shui Jianqing picked up his tea. Freshly brewed Spring Mountain Early Green. Senior please. Chapter 110 Heavenly Fate Immortal Scripture. Spirit Race. A cup of tea to the bottom of the heart. The two of them sipped tea and talked about the world. When speaking of the three veins of heaven and earth, Lin Ze suddenly remembered something important. The three veins of his 8 Desolate bloodline were united, and he was still missing the last refining of the gods. If he could gather the final refined spirit, his 8 Desolate blood would be taken to the next level, causing the essence and spirit to completely merge, and his battle prowess would once again increase greatly. Moreover, Lin Ze could feel that today's 8 Desolate blood wasn't in its full state. Only when the three veins were united would the 8 Desolate blood in his body explode with truly astounding power and show its true colors. So with a flutter in his heart, he hurriedly asked, speaking of the three veins of heaven and earth, does Senior Sword Emperor know where in my green domain there are still high-level spirit races in existence today? Although there are 10,000 clans in Tianlan, these 10,000 clans can't get around the three main veins in the final analysis. One was the Qi cultivation centered on the human race, one was the essence refinement centered on the demon race, and the last one was the spirit cultivation centered on the spirit race. Among them, the demon race and the human race perennial active exchanges, or war, or trade, or cooperation, etc. As a result, the connection between the demon race and the human race was deeper, and both sides were more familiar with each, and the essence refining and Qi practicing methods were prevalent in Tianlan. While the spirit tribe as the core of the refining of god lineage is relatively mysterious and quiet, they float outside the earthly world, independent of the world, never intervene in the struggle of the Tianlan domains. Therefore, the spirit race's method of refining God was rarely in circulation. This was also the real reason why the Ever River Sword sect of the hallowed Saint Dao lineage didn't have a few copies of the God refining method. Not that the Ever River Sword sect couldn't collect it, but that this thing was monopolized exclusively by the spirit race. Wanting to find a suitable matching God practicing law, Lin Ze could only search for the roots. Admittedly, Lin Ze, who possessed the divine level enlightenment self-creation ability, could now create his own God refining method to complement the three chakra unification. However, lacking sufficient samples for reference and relying solely on enlightenment, what could be created and for how long? Lin Ze was not sure, so it's best to have it readily available. Hearing Lin Ze ask about the spirit race, Shui Jianqing thought carefully. The spirit race. He shook his head. Disappointed senior. My green domain isn't a place where spirit races are entrenched. I'm afraid it would be difficult for Elder Lin to find a pure spirit race here. Moreover, the spirit race has always been a maverick away from the dust and clamor. Even if a spirit race enters the green domain, we are afraid that we won't be able to know about it. Getting Shui Jianqing's reply, Lin Ze wasn't surprised. If the spirit race was really that easy to find, the hallowed Changha sword sect wouldn't have only so many god refining laws. No harm, no foul. Mr. Lin was just asking casually. It's not important. The two chatted for a while longer. Seeing that it's about time, Lin Ze then bid farewell to Shui Jianqing and left his heavenly sword palace. Lin Ze had just left, and a familiar figure immediately followed. The visitor was dressed casually in green, and a glance at him gave him a special kind of lazy air. In this sword sect, in addition to Hong Tian Dang not to be the second person to think, Hong Tian followed, but did nothing and didn't say a word. He just silently followed Lin Ze. Lin Ze was speechless. What do you want to do? Hong Tian immediately said. It's fine. You continue. Don't mind me. I'll study and research how you cultivate. I'll turn around and see if it works. Lin Ze. Good lord, you're trying to roll me. Even the immortal body is rolled up these days. Lin Ze breathlessly marched over to the Forbidden Land. Hong Tian immediately followed. The two were just silent without words. It had been almost to the entrance of the Forbidden Land. Hong Tian suddenly said, You're looking for a high-level spirit race? Dogs have pretty good ears. Hong Tian pulled the corner of his mouth. What dog ears? There is nothing in this world that can stop the destiny of heaven, even if it's a holy weapon, except for that ghostly crippled sky sword. I'm inviting it all. Hearing Hong Tian's words, Lin Ze's heart suddenly stirred. Yeah, Hong Tian is a heaven's destiny immortal body. How did he forget about this? So he turned his head and asked, then can you summon a copy of the spirit race's sacred law of alchemy? Hong Tian's complexion lagged. Asterisk. Still the spirit race's holy law. You think I'm omnipotent, isn't it? Hong Tian's face instantly became brilliant. He pinched his nose and spoke. Of course, but why should I help you? To fund the enemy? Looks like you can't. Say so if you can't. Waste my time. Your ass. Okay, you wait. Are you for real? Hong Tian glanced at Lin Ze. Fake. Lin Ze rolled his eyes and stepped directly towards the sword sect's forbidden land. At that moment, Hong Tian added, take it easy. Seriously this time. The spirit race god refining law you want is impossible at the holy level. The heavenly destiny karma of the spirit race as holy law is even greater than that of a holy soldier. And I can't manage it for the time being with my current realm. But the earth grade, extreme grade or whatever is trivial. You can pick whatever you want. I'll hit you wherever I want. Before the words left his mouth, Hong Tian added suddenly, but you also have to do me a favor. Lin Ze was speechless. That's the real reason you're following me, isn't it? To go in such a big circle. Just say yes or no. First, what's the favor? Hong Tian pointed to the sky. You help me get the Heavenly Fate Immortal Scripture. Heavenly Fate Immortal Scripture? Listening to this name format, and then looking at this attitude of Hong Tian. This Heavenly Fate Immortal Scripture presumably had to be the exclusive technique of the Heavenly Fate Immortal body, right? In that case, Lin Ze's heart fluttered. Hong Tian spread his hands helplessly at this time and said, there's no way. You're too perverted. If I don't find a way to get the Heavenly Fate Immortal Scripture, I won't be able to fight with you in the future. Speaking of the Heaven's Destiny Immortal Scripture, Hong Tian glanced at Lin Ze again. And I'm guessing that you got the 10,000 Laws Immortal Scripture a long time ago, right? Where else could you be so fast? The last generation of the 10,000 Laws Immortal body was really benevolent, letting you get the Immortal Scriptures so early, unlike my predecessor, Mom, who threw the Immortal Scriptures directly into the Boundary River for me. Bitch, Boundary River? Lin Ze thought for a moment. It's okay, deal, but it'll have to wait a while. I have some unfinished business. Hong Tian shrugged his shoulders. Alright, after waiting for so long, it doesn't matter if we wait for a few more days. Greet me directly when you're ready over there. Lin Ze nodded and walked directly inside the sword sect's forbidden land. After Lin Ze left, Hong Tian's face gradually turned cold. He looked somewhere. Just because he doesn't want to pay attention to you doesn't mean you can get away with it. Get thee outta here. Bang! As Hong Tian's words fell, a void surprise thunder transformed into countless chains of laws to hold a shadow lurking in the void. The shade was scantily clad, with lust written all over her body, and her winks were heavenly. This person is none other than Wonderful Desire. With an empty grip, Hong Tian locked Myriad Desire across his throat and hung him in the air. Hong Tian's killing machine was fierce. Dogs, I don't know what you're up to, but let me tell you, he is my opponent and my immortal body brother. The dignity of an immortal body. How dare mortals covet it? Any tricks you have in mind, put them away. Otherwise, no matter who is really behind you, I will kill you. Chapter 111 Sword Mound. 5 Swords. After saying that, Hong Tian swung his big hand and directly heaved the unresisting Myriad Desires into the deep layers of the earth, dropping a deep sinkhole. Humph. Hong Tian turned around and coldly left a sentence. Remember my words, or next time it won't be as simple as a warning. After saying that, Hong Tian transformed into a ray of heavenly thunder. With a muffled sound that shook the void, it disappeared without a trace. A long time after Hong Tian left, deep within the earth of the sword sect, it was only then that Myriad Desires, whose hair was disheveled and whose face was in a sorry state, slowly revealed her figure. She looked at the direction where Hong Tian had left, and then at where the sword sect's forbidden land was. Myriad Desires caressed the hair on her forehead, and her eyes were as charming as spring water, revealing a look of pity. Unquestioning smelly man, immortal body is great. Poof, concubine wouldn't do anything to him. He's all my concubine has. Saying that, Myriad Desires looked in the direction of the sword sect's forbidden land with a grudging look on her face. I was going to let you know about my concubine's marriage to you this time. Unintelligible stinker. With a quiet sigh, Neil wanted to turn around and leave. The forbidden land of the sword sect. This place is a lightless mound of swords, a darkness. Only occasionally did a few divine weapons emit a trace of cold light in the darkness reflecting the surroundings, making this darkness vaguely visible. Lin Ze stepped onto the sword mound, entering the depths of the sword mound under the gaze of a buried sword. As Lin Ze went deeper and deeper into the sword mound, the light of the buried swords around them also grew stronger. The journey was like lighting street lamps and rendering a path to heaven. Lin Ze reflected on the light of these buried swords, and in his heart, he even vaguely had a few deeper insights into the way of the sword. And as these sword insights surfaced, in the middle of the sword mound, a certain few sharp blades that were as bright as new began to shine. They echo, they call, they yearn. It was expected that Lin Ze would be able to get them out of the trap and save them from this sea of sword mound bitterness. Vaguely, Lin Ze could even hear the wailing of 10,000 swords coming from his ears. Help me. Save me out. I can make you achieve the holy realm. Make you invincible. Unseal me and I'll give you the endless greatness to slaughter the world. You and I can achieve untold greatness. I can give you everything you want. The sword's demonic sound echoed in Lin Ze's mind and continuously tried to evoke the demonic nature in his heart. And previously, those so-called sword Dao comprehensions had become hooked obsessions that constantly washed over Lin Ze's bottom line. Lin Ze now understood why this place was a forbidden land of the sword sect. Just by these magic swords and the thoughts of sword demons. Who wouldn't be confused and make mistakes when the average disciple came? There's too much magic here. Just as Lin Ze was sighing at the magic of the sword mound, a sound of chains shaking came out. The sound of crisp chains crashing came. All the magic was swept away at once. The demonic swords that had been clamoring to slaughter the world just a moment ago were like mice meeting cats, becoming quiet and silent, without a single ray of light. You got here a lot faster than I thought you would. Boy, come here. The ancient voice of the half-saint through the ages reached Lin Ze's ears, guiding him on his way forward. A path made up of countless nine-colored swords led straight to the core of the unseen end of the sword mound. Lin Ze arrived with a single thought. As soon as he entered the core of the sword mound, Lin Ze's entire body suddenly paused. This is, before Lin Ze's eyes, 5 gigantic swords towered in the dark void of the sword mound. A sword entwined the 5 elements of rotating qi, interpreting the great principle of the 5 elements evolving heaven and earth. A sword rose with the power of life and death yin and yang, sometimes white, sometimes obscure, interpreting the wonders of life and death yin and yang. A sword, on the other hand, heralds the rotation of day and night, the change of the sun and the moon. Sometimes the great sun is brilliant and creates a long river with the setting sun. Sometimes the white moon is clear and evolves the sea rising to the bright moon. A sword was filled with supreme sharpness, and the tip of the sword shone with an unparalleled sword light that was enough to tear the sky, enough to break the heaven and earth. Between the slight vibrations of that sword light, it was as if there were countless spikes filling the heavens and the earth, so sharp that it caused pain in the skin and chills all over the body. A sword released the mighty light of the Tao approaching the world and Tai Xian being invincible. The mighty light nurtured the absolute splendor of transforming decay into magic. And these 5 swords, none of them were peerless holy weapons capable of tearing apart a domain and unleashing the power of an infinite number of saints. Every one of them was stronger than the stunning heaven-crippling sword that Lin Ze had fought against Hong Tian. It's scarier. At that moment, a sound of rattling chains surfaced. These 5 swords, you should see and understand. Lin Ze turned his head. Half-Saint Cheng He manifested his true form from the dark void. As soon as he appeared, the entire sword mound trembled. The void was in turmoil. The earth is wailing. Even the omnipresent darkness made a phantom sound of fear. The barriers of this world also tensed in awe of him, becoming fragile and on the verge of breaking at the tipping point. This was too much stronger than the half-saints Lin Ze had seen at Daojia Mountain. Too much. The two are simply not on the same level. Obviously, this was the real half-saint Cheng He. That time on Daojia Mountain, I'm afraid it was just a trace of his will, or a ray of projection. And after seeing the half-saint Cheng He's true form, Lin Ze understood one thing. Half-saint Cheng He was definitely more than just a half-saint. As the bloodline of the ancient supreme being, the green sage, it was not mortal. Lin Ze bowed towards the half-saint. He said, Crescent moon mansion see rising bright moon. Crippled sky Dao sex crippled sky true meaning. Yin yang xian sex yin yang changing. Long river sword sex. The mysteries of the 9 sects are all in these 5 swords. And it's rumored that the sword sect's forbidden land enshrines a holy weapon left behind by the ancient green sage. Lin Ze finished and glanced at the half-saint. If disciple is correct, I'm afraid that the 9 clans of the green domain today all originated from the green saint ancestor. The half-saint smiled. This is a story that happened in the ancient times, very far away. In the past, my ancestor, the green sage, was able to break through the great Tao of heaven and earth, and created 9 world-shattering holy laws that shook the heavenly lanes. These 9 sacred laws were passed down by him to his own son and 8 disciples respectively, which led to the existence of the 9 sect of the green domain. And that's what outsiders don't understand. The real reason why my ancestor would bestow the harvested sacred soldiers to the other 8 clans. At those words, Lin Ze's heart swam. The 9 gates of the sacred law. I know you have many doubts in your mind. There's still time, so I'll tell you all about it. First, the realm of the saints. After thinking about it, the half-saint said, do you know exactly what the holy realm is? One thought? The half-saint nodded. The world says that saints have 1,000 thoughts. I do not know that the one who thinks 1,000 thoughts is formless. The invisible one, free from the constraints of form and body, between heaven and earth, resonating with all things, understanding the changes of heaven and earth karma and spacetime reincarnation, and living with heaven and earth. This is the invisible one. Above formlessness is formlessness. The absence of appearance is the true reality that transcends the appearance of the mundane. In the absence of appearance, all things are illusory, and cause and effect, time and space, are all vanities. Therefore, when heaven and earth die, the phaseless one does not perish. Transcendence. And above the no phase is the no beginning and no end. P.S. There was a copying error. I don't know how it became 1200. Chapter 112, The Beginningless One. Fruit of the Way. He who has no beginning and no end, obliterates the root, and returns to the end untainted. As for what this quote is about, the Chingha demi-saint clasped his hand in vain, pulling out a tiny river of spacetime from the endless void as an example teaching material. Lin Ze could even see 1,000 years of the green domain epitomized in this long river of time and space, seeing the rotation of the world for 10,000 years. But Lin Ze wasn't surprised. As early as the moment he saw the half-saint Qinghe's true body, he knew that this sole bloodline descendant of the ancient Qing sage was by no means more than a half-saint. At the very beginning of figuring out the path of no beginning and no end, the Tianlan people generally believed that no beginning and no end was a cycle. Saying this, the Qinghe half-saint connected the first and last ends of this long river of space and time. You see, like this, your person generates a closed circle with no beginning and no end, or any point is a beginning and an end. So in this closed loop of time, have you reached no beginning and no end? Didn't wait for Lin Ze to answer. The Qinghe half-saint then extended the long river of time and space from the closed circle to a line tracing back to the previous edge. Although I don't like those vultures of the Western Buddhist world, they have a saying about the beginningless one that is deeply close to my heart. It is said that all worlds, such as beings and dharmas, have no beginning, and that since this life came into being from the causes of previous lives, and since previous lives came into being from previous lives, and since this is the case, the originals of beings and dharmas are not to be found, and so they are said to have no beginning. That is to say, you have a past life, and a past life again, and a past life before that, and a past life before that, and an infinite number of past lives. You reached closure in this time period. What about the previous life before that? In this world you are a sky lantern, and in a previous life you were a person of the realm of magic, or the realm of lawlessness. Lin Ze, that's saying something. All dharmas and all realms, as it were, have causes. Half-Saint Qinghe clenched his large hand and crushed the front section of the long river of space and time. If I crush the long river here, the bed of the river will dry up, and the ring will not flow. Therefore, we, Tianlan, have finally thrown off the closed loop of boundaries in time and space, and returned the word I to the word beginningless and endless. Thus, our heavenly land saint system was finally established. Me, Qinghe created a small black dot in the river of time and space. It goes with the flow in the river of time and space. It represents a self, a life journey. This me, the acquired me, goes with the flow. Immediately afterward, the little black dot lingered again in the long river, fighting the waves of the river. This me, the one who enters the precursor, sees the truth of the world and pursues the hinterland of heaven. Then the little black dot disappeared, or rather it covered the entire length of time and space, everywhere. This me, is the invisible me. I am everywhere. Everywhere I am. With a wave of the great hand of the half-Saint Qing Shang, the little black dot left the long river of space and time again and jumped out beyond it, sitting and watching the wind and clouds in the river, quietly observing the ebb and flow of the tide. This me, the phaseless me, I am transcendent, leaving the concepts of boundaries in space and time and boundaries become illusory to me. So I returned to me and saw 2 points in me. The half-Saint Qing wiped away the long river of space and time with his hand. That one small black dot split in the void and became 2 dots. One is the beginning and the other is the end. At this time, if I erase the starting point, then there will be no previous life in the world, and there will be no previous life before the world is infinite. I will have no root, no source, and no more beginning. This is the beginningless one. Half-Saint Qinghe's gaze became deep. His gaze seemed to pierce through the endless void and saw certain rats lurking in the shadows. And that, in turn, is our green domain's greatest secret. After saying this, the half-saint was silent for a long time. He glanced at Lin Ze with a very complicated gaze. This secret involves a lot of things. It contains supreme great karma. If you want to inherit my mantle, you will be involved in this shocking maelstrom that began with my ancestor, Qing Shang. The hardships are unpredictable, so I'm giving you 3 choices. It was supposed to be 2 choices, but your performance is really out of my expectation, so you are qualified to choose the 3rd way. Lin Ze hurriedly said, "Go ahead." The half-saint said, "First, leave the green domain, a place of right and wrong, and stay out of the green domain's calamity. I'll give you letters of recommendation from the best Saint Dao lineages in the other great domains of Tianlan, whichever one you want to go to, so that you can go straight to the core and practice the Saint Dharma of other domains. Lin Ze was unmoved. The half-saint laughed silently. He continued, second, to inherit my mantle, the 9 sects of Dao fruits. You may choose any one of them. Taoist fruit. Finally, Lin Ze's eyes flashed as he asked, why is the fruit of the road? With a wave of his hand, the half-saint floated 9 light masses in his hand. These 9 clusters of light shone with scenes of the 5 elements, yin and yang, the setting sun on the Yangtze River, and the bright moon on the sea. They each corresponded to the true meanings of the 9 sects of the green domain. This is the fruit of the Tao. It is the condensation of the way of the saints, without which there is no such thing as the so-called sacred law in the world. The half-saint said, every saint is the limit of their respective Tao, and their existence is the embodiment of their respective Tao. If there is a holy man who enters the way with fire, then the fire of the world will be taken under him. And if there is another person in the world who enters the way of fire, unless that saint voluntarily gives up the fruit of the Tao, or lets the fruit of the Tao be dispersed in heaven and earth. Otherwise, no matter how much you study the fire Tao sacred laws, you won't be able to become a saint in your entire life. In other words, the half-saint's words were filled with temptation. As long as you transform this Tao fruit, the long river sunset circle that you are practicing will automatically turn into a holy law, guiding the path to sainthood. Hearing this, Lin Ze did not rejoice. Instead, he frowned. If that's the case, then why are you? The half-saint smiled. Good. You weren't overwhelmed by the power of the Tao fruit. He went on to explain. As a descendant of my ancestor, the green sage, I don't need a Tao fruit. My ancestor's bloodline is far superior to the power of the Tao fruit. Saying that, the half-saint gave Lin Ze a snickering look. I'm the real reason why I, as a half-saint, possess a power far beyond that of a half-saint. Damn it, the green sage bloodline is so cool? Other people cross realms, but you're going straight across life levels? Because my ancestor, the green sage, was the only beginningless one in the ancient era. The world has crowned him with the name of the most holy. 6. It is also for this reason that my green domain is coveted by so many great powers. They all want to break through the secrets left behind by my ancestor and gain a glimpse of the power of the beginningless. Lin Ze asked again. Since the green saint has reached such a realm, where did he end up? And why did he place an absolute Tao ban on the green domain? The half-saint shook his head. No one knows the answer to that question. Back then, he just left behind a Daojiak mountain and disappeared after setting up the absolute Tao ban. The world pushes the footprints of my ancestor. But my ancestor has long had no roots to begin with. Chapter 113, Causes and Consequences. Even those who are formless and faceless only know that there is a supreme saint named Qingtsong in the world. But they don't know where the name of Qingtsong comes from. Nor do they know who the supreme saint of Qingtsong really is. With no beginning, no root, no clan, and no source. Even when I used my own bloodline as the root and teamed up with one of my saint buddies who specializes in the way of heavenly chance deduction to deduce my ancestors' trail, the answers I got were staggering. Tenji feedback. My bloodline came from nothing and has no source. You see, it is clear that there is something, but the Great Way has denied it, and with eyes wide open, the divine principle is not recognized, and the Great Way does not exist. This is the realm called beginningless. Speaking of this, the half-saint Qinghe couldn't help but feel a trace of emotion towards the realm of the uninitiated in his eyes. And this, naturally, inspires those formless and faceless people to desire the beginningless realm even more. A maelstrom of reckoning surrounding the green domain has begun. The half-saint recounted. At the very beginning, they were afraid of my ancestors' remaining power and didn't dare to move. One can only repeatedly observe the past, present and future by traveling the river of time and space and rattling the course of history to determine whether my ancestor has left or to view the heavens and the earth as equal and untainted with the heart of heaven and earth are not kind to all things. And as time passes, countless twists and turns of fate unfold. In these hundreds of millions of years of time and space, they have seen countless changes, countless causes and effects, and none of them have observed the existence of my ancestor, Qingtsong Supreme Saint. So, they finally decided to make their first move and test the green domain. And this first person to strike, I don't know if she was the first or not, but the first one I perceived was her. She is the demonic sect master from 8,000 years ago. This person Na, is also a person of amazing talent. Under my ancestors' absolute Tao prohibition, the true bodies and incarnations of any saint level or higher existences are unable to enter the green domain. But she somehow bypassed the Tao prohibition and quietly created a demonic fetus in the green domain. And I, the half-saint sighed. I'm not a saint. I can't really live beyond the transcendence for a long time and observe the river of time at any time, much less play with her. So it's difficult for me to observe and detect her behavior. This may not be easy for you to understand. Speaking here, the half-saint paused. To put it plainly, the game between the phaseless saints is like a game of chess, and both sides are playing a clear game. It means that I can see the countless changes in the future, and you can see the countless changes in the future, and whoever is in the future of the green domain, and whoever will appear in the future, are all under the watchful eye of the unseen one. Even what I'm saying to you now, it's very likely that a phaseless person has already seen it as early as 100 million years ago. That's why the game between the unmistakable ones is all about calculations and seeing who's better at chess. But I'm not even a saint, so how can I often play chess and see precisely which move the other side is playing? As a result, that demonic fetus grew rapidly in the green domain and developed the massive fire-worshipping demon cult, wanting to annex the 9 clans of my green domain and solve the mystery of the Daojak mountain. By the time I realized the true nature of the demonic fetus, I was already in the game and had landed this maggot-like Dao injury. The half-saint recounted the past and sighed in his heart. Ever since then, I have realized that the great saints have laid out a plan for the green domain, so I ignored my Dao injuries and burned my ancestors' bloodline to forcefully observe time and space for 8,000 years, to break the situation of the green domain. Speaking here, the half-saint Qing he looked helpless, and this is most likely the result she wants, but I had to go into the game knowing that this could be her scheme. Nay. After sighing, the half-saint fell silent. Lin Ze could probably understand the half-saint's feelings. It was a kind of helplessness and powerlessness in the face of the unseen one. After a few moments of silence, the half-saint added, but it's good that this time the burning of the bloodline has finally paid off. I see a change in 8,000 years of time and space. This change occurred 18 years ago. 18 years ago, 2 juvenile phoenixes somehow suddenly intruded into our green domain. An invisible one will hunt them down according to the established time and space. The phoenix among them will die. The phoenix yuan spilling out into the heavens and earth. And the phoenix will take advantage of the phoenix's sacrifice to escape into the endless void. And from then on, he will be favored by the green domain's great fortune, and begin his legendary life of destroying the Tao forbidden of my green domain, arranged by the deliberate impetus of many calculating people. However, a sudden change in the sky. One day 18 years ago, the heavenly planes were suddenly confused. All the original journeys were overthrown by an unexpected arrival. 18 years ago, the phoenix that should have died survived, while the phoenix that should have destroyed my green domain Dao Ban perished. Lin Ze's eyes shone violently as he sniffed. His earlier guess had been right. The reason Wu Tong became Sycamore was not that he came to the wrong world, but that the world line unexpectedly shifted and the wrong person died. Since then, the spatial and temporal chaos of the green domain has entered a period of unobservable multiplicity. The already weak in me is even more incapable of speculating on the changes in space and time, and it is difficult to find the root of the problem, and I can no longer detect where the variables lie. But I think that's a good thing, because the fact that I can't observe it means that those calculating invisibles probably can't observe it either. At the very least, they'll need to expend a greater amount of effort to rearrange it. I think that perhaps this is one of the backhanders that my ancestral green sage left behind for the green domain. After all, I always believed in one thing, the half-saint said, what the phaseless can see, I, ancestral green sage, will only see more and see more clearly. Every step of their calculations may have been an unexpected and deliberate move by my ancestor. Unless my ancestor is already untainted and doesn't care if his green domain lives or dies. If that's the case, then I can only say that I'll do my best. And whether the green domain lives or dies will all depend on the will of God. After the sentence, it's up to God, the half-saint was somewhat silent again. The endless chain stretching 3,000 zhang in the void trembled slightly. Obviously, he didn't want to hear about providence. After all, the green domain was the result of his hundreds of millions of years of perseverance, and 8,000 years of heartfelt effort in forcibly observing spacetime. Lin Ze didn't know how to comfort the half-saint. He knew nothing about the life of the green saint. Ryoko, the half-saint gathered his thoughts. One grows old and gossips a bit more. Let's get back to business. In short, ever since the phoenix replaced the phoenix, I've been waiting for a change to come along. 18 years of waiting with no results in sight. But I don't have much time left to keep waiting. And so I took the initiative to find the existence of a variable by means of this selection of the Daojiao mountain. Because as a variant, even if that variant can't get into Daojiao mountain, those faceless people behind the scenes will find a way to send him in. It is for this reason that I saw you. Chapter 114, the day you become a Taoist, the day I return to my end. The half-saint Qing has said. I said back at Daojiao mountain that you were harboring her demonic power. This true fire sacred demon technique was supposed to be learned by that little phoenix, but now it has fallen to you. Apparently, she picked you, but at that time there were so many people that I couldn't say much about it, and this green domain situation is not yet known to others except me, lest it cause a big mess. and at that time, you were only at the peak of the divine sea, and you were not yet able to gamble with me, let alone the demon sect master and other unknown entrants who were even better than me. That's why I'll let you come to the Forbidden Land after you've reached the Fate Xian and have the qualifications to touch the Tao Forbidden, to tell you the causes and consequences. But unthinking, the half-Saint Qing he stroked his beard as he looked at Lin Ze, some incredulity showing in his eyes. Thinking about his half-Saint Qing, he has a green saint bloodline. His life's work has seen all the changes in the green domain. However, he had never seen a dazzling gaijin like Lin Ze in the long history of mankind. 18-year-old Destiny Xian Dehun. With such an achievement, even the great Dao Nine immortal body seemed to fall short of a horse in front of him. Such characters, the half-saint couldn't tell where he came from, and whether he was an immortal body or not, but he knew that this was the variable. That alone is enough. You just came a little faster than I expected, and it also did the ancient legend of leaving a name in heaven and earth. Do you know that this heaven and earth will leave a name for itself? Throughout the entire ancient times, apart from my ancestor Qing Tsong, there is no one else who will be able to do so. In other words, you are the second green saint. Lin Ze didn't say anything. An open life needs no explanation. The half-saint didn't pursue the matter, and he didn't have the extra strength to do so. Right now, he's at the point of desperation. So, the half-saint waved his hand. The 9 Dao fruits disappeared. In their place were those 5 beginnerless saint soldiers that had exhausted the axioms of the 9 sects. They transformed from skyscraping giant swords to the size of normal sword weapons and floated in front of Lin Ze, displaying their supreme power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. You deserve a third option. Inherit the true legacy of my ancestor. The 10th sacred law. And the 10th door. I only heard the Qing half-saint say. I don't know if it's some sort of opportunistic accident or one of the backhanders my ancestor left behind for the green domain. Let's call it his legacy. In short, during these hundreds of millions of years that these 5 holy weapons have been enshrined in the sword mound, it has absorbed the defeats, killings, and despair of countless sword weapons, thus producing a wave of creation that fuses all 9 mysteries to breed a whole new avenue. This creation was born by fusing the 9 gates mysteries and refining them with hundreds of millions of years of demonic power, possessing incalculable potential. If you can thoroughly comprehend and perfect this power, I'm sure that the path of no phase will not be far away from you, and it is even expected that you will be able to see the realm of the beginningless. As soon as the words fell, the half-saint added the shortcomings of this path. But this third path is difficult. It's difficult to comprehend. It's difficult to fuse and perfect. And it's even more difficult to resist the demonic nature of the 5 saint soldiers that have been absorbed for hundreds of millions of years. If you're not careful, you'll go off the deep end and lose your clear spirit, falling into the devil's path. That's the downside of the third option. It's really a bit bumpier than the second 100% path to sainthood. Lin Ze picked up right where he left off. But it's a little more promising than the second option, isn't it? The half-saint smiled and nodded. Not bad. Although the second path is 100% to sainthood, it is a path that has been blocked. Although my ancestor has already transcended the limitations of the word Dao fruit, these 9 Dao fruits are in the end from his hand and originated from him. He is also transcending from the path of these 9 Dao fruits. So once you use these 9 Dao fruits, it's the same as having your front path cut off. You can't transcend through these 9 Dao fruits. And you can only be a formless person in this life and the next, unless my ancestor has fallen and the way of transcendence reappears. You, think carefully. After the half-saint finished speaking, he stopped talking and waited for Lin Ze to make his choice. Lin Ze, on the other hand, glanced at the 5 saint soldiers. The half-saint gave 3 choices, but for Lin Ze it was actually just one. The first one is definitely a direct pass. The inheritance of his own green domain is the strongest. Why need to go to other domains? The second option, although it would 100% allow Lin Ze to become a saint, the road ahead was already broken, and it was definitely not worth it for him to choose this path with his open life. Although Lin Ze's god-level enlightenment LV6 was able to steal the Dao fruits for his own use, Qin Sheng's realm had clearly surpassed the word Dao fruits. This kind of uncertainty was not something Lin Ze wanted to gamble on, and even if it could be stolen, the half-saint's forehand gave Lin Ze the Dao fruit for nothing, and his own backhand stole the person's old ancestor from his home, and that was not a human thing to do. Naturally, the third path was Lin Ze's most favorable choice. The third path of enlightenment was difficult to perfect and difficult or whatever. That was right in line with Lin Ze's specialty and not difficult at all. But, Lin Ze was now more concerned about a suspicion than what path he chose. Actually, the disciple has a question. You say, you have 9 Dao fruits. Why don't you use them yourself? Lin Ze asked. You also said just now that you are not a saint, which is why you fell short in your encounter with the great powers of the outer realm. If you had used the Dao fruit and then governed the green domain with the power of the green saint bloodline, would the Outlanders have succeeded? 9 Taoist fruits are limited though. But right now it had come to this point. Would a half-saint still care about the limit of 9 Dao fruits stopping at nothing for life? Lin Ze didn't believe it. And if he could break through to saint by himself, the half-saint would have broken through long ago in these hundreds of millions of years. Wouldn't he have waited until now? There's got to be more to it than that. Hearing Lin Ze's words, the half-saint wasn't surprised. He pointed to the chains on his body. This is where I don't use my Dao fruits. The green domain was placed under the Dao ban by my ancestor. The Dao ban. The great Dao ban. Rules above the saint level are equivalent to being removed from the green domain by my ancestor. How can something that doesn't exist be used? Under this ban, not only will the outer regions be affected, but so will our own people in the green domain. So even if there is the fruit of the way, it's just a useless thing that's been denied. Half-saints are the highest authority I can strive for with my ancestral green sage bloodline. Lin Ze wanted to say something else. The half-saint continued. Don't rush. Just as I said that the green saint bloodline would allow me to obtain the half-saint position and mobilize the green domain's great karma to snipe the demon sect master. The Dao ban comes from the green sage. The root of this green domain Dao ban the ancient vicissitudes of the half-saint's gaze pierced through infinite space and time. It seemed to retrace someone's footsteps through time and space. Seeking an unanswered question from him. Is actually the blood of the green sage inside me? Hearing this, Lin Ze was violently stunned. He understood what the half-saint meant. The half-saint Qing he looked at Lin Ze fixedly, the light in his eyes unprecedentedly strong. Whatever you choose that way, the day you become a Taoist is the day I return to my end. Chapter 115, Such a Messy Divine Order. The day you become a man. The day I return to my end. This blood of the green saint is really a big joke. Lin Ze was just about to say something. The half-saint raised his hand and stopped him. You don't have to be persuasive. Ever since I entered the game, my Dao injuries have been getting worse by the day. And even if I don't take the initiative to feather my own nest and meditate, it's only the blink of an eye for more than 1,000 years. Sooner or later, it would be better to accomplish a character such as you, who has not been seen in 1,000 years, and count it as the greatest contribution I, Xing He, have made to the green domain in my life. The chains wrapped around the half-saint began to tremble. His gaze also became complicated to the core. He had guarded the green domain for hundreds of millions of years since the distant ancestor, the green sage, had left. It had been holding fast to the green domain, a holy land that belonged exclusively to the most powerful people of Tianlan. But what exactly did he keep? Just another day. If you have the opportunity to reach the same realm, to see him in the world's infinite time and space, and you ask the last question for me, why? The why of this sentence is as complicated as it gets. Lin Ze was silent for a while. I promise you. That's good. That's good. The half-saint sighed twice then, and then he closed his eyes. Think about it. There's still time. There's no rush. You can think about it some more. Lin Ze shook his head. There's no need to think about it. I've already thought about it. The disciple chooses the third. Good. The half-saint nodded as he waved his hand. Whoosh! An ancient sword box coalesced in the void. Immediately afterward, the 5 beginnerless saint soldiers flew into the sword box and sealed it. Buzz! With an overwhelming shockwave sweeping through the air, the holy soldier is finally at peace. It floated silently in front of Lin Ze. From now on, these 5 saint soldiers will be passed down to you, so you can carry them close to you and comprehend them at any time. Just remember to be careful of the demonic nature in it, and use the power of the holy soldier with caution. Lin Ze, you're just passing it on? It's a sacred soldier of the uninitiated, the half-saint said. Sooner or later, this sacred soldier will be passed on to you. For one thing, when my Dao collapses and the Dao ban disintegrates in the future, those who are hiding behind the curtains will surely come down hard. And it will not be easy to fight against them with your realm that has just entered the invisible realm. With the beginnerless saint soldier in your possession, you're not too passive, and it's enough to preserve yourself in that wave. Secondly, the Holy Soldier's companionship day and night will help you comprehend the mysteries of the 10th sacred law more quickly and condense your own Dao fruit. Well, I've said all that needs to be said, and the rest of the way, it's up to you, kid. It's not advisable to stay in this sword mound place for long, so you should go. Lin Ze was silent for a moment. And after giving a salute to this old man who had watched over the green domain for hundreds of millions of years, he took the ancient sword box and carried it behind his back, leaving the sword mound. Afterwards, silence fell in the sword mound. Only the remnants of the sword radiated a magical shimmering light. Leaving the sword mound, Lin Ze found a sparsely populated and clean mountain forest in the sword sect and sat down. He unlocked the sword case behind him, slightly revealing the light of the sword within. In a flash, the sky is dark, the wind is rising. Endless light of laws came out from that tiny opening. The powerful sword light tore the sky and split the earth. Just that hint of sharpness revealed from the sword box had caused the void where Lin Ze was nearby to be strewn with cracks. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying changes would be caused if all the sword boxes were opened and all the holy weapons were sheathed. It's worthy of being a holy weapon left behind by the only beginningless one in the ancient times. After Lin Ze sighed, he sank his mind into the sword box, carefully sensing between those 9 Upanishads and the demonic nature, and pushed it over and over again. Divine Gnosis LV6 activated. You have discovered the marvelous fusion of the 9 mysteries of yin and yang, the 5 elements, the sun and the moon, and other changes produced by the magical excitation of the sword mound. You have discovered the 10th gate of the way of creation in gestation. You realize the true meaning of this Tao. If this method is perfected and supplemented, the grade can reach the middle grade of the heavenly level, pointing directly to the path of no phase. You try to perfect it. Extrapolate to fill in the blanks. It is expected that after 30 days, this method can be perfected to obtain the heaven grade medium grade technique, 9 extremes to the holy technique. It's done. It's just like the old days of completing that Phantom Moon 7-star record. How simple. In 30 days, he would be a phaseless saint. And it's still a step up from LV10. When that time comes, together with these 5 beginnerless saint soldiers and the ancient 8 desolate bloodline that has completely come to great completion, let's just ask how you guys are worthy of fighting me. A strong light erupted from Lin Ze's eyes. Time to close the net. After saying that, Lin Ze put away the sword case and put it back behind his back. He took one step and returned to the Huaguang realm with a twist of his mind. At the same time, a red spirit seal flew towards the Red Spirit Clan lands. A spiritual voice was transmitted to Hong Tian. The Red Spirits. Red Fei Hong received Lin Ze's seal. Coming. The hearts of the various Red Spirit race elders stirred as they heard the words. What did the man say? Whether or not to kill the phoenix for its blood, or to regain the friendship of the Phoenix clan, it all depended on today. It's kill it. Kill that phoenix. That one takes the lead. We can at least get some blood and feathers and stuff. Ha 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 ha. The day of killing the phoenix succeeded. My Red Spirit clan's luck has reached its peak at this time in recent years. Red Fei Hong swept a glance at everyone, taking in their gazes. How the hell? Come on you. Red Fei Hong said flatly. That person's meaning is unknown for the time being. He asked me to follow him on a trip to the Huaguang realm, and use the special perception of the Red Spirit clan to find that phoenix first to ask for some important information. Well, good thing too. Fei Hong, you go first. Remember, you must let that person feel our Red Spirit clan's sincerity. Never annoy him. Red Fei Hong sighed in his heart. It's a shame. Someone is no longer sincere. Lin Ze's meaning was indeed what Red Fei Hong had just expressed, without revealing any intentions. But he had another sentence. Make a note of those who favor killing the phoenix for its blood. Although it was only such a sentence, Red Fei Hong already understood the meaning of Lin Ze's words. The Red Spirit clan, as a subordinate clan of the Phoenix clan, was actually trying to kill their lord. Today you can betray the phoenix. Then one day you can betray me. Lin Ze. Those who intend to kill Phoenix today, not to say what will happen to them, but it's a certainty that they won't be reused by Lin Ze. Yes, father. After saying that, Red Fei Hong transformed into a red light and left the green sky realm. What brings you over? Over the North Star of the Huaguang realm. Lin Ze glanced at Hong Tian. Didn't I say that I still have to take care of some things, and that I don't expect to go to the Boundary River with you to fish for the immortal scriptures until around 7 days? Hong Tian spread his hands. Doesn't matter. I was bored staying in the sword sect anyway, so I came to you to see some fun to pass the time. I have to say, it wasn't a wasted trip. You guys are quite interesting here. Such a chaotic heavenly fate. It's the first time even I, a heavenly fate immortal body, have seen it. Chapter 116, back to Huaguang. Spirit race. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. How messed up is it? Meh, how messy. Hong Tian glanced at the land of the North Star at his feet. It's a mess. It's all stepping on the verge of being stabbed to death. I'm surprised you made it out of a place like this. Boy, which one of us is the Heaven's Destiny immortal body? Take a closer look. Hong Tian felt it carefully. Well, one of the heavenly destiny breaths is demonic, with demonic flames, not even a little hiding. If that's right, this should be the demon sect master who could fight with half-saints back then. But how is this heavenly destiny aura weird? Not like the veins a full human being should have, but instead like. Hong Tian thought about it. He then raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Marred. There's actually a saint smuggled in. No wonder that thing can fight with the bloodline of the Green Sage. You can see that? Just by coming here, he was actually able to perceive the secret that only half-saints knew. TSK, the Heaven's Destiny immortal body is an immortal body after all. Thinking like this, Lin Ze suddenly wanted to accompany Hong Tian to fish for the immortal scriptures now. Isn't having this kind of top-tier avenue physique the same as having a full map hanging? Hearing the surprise in Lin Ze's words, Hong Tian raised his head slightly proudly. He could be counted to have beaten this pervert at some point. Alas! As I have said, there are no secrets to speak of in the world in front of my heavenly destiny. Small things, small things. After saying that, Hong Tian suddenly froze again. Wait a minute. You're saying this. You already knew. Not much before you. Oh. Hong Tian then breathed a sigh of relief. It was the half-saint who told you, wasn't it? It scared me. You go on. Who else but the demon cultist? Hong Tian continued to perceive. And, what's wrong? Hong Tian looked at Lin Ze with a strange expression on his face. A sleepy head comes with a pillow. There seems to be the scent of the spirit race you're looking for in here. Strange. The spirit race has always been secretive and maverick, never meddling in the affairs of the heavenly lane's domains. And now they actually ran to this place as well. What's so great about this place? Is it possible that you have some extraordinary object of creation buried underneath it? Hearing this, Lin Ze's eyes narrowed slightly. Spirit Nation. Who is it? Hong Tian shook his head. I don't know. This spirit race is different from that demon sect master. This guy is hiding very deeply. His breath is extremely faint. It's like he's gone through millions of differentiations. If not for the fact that I'm a heavenly fate immortal body, I wouldn't be able to detect this guy at all. For the rest, Hong Tian cupped his chin. It's getting more and more interesting. That little phoenix that escaped 18 years ago has even appeared here before. What kind of feng shui treasure? So capable of hiding. And, there are also a few unusual celestial destinies, but they're all exceptionally faint, even fainter than that spirit race, and it's impossible to distinguish them at all, except that they've moved here as well. Lin Ze probably had something in mind. I know. Thanks. After saying that, Lin Ze's gaze fell on the Lin family compound. At a glance, the Lin family compound was heavily guarded, and all the Lin family troops were in a state of battle readiness, fully loaded and ready to go. It looked like the Lin family was about to start a war. This couldn't help but make Lin Ze frown, his face instantly turning cold. He had only left the Lin family for 2 months and something happened to the Lin family? Lin Ze appeared in the Lin family compound with a single thought, his figure transforming into countless particles that reorganized before Xiao Chui and the others' eyes. Xiao Chui, Lin Mo and others were shocked. Young master. You are the young master. A few people gathered around in surprise at once. Young master, you're finally back. It's great that you're okay. Lin Ze was puzzled. What can I do? Xiao Chui said. You don't know. Young master. The other day we saw that heavenly flower and earthly lotuses. Then your face appeared in the sky. And then you were put into an ancient book. But it scared us. We thought that you were involved in the Ascendant Godman's trap and were framed. So didn't we anxiously gather our army to try to rescue you? In the eyes of Xiao Chui, Lin Mo and other mortals, they couldn't see what Tian Yuan was, and they didn't know what it meant for heaven and earth to leave a name. All they knew was that the young master might be in danger. The cold color on Lin Ze's face melted away as he looked at Lin Mo and the others with a slight warmth in his heart and some emotion. In these few short months, he had already reached the apex of the innate, and was about to break through the saint realm in a matter of days. And these old friends and relatives of the Lin family from the past were still trapped in their physical bodies. He, is just going a little too fast. You guys what could my lord be up to? The one you guys saw was just the commotion caused by another breakthrough in my cultivation. Oh, Xiao Chui and the others nodded their heads plausibly. It's good that you're fine, young master. But, young master, there is another thing. This, Xiao Chui didn't dare to say anything further. Lin Mo directly whispered in Lin Ze's ear. Miss has disappeared. Ever since you left, the young lady has become a little sullen during that time, as if she were a different person. About 10 days ago, the young lady suddenly left the Lin family, disappeared without a trace. We mobilized the brothers of the Lin family army, as well as all the killers of the Xiu Luo mountain villa to go to investigate, but we were unable to find the slightest trace, Lin Mo said, but realized that Lin Ze's expression was calm and unperturbed. I know in my heart that Miss left this matter. Withdraw all the people. There is no need to investigate any further. Yes. Although Lin Mo did not understand, Lin Ze's words were the Lin family's highest instructions. Well, how's Grandpa? Master, he is still in seclusion for a breakthrough and has yet to come out. Then leave his old man alone for a while. It's business as usual in the Lin family. Do what you have to do. Yes. After saying that, Lin Ze walked towards where Lu Hanyan's boudoir was, waiting until they reached the courtyard where Lu Hanyan's boudoir was located. Hong Tian's figure appeared beside Lin Ze again. Once Lin Mo and Xiao Chui and the others saw Hong Tian, they subconsciously alerted themselves. But the next moment, the hairs on their bodies stood up in sweat. It's like a mortal meeting God. An instinctive sense of awe instantly set in. You, young master, little. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ze stopped Hong Tian's breath. He glared at Hong Tian. Don't scare my family. Hong Tian shrugged helplessly. Can you blame me? He glanced at his surroundings. Rather you. The demon cultist thingy is actually your sister-in-law. It's a wonder you've survived this long. The demon lord? Sister-in-law? Hong Tian's words caused Xiao Chui, Lin Mo and the two of them to stare at each other. It's every word they recognize. But how does connecting the dots make it unintelligible? Chapter 117 The Truth? What is the truth? Lin Ze ignored Hong Tian. He unfolded his perception and searched the surrounding area for the footprints left by Lu Hanyan. The next moment, Lin Ze's gaze rested on Lu Hanyan's dresser. On Lu Hanyan's dresser, wisps of demonic aura floated undisguised. It looks like she left it on purpose. A divine light shot out from Lin Ze's eyes to hit the demonic chi. The demonic aura went through a bout of change. 3 large words with a demonic aura appeared in front of Lin Ze's eyes. Who are you? Along with these 3 big words, the figure of a magical, magnificent beauty appeared in Lin Ze's mind. Through the countless boundary layers, her mesmerizing eyes that glowed with the color of scarlet looked at each other from afar with Lin Ze. Seeing this, Lin Ze's essence gathered into one. The powerful life-Xian perception instantly swept through the Huaguang realm as if it were a tidal wave. It also spread from the Huaguang realm to the surrounding realms with a thunderous momentum. Whoosh! His will was projected between the voids. He saw Lu Hanyan, who was far away in an unknown place. Between illusions, Lu Hanyan's eyes flickered with a strange color. You've become stronger again. It's only been 2 short months and you've already reached this point, Lin Ze said with a subtle look on his face. I'm flattered. Lin Ze's little effort. How can it compare to sister-in-law's skillful methods? Besides, you want to know who I really am. Why don't you wait until I get back and have a nice chat? Leaving without even saying hello. Sister-in-law, you're not enough. Between the illusions, Lu Hanyan looked at Lin Ze fixedly. He also looked at the ancient sword case that Lin Ze was carrying behind his back. Those beautiful eyes that were reddish in color revealed a few inexplicable colors. She said, if I really stay, I won't be able to leave. Lin Ze laughed. What sister-in-law said? I can still cut you with a sword. Well, at least there are so many years of love in. After all these years of love, can I ask you to go easy on me? That depends on how we talk back there. Hearing this, Lu Hanyan sighed softly. You still hate it when people lie to you just like when you were a child. You're not lying to me. You want me dead. What did Green River tell you? You guess. Lu Hanyan was silent for a while. I don't know exactly what Qinghe said, but what I'm going to tell you is, Qinghe had to get into the game. And why shouldn't I? We are, in fact, all entrants. After saying that, Lu Hanyan's silhouette disappeared between the illusions, completely lost. We'll talk about the rest when you've calmed down for a few years. Witnessing Lu Hanyan's illusory shadow leaving, the smile at the corner of Lin Ze's mouth grew colder and colder. Calm down for a few years? You underestimate me. When I fish out the Heavenly Fate Immortal scripture in a few days, I'll use the power of my Heavenly Fate Immortal body in conjunction with my God-level enlightenment to create a peak tracking and tracing method of my own. At that time, I'll see where you run, trying to run away without making it clear. How in the world can it be so easy? Want to know who I am? You'll soon find out who I really am. Shattered between illusions, Lin Ze willed a return. He turned around and left the courtyard where Lu Hanyan was. Have Lu Jin and the other Lu family executives come to see me. Lin Mo's heart fluttered at his words. He wasn't sure what had happened to Miss though, but based on what was said just now, and the young master's current reaction, it would never be a good thing. There must be something wrong with the identity of the lady. Yes, I'll go now. After saying that, Lin Mo personally went to the Lu family to pass on the order. After Lin Mo left, Lin Ze looked again at where Lin Ao was in seclusion. In the middle of the day, Lin Ze averted his gaze and landed on the Lin family mausoleum, the tomb of the Lin family's 2 best men. There was something he had to beg for, so he glanced at Hong Tian and said to Xiao Chui, this is my friend in the innate realm. You are well entertained. Yes, young master. Hong Tian also realized that when Lin Ze said that, it was obvious that what he was going to do next was very private. So he said, go ahead. I'm going to wander around your capital. It's been a long time since I've taken a walk on Earth, and I'm looking forward to experiencing the earthly scene. Lin Ze nodded and took a step out, appearing in the Lin family mausoleum, the tomb of the 2 Lin family members. Standing in front of the tombstone of the Lin family's 2 best men, Lin Ze bowed first. Father, second uncle, my child is ungrateful for coming to alarm you too, but there's something very important that concerns the bloodline of my Lin family, and my child has to be careful. If my child guesses wrong, I will choose an auspicious day to find a cave and set up a tomb for you too. If there is any offense, I hope father and second uncle will forgive my child for being unfilial. Say it. Lin Ze moved with a thought. The tombs of the 2 Lin family members cracked open at once. The soil around them automatically flowed away, revealing the 2 coffins buried deep within. Immediately afterward, the lid of the coffin moved away. The 2 morose white bones were suspended in midair under Lin Ze's gaze. Lin Ze stared tightly at the two white bones as the Lin family bloodline in his body began to revolve. 1 breath, 2 breaths, no response. Lin Ze personally walked over to the two white bones again. Stretching out his hand, he made contact with the white bone, and a few drops of blood flowed down Lin Ze's palm into the white bone. Another breath, 2 breaths, Lin Ze let go of his hand. This time, he was silent for a long time. The corpses of the Lin family's two Jiet indeed belonged to them. Whether it was the bone phase or their appearance when they were buried back then, even the traits of the Lin family bloodline were identical. Back then, everyone in the Lin family watched them being buried. The two bodies did fool everyone. But there's one thing they can't duplicate and they can't fool anyone. That was the 8 desolate blood that was hidden deep within the Lin family. On these two corpses of the Lin clan's two best, Lin Ze couldn't sense the echo of the 8 desolate blood. It's not weak, it's not unawakened. Rather, it simply doesn't exist. Obviously, the two bodies were fakes. It wasn't even the real Lin family's two best. Lin Ze's guess at the time was right. In the original plot, the destruction of the entire Lin family was not an extermination, because there's still the Lin family alive. Lin Ze's and Lin Ao's deaths were nothing more than another calculator from the Lin family making a retreat at the expense of two Lin family members, Lin Ze and Lin Ao. For a moment, Lin Ze didn't know what to say. He was silent for a long time. Eventually there was only a sigh. Yeah, that's great. Lin Ze left the Lin family mausoleum. He walked through the Lin family compound, as he had done when he was a child, and habitually walked towards the main residence when he was in a bad mood. I want to go to Grandpa Lin Ao's place. He walked to the place where his grandfather Lin Ao was in seclusion. He opened his mouth to say something. The words came to his lips, but for a moment, he didn't know where to begin. For so many years, Grandpa has been tracking down the real cause of his father's second uncle's death. Now the truth comes out. But can he accept this truth? The truth. What is the truth? It's just a matter of. Lin Ze turned around and left the Lin family's main residence. Chapter 118, The Unbelievable Xia Qinghe. Lin Ze walked through the bustling North Star imperial capital. At this time, Lin Ze's mood was very complicated, and he wanted to take a break. The flowers and greenery of the world always dissipate the depression a bit. Someone recognized him, whether it was as the previous second youngest member of the Lin family, or the later divine martial king who had shaken the North Star and startled the hidden Sword Mountain with his innate divinities. Lin Ze's popularity in the North Star had never been small. People warmly and respectfully greeted Lin Ze, and from time to time there were passers-by who burned incense and knelt down to Lin Ze on the spot, praying for blessings as if they had seen a living god. There are beggars for children. Immortal Shenwu, please grant me the blessing of carrying a big fat boy in the coming year. There are seekers of the word. Lord Divine Martial King, I want to attain immortality just like you, so please bless the believers and guide them to the clear path. There are also those who are begging to be revitalized. Godman Lin, living Godman, I beg you to bless the little people with a golden spear and revitalize their manhood. I'll see if those little hooves still dare to clamor tonight. This made Lin Ze cry and laugh, and the depression in his heart couldn't help but dissipate a bit. At the same time he couldn't help but sigh. After achieving the innate, this innate and the mundane were really two worlds. Was lamenting. Suddenly, a familiar voice came and caught Lin Ze's attention. Lin, Shenwu Prince? Lin Ze's eyes stared slightly and he turned his head to look, only to see a white dress. Temperament as fresh as the green harvest of the early summer. Body as elegant as the flowing wind of the back of the snow of the elegant young lady Xia Qinghe was looking at Lin Ze with autumn in her eyes, her face with a slight color of joy. It's been a long time, and she's still as beautiful as the first time I saw her. Seeing Lin Ze's gaze exchange, Xia Qinghe hurriedly paid her respects. My daughter Xia Qinghe sees His Majesty. Lin Ze looked at Xia Qinghe, a divine light flickering in his eyes. I can't believe you're still staying in North Star. With calculations on calculations, Lin Ze estimated that Xia Qinghe Lu Hanyan, the two characters who had a strong presence in the original plot, must have long since sensed that something was wrong and left North Star. But I didn't expect that Xia Qinghe would actually stay here. This was out of Lin Ze's expectation. Upon hearing Lin Ze's words, Xia Qinghe froze. Your Majesty's words are not understood by the people's daughter. Lin Ze scanned Xia Qinghe up and down, the yin and yang in his eyes flickering away along with a wisp of purple light. Lin Ze couldn't see any problems. The Xia Qinghe in front of him seemed to be just a most unusual and ordinary person. Strange. With Lin Ze's current cultivation level he actually couldn't even see through Xia Qinghe's true colors? Could it be that this Xia Qinghe was really just an ordinary person? Or is it? Lin Ze's expression remained unchanged. If you don't understand, you don't understand. Xia Qinghe nodded plausibly. She then glanced at Lin Ze and said, It looks as if you have something on your mind. Your Highness? Do supreme existences such as ascendant deities also have troubles? Lin Ze just glanced at Xia Qinghe. Xia Qinghe added, though I do not understand your troubles. I know that some emotions need to be vented, and it would be better to speak of them. You want to hear it? Xia Qinghe smiled. If your highness is willing. Ha, you want to hear it, so I'll tell you about it. After saying that, a light reflected in Lin Ze's eyes. The whole world became quiet at once. The noise all but disappeared without a trace. Look around. Everyone in the entire North Star Imperial capital had strangely disappeared. Only Lin Ze and Xia Qinghe were left. It was as if they had traveled to another deserted North Star, to the Rai world. Xia Qinghe was slightly surprised to see this. She said, "Is this the power of an innate godman?" Lin Ze gave her a deep look. Sort of. He then began to tell his story. The story I'm going to tell is the story of a friend of mine, and the story begins with an emperor's banquet. From this banquet, the gears of fate begin to turn. Lin Ze recounted the plot of the original novel. Later, that friend of mine was thwarted by the woman he fell in love with, and his entire family was destroyed. What do you think? What the hell is that woman? And what was really going on in her mind? When Lin Ze told this story, it was already considered a showdown. Except for the lack of naming, it is indistinguishable from the original trajectory. Even if Xia Qinghe really was just an ordinary person, she should still understand what she was talking about. Looking at Xia Qinghe, the river of stars in Lin Ze's eyes was deeper than ever before. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a huge heavenly abyss, with bottomless depths and an unpredictable mind. However, Xia Qinghe's reaction was beyond Lin Ze's expectations. She revealed a look of puzzlement tinged with a bit of unbelievable shock. You told this story. No, not this story. I should say this similar scene, which I seem to have met in a dream. Oh, in your dreams? Lin Ze raised one eyebrow. And in the dream, do you have an answer? Xia Qinghe thought back carefully. I remember. What I seem to be saying in the dream. That woman may not have actually killed that friend of yours. Lin Ze's eyes were starry. Why? Xia Qinghe said with some embarrassment. This dream is always absurd, and my logical perception in the dream is somewhat. But there's no harm in saying it. Xia Qinghe said thoughtfully. I probably thought her reaction to that friend of yours was too weird to be normal. How could a courtship fail to turn against you? And wouldn't you have a bad conscience if you gave someone else's things to someone else? When things go wrong, they go wrong. Plus you said it was the woman herself who killed that friend of yours. Thwarted. So, isn't the woman herself the only one who knows if that friend of yours is dead or not? Of course, this is all a wild guess on my part. It doesn't count. You don't have to take it seriously. After saying that, Xia Qinghe was also self-conscious that her dream answer was a bit absurd, and lowered her head with a slightly flushed face. And, if you did woo me, how could I possibly refuse? And the latter words, Xia Qinghe spoke very softly, fine as a swimming mosquito. It was the bystanders who could hardly hear it when they got close. But with Lin Ze's realm, how could he not hear Xia Qinghe's soft murmur? This summer greenwood. Lin Ze frowned. She really didn't look like she was faking it. It's every word spoken is true. That's a bit of a stretch. Lin Ze took one last look at Xia Qinghe. Then, his figure disappeared. The heavens and earth returned to normal, and the noise came pouring in. The disappeared children of the North Star reappeared in the city. Xia Qinghe looked up, and Lin Ze had already disappeared. She looked around in frustration. Then with a heartfelt sigh, she lightly moved back to the North Star Academy with lotus steps. And at that moment, Lin Ze had already found Hong Tian, who was drinking in the city. He dragged Hong Tian away with him. Check someone out for me. Chapter 119 3 Archaic Relics. 7 Emotions Law. Hong Tian put down the wine pot and pulled the corner of his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're really not polite. I'll help if you ask me to. Ha! As he spoke, Lin Ze had already brought Hong Tian traveling through the void. He pointed ahead to Xia Qinghe, who was heading back towards the North Star Academy. Just this person. Does he have the heavenly destiny aura that you sensed before? Hong Tian breathlessly rolled his eyes. I'm just like a big wrong seed. I didn't get the benefits first when I came here, but I still have to work for you. Although Hong Tian said so on his lips, a pair of eyes had already landed on Xia Qinghe. If anyone else had come, Hong Genius wouldn't have given a damn about him. But Lin Ze, who let Lin Ze be in the same immortal body as him? The 9 immortal bodies of the Great Way, only one in a lifetime. They are rivals and brothers in the creation of the Way. The eyes of heaven's destiny fell on Xia Qinghe. Hong Tian was surrounded by the supreme and mighty heaven's destiny dense density. A thread of heavenly destiny appeared in Hong Tian's eyes. He cleaned up and observed. After a long time, his eyes flooded with light. This person should be the spirit race that I told you about when I came here, that has gone through millions of differentiations and has a very faint aura. But what? Hong Tian glanced at Xia Qinghe and then at the direction where the Changhe sword sect was. The identity of this spirit race is not simple, nah. When I saw that woman in the sword sect before, I didn't pay special attention to it, but now I see this. Again. That's right. It should be the spirit race's 7 emotions law. Hong Tian knew that Lin Ze was in the green domain and didn't know what was going on outside the domain. Without waiting for Lin Ze to ask, he explained, the 7 emotions law is the high-level spirit race divine Tao cultivation method you wanted. The 7 emotions law is capable of dividing a person's spiritual emotions and transmuting them into real people to experience the world and navigate the rolling world. After going through millions of joys, anger, sorrows, fears, loves, evils, and desires, the body of 10,000 transformations will eventually be reduced to 1, thus achieving the amazing effect of refining the spiritual will and strengthening the divine path. It is rumored that there is a holy maiden among the spirit race who had divinely transformed herself into millions of people and went through 10 million kinds of red dust robberies before finally collecting all of them into one body and entering the realm of the saints straight away. Previously, I always thought that this was an exaggeration of the mysteriousness of the spirit race by outsiders, but now it seems that this is not an exaggeration. But yet it is true. If the woman from the Long River Sword sect is the main body, this woman in front of me is a strand of love that woman has divided with the 7 emotions law. If the true body of the one who is far away in the spirit clan is the main body, then the one from the Long River Sword sect is a piece of desire that the true body has divided with the 7 emotions law. So circulates 10,000 divisions, and to the infinite of transmission, the spirit clan 7 emotions law is truly worthy of its name. Wonderful, wonderful. Sighing at the marvelousness of the spirit race's 7 emotions law, the essence light in Hong Tian's eyes grew stronger. Interesting, really interesting. The immortal body is approaching the world. The devil cult is sneaking in. The spirit race is secretly casting in. And there are also a few other tentatively unknown forces laying in the mix. What's coming is coming. If you think about it like that, then my Hong Tian's arrival from outside the domain, as well as your Lin Ze's birth, and the gathering of the 2 great immortal bodies in the green domain. Are they also in that old bastard Ching Tsung's calculations? Lin Ze's eyes flashed even as he sniffed. As a descendant of the 8 desolate blood, Lin Ze had seen a bit more than Hong Tian. One must know that his ancient 8 desolate blood was a powerful bloodline that could be compatible with the 3 paths of essence, chi, and spirit, uniting the 3 veins of heaven and earth. And right now the green domain, the high-ranking spirit race representing the god's lineage appeared. The phoenix, the true spirit of heaven and earth representing the essence lineage, also appeared. And the green domain was originally the core territory where the human race of the Chi 1 vein was entrenched. In this way, the essence, Chi and spirit, the 3 chakras of heaven and earth, and the 8 desolate blood that could be compatible with all 3 chakras were all gathered. Is this a coincidence? Absolutely not. Thus, Lin Ze glanced at Hong Tian. What is the explanation for this? Hong Tian shrugged as he said, the world knows that this green domain is the biggest chessboard in the world since the ancient times. That's exactly why I came to the green domain. With that, Hong Tian sighed. You understand. As the 9 immortal bodies of the great Tao, this world is like an adult beating a child to the 2 of us. Lift up your eyes and look around. There is not a single opponent in this world. This vast expanse of the world, in the eyes of the 2 of us, are nothing but superficial deviants. No, I should say that the 2 of us are the ones who are out of place in this world. Lifting our eyes. Lin Ze, Hong Tian continued. It so happened that at that time, an extraterrestrial henchman said to me, if you are truly invincible, why don't you go to the green domain, which is filled with chess players, and fight with all the chess executives? Solve the mystery of the green realm? Up to this point, I have become extremely interested in the green domain, started to understand the mystery of this so-called green domain, and to thoroughly understand the so-called mystery of the green domain, it would have to start hundreds of millions of years ago, with that green song supreme sage of the ancient era. Hong Tian complained, Supreme Saint Ching Tsung. He was the only existence in the ancient era to achieve the status of a beginningless one. No one knows how he achieved beginninglessness, nor does anyone know exactly who Ching Tsung is. From the moment Ching Tsung became a beginningless, his origins and past have all been erased. In the world's perception, Ching Tsung has appeared when they know about it. That's why the saints of that era began to study Ching Tsung, trying to figure out just how Ching Tsung achieved the beginningless one, with a view to arriving at the beginningless realm themselves. And at that time there were 3 great relics of the ancient world in the world. They have been passed down since the distant ancestral sage ancient era, and legend has it that they harbor hidden secrets left behind by the ancestral sages. Whoever can break through these 3 great relics will be able to step onto the path to heaven and chase after the ancient saints. These 3 major relics are the ascension to God's heavenly staircase, the rootless monument forest, and the ancient battlefield. Doesn't that sound familiar? Lin Ze realized. The 3 great trials of the Daojak mountain. Hong Tian nodded. That's right. He continued. Ever since Qing Song accomplished the beginningless one, the world's pursuit of the three great ancient relics has become more and more passionate, and they deeply believe that Qing Song is the one who cracked the ancient relics before guiding the path of the beginningless one. So one by one, they all flocked to the three great relics. And with this influx, something happened on the treadmill. The world was astonished to find that the heavenly ladder of ascent to God, which originally had no idea how high or how deep it was, and which no one had ever come to the end of, had actually come to an end. The heavenly ladder is broken in the center, and the broken heavenly ladder is gone. That rootless monument forest has also had a large portion of it dug up. The final Taiku battlefield wasn't spared either. The center of the battlefield was snapped. Hong Tian looked playful. The reason why these Taiku ruins are Taiku ruins and can be passed down for so many years is precisely because they are guarded by their own mysterious powers, and no one has ever been able to damage them in the slightest. But it's even damaged now. Who could have done this? There won't be another person in this world besides the Qing Song Supreme Sage. Chapter 120 Xia Qinghe's original body. Before he achieved the beginningless, the three major relics were safe and sound. Once he accomplished the beginningless, the three major relics were all poisoned. It couldn't have been done by anyone else but him. And it did. Qing Song made no secret of the fact that the next day, he built a Daojia mountain in the Green Domain consisting of fragments of the three great ancient relics, and even invited 8 ancient supreme beings to be guests at Daojia mountain to jointly realize the beginningless great Tao. But as it turned out, 8 went and none came back. Qing Song swept across the heavens and the earth with the might of the beginningless one, beheading the heads of 8 supreme saints with a single sword, leaving them bloodstained on the Daojak mountain. And the holy weapons of the 8 supreme masters were seized and washed of their marks by old man Qing Song and passed on to his 8 disciples. G. Hong Tian sked twice. First, break the relics and collect them for your own use. Then kill the 8 saints to exclude dissenters. Everyone thought that Qing Song was going to dictate the heavenly lanes and start an era of hegemony from then on. However, to everyone's surprise, after beheading the 8 saints to break off the relics, Qing Song merely circled the green domain and laid down the absolute Tao forbidden, after which he disappeared without a trace. For hundreds of millions of years, Qing Song was never seen again. Some people speculate that he may have lacked the heavenly lanes and gone to the land beyond the realm to find a new world. Some people speculate that Qing Song moved the ancient relics, violated the forbidden taboo of the ancestors, and was completely obliterated by the backhand left behind by the ancestors. There is also speculation that Qing Song has become invincible in the world, and realizing the loneliness of the human world, he abandoned his true spirit and departed to reincarnate and set out again. All in all, no matter which speculation, Qing Song indeed seemed to have vaporized, disappearing without a trace, without a root, leaving behind only the ancient unsolved mystery of Daojia Mountain. Hong Tian continued to talk about the mystery of the Green Domain. And so, all the forces caught wind of the situation and eyed the Green Domain. Everyone in Tianlan wants to know what exactly Qing Song left behind in the Daojia Mountain and why he beheaded the 8 saints to bloodstain the Daojia Mountain. Thus, under this bewildering behavior of old demon Qing Song, the Green Domain thus became a swirling eye of the storm, and began the laying out of the fall of one and another of the mighty ones. And boredom I came to the Green Domain, hoping that this chess players all over the Green Domain can give me so little, even just a hint of challenge. It is already enough. Hong Tian sighed. But alas, the rumored, swirling plus stormy Green Domain in the outside world looks just like that to me. I sensed the Green Domain with my heavenly destiny and found that although there are treacherous clouds in it, there is practically not a single one that can fight. I then went back to see the so-called Daojia Mountain that hides the hidden secrets of the ages. The Daojak Mountain. I was the first one to enter, and before you guys came, I had seen the Daojak Mountain inside and out. For that so-called Dawnguard Mountain mystery. Meh, my comment was 4 words. Might as well not look. Lin Ze asked. What did you see? Hong Tian spread his hands. I didn't see anything. After leaving the 3 great ancient relics, whether it's that section of the heavenly staircase or the steel forest or the ancient battlefield, all of them have lost their divinity, leaving behind only the vicissitudes of the ages. Daojio Mountain, said to be full of mysteries, but in reality there is nothing. Qing Song is playing a joke on these descendants, leaving an empty game of chess there, just trying to trick people into coming in and having some fun for nothing. TSK, this old geezer is even more damned unethical than my predecessor who threw the immortal scriptures into the Boundary River. Of course, it's also possible that I haven't realized the immortal scriptures yet, and my immortal body hasn't been greatly accomplished yet, so I can't see the deeper layers. Anyway, before that, I decided that everything in the world was just too tasteless and not nearly as interesting as sleeping. Until you show up. Hong Tian looked at Lin Ze. How strong the light in his eyes was. Immortal body versus immortal body. This is a situation that has never been seen before. Can you imagine how I was feeling? Anomalies meet anomalies. I, Hong Tian, am not marching alone after all, Hong Tian then said with slight excitement. And after that I followed you to this North Star land, saw the demon sect master, saw the spirit race's 7 emotions law, and those unknown layout changes. This is when I realized that old Ghost Chingsong might not have left an empty chessboard. He was using the world as a child to lure all the races in the world into the game. This old thing is plotting a big one. Ha 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 ha, this place is even more exciting than I thought. I love this place. Saying that, the light in Hong Tian's eyes grew stronger. He looked at Xia Qinghe and said to Lin Ze's Tweedledum, "What do you say now? Is it broken, or should we look again? It's your home turf." "I hear you," Lin Ze first said. "Does this Xia Qinghe have a subject consciousness?" Hong Tian shook his head. The 7 emotions law goes from top to bottom. The upper level knows the lower level, but the lower level will not know the upper level. It means that woman from the Long River Sword sect, you should know who I am talking about. That woman knows you. Summer Greenwood won't, but Summer Greenwood knows about you, and that woman will surely know. Lin Ze understood. I see. No wonder that myriad lust looks so weird. Lin Ze added. In that case, can we get the 7 emotions law from them? Hong Tian snapped his fingers. Other people can't do anything about it, but it's hard to beat the heavenly fate immortal body. It was a little tricky to summon the 7 sentiments law for you, but since the 7 sentiments law incarnation is here in front of us, it's easy as pie. Hong Tian pointed at Xia Qinghe. She is a gongfu. After saying that, Hong Tian waved his big hand and directly took Xia Qinghe into the void, crushing and twisting it. Lin Ze did not stop Hong Tian. A mere fragment of an incarnation, not even knowing that it was a few millionths of the main body. Boom! It was accompanied by Hong Tian's imaginary hand. Xia Qinghe's entire body directly distorted and disappeared without a trace, but at the last moment of its disappearance, she seemed to have broken through Hong Tian's celestial stillness and cast a meaningful gaze towards Lin Ze. After that, Xia Qinghe disappeared. In its place, there was an ancient book that emitted a 7-colored light. This scene looked envious to Lin Ze, directly turning a person into a book of feats. The divine fate immortal body thing is really good. Why don't we leave the other matters unattended and go salvage the immortal scriptures tomorrow? Lin Ze thought like this. Instead, a trace of surprise appeared on Hong Tian's face. What day? Is actually really a kung fu changed? Lin Ze, you're not even sure. That's not what I meant when I said she was a kung fu. Meaning that by slaughtering her, I could fish the 7 sentiments law out of the celestial fate silk thread. But I didn't realize that the very essence of this thing is really a kung fu transformed. This Xia Qinghe, she is the 7 emotions law itself.